Fong stood from a distance, arms crossed, sizing up Tham Tuong. His mind raced, unsure of what was to come. Tham Tuong spoke up, his inquiring gaze not particularly friendly towards him. You must be Lu Fong, the young genius who participated in that beastman duel, correct? He smiled faintly. Truly, a hero born from youth. He replied immediately upon hearing the flattering praise. Thank you for the compliment. It was just a small matter not worth mentioning. I wonder why your majesty has summoned us here today. But in his heart he remained vigilant. Big Black, I feel like something's wrong. Be careful. Tham Tuong raised his voice, snarling at the still kneeling Atis, upon hearing Lu Fong's reply. Isn't it because of this troublesome son of mine? He yelled, You rebellious son, get over here and apologize to Mr. Lu Fong at once. But Lu Fong sensed something hidden beneath the surface, that it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Does your majesty truly wish to resolve the misunderstanding between us? And he quickly discovered it. Then why not invite the friend hiding in the shadows to come out and meet us as well? A blinding golden light, accompanied by a deafening explosion, sent both Lu Fong and Bach Ka flying. Amidst the chaos, a glowing purple barrier enveloped everyone like a giant shield. From within the white smoke, the War Emperor Min Vuong appeared towering and powerful. Standing beside Lu Fong was Ba Ka now, in his powerful black dragonhead form, a purple light covering his shoulders. The aura on this old man is terrifying. He's another saint level. Weren't there supposed to be only 3 venerables and 4 saints? Where did this one come from? He spoke with caution. This old guy is no weaker than that lamb ditch. At this moment, Min Vuong stroked his beard and laughed heartily, exclaiming in praise. No wonder you could kill my bloodkill guard. A saint level at only 20 years old. Even in the era of the gods you would be considered a genius. He then lamented, but what a pity. As quick as a flash, the moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward to attack Lu Fong. Geniuses often die young. But contrary to Min Vuong's expectations, the image before him was just an illusion. He exclaimed in surprise, an afterimage. Beside him, Bach Ka quickly moved in to attack him head-on with terrifying power. You old geezer. Immediately, without hesitation, he suppressed the attack with just a single finger. Arg! That single strike carried immense destructive force, sending Bach Ka flying along with a shower of rocks and debris. Before he could let his guard down, Lu Fong quickly attacked from behind with his signature move. Double Strike Min Vuong barely managed to dodge the blow, thinking to himself with a suspicious expression, no battle chi, no magic. What a strange power. A roar that seemed to tear through space echoed at that moment. He was back, charging from behind him, launching a fatal attack from above. Grr, a barrier of orange light appeared, enveloping Min Vuong like a great shield. It blocked the attack, freezing it in place. Seeing his friend's attack fail, Lu Fong immediately used his eightfold strike technique. He said calmly, Good boy. To block the attack, Min Vuong had to use his full power, summoning multiple streams of light as sharp as blades to defend. The two forces collided, creating a sky-shattering explosion that destroyed much of the surroundings. The Emperor and his son, their faces pale with fear, cowered after witnessing the duel firsthand. He can actually match the ancestor blow for blow. What is this young man's origin? Meanwhile, Atigao calmed himself and secretly plotted how to recruit him. How can I get them to truly support me? The duel paused. Min Vuong calmly searched his memories and wondered, even though I was only probing for a newly ascended saint to fight me on equal footing, if I truly have to get serious, I'm afraid I won't be able to let this kid live. At this moment, Lu Fong felt a bit of fear from the fiery clash that just took place. He thought to himself, he blocked my eightfold strike that easily. It seems this old man is a bit too strong. Ba Ka, standing beside him, had calmed down after the fight. He approached Lu Fong and said, I'm afraid this old geezer has the strength of at least a saint-level second stage. Lu Fong replied, Saint-level second stage, what's that? To break the fearful atmosphere, Min Vuong burst into hearty laughter, his eyes shining. That was great, my young friend. I was just eager to test your skills. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. Still on guard, Lu Fong spoke with eyes full of suspicion. You attacked without a word. He added, If I hadn't been quick, that one palm strike of yours could have seriously injured me. Now you want to just call it quits. He thought to himself, this kid's strength is not to be underestimated, and he has that half-beast with him. If we continue fighting, I'm afraid this palace won't be able to take it. Soon after, fearing he couldn't handle the power of the two young men opposite him, he spoke, I am Yadi Holy War. Please accept my apology. Hearing the elder say this, Lu Fong thought, you old fox. Since you've already taken the initiative to concede, I won't bother fighting anymore. And he quickly replied to Min Vuong with goodwill, there's no need. At that moment, Ba Ka heard his name and blurted out with an admiring expression, You are Yadi Holy War, the War Emperor who turned the Teen Lam Empire from the brink of destruction into a prosperous dynasty and almost wiped out the entire Beastman Empire. He also asked in surprise. The War Emperor Min Vuong smiled happily when someone mentioned his past achievements. He replied, Those are just things of the past, let's not mention them. I see you two must have just entered the saint level not long ago, right? My friend Lu Feng here doesn't even seem to know the ranks within the saint level. Lu Feng replied seriously, his eyes still wary and on guard. That's right. I just heard of it for the first time. The old man quickly answered him. Then let me give you a brief introduction. He spoke with the serious air of a master, explaining things in detail to his favorite student. He said within the saint-level newcomers like you are called initial saints. Above that is the first stage saint, like your half-dragon, half-human friend here. He seems to be on the verge of breaking through to that level. Above that is the second tier of the saint level. It took this old man hundreds of years of cultivation just to reach this stage. And finally, there's the peak of the saint level, and even the supreme level. Hearing this, Lu Feng was stunned as he remembered a certain senior from the past who had designs on Hong Yi. A supreme. The old man who tried to take Hong Yi last time was a supreme. He continued to ask, can you be more specific? Cutting off his question, the Ming Wang interjected, not wanting his esteemed guest to stand outside the palace. He offered, it's not quite suitable to talk here. Why don't we find another place, sit down and talk slowly? His two trusted soldiers cordially invited them, this way please. But immediately after, Lu Feng gratefully declined the invitation. Thank you, senior, for clearing up so many of my doubts today. He said at once, you're too kind. As quick as a flash, he and Bai Ka used a lightness technique to fly out of the Tin Lam Empire's palace. Then we'll take our leave. If there's a chance, we will seek you out for more guidance. Da He, let's go. Right after they left, the Ming Wang quickly gave an order to all the palace servants. Pass this down from this day forward. Lu Feng is an honored guest of our Tin Lam Empire. A saint-level expert is one thing, but a future supreme is another matter entirely. Meanwhile, at the villa, the day was drawing to a close, the sky painted in earthy orange hues with thick clouds. A hand seemed to be knocking on the large gate of the villa. Hearing the knock, Su Fei quickly ran to open the door wide and called out, who is it? Her face suddenly lit up, her big round eyes sparkling as she called out, Father, why are you here? But her joy was short-lived. Her face hardened with suspicion as she questioned the person before her. Don't tell me you're also here to make me hand over the Tin Lam City Mercenary Guild. In front of her was her beloved father, who was also the president of the Mercenary Guild Su Pa. He spoke with a sorrowful expression. I'm here because of the guild war. The Council of Elders has some new ideas. The moment he finished speaking, she immediately interjected her face, showing clear frustration. But our Mercenary Guild is still too weak. Besides coming up with schemes like relying on the royal family, what else can the Council of Elders do? She opened the door wider. Father, come in and talk. Su Fei quickly brewed a cup of tea that her father loved. He took a sip and praised it. This is good tea. He finished his cup and began the conversation he needed to have with his beloved daughter. I've heard about what happened in Tin Lam City. That young saint-level expert. He doesn't have a crush on you, does he? Hearing this, Su Fei immediately reacted with displeasure as her father had touched upon a topic she was still hesitant about. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Weren't we talking about the Council of Elders? He gently continued the conversation even though he knew his precious daughter disliked it. The Council of Elders meaning is that if that young saint-level expert truly likes you, they hope you can persuade him to help us in this guild war. Su Pa added another suggestion. Even to join our mercenary clan. This time Su Fei shot to her feet, showing her vehement opposition to her father's words. Absolutely not. Feng has already helped me so much. I can't let him fight again for some meaningless ranking. He spoke immediately before she could finish, still maintaining the tone of someone advising the right course of action. It's reasonable. The Council of Elders has already promised. He added, as long as you can convince Lu Feng to help us in the guild war, they will immediately appoint you as the leader of the mercenary clan. Placing his hand on his daughter's shoulder, Su Pa spoke in the tone of a father who had discovered his daughter's ambition. Fair, you're so young, yet you work so desperately. Isn't it all for the position of clan leader? He had her sit down while he continued to explain what he thought was right for her. But with your current power, do you really think you can compete with your cousins? He continued to reason with her. Right now, all it takes is a single word from you. Su Fei immediately pulled away from her father's grasp, her voice firm. No, I will rely on my own abilities to fight them. She shouted, if I have to make a deal with the Council of Elders to get this position, I'd rather not have it. Seeing the situation heading towards a dead end, Su Pa changed his attitude and decided to change his approach to make her understand what she needed to do. Fine, then let me put it another way. He used his authority to speak. I am now ordering you as the clan leader. You must find a way to make that young saint-level expert represent the mercenary guild in the competition, even if it means marrying him. Hearing this, Su Fei was truly stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard coming from her own father. Father. She approached Su Pa, her eyes filled with sadness and her face melancholic. He continued, I've said all that needs to be said. Now is the best opportunity for you to ascend to the position of clan leader. If you still see me as your father, then just do it. Sufei felt a wave of disappointment. She truly couldn't understand how her beloved father had become such a person. Father, how did you become like this? She reminded him of the goal they were all working towards. Aren't we fighting for the position of clan leader, so that mother can live a better life in the clan? She shot to her feet and revealed feelings she seemed to have hidden for a long time. But for all these years, you, the clan leader, have always been suppressed by the Council of Elders. When mother and I were being bullied by others, where were you? She recalled a moment when she was pushed into a difficult situation. Before, even when the Council of Elders wanted to marry me off to artists, you couldn't do anything to stop them. I don't need this clan leader position. Hearing this, Supa's anger flared. He slammed the table and shouted loudly. That's enough, Sufei. Meanwhile, Sufei's eyes were filled with tears. She was overwhelmed with sorrow and grievance. Today you're actively siding with the Council of Elders, even treating me like a pawn. Seeing his daughter like this, Supa faltered, feeling as if he had been wrong. Her face was still streaked with tears as she sobbed in her sorrowful state. Are you even a father anymore? Are you even a man? Hearing the constant nagging from his daughter, he felt terrible. In a panic, he raised his hand. I said, that's enough. At that moment, a loud, clear voice rang out, stopping Supa's action in its tracks. Stop. He was stunned as if realizing something. He uttered a saint level. Lu Feng, having returned just in time, rushed to her side. Fair, don't be afraid. Sufei, in her state of sorrow and grievance, turned to see him appear and comfort her gently, stroking her head so she turned and hugged him tightly. Bai Ka was also present in the room, hiding in fear. I should probably be under the table, not in the room. Lu Feng, with a gentle face and a soft voice, stroked Sufei's head to soothe her. It's okay now. This girl is really stubborn. Calming down and regaining her composure, she immediately remembered her father, who was still frozen by his power. Feng, I'm fine. Please release him. With just a snap of his fingers, he quickly dispelled the spell. Supa was stunned. He quickly approached Lu Feng despite his fear. You must be Lu Feng, the youngest saint-level expert on the continent, right? He spoke continuously, hinting. If you and Sufei are so compatible, and the Council of Elders is also very much in favor. He pressed on. So when do you plan to hold the wedding with fair Lu Feng? Immediately replied with an innocent look, as if he didn't understand what was going on. I'm sorry, you've misunderstood. Sufei and I don't have that kind of relationship. Beside him, Sufei looked sad, hearing him speak his true feelings to everyone. Not that kind of relationship. Perhaps, she thought to herself, in Feng's heart, there has only ever been Wei. To break the awkward atmosphere, she immediately said to her father, Father, please stop talking nonsense. And turned to Lu Feng. Feng, don't listen to him. Let's go. Supa tried to call out to him, hoping for a change of heart. Wait, Sir Lu Feng. Although the engagement between Fair and the second prince has been broken, if she can't marry you, he hesitated. The Council of Elders will force her to marry into the far-off Zhongsha Empire. Hearing this, Lu Feng stopped in his tracks and turned back to Supa. What did you say? He continued to explain. This is the will of the Council of Elders. I have no right to object. If you truly care about her, please reconsider. At this point, Sufei was furious, unable to believe she was being treated with such disregard. What do those old men think I am? A trading commodity, she declared. From this day on, I withdraw from that rotten mercenary clan. If they have the guts, let the Council of Elders come find me. Supa said with a resentful tone. With a saint-level expert backing you, of course you can defy the Council of Elders, but what about later? He spoke sadly about his future. The Mercenary Guild has failed to recover for many years in a row, which has made the Council of Elders very dissatisfied with me. If it's the same this year, my position as clan leader will surely be taken away. Sufei didn't let her father finish shouting with a face that needed nothing anymore. What's so great about being the clan leader? Why do you care so much about that position? With emotions welling up, he revealed the burden he had hidden in his heart for so many years. I don't care. But what about your mother? Every year, how many precious medicinal herbs from the clan have I used to treat her condition? Without this clan leader position, what will I use to keep her alive? Fair, I have never forgotten why I must be the clan leader. Supa held his head and slumped down, unsure of what to do to save them from this difficult reality. He was facing it head-on. I know I'm useless, but your mother's life is in my hands. What else can I do? Sufei was shocked to see his expression, utterly surprised by her father's weakness and helplessness. I've had enough of this clan leader position. There's no power, and I have to take the blame for others. I've had to speak humbly in front of those elders, but I must endure it. Supa held his head pleadingly, explaining to his beloved daughter. The fact that she had an extraordinary friend like him was a wonderful thing. Fair, do you know? Perhaps everything will change because of you, because you have a saint-level expert as a friend. He said, if you become the clan leader, the ancestor will surely give you face. At that moment, Bai Ha was still under the table. He witnessed the human drama unfold and sighed with disillusionment. The whole world is wicked, full of bad deeds everywhere. Just then, Lu Feng walked over to her, stroking her head with a gentle gaze, reassuring her, "Fair, we won't lose out on this deal. You can accept his offer." Then he turned to her father with a serious expression, his face set with determination about something important. "Uncle, if I participate in the guild war, then the next clan leader position will be Fair's, correct?" He replied with a satisfied look, tinged with a gentle emotion, as if he had just been freed from a heavy burden. "That's right." Standing beside Su Fei, Lu Feng responded with a decisive and very confident look. "All right, I will represent the mercenary guild in this guild war." She hesitated and whispered, "Feng." He turned to Su Pa and continued with a tone as if he were protecting his loved one. "However, Uncle, please help me relay this message to the Council of Elders. From now on, they are not allowed to boss Fair around." He said, "If it happens again, they can just wait and see." He was overjoyed to receive Lu Feng's answer, and with a radiant face, he hurriedly said, Okay, I'll go inform them right away." Meanwhile, he was deep in thought, silently trying to figure out what he needed to know about a mysterious person. Who exactly is the ancestor of the mercenary clan? Seeing his expression, then Su Fei felt apprehensive for having brought him trouble. "Feng, I'm sorry." Hearing that, he quickly replied, "Why are you being so formal? I wanted to help you in the first place. Besides, this also concerns your mother." He joked, "Although it seems your father really wanted to marry you off to me just now." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Fei ran over and covered his mouth, her face red with embarrassment. "I already told you he was just talking nonsense." Suddenly, a red silk banner with a wedding couplet appeared before them. On it were the words, "100 years of harmony, may you soon have a noble son." Bai Ka cheered brother Lu. "Su Fei, congratulations on your wedding." Su Fei immediately dashed away like the wind, covering her blushing face in embarrassment. I'll be going now." Lu Feng yelled, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, he scratched his head with a bewildered expression. They haven't even bowed to each other. Why is she already heading to the bridal chamber? Lu Feng was speechless hearing him say that. Then he immediately changed the subject. "Dehei, stop fooling around. If you have time, try to figure out who the ancestor Su Pa mentioned is." He posed the question, "Why do I get the feeling he's another saint-level expert? But aren't there only 3 venerables and 4 saints?" With the look of a philosopher, Bai Ka replied with the attitude of someone with deep knowledge. The so-called 3 venerables and 4 saints are just titles you humans gave to 7 powerful experts. There are many hidden experts in the cultivation world, and among other races. Not to look far, my dragon clan alone has 4 saint-level experts." He continued, "The waters of this continent run deep." Hearing this, Lu Feng looked serious and asked a deeper question. "So do you think the ancestor of the mercenary clan is a saint level or a supreme?" He answered immediately, "If he were a supreme, it's impossible. Otherwise, the mercenary guild wouldn't be in such a miserable state." Hearing this, he frowned in contemplation at Bai Ka's deduction. He said, "Regardless, a saint-level expert cannot be underestimated. After reaching the saint level, I thought my strength was enough to protect myself." He continued, "Now it seems I was too naive." Before entering a crucial phase, Lu Feng didn't forget to entrust his close friend with matters at home. He was determined to cultivate to gain experience. "Dahei, I'm preparing to go into seclusion for a while to use the experience from the holy war that Ayad shared today to consolidate my saint level a bit and see if I can break through again. I'm leaving everything at home to you." He replied with a weary spirit. Go. Humans are so troublesome. The dragon clan is still better. We just grow and naturally become strong." Lu Feng paid no attention to Bai Ka's words or his mood. He turned his back and walked up the stairs. "I'm going to let Su Fei know." In the long corridor with soft lighting, his steps seemed to echo his unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, Lu Feng stopped as he walked past a room in the building's hallway. "Maybe I should tell Shui too," he thought to himself. "If Wei comes out during the few days I'm in seclusion, I'll ask Shui to let me know." While thinking, he raised his hand to knock on a door. Above the wooden door hung a sign with cute words and images. Seeing no response, Lu Feng decided to push the door open to enter the room. He discovered, she's not in her room. Well, then I'll go inside and leave her a note. As the door creaked open before him was a colorful space decorated with floating stars and moons filled with cuteness and tranquility. His eyes widened in surprise. "I didn't expect her to like such cute things. I really couldn't have guessed." Suddenly, the bathroom door opened, leading to an unexpected encounter between him and Shui. Both were startled. Standing before Lu Feng was a young woman with a captivating figure, her cheeks blushing as radiant as a painting. Shui's scream echoed resounding outside the villa. As she was caught in that embarrassing moment, before Lu Feng could understand what was happening, he was slapped across the face and shoved out of the room. Su Fei, standing nearby, witnessed the whole incident between the two and smirked. "Feng, so you like to peek at girls bathing, huh?" He waved his hands in denial upon hearing her words, his expression one of utter embarrassment. "No, I didn't. I would never." Unconcerned with his words, Su Fei continued to tease him with a look of delight. She suggested, "You should have said so earlier. If you like it, I'm available anytime." Hearing this, Lu Feng immediately bolted, running for his life to escape this mortifying situation. "I have to go into seclusion now. Goodbye." He returned to his room, letting go of his emotions, focusing intensely, and began his cultivation. An all-encompassing silence fell, leaving only his breath and will. He channeled all his internal energy to unlock the potential hidden deep within. "All my strength comes from the internal arts of Huaxia. The techniques I have to comprehend are all scattered. I'll try to gather them all this time." Lu Feng immersed himself in a state of cultivation. Streams of qi flowed through his meridians, sinking into his dantian, circulating through 108 acupoints, the 8 extraordinary vessels, and the conception and governing vessels before returning to his core. He sank deep into a state of meditation, streams of energy radiating from his palms where a mysterious power was converging. Lu Feng suddenly broke out of his meditative state. He was stunned, unable to believe himself. It seemed he had comprehended something very important. Lu Feng suddenly felt his true qi transform into another wondrous form of power. What is happening? When did my true qi turn into a liquid? At this moment he was surrounded by a new power, seemingly of the water element. Compared to gaseous true qi, liquid true qi of the same volume was obviously much more magnificent. Lu Feng seemed to realize something. Could it be that my future cultivation path is to gradually condense my true qi into a liquid? He suddenly discovered something fantastical appearing before his eyes. It turned out to be the image of 2 fish, one black and one white, swimming around each other, creating a mystical image, the Tai Chi fish. He calmed himself and took a breath. I thought I had cultivated something. What is this? Could it be because I've practiced Tai Chi, calming my mind and essence, my spiritual embryo becoming clear, and my mind sinking into my dantian? At this moment, Lu Feng stood in the middle of a powerful energy vortex. He channeled all his internal energy, determined to surpass his own limits. After the true qi condenses into a liquid, it needs to become even denser, he told himself. Only then can it withstand a 6-fold power boost, or even a high-efficiency multiplied attack. Pausing for a few seconds, he focused intently to think more about the limit he had just broken through. But on the other hand, liquid true qi is also very difficult to control. It feels like a pool of stagnant water. He seemed to discover something else. Could it be? Instantly, Lu Feng suddenly felt something else strange happening around him. There's wind now. It seemed he had channeled more internal energy as a test, summoning another stream of power. It really worked. Next, I'll try to make the entire lake surface move. Immediately, the liquid surrounding Lu Feng spread out, creating a violent wave that stirred the lake's surface. He danced with joy, surrounded by the new power he had just unlocked. He shouted, "I did it!" Lu Feng's shout was so loud that it startled everyone in the villa. That guy broke through again so quickly. He sat down on the bed with a light and satisfied heart, having reached a realm he had never expected. He let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Baika burst through the door with a furious expression, roaring, "Who dares to sneak in here right under my nose?" Then he saw that only his close friend was in the room meditating on the bed. He was surprised. Brother Lu Feng, you're awake." He walked closer to Lu Feng, asking with a mix of worry and surprise. "No way, is that aura close to the 2nd tier of the Saint Realm yours?" He replied immediately, but with a hint of regret. "Sigh, I was just a little bit away from breaking through to the 2nd tier of the Saint Realm. What a pity." Baika immediately grabbed both his hands, shaking them vigorously with concern for his friend's safety. "Pity my foot. You've almost broken through to the 2nd tier of the Saint Realm in just 5 days." He was too shocked to believe what he was seeing. "Are you even human?" At this moment, Lu Feng remained calm in the face of Baika's emotions. He asked with a scholarly air, "Dahe, what do you think is the most important thing in cultivation? Diligence, guidance, or heritage?" He didn't quite understand what his friend was asking. What is it?" Unexpectedly, Lu Feng was teasing him. He deliberately joked to get a rise out of his friend. "Of course, it's outstanding talent. A simple dragon, like you would never be able to comprehend such a complex matter." Hearing this, Baika roared and launched a kick at him. "You old fart, let's fight to the death." At that moment, he immediately changed the subject. The purpose of cultivation. He asked, "Wait, you said it's been 5 days. Doesn't that mean the guild war has already started?" Dahe stopped, immediately covering his mouth to show his laziness, and answered carelessly, "Yeah, probably. I just woke up too." Lu Feng continued, "You eat and then sleep. Are you a pig? All right, let's go find Fair." In the heart of Tin Lam City, where towering spires reached for the clear blue sky, lay the Magic Guild. Inside the city, a large crowd had gathered. In the center was an arena, the atmosphere tense. Su Pa sat beside his daughter Su Fei and asked with concern, "Fair, why isn't Lu Feng here yet?" She turned to her father, her eyes looking as if she were about to confess something that might sadden him. "Father, actually Feng he." From the opposite side, a man's unfriendly voice suddenly rang out. Hey President Supa, how much longer does your mercenary guild need to wait? The subordinates beside the man who spoke cheered and jeered at the father and daughter. That's right, you guys are so slow. The owner of the voice from before was the president of the warrior guild Tai John. They continued to laugh. You're going to be last anyway. Why don't you just give up now? Supa immediately put on a serious face and replied to them with a determined gaze. I'm sorry, our guild's representative will be here shortly. Above them, a few more people appeared slowly descending towards the main gate of the arena. One of them spoke up. President Supa, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that your mercenary team has a master that we don't know about? Before Supa and Sufei stood a man with a fierce, ugly, and very malicious face. To think that our rogue guild would fall at the hands of a little girl. The one who just spoke was the president of the rogue guild Yingsha. He continued full of hatred. We'll settle this debt slowly today. He was not afraid at all, standing up and walking towards him. He asked with a blazing spirit, What is it, President Yingsha? Are you planning to fight me right here? Now he seemed to be provoked by Supa, his voice growling with a very aggressive look. You think I don't dare? He continued, You can try. As soon as he finished speaking, Yingsha leaped behind him. Everyone was too surprised, not understanding what was happening. As swift as lightning, he rushed behind Sufei, intending to harm her with a dagger. You brought this upon yourselves. Immediately, a familiar voice shouted as if to warn her of the imminent danger. Fei. At that moment, a fist, surrounded by blue light, shot towards Yingsha in an instant. Lu Feng lunged forward using his powerful fist technique, punching him in the face and knocking him away from Sufei. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, Lu Feng roared with fury. You're courting death. A sword slash that seemed to tear through the wind flew from Lu Feng's hand towards Yingsha, who couldn't react in time. Immediately after, he quickly executed a special technique. He was surrounded by an abundant flow of energy, creating a feeling that space itself was being bent. Spatial prison? Behind him, Taizan and his cronies were utterly shocked by what they had just witnessed. Saint rank. The fight was reaching its decisive moment. He was about to execute his final move to finish off Yingsha when a voice rang out. Young friend Lu Feng, please be merciful. The magic saint said, I swear, be gentle. You're about to pull out all of my beard. Lu Feng turned around in astonishment, his eyes filled with surprise, as if he were silently assessing the situation. This old man is Shui's grandfather, the vice president of the Magic Guild. He thought to himself, the Magic Guild truly cannot be underestimated. Although this old man is only at the 9th level, he was able to neutralize the spatial prison technique of a saint-level expert. The old man stroked his long white beard as he spoke, looking as benevolent as a god. Gentlemen, please give me some face and stop this. Yingsha was overjoyed to have been saved in the nick of time. He hurriedly replied, Of course we must give Vice President Shui face. Who would dare not, since your Magic Guild is at the top? At the same time, he turned to Lu Feng, uttering contemptuous words with a cursed look in his eyes. Kid, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're saint level. You'll die young. He was furious, the flames of his anger erupting, creating a pressure that radiated around him. You. Feng, seeing this Shui who was standing behind her grandfather, was also angry but immediately spoke to stop Lu Feng. Instructor, don't do it. But he ignored her concern, only turning to Sufei with an apologetic expression for making her wait. Sorry, Feier. I almost missed the guild competition. She immediately replied with concern, her eyes sparkling. You're more important. What does the guild competition matter? At this moment, Supa stood in front. He began to introduce Lu Feng with a proud look in his eyes. This is the representative of the mercenary guild participating in the competition. Lu Feng. A warrior in the guild whispered, This must be the saint-level youth who wiped out the robbers guild in Tin Lam City, right? Taizan added with a surprised look. I can't believe the mercenary guild actually let him participate. One of them said, It seems the mercenary guild is really going to rise up this time. To dispel the noisy atmosphere, the magic saint cut off the discussions of everyone in the arena. Alright, since everyone is here, let the competition between the guilds begin. Now please come up and draw lots. Before the old man could finish, Yingsha growled with a belligerent look, as if he wanted to charge straight at his opponent for a life or death battle. Vice President Shui, the Robbers Guild, will not be drawing lots. We will fight a death match with the Mercenary Guild. Hearing this, Lu Feng turned to Sufei and asked, surprised by the strange format of the competition. Fair, can you just nominate an opponent in this death match? She explained. Yes, because we are sworn enemies, our guilds always step forward to challenge each other. She was worried. I didn't expect them to actively request it this time as well. Aren't they afraid of you? But he was very calm and confident. It's fine. Agree to his challenge. Facing her enemy, she accepted the challenge with a confident look of victory. Very well, President Yingsha, I accept your proposal. He approached Lu Feng with a murderous look in his eyes and uttered a threat. Heh, kid, you're going to die here today. The confrontational atmosphere intensified, but he remained unfazed. I've heard that line many times, but every time the one who dies is on your side. Yingsha maintained his challenging and contemptuous tone. His eyes looked like they wanted to devour him whole. Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're saint level. In contrast, Lu Fang was the picture of confidence, unafraid, and ready for any challenge. He smiled and replied, "My apologies, but being saint level means I get to be this arrogant." Just then, the magic elder stood up, cutting off their argument to begin the first match. In that case, this will be a match between the Mercenary Guild and the Thieves Guild. Tefai was worried for him. Before he entered the arena, she urged him to be careful and stay on his guard. She prayed for his safety. Fang, the Thieves Guild is definitely up to something. If you sense anything wrong, get out of there immediately. He immediately replied to reassure her. Yeah, trust me. Down in the arena, a tense moment unfolded as a breathtaking confrontation was about to begin. Lu Fang calmly faced his enemy sword in hand. A barrier suddenly materialized, separating the arena from the stands. From his seat, the shadow assassin scoffed, "Kid, cherish your last few moments. You're about to die." At the same time, he ordered his warrior, "Kill him." Instantly, Owen Lin Ti, Lu Fang's opponent, charged towards him with blazing red eyes. Lu Fang calmly swung his longsword, which glowed with a blue light, toward his opponent. A massive wave of energy surged from the blade, tearing through the air as it crashed into the cursed creature. Owen Lin Thi, clad in spiked armor, with sharp claws, swiftly dodged the incoming attack. But the blast of power came from all sides, and despite its speed, it still took several hits. Screams and the sound of impact echoed through the arena. It furiously charged at Lu Fang, intending to rip him apart with its sharp claws. He immediately unleashed his signature skill, Space Imprisonment, a vortex of blue energy. But strangely though, his attacks landed. Owen Lin Thi was completely unharmed. He thought to himself, "This thing is bizarre. My attacks aren't doing any damage." Lu Fang pondered, trying to understand this strange phenomenon. He realized the creature had no life force. The gray mist around it could also absorb all surrounding energy, even swallowing his space imprisonment. Just then in the stands, the shadow assassin pulled out a strange instrument and blew into it. Instantly, Owen Lin Thi roared and lunged as if a new source of power was surging through it. Lu Fang was completely stunned. Up in the stands, the magic elder seemed to recognize this technique. He announced, "This is the blood sacrifice resentful spirit corpse." Tu Yet, who was standing beside him, heard her grandfather, and immediately turned to ask impatiently, "What is that? Tell me now, don't just sit there and gloat." As Tu Yet tugged on his beard, the magic venerable immediately began to explain the horror of the technique. The blood sacrifice resentful spirit was created from a very evil sacrificial method from ancient times. He explained in great detail from its creation to the terrible power it wielded. It required the blood of 1,000 people born on a Sunday, plus 8 ninth-level experts, just to have a chance of successfully refining it. A single resentful spirit corpse is equivalent to a saint-level expert. Not only can it withstand any blow, but its combat power is also immense. The aura around it can even devour all types of battle chi and magic. The shadow assassin listened to every word the old man said, then replied with a confident face, as expected of the vice president of the Magic Guild. "Your knowledge is truly vast." He gloated. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, witness the death of the youngest saint-level expert on the continent." Ha ha ha. In that instant, down in the arena, Owen Lin Ti suddenly teleported, appearing right behind Lu Fang. The boy was shocked. It could even move in a flash. It threw a lightning-fast punch that tore into his back. A blinding flash like lightning. It all happened too fast. Tu Yet gasped in horror, calling out his name in a panic. From her side of the stands, Tefai also screamed as she witnessed the dangerous situation. Fang, as quick as a flash, Lu Fang flipped through the air with unbelievable speed to dodge the attack. His eyes were sharp, filled with the unwavering will to fight to the end. A pure yet terrifying power. Owen Lin Ti roared its hands, raised high, its shadow looming as if ready to swallow him whole. The space itself seemed to tear apart from the evil energy. Amidst the chaos, Lu Fang stood firm, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He swung his longsword toward it, executing a double attack. He shouted, "Let's see just how tough you really are." The arena blazed with a massive stream of blue energy hurtling towards the creature. A deafening roar echoed as Lu Fang's entire body surged with power. He then unleashed a quadruple attack, his clones, assaulting the resentful spirit corpse from every direction. Lu Fang exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly but his eyes still resolute. "It can even devour my sword aura," as dark energy swirled around his blade. Facing the beast, he clenched his fist, sweat trickling down his cheek, but his expression remained unwavering. "This damned thing is as tough as steel, and it can absorb any ability. This must be the legendary Wangba corpse." He gasped in astonishment. He realized the deathly aura emanating from it was surrounding him, and worse, it was seeping into his body. He couldn't let this continue. At that moment, Tu Fa and Tu Fai watched from the stands, their eyes filled with worry. She squeezed her father's hand, her lips pressed tight, her voice echoing like a prayer. Fong, hang in there. On the other side of the stands, Tuyet and her grandfather were just as anxious. She pleaded, Grandpa, the instructor's attacks are useless. You have to think of something. Her grandfather frowned, his voice deep in thought. This blood sacrifice technique for the resentful spirit corpse was lost for over 10,000 years. I don't know how to counter it. All right, stop shaking me. He then sighed helplessly. In the tense atmosphere, Fapton noticed Ansat holding a strange object. He raised it to his lips and blew his eyes cold and sharp. Guildmaster Ansat, the Thieves Guild, must have spent a great deal of effort to raise this blood-sacrificed resentful spirit corpse, wouldn't you say? He said, his voice a clear warning. However, if the Radiant Church found out, I wonder if His Holiness, the Pope himself, would pay you a personal visit. Hearing this, Ansat froze and lowered the strange whistle-like object from his mouth, his face filled with panic. Instantly, the resentful spirit corpse stopped dead in its tracks. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fong attacked the creature, and this time it couldn't dodge. His eyes widened and his brow furrowed as he exclaimed in shock. So this damn corpse is being controlled by a whistle. What a terrifying secret. Ansat immediately put the whistle back to his lips and blew. The resentful spirit corpse sprang back to life. Lu Fong raised his sword behind his back, a confident look on his face now that he had discovered his enemy's weakness. So that's how it is. So, if I can get my hands on that whistle, wouldn't I gain a new saint-level subordinate, impervious to all weapons? The arena was torn asunder by the evil energy, black and red light, swirling around the creature as the clones vanished. At that moment, he gripped his sword with both hands, trying to fight back against a power beyond his control, but his eyes still shone with unshakable resolve. The surging waves of death energy were causing the magic shield around the arena to crack, and the air in the stands grew heavy with panic. Damn it, the death energy is getting stronger, the magic barrier is about to break. At that moment, Lu Fong struggled to stand amidst the deathly aura, his face stained with blood, his eyes wide, not with pain, but with horror. He never imagined its power would be this terrifying. He discovered that this evil power, upon entering his body, was being consumed by the energy within him. After this death energy enters my dantian, it's being assimilated by the Tai Chi diagram. In this life or death moment, Lu Fong was stunned to discover a way to control the resentful spirit corpse. That's right, Tai Chi divides yin and yang govern life and death. The death energy of this resentful spirit corpse is nothing compared to my Tai Chi, he reasoned with glee. In that case, if I can channel the yin energy within the Tai Chi diagram and convert my true Chi into death Chi, I should be able to damage it. At that moment, facing the beast, he seemed small, but stood resilient, not backing down, not trembling. Seeing him standing motionless, Tuyet and Tufai grew terrified and screamed. Fong, instructor. In the middle of the arena, he stood tall, his sword glowing like a lightning bolt, his eyes completely focused. He executed his technique, Tai Chi. Two principles: reversal of life and death. A brilliant light flashed from Lu Fong's blade, tearing through the air at an impossible speed and piercing straight through the resentful spirit corpse's heart. Suddenly in the stands, Ansat coughed up blood the moment the creature was hit, choking out. Impossible. The blow struck like a thunderbolt, piercing through the giant body of the resentful spirit corpse, splattering blood across the arena. Lu Fong's face was fearless, his focus absolute, his eyes gleaming. He said a single use of this death chi conversion is equal to 2 8-fold attacks. The power is immense, but the cost is just as great. Ansat leaped down from the stands, his face tense, his eyes wide with fury, his hands outstretched as if to crush everything in his path. He roared, "You dare destroy my resentful spirit corpse, I'll kill you." Quick as a flash, Lu Fong saw the attack coming. He leaped high into the air and threw his sword down at Saturday. The air froze as light, and screams erupted, the sound of clashes echoing repeatedly, each blow threatening to tear apart anything in its way. Everything became a blur. Suddenly, a worried and astonished voice called out from afar, "Guildmaster." At that moment, Lu Fong stood still, his face still showing intense focus, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing through everything. Something had fallen into his hand, a whistle. His voice boomed like thunder. This technique is called the Sword of Life and Death. Light erupted from his sword as he stood proudly like a hero. The air in the arena seemed to freeze solid. Lu Fong stood up straight behind him, the destroyed, resentful spirit corpse with its abdomen pierced through. His voice rang out calm yet authoritative. "Vice Guildmaster Nicola, you may announce the results." Ansat's comrade spoke up, his face filled with rage and indignation. "You dare kill Guildmaster Ansat?" Lu Fong replied with a cold stare. His gaze was a challenge, burning holes in his opponent. "Wasn't my opponent just now your Guildmaster Ansat? It was a life or death duel, no questions asked. I killed him. Is there a problem?" At that moment, up in the stands, Tuyet's mouth fell open as she shouted, her face radiant yet impatient. She tugged on her grandfather's long beard, pleading, "Grandpa, hurry up," and announced the results. In a solemn atmosphere, Fapton, wearing a tall wizard's hat, stood majestically. He raised his glowing staff, his voice booming like thunder. I declare the winner of this match is the Mercenary Guild. Tefai rushed forward and threw her arms around Lu Fong as the world seemed to stand still, her voice filled with joy. Fong, you scared me to death. I'm so glad you won. He gently squeezed her waist, his tender gaze soothing all her fears. It's okay. At that moment, Tefai, his eyes filled with the pride and satisfaction of years of waiting, spoke with great vigor. Excellent. After so many years, we can finally crush that thieves' guild under our feet. He laughed heartily. And we even killed that bastard Ansat. Ha ha ha. At that moment in the stands, the light from crystal chandeliers reflected off the walls, creating a sparkling space. Laughter echoed everywhere, mingling with excited congratulations. Congratulations, Guildmaster Tefai. Indeed, congratulations. Amidst the celebration, a disgruntled voice suddenly cut through the air like a reprimand. Lu Fong's face immediately hardened, his eyes as sharp as daggers, as he looked at the person opposite him. What is it? You want revenge, so it's Anti. He spoke with a grave expression. Killing Guildmaster Ansat was a display of your skill, but I hope you can return the blood spirit whistle. Hearing this, Lu Fong let out a soft chuckle. Beside him, Tefai looked at the man with contempt. Oh my, it was just here a moment ago. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The air grew thick with rising anger. Anti tensed, his face filled with rage. He ordered his subordinate take the resentful spirit corpse back, his voice laced with defiance. Let's see what good the blood spirit whistle will do him. Lu Fong stepped forward to stop the action, his eyes filled with power. He continued, my apologies, but this is now my spoil of war. Anti was furious, his eyes bulging, his lips trembling. He screamed a vow of revenge. Lu Fong, you just wait. The old ancestor will personally come to kill you. Then he turned and fled. Huh. Lu Fong was stunned, his eyes wide, sweat suddenly breaking out on his tense face. He wondered, the old ancestor. It seems every major power has a saint-level old monster hidden away. Just then, Fapton brought out a mystically glowing blue box. His voice echoed. Next up, it's our guild's turn. Everyone, please come and draw lots. His eyes gleamed with a mix of seriousness and excitement. And so the first match ended with a victory for Lu Fong. Tefai shyly whispered to him, Fong, let me take you to rest. The resting room was at the top of a high tower, under a sky of unusual clarity. Tuyet approached from a distance, carrying a tray of hot food, her gentle voice ringing out. Fong, are you tired? Have something to eat. Tefai, sitting next to Lu Fong, heard this and gave a mischievous smile, her eyes sharp. She spoke softly, but her words were loaded, making the air between them tense. Well, well. Are you here to suck up to him? Tuyet quickly tossed her hair to the side, her expression stern but unable to hide her fluster. Her curt voice rang out, don't misunderstand. I'm just here to feed the pig. Do you want a bite? Her words were cold, but they held a hidden concern. Behind her, her grandfather Fapton, who was hastily eating a pastry, suddenly choked. The air abruptly became suffocating as if about to explode. Tuyet and Tefai faced off, sparks flying from their eyes, their faces furious as the scene around them seemed to smoke. Sigh, I think it's better if I don't eat. After that, Lu Fong decided to meditate to calm his mind and circulate his energy. His expression was contemplative, his hair swaying in the wind, his breathing steady. He mumbled, there are still more duels to come. I need to regulate my qi. A brilliant light erupted from his body. The Tai Chi diagram appeared amidst the mystical energy, making him look like a waking war god. Outside, the sky was slowly transitioning into sunset, clouds dyed orange and purple, bathed in the last warm golden rays of the day. The evening sun streamed through the large window, bathing the entire room in gold. Tefai knelt down, her gaze, soft and serene, admiring Lu Fong's face. The atmosphere around them was sweet enough to melt. Suddenly, sensing someone beside him, Lu Fong's eyes flew open in surprise. She stumbled backward in shock. He quickly grabbed Tefai's hand, gently whispering, be careful, his voice full of concern. Because he pulled a bit too hard, she fell right into his lap. Both their eyes went wide with shock. The air grew tense, frozen in time with only the sound of their frantic heartbeats and their locked gazes. The dim light spreading through the room created a romantic yet awkward atmosphere. Tefai, lying on top of Lu Fong, let out a soft ah. To break the awkward silence, Tefai immediately shot up, flustered her face, blushing a deep red. Fong, I came to tell you. It's your turn to go out. At that moment, Lu Fong, still embarrassed, stammered while scratching his head. All right, who am I fighting? Tefai immediately announced in a calm voice, it's the final round. You'll be fighting the Magic Guild. He asked, his eyes wide with surprise. The final round. In the soft light of the hallway, she gently brought a hand to her lips, her eyes twinkling with mischief. She spoke with a smug look. All the guilds we drew lots with forfeited. Now only the Magic Guild is left. Upon hearing such good news, Lu Fong quickly followed Tefai, striding towards the arena. Fapton, Vice Guild, Master of the Magic Guild, spoke up Brother Lufang. The old man had a kind expression and eyes full of gratitude as his deep, concise voice rang out. I didn't have time to thank you earlier. That little girl Tuat has caused you a lot of trouble. Lufang tilted his head slightly, his gaze calm, his voice full of tact. You're too kind, sir. Fapton quickly broke into a smile, his words warm yet powerful. In that case, Brother Lufang, please honor me with your guidance. In the vast arena, a tense atmosphere enveloped everything as all eyes focused on him. He stood up straight and spoke clearly. There's no need. The Mercenary Guild forfeits. Fapton immediately turned towards Tufa, the guildmaster of the Mercenary Guild. He asked with a doubtful expression, seeking permission for the decision. Guildmaster Tufa. He immediately replied decisively, a slight, satisfied smile on his lips. What Lufang says represents the will of our Mercenary Guild. We are more than satisfied with second place. His face clearly showed confidence and contentment. Fapton officially declared the winner, his authoritative voice echoing throughout the entire city. Very well then, I declare in this guild tournament. The Magic Guild takes first place. At this moment, Lufang seemed uninterested in the result. He stood facing Tufai with a worried look. Fini, you won't blame me for making that decision on my own, will you? She gently shook her head. Of course not. You've already helped us so much. However, the mood seemed to dip. Tufai felt a mix of sadness and disappointment, her brow furrowed, thinking he gave up because of that girl Tuyet, making us the Mercenary Guild come in second. Lufang saw Tufai's expression and grew a bit concerned. What are you thinking? You know the saying, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind. If the Mercenary Guild had taken first place, nothing good would have come of it. He paused for a moment, then continued, I don't think the Mercenary Guild is strong enough to handle that position right now. Tufai suddenly understood the situation, her eyes widening in surprise. Lufang didn't speak loudly, but it was enough for those around to hear. In third place is the Warriors Guild. Suddenly a figure shot towards him from behind. He was surprised, not knowing if it was friend or foe. The person was Daihak, his half-human, half-dragon friend. He was covered in injuries and gasped out, Brother Lufang, you have to get revenge for me. He roared in anger. That bastard Lamdik. One moment he told me Vini was out of seclusion, and the next he sneak-attacked me while my guard was down. His voice was filled with indignation. Hearing this, Lufang was utterly shocked. He immediately questioned his friend. What did you say Vini is out of seclusion? The early morning sun cast a gentle glow on the gates of Tin Lam Academy, the air crisp and clean. The wind rustled the green leaves by the gate, and amidst it all, a playful voice rang out. All right, it's not like that, Vini. In a corner of the hallway, Lufang stood facing Tufi. The tension between them was thick, her voice probing. Are you in that much of a hurry? What's the matter, planning to sneak in again? He tilted his head slightly and spoke slowly. You think I don't want to sneak in? Tufai was standing too close, making Lufang feel embarrassed. He pleaded. Come on, Fini, are you really not coming with me? She clutched the hem of his clothes as if trying to hide her unease. She said with a hurt tone, You're going to see your Vini. Why would I tag along? Her words were like a knife, leaving Lufang standing frozen and flustered. But then Tufi smiled, her eyes incredibly gentle, her voice as soft as a breeze. All right, don't say any more. You should go, she said, though. A hint of sadness lingered in her heart. Behind him was Bach Ka, hidden by a mountain of gifts he had prepared for the visit. Lufang didn't pay him any mind, simply replying to Tufai. Bach Ka's face was a mask of tension as he tried to balance the pile of gifts without dropping any sweat dotting his brow. He complained, Lufang, you prepared way too many gifts for Lamdik. Can't you just put them in the spatial storage ring? Fini gave you. Lufang looked flustered and said, the resentful spirit corpse is in there. I can't put anything else inside. Hearing this, Bach Ka frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion and a sense of betrayal. He spoke, unable to hide his anger and confusion. Lamditch was the one who beat me up, so why are we giving him gifts? Lufang immediately made a passionate offer. Help me with this, and I'll cover all your expenses for chasing girls from now on. The offer was too tempting to refuse. He didn't even need to think. He raised a gift box high, his eyes shining and a huge excited grin spreading across his face. Deal. Under a clear blue sky stood towering buildings of magnificent architecture. A girl exclaimed with excitement. This is the Tin Lam Academy, I have to get in. Another friend couldn't hide her excitement, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the statue standing proudly in the square. Wow. Headmaster Lamditch is so handsome, he's truly the man of my dreams. The early morning sun stretched gently across the stone-paved path leading to the inner courtyard gate. The fresh air created a scene that was both peaceful and full of life. As Lufang strode towards the courtyard, a hand suddenly shot out firm and decisive. Halt, he stopped short, a flicker of surprise and caution in his eyes. The owner of the hand was Tu Quan, a female student of the academy. She stated firmly, the inner courtyard is off limits. If you want to admire the headmaster's statue, do it from the outer courtyard. At that moment he remained perfectly calm, leaning forward slightly. He spoke very politely. I am Lu Fong here on a special visit to see Headmaster Lam Dich. At this, Tu Quan burst into mocking laughter. Ridiculous, she continued, her voice growing sharper. One is a good-for-nothing martial waste with not an ounce of magic or fighting chi, and the other is a bizarre-looking freak as ugly as a goblin. Bok Ka's face flushed with anger at being called ugly. She continued speaking with utter contempt, making the atmosphere incredibly uncomfortable. You think the likes of you are worthy of meeting the headmaster? Now Lu Fong spoke up, his voice laced with patience as he tried to keep the peace. Fellow student, we haven't done anything to offend you. Couldn't you be a little more civil? But his words were met with arrogance and coldness. Tu Quan's voice was like a slap in the peaceful air. A bunch of trash like you wants to offend me, get lost. He ignored what he had just heard, thinking to himself, could Lam Dich have sent this person to block my way? Just then Tu Yet stepped out, her face red, with anger pointing at the girl. Tu Quan, who gave you the audacity to insult people like that? Go to confinement now. Her voice startled everyone around. Tu Quan was flustered, her lips trembling. She immediately bowed her head, her voice shaking. Yes, I'm sorry. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and everyone turned to leave. Tu Yet stepped forward, her hand on her chest, unable to hide her apologetic expression. She tried to maintain her composure, her voice soft but full of responsibility. I'm sorry, instructor. They're usually spoiled rotten. Beside Lu Fong was Bok Ka, still holding the pile of gifts. Lu Fong tilted his head slightly and said softly but firmly, It's fine. You don't need to apologize for them. He continued with a curious tone. By the way, why are you here? Tu Yet replied with a calm expression. Teacher Lam Dich asked me to come. He was afraid you couldn't afford the damages and would try to force your way in again. An image of Lam Dich, the academy's headmaster, flashed in her mind as he spoke to her. One look at him and you can tell he's a poor wretch. I bet he can't even afford to pay for a single brick of this academy. Lu Fong tried to remain calm, shrugging his shoulders, his voice low and steady. Don't worry, I won't be that reckless. But deep down his inner voice was screaming. Why is this rotten old man so bizarre? Shortly after, Tu Yet spoke slowly. All right, follow me. The sky was turning to dusk, clouds drifting by. On the path, the evening sun cast a gentle glow on the ancient roof tiles. Lu Fong followed behind her, the wind gently rustling his hair, green leaves dancing in the air. In the distance was a large house with a lush green lawn. Suddenly, Lu Fong saw a familiar figure amidst a field of blooming flowers. A girl with golden hair flowing gently in the wind. His eyes widened, unable to hide his surprise and emotion. It was Vi Ni. Amidst the picturesque scene, Lu Fong stood frozen, his face, a mask of bewilderment. He whispered, I've found Vi Ni. The wind continued to blow gently, carrying the scent of grass and trees as yellow leaves danced in the air. He rushed forward without a second's hesitation. Wait, the world shifted between reality and dream. He stood there motionless in a moment of utter disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. This isn't a dream, is it? Amidst that scenery, Vi Ni appeared as fresh as the morning Sunday. Her hair swayed gently in the wind as she smiled softly. Hello, Lu Fong. It's been a long time. The sky was a strange, beautiful blue. In that moment, the two stood locked in an embrace. Lu Fong cried out Vi Ni, a call from a trembling heart that had just rediscovered a treasure it thought was lost forever. He held Vi Ni tightly, overcome with emotion, his voice choked with tears of happiness. He exclaimed, Vi Ni, this is wonderful. You're really alive. You're still alive. The surrounding scenery seemed to melt in the soft golden light as she closed her eyes and rested her head on his shoulder. The space grew quiet with only the sound of the gentle wind rustling through the trees. She spoke with sincerity. I swear I will never let something like that happen a second time. He added, and I will never let you suffer any more harm. His words rang out like a solid shield, like an oath. From a distance, a hoarse but powerful voice called out, Ahem, kid, can you let my student go now? It was Lam Dich, Vi Ni's master, one of the four saints. They immediately let go of each other. Vi Ni, with her large round eyes, softly called out, Teacher. Her voice was quiet, laced with a bit of worry and hesitation. Under the clear blue sky with lazy clouds, Lu Fong bowed his head, holding a pile of carefully wrapped gift boxes with both hands. He presented them with reverence and gratitude. Senior, these are apology gifts for offending you last time. Thank you for everything you've done. But contrary to Lu Fong's expectations, the man stood there crushing something in his hand, his eyes burning with an unconcealable rage. I'll accept the apology gifts, but I never want to hear the word old again. Vi Ni, with her sparkling eyes, tugged on her teacher's sleeve, pouting to try and calm him down. Lam Dich turned away, his eyes sad but trying to hide it. Fine. Now that you have a boyfriend, you don't need this old teacher anymore, is that it? I'll get out of your sight then. He turned to leave, not forgetting to take the pile of gifts from Lu Fong's hands. Tu Yet, who was nearby, seemed to understand it was a private moment. She said, "Well, then I'll take Daihack to rest." As Lamdich walked away, he muttered, "A lonely old man abandoned." In contrast, Bach Ka didn't want to leave, thinking, "I'm not tired. Such a touching reunion between lovers. How could I possibly miss this? This is the most romantic story of all." His face was alight with excitement, as if he had just discovered a treasure trove of real-life emotions. Immediately, a scorching glare with sparks that could burn shot out from Lu Feng. He growled, "No, you are very tired." Bach Ka stood frozen, the black mask covering half his face, unable to hide his sudden exhaustion. He half closed his eyes, his mouth slightly open. "Oh right. I'm very tired. I'll leave right now." Now only he and Vini remained. The space seemed to freeze, a silence descending upon them, yet it was filled with so many unspoken words. Both were shy and embarrassed. Lu Feng let out a soft breath, thoughts racing through his mind. "What should I say?" He whispered her name. "Vini." It wasn't a normal call, but a reminder filled with pent-up emotion. Vini took Lu Feng's hand, her voice tender and affectionate. "I've been in seclusion for so long. Let's take a little walk around the school, okay?" The two walked side by side, their footsteps seeming to match the rhythm of the nature around them. The world seemed to fall silent, leaving only their shy, emotional gazes. His eyes widened, his cheeks flushed red. He whispered, She smiled softly, closing her eyes, her face gentle. The lake's surface was as still as a mirror, reflecting the beautiful orange sunset that was slowly descending upon them. She spoke softly like a whisper on the wind. "By the time I woke up, I was already at the Lam Tin Academy." Her words seemed to carry a distant, hazy memory. Vini continued her story of what happened when he wasn't there. "After that, I went into seclusion to recuperate until now." Lu Feng replied with regret in his voice. "Back then I shouldn't have let that bastard off so easily." The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice her classmate Dinyan calling out senior sister Vini. Everyone's eyes turned towards Vini. She had always been cold and distant, but now she was intimately close with a strange man. Who is that man holding her hand? I've never seen him before. The goddess Vini is holding a man's hand. She was startled by the jeers, her face showing her discomfort. The crowd of students continued to whisper, "Oh my god, a fresh flower has been picked by someone." Vini looked down and whispered, "Lu Feng." Vini instinctively tried to pull her hand away from Lu Feng's, but he quickly tightened his grip. Then Lu Feng turned to face the crowd, his expression hardening, his eyes resolute. He declared clearly with an air of authority, "Do you all have business with Vini?" Terrified by his aura, they stammered out a reply. No, sorry for bothering you." They simultaneously turned and hurried away. Seeing this, Vini covered her mouth, trying to stifle something. A giggle escaped her lips, her blue eyes sparkling with mischief. She tilted her head, looking at him and teasing, "You're already a saint-level expert, so why are you acting like such a child?" She never thought he could be so childish. Now facing her, he confessed in a low voice, "My strength is only for outsiders to see." His gaze was deep. To Lu Feng, she was the one girl he never wanted to hide anything from. He admitted with absolute trust, "But you are the only one who knows the real me. In front of you, what is there for me to hide?" The sky was then painted gold by the brilliant sunset, shifting from yellow to a mesmerizing reddish-orange, creating a magical aura. The two of them sat side by side, silent but not distant. His eyes were somber, as if he had been thinking about this for a long time. "That's right, there's something that should be returned to its owner." Vini looked bewildered, as if seeing something familiar she hadn't seen in a long time. She asked softly, "This is?" Lu Feng replied, "It's the only thing you left behind back then." As he spoke, he gently stroked Vini's hair, his eyes full of memories. In that moment she looked stunning with her cute cat ears and red bow. Her gentle gaze was captivating. He trembled. "Vini, even now I feel like I'm dreaming. I'm afraid that if I let go of your hand I'll wake up." She smiled softly and replied with a warm word, "Silly." Lu Feng's face suddenly turned sad, his deep brown eyes reflecting an unspoken sorrow. He lowered his head slightly. "After that day I always dreamed that one day I would wake up and live together with you and Grandpa. But..." His unfinished sentence hung in the air, a beautiful broken dream. The scenery around them suddenly turned gray, as if reflecting the turmoil raging inside Lu Feng. He sighed and covered his face, his soft voice rising. "Vini, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for being too weak back then. If I wasn't, Grandpa wouldn't have." She immediately scooted closer to him, as if to comfort and console him, her gaze, gentle, her voice, as soft as the wind. "Don't blame yourself anymore. You've already done so much. Didn't you personally avenge Grandpa?" She wanted him to forgive himself. At that moment, Vini suddenly looked up at the sky and whispered, "If Grandpa knew about your achievements today, he would definitely be very happy." Her words were like a wish sent to someone far away. The sky blazed with orange and yellow. Lu Feng was silent, his gaze fixed on the distance. A soft call escaped his lips, as if meant only for the wind. Grandpa. High in the sky, the image of his kind grandfather appeared, his gaze stern yet warm as he nodded slightly. Kid, you did well. His words were a form of recognition, a gift from his heart. From now on, I'm entrusting Vi to you. In that peaceful scene, no more words were needed. Just her head on his shoulder was enough to bring their two hearts closer. She said softly, Lu Feng, tell me about everything you've been through. Lu Feng nodded, replying with a simple promise. Okay. Night descended gently like a black silk cloth covering everything. The crescent moon hung in the sky, its reflection shimmering on the still lake. Now Vi looked at him with her deep blue eyes shining with tenderness as her voice rang out. Has it gotten this late already? Why don't you stay at the school tonight? I have my own private dorm. You can stay. With me. A moment of silence passed. He nodded slightly, his voice small but full of emotion. Oh, okay. Immediately Lamditch's voice shouted out. Okay, my foot, dream on in the building next door for me. His voice was filled with disappointment. Looks like that's a no. He sighed with regret, making the air between them heavy. Vi took his hand, a gentle smile on her face. Come here, I have a gift for you. He asked in surprise. What is it? They walked hand in hand to the middle of the lake. The night was still, the crescent moon casting its reflection on the water, creating a poetic and romantic scene. Vi closed her eyes, a smile on her lips, her hand coyly on her cheek. She suggested, close your eyes. Immediately, Lu Feng complied, his face showing trust but also curiosity. Okay. Vi took his hand and jumped, pulling them both into the lake. Under the deep blue water, he opened his eyes wide in shock, not understanding what was happening. The moment Vi gave him a surprise kiss, all sound seemed to vanish, leaving only the beat of his heart and a thrilling sensation. Lu Feng was lost in that sweet kiss, his face blissful, temporarily forgetting all the pain in the world. He thought to himself, if this is just a dream, then please let me live in this dream forever. Under the dim light of dusk, in a deserted schoolyard, a group of students laughed mockingly, their voices filled with contempt. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. No wonder he believes in that internal energy crap. Turns out he's just an orphan with no parents. Before them was a boy sitting on the ground, his head bowed in silence, but inside his heart was screaming. Once I was just a helpless kid humiliated by others. Suddenly, an image of Lu Feng lying on a white bed appeared. His injuries had been treated, and beside him was Vi, with her shimmering golden hair. She placed a hand on his forehead, her voice filled with worry. Are you okay? Why are you still so hot? He barely parted his lips, whispering, not until I came to this world and met her. It was a small but warm room. Across from him was a girl with big round eyes, her expression full of concern. He told himself, Vi, the only girl in this world who has ever been truly kind to me. The scene shifted to the inside of a small tavern. The warm yellow light cast a soft glow on the old wooden tables in a corner. He and Vi were sitting with a friend. Seeing Vi pinch his ear, the friend said, Kid, a man has to be tough, you can't be afraid of your wife. Vi snapped, what nonsense are you two talking about? A humorous exchange. He thought to himself, here life was simple, but it was always filled with laughter. The world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the sound of a racing heart and their locked gazes. Vi took Lu Feng's hand and whispered, from this day on, I'm your family. He couldn't react, only stare at her as he squeezed her hand tightly. It was here that I first felt the stirrings of love. The scene shifted to a wedding hall. He stood hand in hand with Vi, who was in a pristine white dress. His heart trembled. He even dreamed of the day he'd walk down the aisle with her. The moment froze again, shifting to another place. The happiness didn't last. Until one day an image of Vi appeared, saying her goodbyes as if she were leaving forever. Lu Feng, promise me you'll take good care of yourself. He screamed out, no. A deafening explosion followed by a burst of orange flame tore through the space. Lu Feng screamed in panic and despair. Suddenly a firm voice shattered the illusion. You lazy worm, if you don't get up, I'm going to get rough. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze dazed and a little panicked. It turned out he had been dreaming all along. Waking with a jolt, he saw Vi's eager face, her big round eyes shouting, the sun's already at its peak and you're still sleeping. Lu Feng quickly reached out and pulled her hand. Caught off guard, she fell towards him with a gasp. Amidst the early morning sunlight, he sat up and hugged her tightly. Vi, I won't let you get hurt, and I won't let you leave me again. Her large emerald eyes shone with worry. The world seemed to stand still. She called out softly, her voice trembling. What's wrong? Lu Feng stroked her hair as he recounted what he had just seen in his dream. He whispered, I had a dream. I remembered so many things we went through together. The space between them was taut with unspoken emotions. Suddenly she froze at the sound of a soft whisper. Vi. Now only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths remained. With her cheeks flushed and blue eyes darting away, Vi couldn't hide her fluster. She stammered, What? What are you trying to do? He moved closer to her. She looked down, her gaze avoiding his, but her nervousness was plain to see. Suddenly, a roar shattered the romantic atmosphere. Damn you, how dare you! A blast of power called the Azure Mystic Strike erupted, and a thunderous explosion blew the room apart. Lu Fang, still in his pajamas, yelled in frustration. Lam Dick, are you insane? He shielded Vini, his eyes blazing with fire. Across from them on the roof of the building stood Lam Dick, the wind whipping at his robes. He stood there scolding them. Who told you to have indecent thoughts about Vini first thing in the morning? You haven't even brushed your teeth. Have you no shame? Below, Lu Fang looked on helplessly, his voice rising in anger and concern. Beside him, Vini was completely bewildered. Weren't you afraid of hurting Vini Lam? Ditch replied confidently. If you couldn't dodge it, the battle chi would have dissipated before it reached Vini anyway. Vini quickly cut through the suffocating tension. She smiled and called out to her master. All right, master. Getting so angry this early in the morning. It's unbecoming of a city lord. Hearing this, Lam Dick trembled with rage. He was furious at being judged by his beloved student. Unbecoming. If I hadn't shown up, he would have tried something by now. As he finished speaking, he whipped his head towards Lu Fang, his eyes filled with animosity, his voice booming like thunder. Brat, I'm always watching you. Surrounded by the wreckage of the chaotic scene, the three of them faced each other in a bizarre yet humorous standoff. Lam Ditch then added a final instruction. Also, you're paying for the damages to the dormitory. Lu Fang frowned, his voice filled with indignation. On what grounds do I have to pay? Don't you understand reason? He replied sarcastically. What's wrong? A mighty Saint Realm expert like you doesn't have this little bit of money. His words were a direct blow to Lu Fang's pride. He stood up straight, crossed his arms, and declared decisively, Fine, I'll pay. But right after he continued with a mischievous teasing tone, But since you destroyed my room, I'll be staying with Vini tonight. Hearing this, Lam Dick, still on the roof, roared like thunder. You're asking for death down there. Vini gently took his hand. All right, stop arguing. Lu Fang, let's go. I'll take you to get cleaned up. As he was being pulled away, Lu Fang looked back with a playful expression. Dean Lam Dick. I'm heading to Vini's room now. I'm really going. The air around them seemed to crackle with the furious flames erupting from Lam Ditch. He spoke with power and killing intent. Brat, prepare to die. Later, after his shower, Lu Fang basked contentedly in the morning sunday. The early breeze carried the freshness of a new day. He exclaimed with excitement, Ah, the air feels great. Lu Fang clenched his fist, feeling the sting from the wound on his face. He muttered resentfully, He even hit me in the face. That old man really hits hard. Just you wait. Sooner or later. Right behind him was Vini holding a bottle of medicine, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she scolded him playfully. Who told you to keep provoking, master? You deserved it. In her eyes, Lu Fang and Lam Ditch were like cats and dogs, always fighting when they met. It was a scene both tense and strangely intimate. He said seriously, I only held back because he's your master. She let out a small laugh, covering her mouth to hide her surprise. All right, I know. Just then, Vini suddenly dabbed a medicated cloth on Lu Fang's face. He cried out in surprise. Ouch. She scolded him softly, but her voice was full of concern. Don't move. The atmosphere grew warm and emotional. Vini's voice was gentle but full of meaning. Master has sacrificed so much for me. He's like the parents who gave me life. Please, you two try to get along. Her eyes shone with sincerity and hope. With sparkling eyes and a bright smile, she tilted her head, her voice full of excitement. All right, all done. He glanced at his reflection in a mirror and frowned slightly. It's all yellowish now. It's ruined my handsome face. Vini grabbed his arm, saying enthusiastically, It looks good. You're the most handsome man in the world. Then she cheered with sparkling eyes. Let's go. You have to go shopping with me today. He tilted his head with a slight frown. Shopping. Vini looked at him with eager eyes, her voice full of excitement and longing. I've been in seclusion for so long, and Master never let me go out. I have to make the most of it today. The air was filled with joy. In her pink and white dress, she was like a newly blossomed flower, possessing a delicate beauty. She thought to herself, of course, the most important thing is that I want to see Tafai. The city lights glowed in the afternoon, people bustled by. Lu Fang, in a blue jacket, held Vini's hand, who was in a red and white dress. The two stood out in the crowded street as lively music played. Baby, let's get wild tonight. While the streets were still filled with laughter and the hustle of life, he suddenly widened his eyes, dragged along by her before he could understand what was happening. Vini's eyes sparkled as she hummed softly, the cha-cha of love. She pulled him to a fashion boutique, where soft lights made everything shimmer. He suddenly imagined Vini in a daring pink outfit, and then the music swelled again. Champagne sprayed like a waterfall, and his heart skipped a beat. Then she changed into a pure white wedding dress, a wreath of flowers on her head appearing like a princess from a dream. Lu Fang was stunned, his heart pierced by Cupid's arrow. But with Vini's playful nature, she made him try on a blue dress. She couldn't help but laugh as the music continued to play. Baby, I'm not afraid of catching feelings. The two left, continuing on to a pet rental shop. It seemed she wanted to ride through the sky with Lufang as the music continued the cha-cha of love. Against the brilliant orange sunset, he and Vini sat on a giant bird soaring through the wind. She sat in front her hair, flying, her eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, he held on tightly behind her, both nervous and thrilled. Give me the highest temperature. The music blended with the atmosphere. Night fell gently, draping the sky in a black velvet cloth glittering with stars. The two shared a kiss under the large round moon hanging in the sky. They then returned to the city. Now lights were lit everywhere, coloring the old-fashioned streets. Vini skipped along with a radiant smile. Behind her, Lufang called out gently, "We've been running around all day, aren't you tired?" Vini turned with a bright smile, her eyes closed in contentment. "Not tired at all. It's been so long since I've had this much fun." She tilted her head, her voice as light as a breeze. "Thank you for coming with me." The night wind carried the faint scent of flowers, softening the atmosphere. He patted her head, feeling awkward and flustered. He blurted out, "You silly girl, why are you thanking me?" She stuck out her tongue and laughed. "Humph, you're the silly one." Lufang now had one arm full of shopping bags and the other holding a pile of gifts. He looked a bit cute, but also overloaded, asking with beads of sweat on his forehead. "Where to next?" "Back to the academy." Hearing that, she stopped and pouted stubbornly, her cheeks puffed out in a sulk. "No way. I want to go." Her voice trailed off, both stubborn and hesitant. Suddenly a voice called out, shattering her cute pout. Vini, a group of 3 led by Lok Kai, stood across from them. In the middle of the scene, he stood with his hair spiked up his eyes, showing clear anger and confusion. He shouted uncontrollably, "Who is he? What is your relationship with him?" This drew the attention of the crowd on the street. They murmured curiously, "What's going on?" A worried reply came back. "It looks like students from the Azure Star Academy are fighting." Vini stood in front with Lufang close behind her. The atmosphere grew heavy as gossip began to spread. Senior Lok Kai has always been pursuing Senior Vini. He just got back from training to find out she's out with another man. And that guy doesn't have a single ripple of magic power. He's clearly a magicless martial waste. She immediately replied without flinching, as if the answer was clearer in her heart than any rumor. "I'm sorry, Senior Lok Kai, but this has nothing to do with you." Lok Kai's face was filled with anger, hurt, and unconcealable disappointment. He questioned her, his voice choked with emotion. "I've pursued you for so long, yet you openly hang out with a magicless martial waste." Vini stood silently. Her eyes flashed with anger and hurt as a whisper escaped her lips. "How despicable." The air suddenly became suffocatingly tense. Lok Kai, his eyes burning with rage, pointed directly at Lufang. "You just wait. I'll make you wish you were dead." Lufang, looking stunned, stood his ground, exuding his own aura as his deep, challenging voice rang out. "Big words. I'd like to see you try." His words were a declaration of war, not loud but enough to make his opponent wary. Unexpectedly, Vini raised her hand to stop him, saying, "You're holding things, it's inconvenient. Let me handle this." Before he could fully understand, Vini shot forward like the wind, her small frame filled with immense power, heading straight for Lok Kai. In the tense space, Vini's punch landed squarely on his face. Blood and energy exploded like red fireworks. The scene was filled with floating orbs of light, creating a mystical, yet chilling atmosphere. Her voice rang out with power, her sharp, determined emerald eyes fixed on him. "You've met me a few times and you call that pursuing me. Stop being so narcissistic. What's more, you dared to insult my man." A silence fell, and she continued, her gaze turning colder. "Next time it won't be this simple." The space was filled with a brilliant purple and white light, like a stage for a performance. The group of academy students showed expressions ranging from surprise and excitement to awe. Cheers erupted. "Senior Vini is so fierce. That was a great hit, Vini." At that moment, Vini paid no attention to her surroundings. Her sparkling blue eyes shone with a lovely innocence. She flashed a bright smile, her voice full of energy. "Let's go, Lufang. We're going to the Mercenary Guild." Meanwhile, in another room at the academy, pale yellow light cast upon walls decorated with emblems and crossed swords. Bach Ka sat cross-legged, steadily reading a book while leisurely enjoying a cool slice of watermelon. Across from him, Tuyet and Tufai were playing badminton. What should have been a reading room had now turned into a battlefield. The sound of impacts echoed continuously between the two who were fighting without mercy. Bach Ka tilted his head with a look of surprised helplessness. Is a woman's desire to win really this strong? They've been at it all afternoon, and now they want to take over my office for their match. Bright, white light from the high ceiling illuminated the court. Every swing of the racket carried the intensity of a battle for honor. The two girls faced off with both willpower and emotion. In a space that seemed to burn red, Tuyet swung her arm forward, smashing the racket. The shuttlecock flew and a hand reached out to catch it. It was Lufang's hand. He had just arrived with a serious expression, his voice slightly annoyed, but still calm. "I told you two not to be at home, so what are you doing here?" The atmosphere instantly dropped. I taught you 2 badminton for exercise, not for a life or death duel." At that, the 2 girls immediately stopped. Tu Fai's eyes were full of fighting spirit as she shouted. Fong Tuyet, on the other hand, gasped in surprise. Instructor. Just then, Vini, with her sparkling blue eyes, appeared with a radiant smile. She waved her hand lightly, her voice full of energy. "Hi, hello everyone." The surrounding space seemed to fall silent. Tu Fai was flustered, as if she had just witnessed something incredible. Suddenly, Tuyet rushed forward and hugged Vini tightly and decisively. She called out Vini. Tu Fai came over and linked arms with him, her eyes twinkling mischievously. She smiled, half joking, half scolding, as if she'd discovered an interesting secret. "Fong, so this is Vini. Why didn't you introduce us?" Lu Fong scratched his head, embarrassed, and said emotionally. "Yes, this is Vini." A short pause. Then his next words burst from the bottom of his heart. She is the light." Soft light from behind illuminated the 3 people standing together. He stood in the middle, bewildered. Vini took Tefai's hand, a bright smile on her lips. She spoke gently but confidently. "Hello, Sister Tefai. I'm Vini." That moment seemed to mark a new beginning, a fateful encounter. Vini looked into the other's eyes with a kind expression, her blue eyes shining with sincerity. She spoke softly like a breeze. "Thank you for taking care of Brother Fong during this time." A small moment, yet filled with emotion. Something unexpected happened that left Lu Fong stunned, his face full of confusion. "I am Lu Fong, a transmigrator. Today was supposed to be the day I had long awaited to be reunited with Vini." However, Vini was tightly holding Tefai's hand, her face full of gratitude. "Thank you, sister, for helping me take care of Brother Fong during this time." Hearing how Vini addressed her, he was shocked. "My God, she's even calling me Brother Fong now." Lu Fong's brain was like a computer frantically searching for a solution. What should I do in this situation? "This is urgent." Suddenly Bak Ka ran over from nowhere. He spoke like an experienced veteran. "She just arrived and is already declaring her sovereignty. Her aura alone is enough to crush the opponent. Vini's methods are truly advanced." Bak Ka's reasoning stunned him. "You understand this stuff." Without hesitation, Bak Ka immediately pulled out a comic book he had read many times and boasted. "You think I read shoujo manga for nothing? A fool like you wouldn't survive half an episode in a palace drama." Seeing that someone deeply understood matters of the heart, Lu Fong looked over and asked, "Then teach me, what should I do now?" Who knew Bak Ka's mind was so dirty? He laughed heartily and suggested they all go to the bedroom together. The moment he finished speaking, Bak Ka was sent flying high into the air by a kick from the 2 beauties. After dealing with him, the 2 stood with hands on their hips, looking murderously at Lu Fong, cowering on the ground. "Fong. Brother Fong. What were you 2 just talking about?" I. Suddenly from the sky, a stream of fiery red and gold energy shot down. It was fire. Teo Kim appeared. "Lu Fong, I'm back." Teo Kim. The golden energy gradually faded, revealing his face as he approached him. It really is Teo Kim. He's back. With a look of affection, Lu Fong recalled all his experiences with Teo Kim. After Vini's accident, it was Teo Kim's appearance that helped me get through that time. From a dragon egg to his birth, eating and sleeping together, and finally fighting the Supreme together. Memories flooded back as he looked up at him, getting closer. Now Teo Kim has returned safely. He must have missed me a lot too. Unable to hide his emotions, Lu Fong opened his arms wide, ready to hug Teo Kim, but something unexpected happened. Teo Kim actually flew straight into Vini's chest, hugging her with satisfaction. Finally, I can feel this warm, soft, intimate feeling again. Teo Kim didn't seem to notice him at all, leaving a petrified figure in his wake, heartbroken like an old father. Meanwhile, he just buried his face in that soft pair. "Sister, Tefai, I missed you so much." But as if by a sixth sense, Teo Kim moved his face away and looked closely. "Something's not right. This is softer." But in the end, even knowing the difference, he didn't care and just hugged her to his heart's content. Whatever this is, bliss. Vini, however, was different. She immediately pulled Teo Kim off her. Looking at Vini, he was confused. This big sister is strange. "Are you Lu Fong's new girlfriend?" She wasn't scared or disgusted by Teo Kim. She even smiled gently at him. "So you're Lu Fong's silly Teo Kim. Tell me, Teo Kim, how many girlfriends did Lu Fong have before?" she asked with a friendly smile. Teo Kim was quite honest. He held up his hand and listed them one by one. "A lot, you know. Sister Phi, Sister Tuyet, the Snow Wolf King." Tuyet, being included in the girlfriend list, got angry. She pointed and protested, I didn't. You're talking nonsense." This made Lu Fong panic, and he quickly covered his mouth. "Vini, don't believe what Teo Kim says. You can't trust a kid's words." Ignoring that, Teo Kim, full of longing, hugged him tightly. "Lu Fong, I missed you so much." Lifting him off, Lu Fong held him with suspicion. "Really, I don't believe you." Teo Kim recounted innocently. "It's true. During this time, besides eating, I was always thinking of you. If you don't believe me, TSK." He looked over at the two beautiful girls across from them and screamed wildly, "Sister Tefai, Sister Tuyet." Tu Kim's eyes never lie. With heart-shaped eyes he cried out, "Sisters, I missed you so much too." Seeing him about to take off, Lu Fong quickly grabbed his tail and ordered, "Stop messing around, Tu Kim." But Tu Kim was stubborn, seemingly blinded by beauty. "Let me go, I want the pretty sisters." Suddenly Vi Ni stepped forward. She smiled slightly and asked him, "Brother Fong, what kind of person do you think would raise a Tu Kim like this?" Lu Fong pretended to be innocent, letting go of Tu Kim and speaking up. "Dragons are naturally lecherous. This is an inherent trait in Tu Kim's bloodline. It has nothing to do with me." Not stopping there, Lu Fong raised his hand high and declared righteously, "I am the purest successor of the Hong clan raised under the teachings of the 5 virtues and 4 beauties." Hearing this, Vi Ni's expression turned sad. She said, "Is that so? Actually, I wanted to be with you tonight. But if you're that pure, I'll just go back to the academy." Seeing Vi Ni like this, Lu Fong couldn't control his emotions. He quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Wait, I forgot to tell you this. Actually, I'm a descendant of the Dragon Clan." Over here, Ba Ha approached and asked Tu Kim, who was watching the couple's affectionate display. "Lord Tu Kim, if you were coming back to find Lu Fong, shouldn't I have been the first to be notified? Why haven't I heard anything?" He obediently confessed everything. Because I snuck out." Ba Ha was utterly shocked. "What, you snuck out?" His face grew worried, sweat dripping down. "Then Dragon Island must be in chaos right now." Back at the place, Tu Kim snuck away from without permission. At Dragon Island, an angry voice roared. "What did you say?" Jinghua was furious, his sharp eyes glaring down at the useless subordinates below. "A dragon that big and you're telling me he just vanished." Back in another space in a gloomy hall, a figure was kneeling to atone for their crimes. "Damn it, the great leader of the Thieves Guild was killed, and the blood sacrifice wraith was stolen. You're all useless." Ying Shi knelt hands, clasped head bowed as he reported Great Elder. Ying Mu, the opponent, had only just reached the Saint Realm. His face showed a hint of fear, sweating more than in a rainstorm. "We thought the wraith alone would be enough to kill him." The new leader of the Thieves Guild, Ying Shi, found it harder to accept Ying Shi's argument the more he heard. He spoke angrily. "You thought that brat destroyed 2 of our divine statues. The great elder of the Thieves Guild, Ying Mu, you're all still so foolish. Can you replace the blood sacrifice wraith this time? How will you atone for your crime?" Seeing Ying Mu like this though, his body trembled in panic. He gritted his teeth and accepted. "Great Elder, I am willing to die 100 times to atone, but the wraith is still in the hands of an outsider. Please, Great Elder, take action to retrieve the blood sacrifice wraith." The old man's body radiated green, spiritual energy, surrounded by thick white smoke. "Your life is safe for now. Wait until I take that brat's head, then I'll settle the score with you." The sky was dark. Back at Tufi's luxurious house outside in the garden, Lu Fong's group gathered together, eating barbecue and chatting. Tefai placed 2 skewers on the plate Vi Ni was holding and said, "Sister Vi Ni, come try my cooking. If you like it, you can come over for dinner often." She was no pushover. Taking the plate of meat she had grilled herself, she offered it to Tufi. "Tufi, you should try my barbecue too. This is the dish that Brother Fong loves to eat." The two fell silent, facing each other, their eyes locked, as sparks of rivalry began to fly. Lu Fong, oblivious to all this, just kept enjoying his food. Tu Kim, sitting in his lap, spoke up. "I wasn't finished with my story earlier." He chewed on the fragrant meat and recounted everything that had happened. "After leaving Dragon Island, I kept following your scent to find my way here. I ran into a lot of bad guys, but I beat them all." Tu Kim resentfully recounted each tribulation he had to face alone. "One time I even fell into a trap set by some so-called sea tribe. Those people were really despicable." Flat-chested Princess Run, clasping his hands together, he recounted his encounter with Ying Mu with teary eyes. "And that old man from the Thieves Guild, he wanted to capture me as a pet. I fought him, but my injuries hadn't healed and my power was sealed. I couldn't win, I almost didn't make it back." Hearing the name of that group, Tefai's face filled with anger. She reminded Lu Fong, "It's the Thieves Guild again. By the way, Fong, I got news today that the Thieves Guild has made a move. You have to be careful." He was also quite annoyed that someone dared to touch his precious Tu Kim. "I haven't even gone looking for trouble with them and they're coming to my door. Sooner or later I will completely wipe them out." Sitting in a corner, Bak Ka took a huge bite of meat and spoke. "Just a measly Thieves Guild. Wouldn't it only take a few minutes to destroy them?" He stretched his body slightly and laughed heartily, declaring, "I've been so bored lately, I feel like I'm about to grow mushrooms. Why don't we set out tomorrow?" The night deepened. It was now midnight at Tufi's house. Lu Fong stood straight, looking at the blazing fire in front of him. He put his hands on his hips and said, "We've eaten a lot. Everyone should go get some rest." Neither Tefai nor Vi Ni would back down, holding out until midnight. "There aren't enough rooms today. Sister Vi Ni, you can sleep in my room." She spoke up automatically, as if staking her claim with Vi Ni. As for me, I need to handle some guild business tonight so I can just sleep on the table in Fong's room. Who would have thought Vini had an even better move? She calmly emphasized, there's no need. I'll be sleeping in Brother Fong's room tonight. I've already discussed it with him. Not stopping there, Vini even walked over and took Lu Fong's hand. Right, Brother Fong. He was extremely flustered but still nodded in agreement. That's right, Vini. Vini is sleeping with me tonight. I'm sorry. Hearing this, she had no choice but to give up accepting it despite her sadness. All right then. It seemed Tu Kim quite liked Vini and frantically suggested, no, Sister Vini has to sleep with me. I still haven't. But it was too late. Lu Fong grabbed his tail firmly, preventing him from getting close to her, then threw Tu Kim back towards Bach Ka. You can sleep with Da He. Finally, he placed his hand on the beautiful Vini's waist and headed to the bedroom full of excitement. Meanwhile, Bach Ka had to carry the burden of Teo Kim, who was perched grandly on his head, towards his room, leaving Tafi alone and lonely. Though sad, she couldn't blame him. A while later in the spacious room, both of them sat shyly on the large bed. Lu Fong looked affectionately at Vini, who was fidgeting. I'm so nervous. Could it be tonight? He mustered all his courage, his face blushing as he called her name. Vini. Their hands were clasped tightly, as if they never wanted to be apart for a second. Vini's face was flushed, her teeth gently, biting her lip, a current running through her entire body. Lu Fong, like a fierce beast, placed his hands on her shoulders, his eyes seeming to want to say something. His hand gently brushed across the beauty's smooth, flawless shoulder. In just a few seconds, Vini was lying on the bed. Her shy gaze was quite adorable. From the window under the dim light, Lu Fong slowly moved closer, face to face with Vini. Under the dim light, the two began to get intimate with no distance left between them. Suddenly, something happened outside the window. A dark shadow was approaching, but without any preparation, it slammed hard into the glass. The sound echoed through the room, startling Lu Fong. He grabbed his sword defensively. Who's there? It turned out to be a familiar creature. It banged on the window to get his attention. Messenger Dragon Lord Lu Fong, Lord Adak has a message for you. He says to wake up and go pee. Pee. Holding his sword, Lu Fong's body blazed with anger. P-E-E. The whole house echoed with his curses as the messenger dragon ruined his big moment. I'll pee on your grandpa's face. In another room, a communication stone showed Adak's image. Teo Kim was injured when he entered the altar. His Majesty the Dragon King was going to help him break through to the next realm during his recuperation, but he ran away. His Majesty is furious. Genuinely incredibly furious. He looked up at Lu Fong's group, who were listening intently, and continued. I guess that Teo Kim must have gone to find you. With a confident look, Adak was so sure that he sent a messenger dragon here to find him. He didn't forget to poke fun at him, and to conveniently remind you to wake up and pee. This made Lu Fong lose his cool, throwing a bag of gold at the intangible image. Pee on your sister. Returning to a serious demeanor, Adak opened his palm. He continued explaining his purpose. The energy in Teo Kim's body is currently saturated. If he doesn't break through in time, it will have a negative effect on his body. So we hope you can bring Teo Kim back quickly. Adak's words made him look sadly at the precious Teo Kim. What's wrong with me? Not forgetting his purpose. Adak's eyes were full of intent, as he also announced. Coincidentally, His Majesty the Dragon King also wishes to see you. This unreasonable request made him more confused than ever. The Dragon King wants to see me. Is it because of Teo Kim seeing that he had delivered the message he didn't want to waste any more time? He said goodbye and vanished. Well then, see you at Dragon Island. Goodbye. Oh right everyone, remember to wake up. P. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Fong kicked the communication stone, shattering it instantly. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred, and declared loudly, Adak, you and I are mortal enemies, but putting that nonsense aside for now, Lu Fong had something much more important to do. Vini, let's go back to the room. He held out his hand to lead the beauty back, but who knew Vini would cover her blushing face and run away. I'll sleep by myself. You can sleep with Dahe. Her action left him petrified, his heart seemingly shattered into pieces. Seeing the two of them like this, Tafai couldn't hide her smug satisfaction, laughing out loud. The next morning, sunlight streamed into Tufai's house. She and Vini were both beautiful and capable. The two went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for everyone. Lu Fong was still not awake. He was lying with Teo Kim deep in a sweet dream. Suddenly a loud shout startled them both awake. Miss Tafai, something's wrong. This made her, who was carrying food, rush outside to check the situation. What's wrong? She saw a man covered in injuries, collapsing to the ground with a sword in hand. Tafai recognized him immediately. You're a member of my father's guard team. Her face became emotionless as she mumbled questions repeatedly. Weren't you all supposed to have returned to the clan? Tuan Gim used his last bit of strength, wiped the blood from his mouth, and answered, We were attacked by the Thieves Guild on the road. Clan head Tafahi. Hearing her relative was in danger, Tafai grabbed his arm and asked, What happened to my father? His face darkened. and Tuan Guillaume finally revealed the truth. After he was injured by the Thieves Guild, he was taken away. As he finished speaking, the soup pot in Tu Fai's hands fell to the ground and shattered, splashing everywhere. She was stunned, mumbling as if she couldn't believe his words. How could this be? Fortunately, Lu Fong appeared from behind, placing a hand on her shoulder to calm her. Fini, what's wrong? Tu Fai recounted sadly, Father was taken by the Thieves Guild. Her tears fell endlessly as she turned to ask for a solution. Fong, what do we do? Seeing Tu Fai like this, Lu Fong felt a pang of pity. He gritted his teeth and declared, Don't worry, Fini. Leave it to me. I will definitely bring Uncle back safely. Thieves Guild, this time I will completely annihilate you. Without hesitation, Lu Fong stepped out of Tu Fai's gate and waved to Bak Ka behind him. Hey, let's go. Charging forward, he ran excitedly. My hands have been itching for a fight for too long. After taking a few steps, Vini ran after them. She spoke up, Wait. Vini's voice made them both pause. They stopped and looked back at her as she rushed forward, grabbing Lu Fong's arm, her eyes filled with determination. I'm going with you too. Hearing Vini's request, Lu Fong immediately refused. Absolutely not. We're going to fight a saint-level expert from the Thieves Guild. It's too dangerous. His attitude annoyed her. She looked up at him, questioning, So now that you've reached the saint realm, you think I'm just a nuisance, is that it? The unexpected and sharp question flustered Lu Fong. He waved his hands in denial. Vini, that's not what I meant. I'm just afraid you'll get hurt. Having her answer, Vini's eyes widened as she stressed her point. I know you mean well, but I can't always be the one who needs someone else's protection. She clenched her fist, showing her resolve. I am the Saint-born, acknowledged by Master Lam Dick. I'm as strong as a 9th-rank expert now. Besides, your friend is my friend. I want to help Tu Fai too. Her heartfelt words moved Tu Fai deeply, who offered a comforting smile. Thank you, Vini. She clenched her hands, each word spoken with determination. But I want to go too. Tu Fai's actions made Lu Fong feel helpless. He broke into a sweat as he tried to reason with her. Vini is already being reckless. Why are you joining in? Hearing this, she lifted her head and spoke of her ice power. The Thieves Guild is too dangerous. You can't possibly protect yourself. Understanding Tu Fai's feelings, Vini took her hand. Tu Fi, Lu Fong is afraid he can't protect you. Please don't argue with him. I know you're worried about your father, but the Mercenary Guild also needs someone to stay behind and keep morale up. Don't worry, we will definitely bring your father back safely. After listening to her for a long time, Tu Fai fell into a thoughtful silence. Finally, with eyes full of hope, she agreed to entrust them with this task. All right then. I'll wait here for everyone to return. Bak Ka saw her expression, put his hands behind his head and sighed in frustration. All right, let's not dawdle. We'll be back in 2 days. No need for such a dramatic life or death farewell. With Tu Fai's agreement, Lu Fong turned to Vini beside him. Fine, Vini can come, but you must listen to me. From behind the small figure of Tio, Kim ran up carrying a backpack. Wait for me, I'm going too. I'll protect Sister Vini. It was filled with snacks. She lovingly picked him up, laughing and nodding. All right. With their preparations complete, the three of them set off, leaving Tu Fai to see them off from behind. Let's go. A day later, at the Thieves Guild headquarters in the City of Thieves, an oppressive gloom hung in the air. Standing by the window and gazing into the distance, An Mo listened to the latest report. Great Elder, everything has been done according to your instructions. The one kneeling before him was An Thi. He recounted every detail. Tu Fa has been locked in the main dungeon. The moment someone comes to rescue him, the god statue will be activated. The Shadow Assassination Formation. The report was clear. An Mo turned his head slightly and asked his next question. Good. How are the preparations for the demon crossbows coming along? An Thi clasped his hands behind his back and continued his report. Under the fire of 108 men, even if a saint-level expert doesn't die, they will surely be injured. But a bead of sweat trickled down his face as he hesitantly brought up a concern. However, these crossbows are our entire reserve supply from the last 100 years. Is it really worth this price for someone who just reached the Saint Realm? His words infuriated An Mo. The elder couldn't control his anger and turned to shout, Fool, we already lost the blood sacrifice, resentful spirit corpse, and you still haven't learned your lesson. Holding the crucial control talisman, An Mo's scheme was clear on his face. In fact, I'm hoping that Brat uses the resentful spirit corpse against me. Then I'll use this talisman to seize control of it. Thinking about Lu Fong's impending fate, he burst into a triumphant laugh. The great elder is wise. Suddenly, from outside the window, a familiar voice echoed, filled with challenge. I just arrived and you're already giving me such important information. Aren't you being a little too courteous? The voice made An Mo standing in the room jump and freeze for a few seconds. How is this possible? Why couldn't I sense even a hint of his presence? The old man quickly raised his hand, channeling his internal energy. Green spiritual chi gathered and shot through the roof like a beam, shattering it as it escaped. The blast of energy shot towards the group in the air, separating Lu Fong and Bak Ka. That old man is vicious. Through the hole in the roof, Anmo roared at them, as expected of the youngest saint in the world. You're much faster than I imagined. A pity that the sooner you arrive, the sooner you'll leave. As he finished speaking, he lifted his foot and launched himself into the air with his internal energy. In just a few seconds, he was facing Lu Fang and Bak Ka holding two swords. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a sword attacking each of them. Luckily, both reacted quickly, defending with their hands and blades. Seeing their actions, Anmo laughed, his eyes filled with hidden intent. He swung his two swords in a cross, creating a single green slash. In seconds, a wave of green spiritual energy, created by Anmo, crashed down onto the ground. At a glance, Bak Ka immediately recognized the problem. This is the second level of the Saint Realm. Sweat was already pouring down his face. Lu Fang gritted his teeth in worry. This old man is cunning. Every casual strike is a full power attack. Like a phantom, he teleported behind him with his sword. Space imprisonment. Anmo cackled, ready to finish off Bak Ka. Seeing his friend in mortal danger, Lu Fang instantly dashed forward. Damn it, Gale Speed. Just as Lu Fang reached him and pulled him away, the old man's sharp blade grazed past them. Suspended in the air, he had just saved Bak Ka's life. Lu Fang ordered him, Big Black, go save Fini's father, leave this to me. Without hesitation, as Bak Ka left, Lu Fang began to use his own special technique, mirror image clone. Anmo saw the skill he used and laughed uncontrollably, a reflection with the same basic power. A nice trick, but a pity. The old man quickly revealed his own technique. A copy made of blood appeared. I know that one too. Blood shadow clone. Lu Fang was stunned by Anmo's unexpected move, his eyes wide with shock. The old man sent his blood clone charging at Lu Fang's 3 copies in an instant. Both Lu Fang's and Anmo clashed with their weapons in an endless battle. The old man was no slouch either. He swept his 2 swords, knocking Lu Fang away. Regaining his footing, Lu Fang teleported, bringing his blade down on Anmo from above. The old man turned right into a slash, his body sent flying several meters. Thinking he had dealt with Anmo, Lu Fang smirked, his voice dripping with contempt. Is that all you've got? But his expression suddenly changed, a cold sweat breaking out as he glanced to the side. Wait, is that his blood shadow clone? Lu Fang's gaze shot down towards Bak Ka, who was hovering alone. Big Black, watch out. Anmo had cunningly sent his blood clone to attack him from behind. As if having a sixth sense, Bak Ka slowly turned his head, glancing behind him. What? Before he could react, the old man plunged his sharp blade straight through his chest. The surprise attack triggered Bak Ka's true nature, and he transformed into a half-dragon man. Dragon child, I'll kill you. His mouth gaped open and a great fire erupted, engulfing Anmo's clone. After a moment of burning, the old man's clone disintegrated. Bak Ka, having lost too much blood, fell into a daze. Behind a building, having hidden and watched for a long time, Tu Kim grew anxious. Ni held him tightly, reminding him, Tu Kim, don't be hasty. Didn't you always say the Dragon Clan is tough? We agreed before we have to wait for the right moment. Seeing his friend in danger, Lu Fang was extremely worried. Big Black Anmo, however, was quite pleased with his work. My blood shadow clone may not be as flexible as your clones, but it can trade 1 for 1. Not bad, right? Unable to control his emotions and wanting to avenge Bak Ka, Lu Fang raised his blade high. You bastard, I'll kill you. Gale Speed. A single slash made Anmo spit blood, his head snapping back. 16-fold attack. The old man was still conscious, his entire body enveloped in the green spiritual energy from Lu Fang's blade. How could he unleash such terrifying power in an instant? A surprise occurred. Just as he raised his head, Anmo was hit by another wave of spiritual energy that formed a tornado. Sword Ring Storm. The vortex spun wildly, trapping Anmo and tossing him around relentlessly. The old man's disciples were so terrified they scrambled to escape, shouting back the name Great Elder Anmo. After a moment, the green spiritual energy vanished, leaving behind a pile of rubble and billowing white smoke. Lu Fang watched from above, gritting his teeth as if something was wrong. It turned out that below him, Anmo was still alive. 2 hateful faces stared each other down. Blood gushed from the old man's leg, a wound inflicted by Lu Fang himself. Not just his limbs, but now Anmo's entire face was covered in blood. So close. I was so close to dying from that attack. But unfortunately, the streams of fresh blood suddenly moved upwards, flying above the old man's head. Then the streams of blood began to wrap around Anmo's body. His skin gradually changed color. A moment later, Anmo's entire body had transformed into a strange, monstrous form, blood spewing from his mouth. Relying on his current body, he roared, "You actually forced me to use this form." Anmo's sharp teeth and wide eyes advanced. "Kid, I'm going to eat you alive." Suddenly, from both sides of the old man, 2 of Lu Fang's clones charged closer and closer. Is that so? Just as he noticed something strange, Anmo's eyes widened to get a better look. It was too late. 2 blades from the 2 clones plunged deep into his blood-red wings. Despite the pain, the old man suppressed his emotions, raising his hands to crush the heads of Lu Fang's clones. From behind, a blade pierced through Anmo's body, blood flowing endlessly. The old man's mouth fell open in a scream. The one holding the blade behind him was the real Lu Fang. A light sweat covered his face as he smiled faintly, mocking Anmo, trading 2 clones for one of you. I think that's a pretty good deal. Struck by Lu Fang's unbelievable attack, Anmo seemed to lose all his strength and fell freely, but Anthi rushed in just in time to catch him. Great Elder. A moment later, as they landed, he supported the weakened Anmo and cursed. Damn it, the Great Elder was defeated so quickly. Lu Fang didn't seem to care. He held his blade, gathering all his spiritual energy. This one strike will wipe you all out. Without hesitation, he swung his blade, aiming the sword ring storm straight at the 2 of them. Anti handed Anmo over to some soldiers from the guild, then waved his hand, signaling for the magic-breaking crossbows. At his signal on the city walls, 2 soldiers readied their crossbows, waiting for the order. Meanwhile, the power of the spiritual energy from his blade drew closer and closer to its target. The time had come. He opened his mouth and gave a clear, decisive command. Fire. The moment the command was given, arrows shot from the crossbows, flying like the wind. The arrows, as if they had a preset target, flew towards him who was standing inside the storm. The arrows drew closer and closer to Lu Fang, causing him to panic. These crossbows can actually break through the power of my storm. Without hesitation, Lu Fang channeled his internal energy, creating a protective barrier. Space imprisonment, but unexpectedly, the barrier was easily shattered by the arrows. They not only broke through space imprisonment, they can even ignore the true chi in my body. Seeing that Lu Fang had no escape, Anthi let out a smug laugh. Kid, this magic-breaking crossbow was prepared just for you. It can shatter all magic and battle chi. The youngest saint on the continent dying at my hands. How ironic. Lu Fang was frantically using his blade to deal with each arrow one by one. After expending a great deal of energy, Lu Fang gritted his teeth, desperately trying to find a solution. If I use too much force, I'll run out of energy. At this rate, I won't be able to hold out for much longer. What should I do? Do I just have to wait for them to run out of arrows? Suddenly, an arrow shot from a distance. It wasn't an ordinary arrow. It was made of ice. Ice thorn shatters mystery. In just a few seconds, that icy arrow shot straight into Anti's forehead. He didn't move an inch. His scheming face was encased in a thick layer of ice. Not only that, but his entire body had become an ice statue before he knew it. The sight startled Lu Fang. He looked up and saw her. Vi was right. With her icy wings, she hovered in the air, holding a sword. Seeing him, Vi's face lit up with joy as she looked up at Lu Fang. I'm here to help you. She didn't stop there. She raised her sword towards the ground, creating a thick layer of ice. Frozen ground, a soldier from the Thieves' Guild was instantly turned to stone. Not just one, but a whole group was frozen under Vi's blade. Seeing that everything was taken care of, her expression turned serious. She lowered her voice and commanded shatter. The moment she spoke, the ice statues containing the Thieves' Guild members shattered into pieces. Her image was seared into Lu Fang's eyes, and he was captivated by her beauty. A moment later, she moved to stand beside him. Vi asked, "Was I amazing?" Lu Fang didn't try to hide it. He reached out and stroked her head, praising her. "You're the best." This made Tu Kim jealous from behind. "What about me? What about me?" He hugged her shoulder and boasted to Lu Fang. "It was because I lent Sister Vi my power that she was so amazing, you know." Hearing this, Lu Fang nodded in agreement. I know. I'll treat you to a big meal when we get back." Looking at the soldiers and Anmo below, he suggested to the group, "Now is not the time to celebrate. You two go check on Big Black. I'll go find that old man." Meanwhile, the old man was furious, seeing that not a single one of his soldiers was left. "My guild. My Thieves' Guild. I'll make them pay for this." Anmo's body once again glowed with blood-red light that wrapped around him. Shadow Assassination Formation activate. Seeing the old man use another technique, Lu Fang grew worried. It's that goddess summoning technique again. Anmo, holding the statue of the goddess Floria, declared loudly, "Don't think it's over. Even if I have to sacrifice everything, I'll drag you down with me." Using all his remaining internal energy, he gripped the goddess statue tightly. Despair, weep, scream under the shroud of shadows, blood sacrifice. But unexpectedly, the blood sacrifice that Anmo created was nullified. Rejected what it turned out to be Lu Fang's doing. He laughed and said, "So sorry. With that trashy technique of yours, it seems I've already completed the sacrifice." Not wanting to drag it on, Lu Fang brought 2 fingers together and swiped red blood across the back of the goddess statue, using the soul power in his blood to connect with its residual aura. Not believing what was happening, Anmo screamed in a mad rage. Impossible. He grabbed the statue of the goddess Floria and shook it repeatedly. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Lu Fang threw the goddess statue in his hand high into the air. A brilliant purple light erupted, forcing both him and Vi to bow their heads and shield their faces. Anmo also raised a hand to shield his face, his eyes filled with confusion. What is happening? From within the smoke, a pair of long, seductive legs appeared stretching gracefully. After a long moment, Floria finally revealed herself. She sighed and complained, "Why do you always choose to summon me when I'm sleeping? If it weren't for the fact that this soul power was enticing enough." Suddenly, as if recognizing something, Floria glanced forward. She floated in the air, one hand lightly on her hip as she greeted him. "We meet again." Lu Fang silently looked over at Vini and introduced her. "She's the goddess I told you about." She was still slightly in awe. A goddess. As for Tu Kim, upon seeing the beauty, his nose started bleeding profusely. Even though she's a little scary, she's so beautiful. Floria looked towards Anmo and gave a small smile, thanking the old man. "Thank you for your summons. Do you and this little brat have some personal grudge?" Without hesitation, Lu Fang raised his hand and answered, "Floria, I was the one who summoned you." His answer startled her. She couldn't believe her eyes. "What?" With a completely serious face, Lu Fang made a request. "Then your esteemed goddess highness, would you please kill that beastly old man?" The request made the decrepit old man below shrink back in fear. Floria, instead of listening to him, channeled her internal energy and lunged to attack Lu Fang. "Brat, do you really think a mere mortal like you can command a goddess I could kill you at any moment?" With her hand wrapped around his neck, Lu Fang remained unafraid and stressed his point. "Is that so? But I feel like you and I have already signed a contract." Between them now was a thread of spiritual energy connecting their chests. "This is a contract signed by sacrificing soul power. If you violate the pact, not only will you not get the offering, but you'll also have to return immediately." Floria listened to his explanation with an indifferent gaze, as if ignoring him. "You think I need those things?" Lu Fang brought his face close to hers and taunted, "Of course you do. If you weren't a goddess in need, why would you let insects like him have a chance to summon you?" As their silhouettes floated in the air, his voice echoed, "You need mortal souls, don't you?" Watching from below, Vini crossed her arms, her eyes filled with suspicion. This woman is really just a goddess. She looks more like a fox spirit. Suddenly, Floria moved her body, retreating from him in an instant. Her whole body was absorbing purple spiritual energy, preparing for an attack. When the energy was sufficient, Floria opened her palm and aimed it forward. Die! Her profound power shot towards Lu Fang like an arrow, with Vini following behind, sword in hand. Her sudden action confused him, and he gritted his teeth, unable to find a solution. Unexpectedly, the energy stream suddenly changed direction, turning back towards Anmo. The immense power caused the old man to scream in agony, his body covered in blood. Just seconds after facing Floria, a spiritual explosion occurred, its destructive force sending rocks flying everywhere. Seeing that Anmo was finished, Lu Fang laughed in satisfaction and thanked her. "Thank you, your goddess highness." But in response to his gratitude, Floria flicked her wrist, and a similar stream of spiritual energy appeared. It shot straight towards the two of them, taking them by surprise. They could only shield their faces with their hands. Afraid the beautiful lady would get hurt, Tu Kim bravely stood in front of her and declared, "Sister Vini, I'll protect you." Meanwhile, Lu Fang was sent flying by Floria's energy, his back slamming into a large rock. A high-heeled foot slammed into the rock just inches from his face. It was none other than Floria. She faced him and emphasized each word, "You just wait." Floria's face was now full of cunning. She smirked. "It won't be long. I will personally come for you and drain your soul." With those words, she turned to leave. From behind, suppressing his pain, Lu Fang begged, "Wait, my brother is injured. Please, goddess, save him." His audacious demand annoyed Floria. She turned her head and replied, "Your greed knows no bounds. You think I can't kill you right now?" Lu Fang held out his hand, a bit of blood still on his lips from their deal. Another portion of soul power. The offer made Floria fall silent, thinking carefully for a few seconds. Finally, she agreed. She raised an eyebrow and asked who this friend of his was. Bah Ka's eyes slowly opened. He glanced around, taking in the situation. Thankfully, after being unconscious from his injuries for a long time, Bah Ka was finally awake. As if remembering he was still in the middle of a battle, he shot up and roared, "Damn it, Grandpa, Bah Ka will kill you." Seeing that Bah Ka's spirits were better, Vini, holding Tu Kim, said happily, "You're awake, you seem to be in too good spirits." "What happened?" Tu Kim quickly flew over and landed on his head, hugging him tightly. He whispered, "Big Black, does it still hurt?" Bah Ka lightly raised his hand, some dried blood still on his lips, and described how he felt. "My wounds are all healed. But didn't I get sneak attacked? Why mission accomplished over here?" Floria crossed her arms, looking annoyed. "I'm done. I'm leaving." Seeing that she was the one who had healed him, Bah Ka was completely shocked. She's not an old. Floria overheard his words and her expression turned furious. "What?" Seeing the situation was getting tense, Vin-He quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Goddess sister, he meant to say that you're too beautiful. Thank you for saving him." She didn't pay much attention to the explanation, waving a hand dismissively. "Don't call me sister. This was just a transaction." If the space gate wasn't closed, I wouldn't need to resort to such a hasty method of collecting soul power. An idea sparked in Lu Fang's mind. He stepped closer to Vini and proposed, if it's a transaction, I can also provide soul power to the goddess. Perhaps we can have a long-term cooperation. Lu Fang's words made Floria extremely wary. She thought to herself, there aren't many god statues left, and his soul is so enticing, but this brat looks like nothing but trouble. Her voice rang out, making him slightly uneasy. I don't know where you got my statue, but you don't think that sacrificing soul power comes without a price, do you? Lu Fang's mind raced. What does she mean? Can soul power not be recovered? The statue didn't mention anything about how to use it. Not wanting to drag it out any longer, Floria turned and walked away. The soul is something all gods cherish. When the contract is fulfilled, you will know the consequences. She didn't forget to glance back, her eyes filled with cunning. Oh right, and that little girl too. Although her soul is incomplete, it's also very enticing. Live a little longer. I'll come for you too. As she finished speaking, Floria vanished in a puff of purple spiritual energy, leaving smoke swirling in her place. After hearing this, Lu Fang worriedly took Vini's hand and asked about her condition. Vini, why did she say your soul is incomplete? Are you hiding something from me? Suddenly his eyes flew open, his pupils dilating as if he'd encountered a serious problem. Just as he'd feared. Lu Fang collapsed his hand on the ground, drenched in sweat. Lu Fang was trembling violently, making both Tu Kim and her extremely worried. Lu Fang, what's wrong with you? Without a moment's delay, Ba Ka grabbed Lu Fang's arm and pulled him up. He slung Lu Fang's arm over his shoulder and started moving forward. Let's go, we need to get back. Just as he said that, something happened to Vini. She coughed up a mouthful of blood for no apparent reason. Seeing this, Tu Kim immediately channeled his power, and a golden aura enveloped her. Sister Vini, Ba Ka felt like his burden had doubled. Not one but two on my shoulders. Why did she faint now? You two are really a pair. Even getting hurt has to be done together. He braced himself and then leaped high into the air with Tu Kim following beside him. Sometime later, the unconscious Lu Fang regained awareness. He opened his eyes, his body still aching slightly, and knelt as he looked around. The place was a completely white space, which confused him and made him jump to his feet. Sweat covered Lu Fang's face. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Wasn't I at the Thieves' Guild, Vini? What happened to Vini? Suddenly a familiar voice appeared. It was Floria's. Such an enticing soul power is laid out right in front of me, but why can't I consume it? I knew that brat was no good. He even dares to trick a god. Damn it, if I don't recover soon, it will be big trouble when those bastards wake up. Following the direction of the voice, Lu Fang arrived at a purple space portal. That's the goddess's voice. He reached out and gently touched the space. A brilliant light shone from it, illuminating his face. Although he was scared, Lu Fang's hand moved forward as if guided by an arrow. In just a few short seconds, his entire body had been pulled into that unidentifiable space portal. In a strange place, inside a luxurious room, there was a display orb. The orb acted like a scrying device, and Lu Fang's image appeared within it. After struggling in that space, he finally emerged safely. Where is this? Right before his eyes was a naked beauty walking towards a bathtub. Oh well, I still have time to figure things out. I'll take a bath first. The sight before him made Lu Fang's face flush red with embarrassment. Oh my god. I thought I was free, but I'm still trapped in this orb. Am I seeing things? Could this be the goddess's private chambers? Floria, unaware of his presence, casually called for her servants. Is anyone there? Seeing the beauty's flawless body, Lu Fang's nose started bleeding. Yes. Suddenly, white mist started to gather around the orb that contained him. It wasn't just a little, but a huge cloud of white mist surrounding the outer shell. Has the heaven and earth spiritual chi here reached a point where it's visible to the naked eye? The streams of white smoke took turns attacking the crystal orb's shell. Seeing the orb being attacked like this, Lu Fang looked up in confusion from inside. Wait, why are they all aimed at me? A few seconds later, the orb's shell vanished, and his giant form appeared. As if having a sixth sense, Floria, while being bathed by her servant, glanced back. She opened her palm, and her ultimate move appeared once again. Who's there? Seeing the scene before him, Lu Fang felt helpless, his eyes wide with shock. I'm dead. Floria's immense power drew closer, and shards from the glass door flew everywhere. The massive amount of spiritual energy filled the air, along with countless fragments of glass. Lu Fang was jolted awake from that bizarre dream, his face drenched in sweat. Seeing he was awake, Tu Fai joyfully rushed to his side. She grabbed his shoulders, asking endlessly, Fang, you're awake. Looking at her, he rubbed the back of his head, his face still filled with disbelief. I'm back. So, was all of that just a dream? Lu Fang's confusing words left Tu Fai even more bewildered. She touched his cheek. What did you dream about? Are you all right? Don't scare me like this. Afraid of worrying her too much. Lu Fong gave a faint smile, patting Tafi's head to reassure her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Suddenly Baka burst in through the door with some shocking news. Fine. After you fell into a coma, your cultivation plummeted non-stop all the way down to the 3rd level and you say you're fine. This latest update left Lu Fong utterly stunned, his eyes wide with shock. What? But that wasn't all. He spread his arms, shrugged, and continued. Scared now, are we? The thing is, just before you woke up, your cultivation level miraculously recovered. Hearing this, he raised a hand, sensing the spiritual energy in his body. Not only had it recovered, but it also felt even stronger, on the verge of a breakthrough, as if he'd brought back that celestial spiritual energy. Suddenly, Tu Kim's misplaced claw sent a sharp pain shooting up from below. He was stunned to see the little guy sleeping soundly beneath him, right in that sensitive area. Why is Tu Kim here? Seeing Lu Fong's confusion, Tafi explained. While you were in a coma, Tu Kim never left your side. He's only just fallen asleep. Lu Fong was deeply moved, looking at Tu Kim with affection. Sister, don't run. But remembering something more important, Lu Fong couldn't hide his anxiety and asked loudly, Wait, where's Vini? I remember her. Both Tafi and Baka fell silent, saying nothing. Their strange behavior only made him frown in frustration. Hurry up, and tell me, how is Vini? Suddenly, from outside, Lamdick smashed through the wall, his voice filled with resentment. Lu Fong, you dare mention Vini's name. I entrusted her to you, and this is how you took care of her. Without hesitation, he raised his fist and charged, roaring, I'll kill you. Though still recovering in bed, Lu Fong instinctively raised an arm to block. His sudden move shocked Lamdick, leaving him bewildered. What the building where Lu Fong was recovering had been completely shattered by his own power, leaving a gaping hole. As the smoke cleared, the three of them stared silently at the ruined wall. Lu Fong was stunned, raising his hand to his face. Did I do this? Baka snapped back at his clueless question, shouting, You're asking me. Looking at his hand still wreathed in smoke, he was horrified. He'd only blocked the attack instinctively. What was that platinum light? A memory flooded back. Lu Fong recalled a detail from his terrifying dream. Could it be that what entered my body wasn't celestial spiritual energy? But what was it then? From the rubble, Lamdick struggled to his feet, staggering forward. What did you just do? His interrogating question frightened Lu Fong, who answered hesitantly, I don't know either. That's not important right now. How is Vini? Seeing Lu Fong's worried expression made Lamdick hesitate. He pondered for a long moment. Finally, Lamdick turned his back, urging the boy on the bed. Vini's condition is not good. Follow me. As they ventured deeper into the ice cave, Lu Fong recounted his story to the old man. Before that goddess left, she said Vini's soul was incomplete. I was about to ask her about it when I suddenly fainted. Hearing the word goddess, Lamdick flinched slightly and glanced back at him. A god from the legends, weren't they supposed to have left the continent tens of thousands of years ago, vanishing without a trace? With a determined look, Lu Fong frowned slightly, asking for more information. This goddess was also gathering soul power to heal herself, so she left behind a statue that could be summoned through soul sacrifice. Senior Lamdick, do you know anything about the gods? Lamdick didn't hide anything. He looked ahead and began to explain. What I know is only what has been passed down in legends. Memories flooded his mind of the few surviving gods approaching a spatial gate. Back then, the Great War of the Gods wiped out over 90% of the gods on the battlefield. The lucky survivors after the war ended left the continent for a divine realm. Since then, there have been no more gods on the continent. Hearing this, Lu Fong broke into a light sweat, a question nagging at him. So is it possible to go to the divine realm now? As they descended the steps in the cave, Lamdick completely refuted the idea. Of course not. Forget about going there. Even the gods themselves cannot return. The most they can do is project an image of themselves for a short period. Listening to his firm words, Lu Fong thought in confusion. Then how was I able to appear in that place? They finally reached the bottom of the stairs. Lamdick announced, We're here. The sight of Vini, her body encased in a massive block of ice, overwhelmed Lu Fong. Unable to hide his worry, he rushed forward, pressing his hands against the ice and calling her name. Vini. The sight of Lu Fong brought tears to Vini's eyes. Brother Fong, why are you here? Are your injuries healed? Seeing his student's reaction, Lamdick grew annoyed, glancing at Lu Fong with a reproachful tone. You're this injured and you're still worrying about him. Afraid she was causing trouble for Lu Fong, Vini quickly placed a hand on her chest and insisted, Master, it was my own carelessness. Please don't blame him. You, always so selfless. With his hands pressed against the ice, he looked at Lamdick and asked what had happened. Senior, what exactly is wrong with Vini? Lamdick tried to remain calm, his brows furrowed, as he explained in a low voice. After that incident, although we managed to save Vini's life, her soul was damaged, leading to her body's instability. Hearing this, Lu Fong's heart ached. He looked at her reproachfully. Vini, why didn't you tell me? The old man interjected. It was because she didn't want you to worry. Seeing Lu Fang's concern, Vini pressed her hands against his from inside the ice, smiling reassuringly. Because I always want to be by your side. Besides, I didn't know it was this serious. Lamdich continued to explain the treatment for his student's soul. There's still no way to completely heal Vini's soul injury. We can only use the water of life from the elf clan to alleviate it. The water of life is the elves' greatest treasure, used to water the tree of life. It has incredible healing properties, and can also nourish and warm the soul. His face filled with guilt, he looked up at her and apologized. I'm so sorry. Vini shook her head and replied, It's okay. From behind, the old man approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Nothing good ever happens when Vini is with you. I didn't even want her to see you again, but after seeing that one palm strike of yours, I changed my mind. Lamdich looked towards the water of life, continuing to speak on Vini's behalf. Legend speaks of a place where many gods have fallen, the lost paradise of the gods. There might be a cure for Vini there. Hearing there was a cure, Lu Fang became frantic. Where is it? I'll go right now. Seeing his recklessness, the old man quickly warned him, Do you have any idea how dangerous that place is? But Lu Fang's eyes were filled with nothing but resolve. As long as I can save Vini, I'll go, even if it's the realm of the gods. An idea flashed in his mind. Stroking his chin, Lu Fang thought of Floria. Wait, the realm of the gods. That goddess must know how to cure Vini. Right. But my divine statue is gone. If I can get to the realm of the gods, I could ask her. Lamdich, seeing his determination, didn't force the issue. He just shared his thoughts. In a way, the lost paradise of the gods is even more dangerous than the gods' own realms. It is the graveyard of fallen deities, a gloomy desert covered in dark clouds with the bones of beasts and men scattered across the sand. Legend says that for millennia, countless wandering souls have roamed there. Many ancient beasts hibernate there, feeding on the corpses of gods, and many other dangers remain unknown. Countless experts have tried to go there, seeking a breakthrough, but none have ever returned. Hearing that he planned to risk his life in such a dangerous place to save her, Vini screamed in protest. Brother Fang, my injury will be fine with just this treatment. Don't go. Their hands pressed against each other, separated only by the surface of the ice as they poured their hearts out. If your injury isn't fully healed, you'll always be at risk. You were hurt because of me. How can I just sit back and watch? No, what if you don't come back? In the end, to not waste any more time, Lu Fang gave her one last reassuring smile. Trust me, I won't die that easily. Then he turned to Lamdich to get the exact location. Senior, please tell me how to get there. But he only received a shake of the head. I'm sorry, I have no idea how to get there. But seeing Lu Fang's determination, Lamdich held his head high and offered a small suggestion. Go to Dragon Island. Perhaps the Dragon King knows how to get to the lost paradise of the gods. The image of Kim Kwa flooded back into his memory. Lu Fang spoke up. The Dragon King. I understand. Before leaving, he approached the ice block, placed both hands on its surface, and called her name. Vini. Lu Fang tilted his head up slightly, placing an indirect kiss on the ice for her. With his farewells said, he turned to face forward and declared, Wait for me. Watching his back recede into the distance, she still couldn't accept it. Brother Fang. Fortunately, Vini had a thoughtful master who immediately stood by her side to comfort her. Don't worry. That kid is very strong. He will definitely come back alive. Could it be that you have so little faith in the man you've chosen? Following the cave path, Lu Fang soon emerged to where his friends were waiting. Seeing Lu Fang was safe, Bach Ka spoke up. You're finally out. Tafai beside him also asked about the situation. How is Vini? Looking at her, he answered the old question while delivering some shocking news. She's fine. Vini Dai Hack and I have to go on a long trip. Tafai and Baka were completely stunned when they heard Lu Fang's announcement. Go where? With extreme determination in his eyes, he looked into the distance and announced their destination. To Dragon Island. 3 days later, on a sea with crashing waves and seagulls flying about. Suddenly 2 streaks of purple and green spiritual energy shot across the water's surface like the wind. Dai Hack, how much farther? Almost there, almost there. Lu Fang flew forward using his internal energy, carrying Tu Kim on his back. Dai Hack, seriously, how much farther is it? He glanced back at Bak Ka behind him. It's really almost there. Hearing that same phrase repeated over and over made him extremely frustrated. You've said that dozens of times already. Over here, Bak Ka was acting like a child with tears streaming down his face. Nobody's perfect. Who made a rule that a saint-level being has to know the way? Bak Ka's ridiculous expression made Tu Kim shake his head in exasperation. He's clearly a great dragon, yet he's so directionally challenged. He stood next to Lu Fang and pointed into the distance. It looks like there's a city over there. Why don't we go and ask for directions? Hearing the mention of a city, Bak Ka's eyes lit up. A city restaurant's barbecue. Pretty ladies, Lu Fang, let's go. Beside the coast, a majestic city appeared with ocean waves crashing all around it. Deep inside on the path leading into the city, 2 groups were gathered for a challenge. Kantai said, "We all accepted the mission to fight the Sea Clan. Are you trying to start a civil war? Fight the Sea Clan. A bunch of trash like you are worthy." Kantai, with a lecherous look on his face, raised his hands and made some indecent gestures. "Hey little sister, what's so great about that old uncle? Why don't you come with me? I guarantee I'll show you a good time." Faced with such vulgar words, Hoani wasn't the least bit scared. She put her hands on her hips contemptuously. "Please. With that greasy, disgusting face of yours, you think you can touch me? Go home and play with yourself." Deeply insulted, he narrowed his eyes and ordered his lackeys. "Damn it, you chose the hard way. Brothers, get them." Just as he finished speaking, a pair of legs crackling with green energy shot forward. It was none other than Lu Feng. With a single light kick, he sent the entire group of thugs flying. After dealing with the troublemakers, he stomped his foot firmly on the ground. Then Lu Feng raised his hand, smiling brightly, as he greeted Kang Tu. "Brother. Kang Tu, it's been a while. It's me." Seeing him, all four of them, Beta, Erfa, and Gama, beamed with joy. Its brother Lu Feng. Kang Tu couldn't hide his emotions, rushing forward to embrace Lu Feng. "It's truly fate that brings us together. I never expected to see you in the Thanhai Empire." Lu Feng looked a bit flustered, scratching his head as he spoke. "We agreed to meet in the Tin Lam Empire, but after I left, you disappeared too. I can't believe we've run into each other here." Looking over at Hoani, Kang Tu remembered something and proudly suggested, "This must be destiny." "Oh right, let me introduce you to my new team members." One by one, the three girls who had joined his team stepped forward to introduce themselves. "Hello, I'm Hoani, a 5th Realm rogue. Thui Bitch, a 6th Realm water mage. And I am Lian Diep, a 5th Realm priest." With an attitude full of respect for the ladies, Lu Feng also raised a hand in a friendly greeting. "A pleasure to meet you all." Hoani crossed her arms, seeing his handsome face, and said with a slight laugh, "Hello, handsome." But this caused a huge misunderstanding for Tu Kim, whose jaw dropped at her beauty. "Is that pretty lady calling me?" Standing next to Bach Ka, Lu Feng glanced over at the heavily injured Kang Tai. "By the way, brother Kang Tu, who is that guy?" Hearing the question, Kang Tu answered dismissively. "Kan Tai, he's no one important. Our mission this time is to fight the Sea Tribe's soldiers, but before the Sea Tribe even arrived, these guys showed up to cause trouble." And so the conversation between the three echoed throughout the citadel. "Damn you. You sneak attack me, and then dare to look down on me. You're asking to die. Brother Kang Tu, it looks like we'll have to deal with these guys before we can catch up properly. Go, 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 with you here I can finally relax a bit. There are so many lovely ladies here, you'd better put on a good show." Not wanting to accept such a humiliating defeat, Kantai narrowed his eyes and ordered his men. "Such big talk, I've got 4 6th Realm experts here. Brothers, charge." Hearing the number of attackers, Thui Bitch placed a hand on her chest, worried. "Brother Kang Tu, I'll be going now. Travel safely." "Can this Lu Feng guy really handle them?" Hoani crossed her arms and nodded in agreement. "He's just showing off. He doesn't even have a trace of magic or fighting aura. How can he possibly win?" Seeing the two girls' doubtful expressions, Kang Tu chuckled confidently. "Thui Bitch, Hoani, what you see isn't always the truth. Just 4 6th Realm guys. In Tulu's eyes, they're not even worth a fart." As soon as he finished his sentence, the three girls turned their heads and stared at him blankly. "Kang Tu, have you been drinking?" Lian Diep remained silent, frowning as she thought to herself. Lu Feng. That name sounds so familiar. As she watched him slowly charge into battle, Kang Tu introduced him. "After all, my brother Lu Feng is that legendary figure." Lu Feng used just a fraction of his inner energy to give Kantai's men a sound thrashing. "The youngest saint-level expert on the continent is also my friend." After hearing of his reputation, the three girls were utterly stunned. Seeing the sharp tip of Lu Feng's blade aimed at him, Kantai begged desperately for his life. "Friend, it was my mistake. I was blind not to recognize you. Please show mercy." He squeezed his eyes shut, his face turning pale, as he saw Lu Feng channel his energy. "Hero, spare my life." But then something unexpected happened. Not only did Lu Feng not attack, but he reached out and grabbed the spear that was about to stab Kantai from behind. Then he swiftly hurled the spear, piercing through one of the Sea Tribe members. It turned out that from under the sea, an entire army of the Sea Tribe was swarming ashore. "The Sea Tribe is here. The Sea Tribe is here." Their soldiers faced off against the Citadel's soldiers ready for battle. Seeing his chance, Kantai immediately fled. Thank you, Hoani pointed in confusion, signaling to Lu Feng. "Why did you let him get away? Even if you don't kill a guy like that, you should at least castrate him." He brushed off such a trivial matter dismissively. "If you want him castrated, go do it yourself." His words made her furious. "So what if you're a saint-level expert? Does that make you so great?" Luckily, Thui Bitch was there to calm her down immediately. All right. Dealing with the Sea Tribe is what's most important right now." As if remembering something, Kang Tu turned his head to give Lu Feng some information. "Brother Lu, the scales on the merfolk's foreheads are the mission spoils. Don't touch them just yet, I'm hoping to make a small fortune here." As he finished speaking, he raised his sword and roared to the group. Brothers, let's move out. Before they could even charge the innocent, Tu Kim said something that almost made him trip. Uncle Kang too, when you make money from the swords, remember to treat me to a meal. And so the forces of the Citadel and the Sea Tribe clashed in a fierce battle. All the wounded were diligently healed by Lian Diep's inner energy. From a distance, Lu Fong and Ba Ka approached. Seeing his friend's constant observation, Ba Ka asked, "What are you looking at?" Lu Fong quickly explained the reason for his intense gaze. That Lian Diep is clearly a 9th-rank priest. Why is she hiding her true strength under the guise of a 5th-rank? Ba Ka chuckled beside him and suggested, "Just grab her and ask. That'll solve it." Lying obediently on Lu Fong's shoulder, Tu Kim was drooling. Those shrimp and crabs looked delicious. Then, as if remembering something from the past, he shot up and pointed towards the Sea Tribe. "Wait, I remember now. Last time I was almost captured by them. How hateful." Then something else happened. The Citadel's soldiers screamed in panic. "It's bad, run." The giant shark warriors. The giant shark warriors are here. At the edge of the sea, a group of giant sharks was approaching. Every single one of them had a ferocious expression. They quickly advanced onto the shore, their giant footsteps pounding the ground. A single stomp from a giant shark was enough to end a soldier's life, blood pouring from their mouths. One of them pointed his sharp spear forward, smiling smugly. "Trembling are you?" "Surrender." Kong Tu quickly used his sword to block a heavy blow from the giant shark. A 7th realm giant shark warrior. "Why is one here? Retreat. Everyone fall back." Seeing the dire situation from afar, a pair of legs crackling with green inner energy shot forward. It was none other than Lu Fong. He single-handedly sent them flying, coughing up blood. Seeing their comrade defeated so easily, the ones behind them hurled their sharp spears forward. All the spears were aimed at him, who was radiating a powerful green aura. With a look of utter contempt for the sharks, Lu Fong lowered his voice and commanded, "Return all spears to my hand." Just like that, every sharp spear turned around and plunged straight into their chests. Watching him fight from the side, the entire group roared in unison. "He's too powerful." A new problem arose. From the surface of the sea, escorted by 2 giant monsters, a young man appeared. This person's presence made Lu Fong frown slightly, as if he sensed something. Seeing his majestic appearance, the crowd behind him couldn't stop whispering. A human powerhouse. But he didn't stop there. With a disdainful tone, he waved his hand. "I embody 2nd Prince of the North Sea royal family. Rip him to shreds. Let these lowly humans despair." Ba Ka's hands were already itching for a fight. Without waiting for Lu Fong's signal, he shot forward. "I've long heard that the bodies of giant shark warriors are incredibly strong. Let this great Lord Ba Ka test that claim." Body's face was a mask of arrogance as he sneered at him. "Comparing physical strength with a giant shark warrior, you're courting death." But in the end, he was forced to eat his words when he saw Ba Ka single-handedly take down all the giant sharks. How is this possible? With no way out, he trembled and collapsed onto the water's surface. They're saint level. Ba Ka shot forward and grabbed Body by the neck. "Hey kid, is that all you've got?" Terrified Body quickly raised his hands. "Let me remind you of the rules, great sir. There's an agreement between the human and sea tribes. Saint-level experts are not to interfere in the battles of ordinary people," but Ba Ka couldn't care less, clenching his fist. "And what if I insist on interfering?" His arrogance caused the sea's surface to tremble violently. A voice rang out, "Then prepare to be hunted down by the saint-level experts of the sea tribe." A beautiful woman sitting on a throne made of a giant seashell approached Ba Ka. The petite girl was none other than Tin Nhi, the sister of the arrogant Body. Tin Nhi didn't want to waste words. She slowly made her reasonable demand. "Release my royal brother." Body, still caught in Ba Ka's grip, screamed for help. "Little sister, save me." Finding him too troublesome, Ba Ka tossed him high into the air. Where did this little brat come from, daring to look down on the great Ba Ka? Tu Kim, standing on Lu Fong's shoulder, remembered the past and pointed tattling to him. "It's her. Last time it was that flat-chested princess who wanted to capture me." Hearing the nickname he gave her, her heart felt like it had been pierced. She gritted her teeth in anger. "Flat-chested princess, you bastard." Not wanting to drag things out, Tin Nhi immediately raised her arm, summoning a sword from the seawater. With her weapon in hand, she flicked her wrist, and the sword shot towards Ba Ka like an arrow. Not only was he not afraid, he even spread his arms wide as if enjoying it. "Is this a bath for the great Lord Ba Ka?" Not wanting to be impolite, Ba Ka opened his mouth wide. A torrent of fire erupted. "Then Lord Ba Ka shall return the favor." His flames destroyed the coming-of-age ceremony gift her royal father had prepared for her. Tin Nhi leaped back, dodging the fire attack enraged. "You dare destroy the coming-of-age gift my royal father gave me. I'll kill you all." Without hesitation, she slammed her hand onto the sea's surface, roaring as she summoned the wrath of the sea god. In an instant, all the seawater formed a massive tsunami. Seeing Tin Nhi's sudden move, he gaped in astonishment. Going all out like that, this little girl must have eaten explosives. Lu Fang broke into a light sweat, immediately realizing the danger. The trident in her hand can actually control a tsunami. All the soldiers in the citadel who couldn't escape in time were annihilated by her tsunami. Run, run for your lives, help! To ensure the safety of the remaining soldiers, he decided to act. Spreading his arms wide, he summoned space imprisonment. Tin Yi was not afraid. Instead, she raised her arm, making the tsunami grow even higher. Don't think you can stop me like this. The tsunami had transformed into a giant water monster charging straight for him. In its hand, it held a sword made of seawater, attacking ferociously. But with a quick reaction, Lu Fang raised the hand wearing the ring on his middle finger. Break! In a flash, a blinding light shot out from the ring, dispelling the sea monster's attack. It didn't stop there. Tin Ni's sea god's trident technique was broken, and the water began to recede. Kan Tai on the mainland lifted his head, his face wet with rain, and exclaimed, "We're saved. He's actually a saint-level expert." Clutching the ring that held immense power, Lu Fang was filled with confidence. From his aura to his appearance, he exuded an overwhelming sense of strength. On her side, she was still in disbelief, unable to accept what had just happened. Impossible. My sea god's trident technique was actually broken by him. As if having a sixth sense, Tin He glanced back. At that moment, Bah Ka in his half-dragon form attacked. Without hesitation, she leaped forward to escape. Impossible. My sea god's trident technique was actually broken by him. But unfortunately for her, Tin He ran headfirst into Lu Fang. "Where do you think you're going? Flat-chested princess, it seems you've fallen into my hands again, haven't you?" Seeing Tu Kim's attitude, she became furious and tried to grab him, but she wasn't fast enough. "Say that one more time." In the end, her arm was caught by Lu Fang, who interrogated her relentlessly. "It seems you still don't understand your situation." Seeing his sister surrounded by the three of them, Badi immediately spoke up. "Esteemed saint-level expert, Sir Half-Dragon, I am Badi, the second prince of the North Sea royal family. She is my sister, Princess Tin Ni. My grandfather Positron has a close relationship with the Dragon Clan. Please, for my grandfather's sake, show them mercy." Lu Fang, who was holding Tin Ni's arm, turned to Bah Ka. "Do you know anything about what he's saying, Positron?" The unexpected question made him a bit flustered. He scratched his head, trying to remember. "I think I've heard that he has a good relationship with most of the great dragons on Dragon Island. He's also quite close with Patriarch Adak." Looking at the girl before him, Lu Fang made his decision. "In that case, out of respect for the Dragon Clan, I'll spare your lives." But it seemed this decision didn't sit well with Tu Kim. "No way, that flat-chested princess looked down on me so much last time." Gripping Tin Ni's arm, an idea sparked in Lu Fang's mind. "Then how about we have the princess compensate you?" At the mention of compensation, her entire face suddenly flushed red. "What are you looking at? I'm not compensating anyone." He searched his memory, recalling the words Kang Tu had once said to him. "Really? The scales on the merfolk's foreheads are the mission's spoils. Don't touch them just yet. I'm hoping to make a small fortune here." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fang raised his hand and plucked the scale from Tin Ni's forehead. "Let's use this fish scale as compensation." Holding the pink scale in his hand, he observed it with satisfaction. "This thing comes off pretty easily, huh?" Her entire face turned beet red. She gently touched her forehead. You dare take that from me." Suddenly, from the front, a hand shot out and grabbed Tin Ni's. It was none other than her brother Badi. He grabbed her hand and fled before more trouble could start. "Thank you, esteemed saint-level expert, for your mercy. We'll meet again." A brilliant golden light shone down on the injured arm of a soldier from the citadel. It was none other than Lian Deep, using her own inner energy to heal him. "The light of the gods will always be with you." "Thank you, Lady Lian Deep." Seeing this scene, Lu Fang's memories immediately came flooding back. This woman. Suddenly, her whole body started to tremble as if she couldn't stand firm after using so much energy to heal people. It was true. Lian Deep suddenly fell backward, but a familiar hand caught her just in time. It was none other than Lu Fang who had reached out to support her. With a slightly flustered expression, Lian Deep bowed her head to thank him. Thank you. Don't thank me." Frowning slightly, Lu Fang spoke with great suspicion. A 9th-rank priest would be welcomed as an honored guest anywhere. "So why are you hiding your strength to travel with Brother Kang Tu? What is your purpose?" Faced with such a probing question, her face flushed red. She placed a hand on her chest and swore, I have no ill intentions. I just enjoy traveling, and I happened to meet Brother Kang Tu on my journey." Hearing this, he didn't hesitate, bringing his face close to hers, causing her to back away in confusion. "I hope so. If not," she crossed her arms over her chest, once again emphasizing her thoughts. "Sir, I already told you I mean no harm, yet you're still so aggressive. What's so great about being saint-level? My father said you're not the only saint-level expert on the continent, you know." Listening to her, Lu Fang's suspicion lessened slightly. He touched the tip of his nose. "I was just worried about Uncle Kang Tu." Lu Fang's words made her lower her head in deep thought. Does being worried give you the right to suspect others? What an ungentlemanly guy. He's just like those scoundrels from the church. Suddenly, Kang Tu's voice came from a distance. Brother Lu, you're getting more and more impressive. Hearing this, Lu Fang scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. You're flattering me, Uncle Kang Tu. Not wanting to waste time, Kang Tu urged Lu Fang on. Lu Fang, let's go. Just then, Bak Ka and Tu Kim appeared. He spoke up. Uncle Kang Tu said he wants to treat us to a meal. Hearing what Tu Kim said, Kang Tu looked bewildered and waved his hands in denial. Wait, I never said that. Seeing Kang Tu's stinginess, Hoa Ni spoke up annoyed. Brother Kang Tu, where'd your usual generosity go? This one's on me. But when she finally understood why, Hoa Ni held the bill and burst into tears. My money. Meanwhile, Tu Kim ate with delight. Thank you, pretty lady, time was running out. Lu Fang hugged him tightly and said his goodbyes. Brother Kang Tu, I'll be going now. Have a safe trip. Kang Tu and Lian Diep just stood there. He even waved them off for a long way before leaving. She, however, was different. She stood there watching, her heart filled with rage. You bastard. I'll remember you. Back above the vast sea, Lu Fang, Bak Ka, and Tu Kim were flying. Suddenly, he showed signs of getting sick, letting out a sneeze. Lu Fang immediately rubbed his nose and guessed Vini must be missing me. Hearing this, Tu Kim sat up and wondered, why haven't I sneezed at all? Does that mean none of the big sisters miss me? Something unexpected happened. From the sea's surface, a pillar of water shot straight towards where he was hovering. Lu Fang, usually so agile, was hit full on by the column of seawater. He shot upwards, looking down at the rippling water. Beside him, Tu Kim shook the water off his body. Who was that? Not just one, but countless water pillars were now rushing towards them, forcing both him and Bak Ka to dash forward. Only Tu Kim was enjoying the water spouts. Dodge, dodge, this is so much fun. But Lu Fang was different, thinking constantly. These water pillars are clearly very slow, so why can't I seem to avoid them? Bak Ka, his face dripping with seawater, suggested helplessly. Brother Lu, stop trying to dodge. Bak Ka looked towards the sea at something floating on the surface and commanded. Old hack, stop messing with us. Hearing this, Lu Fang's face filled with suspicion. Old hack, is that small island alive? The waves crashed against what he thought was a small, spiky island. Gradually, the island seemed to move, rising higher than before, its shape resembling a shell. They quickly flew higher to avoid the water. He looked down in astonishment. From the sea's surface, two creatures resembling a turtle and a snake appeared. Lu Fang shouted in amazement, the divine beast, Xuanwu. From atop the turtle's head, an old man with white hair and a long beard was riding it. Hak Huyen chuckled softly, stroking his beard as he chided Bak Ka, little hack, it's been a long time since you've come to play with me. Seeing Hak Huyen, Lu Fang's face lit up with excitement. He spoke immediately. Senior, could you be the legendary divine beast, Xuanwu? Seeing his reaction, the old man's eyes widened in shock. This aura, black hair. And you know of Xuanwu? Kid, you're not from this world, are you? Lu Fang was startled by Hak Huyen's words and quickly questioned him. Old sir, how did you know? Could it be that you? It was just as he suspected. Seeing Lu Fang's expression, Hak Huyen was ecstatic. I knew I wasn't wrong, you're from Huaxia. The two of them rushed towards each other like long-lost friends, tears streaming down their faces like rain. Hak Huyen stood on the sea turtle's head and beckoned to him. Kid, come a little closer. I've been sealed in this place by those wretched immortals. Even if my soul leaves my body, it cannot leave my physical form. Following the suggestion, Lu Fang didn't hesitate and immediately leaped onto the turtle's shell. He didn't forget to clasp his hands together and bow respectfully to Hak Huyen. Junior Lu Fang pays his respects to Senior. Seeing this, the old man quickly bent down and sat on the shell, waving his hand dismissively. All right, no need for all those formalities with me. Sit down. At Hak Huyen's command, Lu Fang also sat down. Bak Ka approached from behind. Old hack, the Chan sect you mentioned. Is it the Chan sect from the investiture of the gods? With a blank expression, the old man spoke. That's right. When I crossed over here, it was right during your world's Feng Shen era. This made Lu Fang even more confused, and he quickly asked, how do you know about the Feng Shen era? Not wanting to waste time as he was itching to play a game, Hak Huyen held up a deck of playing cards. Enough chit-chat. Play a few rounds with me first, then we'll talk. I've been short 3 players for years. I've finally found some card buddies. Little hack, you sit down too. Seeing the old man's recreational toy, Lu Fang was shocked for a second time. They had playing cards during the Feng Shen era. Seeing his expression, Bak Ka quickly whispered the reason. Lord Adak taught him. It was originally to help old hack relieve his boredom. Understanding the reason, Lu Fang muttered a light complaint. Adak is really something else. He covered his mouth and continued. But in the end, this old man got completely addicted to it. Without further ado, Hak Huyen expertly slammed the deck of cards onto the turtle's shell. A screen appeared in midair, and a band of dragons began playing a melodious tune. This is Fight the Landlord. Hearing his own world's music, Lu Fang was stunned for a third time. If the creator of Fight the Landlord knew his music was being used like this in another world, he'd probably laugh himself awake from a dream. In the end, he was too addicted. The cards are dealt. What are you waiting for? Hak Hyen urged. Stop spacing out. Draw your cards. Draw. They couldn't escape, so each of them picked up their cards. Teo Kim whispered from behind, thinking he was being quiet. Lu Fang, he's that scary old turtle I told you about last time. He's even scarier than the Supreme. He thought his words were quiet, but Bak Ka heard everything and warned him before it was too late. Lord Teo Kim, isn't your whispering a little too loud? Holding his cards, Hak Hyen chimed in, whispering about what? Last time I only chased you because I sensed the Willow Sword bloodline in your body. I'll be the landlord. Are you two in? Back to the two of them. Pass. Lu Fang played while chatting about his background. Who is Willow Sword? Isn't Teo Kim, the son of a Dak? Suddenly, Hak Hyen looked like he'd hit the jackpot, dancing with joy. Double the landlord is mine. He slammed 5 cards down on the shell and explained why listen to him. That kid accidentally ate the Willow Sword, which was a divine dragon egg in the Dragon Island's altar. The backlash from the energy confused his memories, making him think the egg was his. A pair of queens and a 3 of a kind of kings. Lu Fang was startled by the news and partly by Hak Hyen's unexpected move. What? The old man held his cards, urging him on. Are you going to play or not? Come on, play your cards. I've been waiting forever. Lu Fang shook his head and passed. Unable to make the next move, Hak Hyen continued his story while pondering his cards. During the initial Fengshan War, Willow Sword and I were sucked into this world while fighting. In the past, the two of them had fought madly against those people and were sucked into this dimension. Then we were hit by a divine curse. Willow Sword was made to fall, leaving only his bloodline behind in the Dragon Island's altar while I was sealed here. As he finished, he played a hand that made everyone's jaw drop. 3 aces and a pair. I only have 1 card left. But Bak Ka was different. He frantically announced while searching his hand. Wait, I have a 4 of a kind. Before he could play it to block Hak Hyen, the old man's glare made him hesitate and consider taking it back. Bak Ka was panicked by Hak Hyen's imposing shadow. Should I play it or not? What do you think? In the end, he decided not to play. The opportunity had come. The old man slammed the last card in his hand onto the shell with a flourish. Last card, I win. Seeing his victory, Hak Hyen put his hands on his hips and tilted his head back smugly. My card skills are truly top-notch. He then held out his hand expectantly. All right, pay up. Knowing he had lost, Bak Ka handed over his money pouch. Wow, little Hak has learned to make money recently, huh? Seeing this, the old man took it and suggested yours is enough. Lu Fang doesn't need to pay. Not caring about the game's outcome, Lu Fang stroked his chin, thinking about something else. So Teo Kim is the son of the dragon god. No wonder after Teo Kim was seriously injured by the Blood Supreme, he immediately returned to the Dragon Clan's altar. He could even command the Dragon Clan to save Hongyi. Suddenly, a white mist swirled around him, making Lu Fang shield his face in confusion. A black beard appeared, along with a majestic voice. What did you say? It was none other than Hak Hyen, but in a younger form. His eyes blazing red, he spoke. Who dared to harm the son of Willow Sword? Seeing the old man's state, Bak Ka was extremely worried. It's over. Old Hak's crazy side has come out. His words confused Lu Fang. What do you mean crazy side? Bak Ka explained while watching Hak Hyen's form. Most of the time, old Hak looks like a friendly old man. But once he gets angry, he becomes. The old man, now with a massive body and blood-red eyes, clenched his fists. The sight alone was terrifying. Hak Hyen scared them both so much they clung to each other, not daring to move. He had clearly become a different person. It didn't stop there. With blazing eyes, his voice dropped several octaves as he declared, Are you the one who harmed my Waxia's totem? Hak Hyen's brows furrowed tightly as he roared in anger. Is this how you take care of my Waxia's totem? As he finished speaking, the space around Lu Fang immediately began to shake violently. His body staggered as he struggled to stay on his feet. Such immense power. Seeing the situation was bad, Bak Ka stepped forward to say a few words. Old Hak, calm down. Lu Fang didn't do this on purpose. But before he could finish, Hak Hyen waved his hand, sending Bak Ka flying backward as he roared. Useless! On the other side, Lu Fang channeled his internal energy to resist gritting his teeth, and thinking, damn it, I can't even withstand his aura. Teo Kim gathered all his courage and jumped in front of him, his eyes filled with determination. No, you're not allowed to bully Lu Fang. Hak Hyen waved his hand again, summoning vines that wrapped tightly around Teo Kim. You will stay put. The old man declared forcefully. From now on, this little one stays with me. Teo Kim struggled with all his might to escape. Let me go. As for Lu Fang, he obviously wasn't going to stand by and watch. He shouted, on what grounds? Teo Kim decides who he wants to be with. Teo Kim nodded vigorously in agreement. Lu Fang is right. Hak Hyen's expression didn't change as he increased the power in his palm, retorting sharply, because you are not worthy. Instantly, the spell he summoned tightened its grip on Tu Kim even more. The little one screamed in pain. Seeing this, Lu Fang anxiously yelled, "Stop," and then in a flash, Tu Kim's power exploded and he transformed into a dragon. He struggled to break free from Hak Huyan's control, roaring as he charged at the old man. However, with a single wave of his hand, Hak Huyan easily rendered Tu Kim unconscious. Shrunk back to his small form and lying in the old man's arms, Tu Kim still refused to give up, his lips moving as he quietly cursed Jerk. Hak Huyan sighed in exasperation. "Risking your life for this kid. If Willow Sword knew, he'd probably climb out of his coffin in anger." The old man retracted his aura and carefully handed Tu Kim to Lu Fang. "Take care of him for me." Lu Fang took him with utmost care, pressing his lips together as he looked at Tu Kim nestled in his palm at a loss for words. All around them, the sound of crashing waves echoed relentlessly. A moment later, Hak Huyan changed his form again, standing with his hands on his hips, grumbling in annoyance. That savage kid just blurting things out like that. This old man didn't even have a moment to prepare. The kid can play with whoever he wants, why be so controlling? Lu Fang could only manage a wry smile, thinking to himself, his personality changes way too fast. Just then, Bak Ka struggled to climb up from the water, looking exhausted as he managed to speak. Old hack Lu Fang was only at the 9th rank back then, but his opponent was already a supreme-level expert. Hak Huyan looked at him with dissatisfaction and demanded, "You call a mere supreme an expert?" But in the next second, his attitude shifted in a flash. He kindly asked Lu Fang, "Kid, don't mind me. I had an episode just now." Unexpectedly, Lu Fang swore seriously, "Old hack, you're right. I failed to protect Tu Kim before because I wasn't strong enough. From now on, I will never let something like that happen again." Hearing this, Hak Huyan scratched his head in embarrassment and made a suggestion. "How about this? Since I'm sealed here anyway, all this stored energy is useless. Why don't you cultivate inside my body? In less than 2 months, you'll definitely be able to advance another step." The old man added, "This energy was condensed over countless years. It's gentle in nature and perfect for helping you cultivate." Lu Fang glanced around. The energy is truly immense. "If I cultivate in here?" Just thinking about it made him hesitate, but he didn't agree right away. "Thank you, old hack, but this junior has urgent business on Dragon Island. Could I possibly come back next time?" Hak Huyan was startled. "You're leaving so soon, don't let's fight until dawn." Lu Fang looked troubled. "I'm sorry, senior. The matter is very urgent, and also involves Tu Kim. I promise I'll have a good time with you next time." Hak Huyan's heart sank. He sulked and mumbled, "You all say that, but in the end no one ever comes back." Lu Fang was truly out of options and replied helplessly, "I'm truly sorry." Old Hack Jr. has one more question. "Is there a way to heal a damaged soul?" Hak Huyan replied with a pout. "I can help with fighting, but I'm useless when it comes to healing. Pinky, swear with me. When you're done, you'll come back to find me. After we swear, you can take Tu Kim and go." Faced with this situation, Lu Fang's jaw dropped, truly at a loss for words. A pinky swear, isn't that something little kids do? Despite his thoughts, he still agreed to Hak Huyan's request. The moment their pinkies linked, the old man spoke. "A pinky swear sealed for 100 years. If you break your promise, I'll take both your heads." Hearing this, Lu Fang and Bak Ka froze for a few seconds, their eyes wide with shock. Not stopping there, Hak Huyan even gave Lu Fang a few cards, a 4 of a kind of 3s. "Oh right, I forgot to give you a welcome gift. Take this bomb for self-defense." He numbly accepted it, the corner of his mouth twitching, unable to speak. Can this toy really be used for self-defense? The scene changes to some time later. The sun was setting, its brilliant rays shining across the sea, creating sparkling streaks of light. Bak Ka led the way, excitedly pointing ahead. "We're here, we finally reached Dragon Island." Lu Fang quickly followed his gaze, his face unable to hide his astonishment. He was amazed. "This is Dragon Island." Tu Kim on his shoulder pouted in disappointment. "There are no pretty ladies here. This is no fun at all." Just then, Bak Ka suddenly interjected, "Adult dragons can all transform into human form. Dragon Island has female dragons, so how could there not be any pretty ladies?" As soon as he said that, Tu Kim's spirits lifted instantly, and he started waving his arms and legs excitedly. "That's right, I'm so stupid, why didn't I think of that, Lu Fang? Speed up, speed up." Lu Fang could only chuckle. Soon after, the two figures zipped across the water, rushing forward like the wind. After a certain distance, Lu Fang's body suddenly halted. He curiously glanced around, then looked back, wondering, "What is this?" Bak Ka explained. "This is the island's defensive barrier. It can identify and lock onto outsiders the moment they arrive." Before he could explain further, a light blue dragon suddenly shot towards them. The creature headed straight for Lu Fang, roaring angrily, "Insolence! You're the one who captured Lord Tu Kim, I'll devour you." Before he could react, Lu Fang looked completely helpless. Not again. Another one. Lian opened his mouth, wide streams of internal energy swirling and converging into the forbidden spell, 1,000-mile ice seal. Rays of frigid energy gathered at one point, forming an ice orb ready to be unleashed. Tu Kim protectively stood in front of Lu Fang and demanded, "Hey musclehead, what do you think you're doing?" The moment his opponent heard Tu Kim shout, he froze his eyes wide with shock. Lord Tu Kim. Without another word, he swallowed his own 1,000-mile ice seal orb whole. After gulping it down, Lian finally let out a sigh of relief. The next second, he transformed into a human and, overcome with emotion, rushed towards Tu Kim with tears in his eyes. "I've finally waited for your return, my lord." Unexpectedly, Tu Kim unceremoniously landed a spinning kick right in his face, causing him to spit blood. Seeing Lian fall headfirst into the water, Tu Kim smugly rubbed his nose. "That's what you get for staring at me all day back then." Fast forward to sometime later, Lian had returned to his dragon form carrying Lu Fang's group on his back. Even now he was still overwhelmed with emotion, sobbing with tears in his eyes. "Lord Tu Kim, it's so wonderful that you're safe." Ba Ka could only look on speechless. Lian, you're as overly sentimental as ever." Lu Fang just chuckled. Overly sentimental indeed. Meanwhile, Tu Kim crossed his arms, tilted his chin up, and aggressively questioned Lian. "Hey musclehead, where are we going?" "I want to find the giant dragon ladies." His opponent replied meekly, "Lord Tu Kim, we must first pay a visit to His Majesty, the Dragon King." Not long after the group arrived in front of a magnificent building, Lu Fang and Ba Ka had to crane their necks to see the whole thing. They couldn't help but gasp in awe. Then as they entered the space inside, they were greeted by the sight of lively entertainment and loud cheers. At this moment, Lu Fang was puzzled. "Weren't you taking us to see the Dragon King? Why are we at a casino?" Tu Kim, however, looked thrilled. "So many pretty ladies, this place is heaven." From a corner of the casino, an excited cheer rang out. 9 points, I win it all. It was a dat in the middle of a bet, his face filled with excitement. I won. Lu Fang was stunned for a few seconds. Could this be the legendary cultural invasion of another world? He thought to himself. A dat, oh, a dat, you're also a transmigrator. Your prowess has far exceeded my imagination. His opponent was too focused on the game of chance to notice Lu Fang's group. Ba Ka finally couldn't take it anymore and stormed forward. He grabbed a dat by the collar and questioned him in a low voice. "Clan leader, a dat, the entire Black Dragon clan has already banished you from Dragon Island once. How dare you still act so recklessly? Aren't you afraid of His Majesty the Dragon King?" Unexpectedly, the other man showed no fear, even smirking and jerking his chin in one direction. "Look over there." Ba Ka dazedly followed his gaze and saw the Dragon King he revered holding cards and playing for all he was worth. "I refuse to believe your 24-card hand can beat me." Witnessing this scene, Ba Ka was so shocked that his lips moved but no words came out. "Your Majesty the Dragon King." On this side, Lian was whispering a report into Kim Kwa's ear. As soon as he heard it, the king's expression changed. Kim Kwa narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his bright golden pupils. He said nothing more, just coldly and decisively waved his hand. The crowd in the room vanished in an instant. By the time Lu Fang could react, Kim Kwa was already seated firmly on his throne. He felt a sense of dread. To instantly move the entire crowd without me even realizing it. A supreme expert is truly terrifying. It didn't stop there. In a flash, Tu Kim, who had been resting on Lu Fang's shoulder, was suddenly lifted up. Despite his struggles, a dat joyfully tossed him in the air, laughing. "I finally get to see you, Tu Kim." Tu Kim looked confused. "Who are you? So strange. Why do you feel so familiar?" Lu Fang stood aside, observing their emotional reunion, and muttered with a raised eyebrow. How could he not feel familiar? "He's your mother," a dat said with a choked voice. "When I gave birth to you, you were still an egg. It wasn't easy waiting for you to return to the altar to visit you. The altar was sealed by the Dragon King." This shocking news came too suddenly. Tu Kim was so shocked he turned pale. "Oh my god, I was born from a man," and then a few moments later the group was still laughing and talking, completely ignoring Kim Kwa off to the side. He thought irritably, "Are these brats just going to ignore my existence?" Finally, Kim Kwa cleared his throat and spoke deliberately loudly. "A dat, bring Lord Tu Kim here so I can have a look." Time passed and the entire room fell silent. Sunlight streamed through the window, reflecting off the chandelier and creating sparkling flecks of light. It didn't take long. After a careful observation, he nodded in satisfaction. "Fortunately, there's nothing to worry about." Tu Kim bounced up, looking defiant. "You're the one who made people stare at me every day. I hate you." Kim Kwa said sternly. "That's because you are the child of the dragon god. We cannot afford even the slightest mistake." He then shifted his gaze to Lu Fang, who was standing below. "This must be young friend, Lu Fang, I presume." As soon as his name was called, he immediately clasped his hands in a salute. "Greetings, Your Majesty, the Dragon King." The corners of his opponent's mouth curved up slightly as he spoke slowly. "Given your relationship with Lord Tu Kim, there's no need for such formalities. However, I do have a question." He paused for a moment, his expression suddenly darkening as he uttered each word. "Did you hatch Lord Tu Kim?" After some back and forth, Lu Fang now felt like a real mother hen being forced to hatch an egg. His eyes widened in panic and he quickly waved his hands in denial. Tu Kim didn't hatch from an egg. At that time I was escaping with the dragon egg and accidentally let my blood drip onto the shell. Tu Kim then suddenly broke out of the shell. Hearing this, Tu Kim nodded vigorously in agreement. Kim Kwa shot up from his seat agitated. If that's the case, the dragon god once said that only someone of his clan could bring forth a divine dragon. This person is a prince of our dragon clan. His appearance heralds the rise of our people. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Fang's jaw dropped in astonishment. There's something like that. He looked dazedly at Adat, his face filled with confusion. Then why you? Adat leaned in and whispered in Lu Fang's ear. Our situations are different. You transmigrated with your body. I transmigrated with my soul. Basically, for Tu Kim to hatch the blood of a Huaxia person was required. Just then, Kim Kwa spoke again. Young friend Lu Fang, I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me to the altar for verification. It's also time for Lord Tu Kim to have his breakthrough in the altar. He readily accepted the offer. Of course, your majesty is too kind. Lu Fang took the opportunity to speak up. I also have a matter to request your help with. Your majesty, please tell me, how can I get to the legendary god's lost paradise? Upon hearing this name, Kim Kwa was startled and pressed. Why do you want to go there? Then Kim Kwa changed his mind. Never mind. Let's wait until we get to the altar. We can discuss this in more detail then. The scene changes to the altar area where the entire group had quickly assembled. Lu Fang intently read the words carved on the stone statue before him. The path that can be walked is not the eternal path. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. It's been a long time since I've seen Huaxia characters. Kim Kwa chuckled, his voice deep. You really can read the words written by the dragon god. The very next second, he suddenly waved his hand, and a brilliant golden torrent of internal energy erupted, gradually swirling throughout the space. Standing at the center of the dense energy, Kim Kwa shouted commandingly, Elders, activate the altar with me. As soon as he finished, the elders immediately clasped their hands, closed their eyes, and focused their inner energy. Everything happened so fast that Lu Fang barely had time to process it before the scene that unfolded before him left him in shock. In that moment, the stone wall of the altar was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, its aura so terrifyingly powerful that no one could look away. A deafening sound erupted as a pillar of light shot up from the altar, reaching for the heavens. The light was so blindingly bright that Lu Fang had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. In just a brief moment, the light vanished. Lu Fang groggily opened his eyes, hearing familiar sounds that had long been dormant in his distant memories. He hastily looked around, and his body suddenly froze. Lu Fang truly couldn't believe his eyes. Where is this? He was now standing in the middle of a bustling modern street with crowds of people passing by. Lu Fang looked around in all directions, an indescribable feeling welling up inside him. He moved his lips and murmured, I'm back. Just then a voice suddenly came from behind Lu Fang. So this is Huaxia thousands of years in the future. He reflexively turned his head, but the moment he saw the person's face, Lu Fang was stunned. The man was still leisurely observing the surrounding scenery and initiated conversation with him. Hello there, young friend. Lu Fang immediately went on high alert, taking a defensive stance and staring at him. Who are you? Faced with his hostile attitude, the other person simply smiled, his tone extremely gentle. Ha Kuoyan has probably mentioned me. Chan's school disciple Lu Qiam. The moment he heard that name, Lu Fang was terrified. He blurted out, You are senior dragon god Lu Qiam, aren't you supposed to be dead? The man calmly explained, That's right. What you're seeing now is just a small remnant of my spiritual consciousness. Hearing this, Lu Fang vaguely understood the current situation. So this is. Lu Qiam understood and nodded in confirmation. This is your consciousness space. Everything you see is your own memory. Those words struck him like lightning. Lu Fang could no longer hide his shock, unconsciously raising his voice to question my memory. And then in a flash, the surrounding scenery started to blur past him rapidly. Suddenly, Lu Fang saw an image of himself as a child, his innocent face smiling happily on a rocking horse. Lu Qiam suddenly asked, This must be your happiest memory, right? What is this thing? What are you doing? Lu Fang slowly approached the rocking horse, his gaze gradually softening. This was the last time my mother took me out to play when she was alive. This is called a rocking horse. It's a children's toy. As he said this, he suddenly froze unconsciously, shifting his gaze in one direction. Lu Fang stared intently at the backs of his younger self and his mother, an indescribable feeling rising in his heart. I never thought I'd see her again. He looked down, reminiscing. This was my happiest time, but then she passed away, and I became an orphan. Lu Fang's voice trailed off. He found it hard to speak, only able to call out silently, Mom. Just then, Lu Qiam decisively waved his hand. He said, Let's not watch sad things anymore. Watch this instead. And just like that, in a flash, the scene of Lu Fang and Vin He lying on top of each other suddenly appeared. He blurted out, This is my most exciting memory. The sudden sight caught Lu Fang off guard. His face turned bright red and his jaw dropped in astonishment. He frantically pulled the curtain shut, his embarrassment turning to anger as he shouted, "Senior, could you please not skip to this part?" The scene changes to sometime later at a coffee shop. Lucium leisurely fiddled with the coffee cup in his hand, resting his chin on his other hand as he looked around and sighed. So this is what the world is like, 1,000 years later. After speaking, he raised an eyebrow and whistled appreciatively. And the girls dress so refreshingly. The moment he made eye contact with a pretty girl walking down the street, Lucium excitedly shot up and eagerly waved to get her attention. Lu Feng frowned his disapproval, clear. Such a disrespectful old man. Lucium dropped his carefree demeanor, propped his chin on his hand and chuckled. Back then, Hakuin and I were stranded in another world. In the end, one of us fell and the other was trapped. I never thought I'd have the chance to meet a fellow from Waxia again. As soon as he said this, Lu Feng was stunned. I never expected it either. But senior, did you know that the egg you left behind has hatched? The other man nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I knew when that boy entered the altar last time. I just didn't have the courage to face him. Just one look at him and I'm reminded of Huyan Nu. Lu Feng had heard this name before. He thought Huyan Nu was the first generation Huyan Msatquitin of this continent. She ended up fighting the gods alongside Tin Shao and the dragon god and ultimately fell. At the same time, Lucium got straight to the point. Let's not talk about the past. Young friend, I've appeared this time because I need to ask a favor of you. According to his story, back then he and Hakuin were only at the supreme level when they arrived in this world, but they managed to fight against god-tier beings using Huaxia's techniques and spells. This aroused the greed of the gods. Later, Huyan Nu used the Star Pearl to save Lucium's life, which helped him break through to the Lord God level. When this news spread, the gods went into a frenzy, and the War of the Gods erupted from there. Lucium said Huyan Nu and I were besieged by the gods and fell. Our bodies remain on that battlefield to this day. I hear people now call that place the God's Lost Paradise. Young friend, if you ever have the chance to enter that place in the future, I hope you can bring my and Huyan Nu's bodies back. When you return to Waxia, I hope you will bury us together on the peak of Qi Mountain. This was her promise to me. He paused for a moment, summoned an item, and said, Of course, I won't let you make the trip for nothing. This Tutoa longsword is my gift of gratitude to you. The moment he saw the item, Lu Feng immediately looked astonished. A sword sheath, according to Lucium. Although it's a sword sheath, it can also be used directly as a weapon. The sword you use may be sharp, but it can't unleash the true power of your sword foundation. But if you take this sheath to the battlefield of the gods, you might find your true sword. Since he had put it that way, Lu Feng didn't stand on ceremony any longer. He accepted it and replied sincerely, Thank you, senior. We are countrymen. I will definitely do my best for this matter. It's just that I'm afraid it will be very difficult to get a chance to return to Waxia. Lucium remained calm and spoke slowly. That is the second thing I need to talk to you about. He recounted as follows. Back then, after the war between the gods broke out, all deities were drawn in. The Lord God of Space Chaos fought against the God of War Ares and used the spell Planar Exile. Afterward, the two Lord Gods vanished into the void under the watchful eyes of countless deities. Lucium paused for about a second. But not many years later, they returned and their bodies were riddled with the sword energy of the Chu Tian sword formation. This proves they had transmigrated to Huaxia, and they were able to successfully return to this world. He shared only later did I learn they could return because the Lord God of Space possessed a divine artifact, the Space Guide. This artifact can leave a permanent spatial mark of any plane it has visited, and one can travel there using that mark. Lu Feng was surprised and blurted out, What? So as long as I get the Space Guide, I can return to Huaxia. Speaking of this, Lucium's expression suddenly became serious. It's not that simple. Between planes, there are violent spatial turbulences. I originally wanted to get the Space Guide to study it, but I couldn't succeed. It wasn't until I was besieged by the gods in a desperate situation that I fought chaos to the death, suffering heavy losses to snatch the Space Guide. Recalling the past, he couldn't help but sigh with regret. Unfortunately, I fell just as I activated the Space Guide. Only a few fragments of my soul were sucked into the spatial rift. To this day, I can't forget how Huyan Nu perished along with the gods because I had fallen. The next second, Lucium said with a serious face, Young friend, I saw in your memories a girl who looks exactly like Huyan Nu. In that moment, Lu Feng immediately thought of one face, Hong Yi. Before he could fully understand, Lucium continued to advise, You must increase your strength quickly. Her Tianchu can allow a god-tier expert to level up without injury. If the gods find out about her existence, they will surely try every means to steal the Star Pearl. Having said that, he didn't forget to warn Lu Feng. When that time comes, both she and you will face a world of disaster. Lu Feng carefully committed his words to memory. Thank you for the warning, senior. I will definitely increase my strength to protect her. Hearing his guarantee, Lucium smiled with satisfaction. I believe you. He thought to himself, you must not repeat the same mistakes Huyan Nu and I made. Just then Lu Fang suddenly asked a question. Oh right, senior, do you know how to cure a flawed soul? Lu Qian's face showed doubt, but he still shared what he knew. I only know how to kill. I'm not skilled in healing, but many gods have studied the soul. If you can find soul-related medicine or divine artifacts they left behind after they died, it might be possible. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Fang excitedly grabbed Lu Qian's wrist, his tone urgent. Senior, please tell me how to get to the gods' lost paradise. However, Lu Qian's answer disappointed him. Sorry, I don't know. Lu Fang clearly didn't believe him. The man explained, the gods' lost paradise was formed from the uncontrolled energy released by the fall of many gods, creating an isolated space. Its entrance is not fixed. I am just a small wisp of consciousness. The only reason I've lasted this long is that only those with Wuxia blood can awaken me. How would I know? Go ask the current Dragon King. Hearing this, Lu Fang sighed in frustration. Senior, don't make it sound so easy. My fragile heart can't take it. A slight smile appeared on Lu Qian's lips as he leisurely lifted his coffee cup. My apologies, I'll punish myself with a drink. But after just one sip, he spat it all out. Black coffee sprayed all over Lu Fang's face, and he cried out in alarm. Senior Lu Qian cleared his throat and laughed awkwardly. My apologies. The taste of this era's wine is a bit peculiar. By the way, young friend, why do you have a hint of void energy on you? Lu Fang was suddenly confused. Void energy, what's that? The man explained, void energy is a type of energy higher than both elemental magic and Du Qi. For a supreme to break through to the god tier, they must possess void energy, and they need it to maintain their god tier status. He recounted slowly. Although the War of the Gods initially started because of me, the real root cause was the decline of void energy in this world. The gods could only fight over the void energy in others' bodies to maintain their god tier status. Moreover, the gods of this world need to master a power called laws. After killing a god, one can also obtain the power to rule over that god's domain, which led to all the gods being dragged into the war. Lu Qian paused, slowly raising his hand. A small, transparent orb gradually appeared in his palm. Looking at the energy in his hand, which suddenly connected with Lu Fang, Lu Qian couldn't help but be confused. But after Huyan Nu self-destructed, the void energy of this world should have completely vanished. Lu Fang himself was surprised, wondering, could it be from that time I went to the plane of the gods? He scratched his head and recounted the whole story to Lu Qian. After I woke up, I discovered a lot of silver-colored energy in my body. Unexpectedly, the man shot up from his seat. Not the plane of the gods. That white space you went to could very well be the legendary Void Realm itself. Lu Qian explained, void energy is the key to breaking through to the god tier, and the Void Realm is where void energy is born. The void energy that once existed in this world was merely what leaked out from the Void Realm. Hearing this, Lu Fang was bewildered. That place was the Void Realm, but I feel like apart from a vast expanse of white, there was nothing else there. Lu Qian shook his head slightly. I'm not sure about that either. The Void Realm was always just a legend. I never expected you'd have a chance to enter it. At this point, Lu Fang could only scratch his head and smile sheepishly. The next second, the other man suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and said in a solemn voice, Young friend, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. You must find a way to integrate void energy into your cultivation. If you only use it as a method of attack, the energy will only diminish with use. With that said, he suddenly looked up and sighed softly. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. My time is almost up. I'll use my remaining energy to help that little one. Consider it the only compensation this father can give him. Lu Fang looked doubtful. Senior, don't you seem fine right now? Is there really no way to help you revive? Lu Qian slowly continued. I am just a wisp of spiritual consciousness now. How can a consciousness be revived? But Lu Fang caught the key point. But what? Lu Qian had no intention of hiding it. He said that if he could find the soul fragments that were sucked into the spatial rift before he fell, there might be a chance of revival. Unfortunately, the chances are too slim. The next second, he quickly turned to leave. A faint golden energy began to appear. It flared up more and more intensely, enveloping the figure of Lu Qian as he floated in the air. He smiled gently. I'm very happy to have met a friend from my homeland. Before his final farewell, Lu Qian didn't forget to leave some parting words. Young friend, I hope we can meet again. At the same time, back at the altar, the streams of golden light began to fade. In a nearby corner, Tu Kim rested his chin on his hands, looking utterly bored. Lu Fang is so slow. A stream of golden energy suddenly shot straight towards him. Tu Kim had no time to react. He was suddenly transformed into his dragon form, floating in the air, looking dazed with no idea what was happening. Why am I flying, Kim Kwa? And the others were equally alarmed, quickly shouting, Lord Tu Kim. Amidst everyone's confusion, the faint image of Lu Qian appeared from the altar. Little one, I truly wish I could hold you in my own arms just once. Upon seeing that phantom image, Kim Kwa was startled, unable to believe his eyes. You are. In an instant, all the elders knelt down in unison, paying their respects. Lord Dragon God. Tu Kim, still confused about the situation, kept pressing Lu Kim. What are you trying to do? Nearby, Adak stood frozen, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Why does this feel so familiar? Is it because he's also from Huaxia? Before he could think further, 2 elders forced Adak to kowtow. Tu Kim was utterly bewildered, looking from the elders back to Lu Kim. He said nothing, silently observing Tu Kim for a long moment. After a while, Lu Kim slowly raised a finger and gently touched Tu Kim's forehead. This is the last of my energy. He reflexively shut his eyes, unaware of the golden speck of light flashing on his brow. And then in an instant, a brilliant golden energy erupted, engulfing Tu Kim's entire body. At the same time, Lu Fong suddenly returned to the altar area. He floated in the air, surrounded by faint golden rays of light. The sight left Kim Kwa and the elders completely stunned, their mouths agape and speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Fong looked ahead and saw the Dragon Clan elders kneeling before him. He blurted out, "Damn, you guys are too polite. The moment I show up, you all bow to me like this." The 6th elder paid no mind, scrambling to his feet with a panicked tone. "Where is Lord Dragon God? Where is Lord Tu Kim?" Kim Kwa waved a hand to silence the elders. "Quiet. Lord Dragon God has fallen into a deep slumber again due to exhausting his power." Then he loudly declared that Lu Fong had received the Dragon God's blessing. From this day forward, he is the prince of the Dragon Clan. Lu Fong had just returned and had no idea what was happening, his eyes wide with confusion. Before his astonished eyes, everyone present suddenly knelt down and bowed, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness." Everything happened so fast that before Lu Fong could react, Tu Kim was already charging toward him. Lu Fong, he was so excited that he slammed right into him, dragon eyes welling with tears. The result was predictable. Lu Fong couldn't resist and was sent flying backward. Tu Kim immediately panicked, rushing to his side to ask Lu Fong, "Are you okay?" Having learned from past experience, he quickly held up a hand to signal Tu Kim to stop. "Stop," the little guy obediently listened. "Okay." Meanwhile, Kim Kwa admired Tu Kim's current form, praising him non-stop. As expected of the Dragon God's son. Truly majestic. Then he made a request. "However, I must ask Lord Tu Kim to revert to his human form. They cannot withstand your draconic pressure at such close range." Behind Kim Kwa, the elders were bowing low, their bodies trembling. Tu Kim looked at him awkwardly, hesitating before replying, "But I don't think I can change back." A short while later, on a towering rock, Kim Kwa spoke privately with Lu Fong, his tone sincere. "Prince Lu, thank you for summoning the Dragon God, allowing me to meet the Lord. I have waited for my entire life." He paused for a moment, reaching for something. "This is our Dragon Clan's Divine Dragon Tablet. I hope Your Highness will accept it." Kim Kwa explained that this item could command any dragon of the Dragon Clan. He shared that according to Dragon Clan tradition, the tablet should be given to Lord Tu Kim, but since he was still too young, Prince Lu should hold it for now. Lu Fong took the tablet, examining it closely, before asking, "Your Majesty, are you really sure about entrusting this to a human like me?" The other just chuckled softly. "The tablet's commands cannot harm the Dragon Clan. That is the natural order. But if a command does harm the Dragon Clan, then forgive me." Lu Fong sensed the veiled threat in his words and quickly cut him off. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, Dragon King, I will never bring trouble to the Dragon Clan." He then took the opportunity to ask, "There is one more thing. Please tell me the way to the Lost Garden of the Gods." Kim Kwa couldn't understand his thinking. "You've already made up your mind. With your current strength going, there is suicide." Lu Fong's eyes showed clear determination. He explained, "The woman I love was injured because of me leaving her soul incomplete. I heard there might be a cure in the Lost Garden of the Gods." Lu Fong added, "Moreover, this is also the mission that Great Lord gave me." Hearing this, Kim Kwa was instantly startled. "That Great Lord? Are you saying that Lord Dragon God is still alive and well?" Lu Fong replied seriously. No. But Senior Dragon God does have a hope of revival, and that hope lies within the Lost Garden." Kim Kwa began to waver. Legend says, the Lost Garden of the Gods holds the key to ascending to godhood, but it vanished from the continent after the War of the Gods. From what he knew, 1,000 years later, the top powers of the continent discovered that during the solar eclipse that occurs once every 100 years, they could use the clash of celestial energies combined with the power of 4 supreme-level experts to temporarily pull the Lost Garden back to the continent. However, the garden limits the intake of soul energy, so the number of people who can enter is limited. Thus, these powerful factions tacitly agreed to keep this secret. Kim Kwa explained that only on the eve of the solar eclipse would they send their experts with qualification certificates to the fallen city at the border of the 4 great empires to hold a continental heroes meeting to compete for the right to enter. Lu Fong was taken aback, asking blankly, "Ascend to godhood?" In that moment, a thought struck him. Could it be that the Lost Garden contains an unlimited source of energy? He listened intently as Kim Kwa continued. The day before the solar eclipse, all experts with qualification certificates will engage in one final battle to the death, deciding the 12 people who will enter the Lost Garden. Over tens of thousands of years, hundreds of saint-level experts have fallen for this cause. He paused abruptly, asking Lu Fang in a low voice, "Prince Lu, are you prepared?" The sudden question left him stunned. At that moment, Kim Kwa looked straight into Lu Fang's eyes and uttered each word gravely, prepared to die at any moment. Lu Fang declared loudly, his expression deadly serious. "Of course, I will definitely go to the Lost Garden." He wondered to himself, but a solar eclipse happens once every 100 years. "I'm not going to wait until I'm a hunched-over old man, am I?" Kim Kwa laughed and replied, "Rest assured, the next eclipse will occur in 1 year." He slowly extended his hand, his voice resonating with power and confidence. "I believe that with Prince Fang's abilities, you will certainly be strong enough within a year. The only issue is the qualification certificate." Lu Fang's eyes lit up. "Your Majesty, Dragon King, Dragon Island is also a major power on the continent." "Don't we have a qualification certificate?" Kim Kwa answered hesitantly. "The Dragon Clan is powerful, but has low birth rates. Even without a god-level expert, we are still overlords of the continent. The lives of our clansmen are more important, so we long ago announced our withdrawal from the Continental Heroes meeting. Thus our qualification certificate was long since voided." Each of his words fell like a hammer blow, leaving Lu Fang speechless. "No way." Suddenly a subordinate's voice called from a distance. "Your Majesty, Dragon King, Poseidon of the North Sea has come to visit. Please come out to meet him." He smiled smugly and gestured outside. "There it is. The person bringing the qualification certificate has arrived." Kim Kwa then turned away, but before leaving he looked back to instruct him, "You stay here, don't go anywhere. I'm going to get the qualification certificate for you." Lu Fang, holding a tangerine, looked around blankly and wondered, is the Dragon King doing this on purpose? Suddenly a voice rang out from somewhere. "Lu Fang, I've transformed back." He turned his head. "Tia Kim." Suddenly Lu Fang froze, his eyes widening in shock. "Oh crap." Tu Kim's giant body shot toward him, the ground shaking with his every move. Lu Fang threw up his hands in fear, trying to stop Tu Kim's charge with a stop gesture. Tu Kim sat behind him, gently nudging his head, making it bob back and forth. Lu Fang crossed his arms in frustration. "Tu Kim, have you had enough? This kid's strength is insane now that he's at the Supreme Realm." Then the boy wrapped his arms tightly around him and said, "You always used to hold me. Now I can hold you too." A look of helplessness crossed Lu Fang's face as he muttered, "Thanks." A subordinate suddenly rushed in and knelt. "Prince, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor summons you." Lu Fang quickly broke free from Tu Kim's embrace. "I have to go." In a magnificent palace with exquisitely carved walls and ceilings, he stood before the gate thinking to himself, so this is the Sea Tribe. No wonder the name Ba Te Dan sounded so familiar. He took firm steps up the stairs, his shadow stretching long and imposing under the afternoon sunday. Suddenly someone appeared, blocking his path with a staff, his voice stern. "Human." Zhao Fash opened his mouth wide, his voice arrogant. "This is not a place for riffraff like you." Lu Fang looked him straight in the eye, his tone calm. "This is the Dragon Island of the Sea Tribe. You're the one who's riffraff." Zhao Fox swung his hand to push Lu Fang, his face full of frustration, shouting, "Damn it, a worthless piece of trash who can't even compete dares to be so arrogant. Get the hell away from me." He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, shocking everyone into disbelief. Then his subordinates all drew their sharp blades and pointed them at Lu Fang. Lu Fang calmly glanced at them with cold eyes, his brows furrowing as he prepared for a confrontation. Magical energy gathered at his feet, forming a fierce vortex of air. The ground shook so violently it seemed about to crack, catching them off guard and sending them all tumbling down. From behind, Zhao Vok pointed a finger at him, screaming in rage. "Die!" He charged forward, aiming a punch straight at Lu Fang's face. Lu Fang simply raised a hand and effortlessly blocked it, his expression unchanged. Witnessing this, Zhao Foch froze his face, a mask of disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. With a simple flick of his wrist, Lu Fang sent him crashing to the ground. Just as Lu Fang was about to finish him, a firm voice rang out. "Stop." As he turned, an axe came flying through the air, heading straight for him. In a flash, Lu Fang twisted aside neatly, dodging the incoming blade. When he regained his composure, he couldn't help but shout, his face filled with surprise. "It's you." Tinyi froze, her eyes widening in shock as she finally recognized him. "It's you," her face flushed with anger, her jaw clenched. "That damn playboy." In the dead silence, a raspy laugh suddenly broke the tension. In that instant, Lu Fang's gaze froze, and he stood stock still. Tae Dan slowly stroked his beard, saying joyfully, "I've finally found you." His face lit up, filled with the joy of seeing Lu Fang again. Tae Dan immediately rushed towards him from a distance. "My dear grandson-in-law." He threw his arms around Lu Fang, but Lu Fang quickly sidestepped him. With a look of confused embarrassment, Lu Fang asked, "Who are you?" "And who's your grandson-in-law?" Tae Dan immediately pointed a finger. "Kid, you can't just eat your fill and then deny everything." Tin Ni crossed her arms and stuck out her leg to block his path. Stop talking, you shameless old man. Who said he's your grandson-in-law? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'm leaving. Tae Don then switched into acting mode. My life is so tragic. An old man of several hundred years with no one to rely on, lonely and pitiful. Now my own granddaughter doesn't want me anymore. Lu Fang had to admire his performance. My God, this old man's acting skills are top-notch. He can change faces in an instant. He put on a pitiful expression. I might as well just bang my head and die. Tin Ni immediately shouted, "Shut up." Kim Kwa appeared from behind. No wonder your granddaughter calls you a shameless old man. I've truly seen it all today. Tae Don turned around beaming. Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, you flatter me. He smiled and made the introductions. This is Lu Fang, a prince of my dragon clan. And this is the saint-level elder Ba Tae Don and Princess Tin of the North Sea Empire. Hearing her name, Tin Ni just frowned and turned away, her coldness obvious. Lu Fang whispered into Kim Kwa's ear, Your Majesty, these people attacked our clan not long ago. What are they doing on Dragon Island? He chuckled and stroked his beard. Attacking your clan was just a dispute over territory and resources. If you have friends who accidentally got involved in the battle between our two clans, you should quickly tell them to leave. Kim Kwa smiled and spoke softly. This shameless old man wants to ask for my help. The two major powers in the Sea Tribe, the North Sea and West Nya, are rivals, but because their strengths are equal, a full-scale war has never broken out. He calmly explained. Not long ago, the West Emperor of the West Nya Empire broke through to the second tier of the Saint level. The West Nya Empire immediately launched a war. Their goal is not only to annihilate the entire North Sea Kingdom, but also to seize the certificate of qualification for the Heroes' Assembly held by the North Sea Empire. Kim Kwa looked straight at Lu Fang, who pointed at himself. So Ba Tae Don came to Dragon Island to ask for help. And your Majesty wants me to help the North Sea, using the certificate of qualification as the price. He smiled and said, Ba Tae Don, our dragon clan cannot directly participate in the struggles of your sea tribe. How about we let Prince Fong handle it? You've already seen his skills. Hearing this, Tae Don excitedly clasped his hands. Then thank you, your Majesty, for your righteous assistance. Kim Kwa smiled and put his hands behind his back. Don't thank me yet. Our prince charges a fee for going to battle. Tae Don laughed in reply. Name your price. I'll have someone prepare several tons of pearls to send over. Lu Fang put a hand to his chin, thinking this old man is playing dumb again. Were the Dragon Emperor and I not talking loud enough? Kim Kwa's eyes darkened, his voice turning cold. Don't play dumb with me. You know what I'm talking about. Tae Don replied softly. Your Majesty, the certificate for the Heroes' Assembly is an heirloom passed down from my ancestors. How could I easily give it to someone else? He then ran over to Lu Fang and Tin He. Besides, helping me means he's the North Sea's grandson-in-law. How is that unrelated to a prince of the Dragon Clan, right? Granddaughter, grandson-in-law. Lu Fang immediately jumped away. I have no relationship with your granddaughter. We met once before and I even fought her. Lu Fang pointed directly at her. So even if I were willing to marry her, she would never agree to marry me. Tin Ni looked straight at him, her expression firm and steady. I'm willing. Lu Fang, thinking she would refuse, was satisfied. You see, she would definite, but then he stopped mid-sentence. He asked again in disbelief as if he couldn't trust his own ears. What did you say? Tin Ni blushed. As long as you can help our North Sea resolve this crisis, I am willing to marry you. Both Tae Don and Kim Kwa watched with great interest, enjoying the romantic drama unfolding before them. Lu Fang held out a hand, flatly refusing. No way. Absolutely not. Don't even dream of it. I don't want to marry you. Hearing this, Tin Ni's face flushed red with a mixture of pique and anger. Then she gracefully took a small step forward like a fluttering petal. Tin Ni suddenly closed the distance, her trembling hands gripping Lu Fang's collar. Why? Her eyes flashed with anger as she pressed him. Do you think I'm not beautiful enough? The distance between them shrank and the proximity flustered him. The next moment his eyes widened, and Lu Fang stammered, Ugh. He turned his face away from Tin He's gaze. Because you're flat. Tue Kim said so. She began to lose her temper. You bastard. Do you really think I want to marry a despicable, shameless man like you? Tae Don held Tin Ni back from behind. Tin Ni, don't get worked up. Lu Fang quickly backed away. I never said I wanted to marry you either. Lu Fang stroked his chin thoughtfully while Kim Kwa stood silently behind him. He suddenly spoke up. I have only one condition. Trade the certificate of qualification. I must go to the Lost Garden of the Gods. Lu Fang continued. There is 1 year left until the solar eclipse. Can your empire hold out until then? He looked at Tin He and Tae Don with sharp eyes. The choice is yours. Kim Kwa said to Tae Don. 2 saint-level experts from the West Na Empire are participating in this war, yet we see no sign of your Sea Tribe Supremes intervening. If the North Sea is destroyed, what good will that certificate be to you? But he remained silent for a long time, his gaze distant, his face pensive as if lost in thought. Finally, Tae-don clenched his fist and declared, "Fine. As long as my North Sea can survive this, the certificate of qualification will be handed over to my grandson-in-law. After all, we're all one family." Lu Feng and Tin He shouted in unison. "Who's one family with you?" The old man quickly scurried away. The two turned to look at each other. "Stop copying me." Both blushing, they pointed at each other and yelled, "You're still copying me." Then a subordinate ran over from a distance holding up a letter. A day later, the water's surface rippled gently. Seahorses suddenly appeared darting through the clear water. Tin He sat across from Lu Feng, arms crossed, reading a letter for what felt like the 800th time. He read Vini's letter. "Dear Brother Feng, I've been feeling much better lately, and have left the water of life. But Master is still worried, and won't let me do anything. Oh right, Brother Feng, I feel like my soul is fine now. You must not take any risks. Please come back soon." Tu Fai also appeared to leave a message for Lu Feng. "Alright, my turn. Long time no see, Feng. I moved in with Vini recently. With me and Tu Yet taking care of her, you can rest assured. Oh, and my father has recovered after a few days of recuperation since being rescued. He asked me to thank you." He rubbed his head worried. "The three of them are living together now. 3 women, 1 drama. I have a bad feeling about this." Vini pointed at Tu Yet right. "Tu Yet wants to say hi too." She crossed her arms. "Who wants to say hi to him? Just come back soon and don't make Vini worry." Lu Feng looked happy. "Vini's recovery is going great. Now all I need is the certificate from the Heroes' Assembly." He suddenly grew pensive. "But, is it really okay for me to handle this alone?" Lu Feng recalled Kim Kwa, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Prince Feng, Lord Tiu Kim, still can't fully control his sudden surge in cultivation. I intend to send him to Old Hack for training." He turned to instruct Hack Kwang. "This time, with the Sea Clan affair, our Dragon Clan cannot directly intervene. Little Hack, although you will accompany Prince Feng, you are absolutely forbidden from making a move." He obeyed. "Understood. Even if Lu Feng beats someone to death, I will stand by and watch without lifting a finger." Recalling that conversation, Lu Feng was speechless, at a complete loss for words. Suddenly, a voice brought him back to the present. "Grandson-in-law, right ahead is the border of our North Sea Empire." Lu Feng slowly stepped down from the carriage. "An empire, huh? You guys live underwater, right? Do you have something that can help me breathe down there? Don't forget I'm still a weak human." Don chuckled. "No need to worry, grandson-in-law. Didn't you already take the dragon scale from Tin He's forehead?" He looked at the dragon scale in his hand. "Let me say this again, I didn't know back then that taking this scale meant I had to become her man. I'll return it to her right now." Tin He stepped out of the carriage and suddenly shouted. "So annoying," Tae-don quickly grabbed his hand. "Don't be hasty, this scale is truly the treasure you need. Just place it on your forehead, and you'll be able to breathe freely at the bottom of the sea like us. Plus, it can help you hide your human identity from ordinary seafolk." Lu Feng looked at the dragon scale in his hand. "This thing is reusable." From the carriage, Tin He gracefully stepped down and called out to stop him. Wait, Lu Feng had already placed the dragon scale on his forehead. He turned and asked what. She quickly slapped Tae-don lightly. Her grandfather chuckled. "Once you wear the scale, the entire sea tribe will know you are the grandson-in-law of my North Sea." Hearing this, Lu Feng pointed in terror at the dragon scale stuck to his forehead. "You tricked me." He rushed over to Tae-don. "Get this thing off me. I don't want this damn thing." Tin He flew into a rage and punched Lu Feng in the face. "What did you say?" "I wouldn't marry you if you paid me." The old man just laughed. "You two are a match made in heaven." Hack Kwang held a romance novel in his hand. What a cliché, marrying into the family plot. Suddenly, a large object descended from above, blocking out the light where he stood. Lu Feng and Tae-don's eyes widened in unison, frozen in shock. From above, a giant monster made of waves roared as it plunged towards him. It lunged forward, delivering a devastating blow that tore the carriage apart like a toy. An explosion of rage, Tae-don clenched his fist, magical energy swirling violently around it. "Bastard!" A torrent of magical power erupted from him, obliterating the monster in an instant. From behind, someone's hand wrapped around Tin He's slender waist. Lu Feng slowly put his arm around her, gently pulling her into his embrace. 2 imposing figures appeared in the distance, the second-tier Saint Tae Hong and the peak Saint Tae Day. Tin Ni clutched Lu Feng's shirt. Lu Feng teased, "Holding on so tight, what are you trying to do?" She retorted guiltily, "You're clearly the one who made the first move." He suddenly let go. "My apologies." She immediately went into a freefall. She suddenly spun around, a fierce scream tearing through the air. "You bastard!" Tae Huang spoke with a condescending tone. "Ba Tae-don, the Dragon Clan won't help you. You shouldn't be so desperate as to try any quack remedy. Is this first-tier saint-level trash the reinforcement you found?" Tae-don pointed at himself. "None of your damn business. At least I'm open and honorable, unlike you two who resort to shameless sneak attacks." Tae-day replied coldly, "As long as we can kill you, any means are justified. Today my Westanya army has marched forth. Just wait until I kill you all." At the same time, beneath the sea, waves of attacks intertwined, creating a scene of terrifying chaos. The man put his hands behind his back. Taking down the North Sea Empire will be as easy as flipping my hand. Hearing this, Tae Don's eyes widened in shock. Westna actually declared war first. If we're really stopped here, then my North Sea. Immediately, he angrily gathered his magical energy and roared. In your dreams, Tae Hoang laughed, charging with his sword. You were lucky to escape last time. Today, I will definitely cut you down. In a flash, the two clashed with a force that shook the very space around them. Before Lu Fang's eyes, the water's surface trembled continuously, leaving him astonished. With a panicked look, Tin He, her heart burning with anxiety, softly called out, "Grandfather." He cut her off. "Don't panic. Don't you trust your grandfather's strength?" After speaking, he glanced over at Tae Di. "Why isn't this one making a move?" the man asked with a cold face. "My friend, you are not of the Sea Tribe. Why interfere in this matter? If you leave now, whatever Ba Tae Don offered you, my West Nya kingdom is willing to double it." Lu Fang was silent for a long moment, then whispered, "This is bad, he won't." He replied confidently, thinking to himself, "Don't worry, I won't betray you. This old man is just all talk. If I ask for the certificate of qualification, he definitely won't agree." Hak Kwang suddenly shot up from below, sending water splashing everywhere as he loudly questioned them. "Hey, are you the one who ruined my favorite comic book?" Hearing this, the man just summoned a wave with a cold face, washing away his romance novel. "My story." In a flash, Tae Di's eyes widened and he cried out, "The Dragon Clan." Tae Di asked coldly, "Does the Dragon Clan intend to break the rules and interfere in the affairs of my Sea Tribe?" He thought to himself, "If the Dragon Clan gets involved, then what's the point of fighting?" Hak Kwang held the soaking wet romance novel. "Who said anything about interfering? You ruined my property now. Pay up," Lu Fang warned him. "Be careful. This old guy is a peak, saint level, much stronger than us." Hak Kwang laughed. "It's fine. The dragon god gave me a divine weapon. Dealing with this old guy will be no problem." Lu Fang cried out upon hearing this. "The dragon god gave you a gift. Why didn't I get one? I'm not having it." Instantly, Lu Fang's finger gently pressed the ring, and a brilliant light flared. In a flash, he was holding a powerful shining dragon sword. Lu Fang's voice was cold. "Senior, rest assured this member of my dragon clan will absolutely not interfere. Why don't we just start the fight?" Hearing this, Tae Di said nothing, sinking into a silent, pensive state. Tin Ni smiled faintly, a sense of relief washing over her. This guy is intentionally emphasizing his connection to the Dragon Clan. Taeda is probably even more wary now. Tae Don suddenly burst from the water's surface, shattering the waves. She called out to him, "Grandfather." Tae Don stood firm, his entire body radiating a power that made the surrounding space tremble. Wrath of the Sea God. He turned to look at Lu Fang. "Grandson-in-law, I'll deal with Tae Di. You stop Tae Hoang." Tae Hoang also emerged from the water. "Ba Tae Don, there's nowhere to run." Then he bared his sharp teeth and summoned his attack, Frenzied Shark Slash. From above, Lu Fang leaped down like a bolt of lightning, charging straight for him. Lu Fang's voice boomed powerfully, giving a momentary command. "Break for me." He laughed with interest, then gathered his magic and charged. Frenzied Shark Strike, a swirling torrent of blue magic transformed into a giant shark that lunged at Lu Fang. He laughed wickedly, a smug look on his face. "Shattered, aren't you? Couldn't even last one move." Tin Yi didn't believe it. That bastard definitely wouldn't die so easily. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Fang had silently appeared behind him. "What are you so happy about?" He mocked him. "The thing you shattered was just one of my clones." Tae Hoang immediately looked up, his face filled with shock as he let out a resounding shout. What Lu Fang erupted with power, lunging forward like lightning with a fourfold attack. Tae Hong's eyes suddenly widened, unable to hide his extreme shock. From a distance, the dragon sword flared with brilliant light, carrying the divine power of a dragon as it tore through the air, grazing past him. Tae Hoang was instantly sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of dark red blood. Lu Fang sheathed his sword. As expected of the dragon god's sword, when using multiple sword strikes, it can transform into a dragon's shadow, according to my will. Tae Hoang suddenly gathered all his internal energy, his veins bulging as he transformed into a giant fish monster, covered in shimmering scales. Tae Hoang glared at Lu Fang with sharp eyes. "Kid, I will tear every piece of flesh from your body." Lu Fang smiled, lightly, calmly, replying, "Perfect. I've been wanting to taste shark." Tae Hong gripped his sword, let out a roar, and charged at Lu Fang like a raging storm. Without hesitation, Lu Fang spun and drew his sword, blocking the attack. The two exchanged a continuous flurry of moves, each strike a flash of lightning, giving the opponent no time to rest. Lu Fang's sword sliced through the air, creating a resounding explosion. Immediately, he commanded with an authoritative voice, "Eightfold attack." Tae Hoang's mouth fell open in shock, revealing a maw full of sharp, fang-like teeth. He thought to himself, "I have to stop him." Tae Hoang immediately used his water-piercing armor technique. Lu Fang's fire dragon magic collided with his armor in a forbidden clash of spells. His fire dragon magic pierced through the armor, gaining a complete advantage. Tai Huang stared intently at the attack rushing towards him. Impossible. Lu Fang held his sword right in front of his face, the sheer power making the air freeze. Tai Dai appeared out of nowhere. If you dare strike, I'll make this old man Ba Tai Dan die along with Tai Huang. Lu Fang paused quickly, turning his head wary of any movement. He froze his eyes, glazed over, as he saw Tai Dan defeated collapsed in Tai Dai's hands. Tin Yi was horrified. Grandfather, how can this be? Grandfather is also a peak, saint-level expert. Even if he couldn't beat Tai Dai, he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. He refused to stop continuously overwhelming Tai Huang with relentless attacks. Lu Fang's hand tightened around his neck as if to squeeze out every last breath. Then he held Tai Huang firmly and stared at Tai Yi. The man spoke coldly. I never expected you could defeat Tai Huang with just the strength of a first-tier saint. Lu Fang didn't want to waste time and asked directly, cut the crap. Do we kill them or trade? He lifted Tai Dan by his shirt. In my hand is a peak saint-level expert. You want to trade him for a second-tier saint? Lu Fang calmly replied. If you don't want to trade, then forget it. It's not like I'm close with that old man anyway. Hearing this, Tai Dai began to lose his temper. He shouted, then you can all die together. Worry etched on her face. Tin He clenched her hands, praying silently. Lu Fang stood calmly amidst the vast ocean, the sea breeze gently caressing him. Then he spoke softly. Enough. Stop the act. Let's release them at the same time. Tai Dai looked at Lu Fang warily. I'll count to 3. We released them together. Their eyes met in a tense standoff, and then they began to count in unison. 1, 2, 3. Tai Dai slowly let go, allowing Tai Dan to fall. Lu Fang also released his grip, letting Tai Huang drop, setting him free. The man suddenly let out a wicked laugh, cold and calculating. Tai Dai forcefully threw Tai Dan down, attacking him with all his might. Lu Fang roared in fury when he realized he'd been double-crossed. Damn it. The man didn't even keep his word, charging directly to attack Lu Fang as well. He caught Tai Dan, supporting him. You bastard, you didn't keep your word. Without hesitation, Lu Fang focused his magic quickly, summoning a 16-fold attack. The lightning-fast strike grazed past Tai Dai, startling him into a halt. A shocked Tai Dai turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and panic, as the attack then sped towards Tai Huang and slammed into him. He painfully whispered his name, his voice choked and broken. Tai Huang. Tai Dai couldn't believe what had just happened. He turned to Lu Fang and screamed, you actually dared to kill Tai Huang. Consumed by rage, he unleashed his power, summoning a massive flood, his mouth still roaring. You actually dared to kill Tai Huang. The sea surged and waves crashed down, sending spray high into the air, drenching Lu Fang's group. Tai Dai seemed to have gone mad. His eyes were bloodshot, his face turned to the sky, and as he roared in agony, strange black markings appeared on him. He stood in the middle of a vortex, a giant sphere of water enclosing his body as he screamed. Today I will use the blood of thousands of you and the North Sea Empire as repayment. Tai Dai looked at his enemy, his eyes filled with the blood-red threads of hatred as he gave the order. Wolves of Westenya, kill for me. As the command was given from the depths of the sea, giant conch horns were raised and blown by Tai Dai's wolf warriors. The army of sea monsters charged forward, every face fierce and grim, shouting in unison, destroy the North Sea Kingdom. Seeing the dire situation, Tai Dan struggled to move his numb body, and called his granddaughter closer. Tin He, quickly, I've been hit by Tai Dai's unique soul-numbing mist. I won't be able to move for days. He looked at Tin He, his eyes pleading as he pointed in one direction, entrusting her with a mission. You must go back and maintain the battle. Lu Fang handed Tai Dan over to her, and looked Tin He straight in the eye, saying, take the old master back. Leave Tai Dai to me. She was extremely worried and wanted to say something, but at this moment Tin Yi understood that only he could bear this responsibility, so she held her tongue. Be careful. Tai Dai stood there, witnessing their farewell, which only fueled his rage. He roared at Lu Fang, after I kill you, I'll send them to join you soon enough. He waited until Tin He and her grandfather were safely away before turning to face him. Your brother wanted to kill me just now too. A pity. Reminded of the pain of losing his brother, Tai Dai went berserk again, his eyes red as he screamed. I want you dead, Saint's tomb. He stood straight, raising his hands above his head to command the sea, which surged into a massive pillar of water. Then Tai Dai bent over sharply, swinging his arms forward, and the pillar of water instantly took the form of a giant shark lunging to attack Lu Fang. Sky Tomb Devouring Serpent. Seeing the overwhelming force of the water rushing towards him, Lu Fang was startled. He looked up in horror at the fully formed attack that was now right in front of him. Tin Yi, having moved a safe distance with Tai Dan, turned her head and shouted, Lu Fang, get out of the way. Tai Dai had unleashed all his hatred into this move. The grandson-in-law can't escape this one. Tai Dai, filled with hatred, unleashed his terrifying power. He looked at Lu Fang with absolute confidence and declared, go and be buried with Tai Huang. His Sky Tomb Devouring Serpent opened its massive jaws, intending to swallow Lu Fang whole. In that perilous moment, only a single thought echoed in Lu Fang's mind. All outside noise was blocked from his ears. This move is a critical attack. It's completely unavoidable. And just like that, Taidi's water shark successfully swallowed Lu Feng, then flicked its tail and dived beneath the waves. Tin Yi frowned, looking at the chaotic battle, growing more and more anxious. He's dead. She couldn't accept it. She abandoned Taidan in the water and rushed off. Tin Yi, don't go. Return to the seafloor. Hatred filled her eyes, and she clenched her teeth, trying to suppress her terrible emotions. Tin Yi had no choice but to leave her grandfather and rush into battle to help Lu Feng. She could only trust in his promise as she helped her grandfather leave. Her head was still turned back with regret, thinking, "You bastard. Don't die." Ha Kuang, seeing Lu Feng swallowed, erupted with power and viciously cursed at Taidi. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." But just as he finished speaking, the water shark was suddenly split in two by a brilliant golden light. Taidi's jaw dropped in astonishment. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes and cried out. "What?" Lu Feng broke free from the attack sword in hand. The sharp blade, filled with spiritual energy, glided across the water's surface. Eightfold attack, the sword of life and death, struck like a tempest, decisively stabbing straight into Taidi. He looked down at the spiritual energy still lingering on his chest. Impossible. Ha Kuang saw that Lu Feng was unharmed and had even broken through to strike Taida down before he could react. He smiled in relief. This guy always loves to play these heart-stopping games. Meanwhile, Lu Feng raised his sword to the sky, his eyes fixed resolutely on the enemy before him. "It's time for you to go. Tai Huang is waiting for you." Seeing death before him, he began to panic. His earlier arrogance vanished without a trace as he frantically took out two other magic treasures. "No, you can't kill me. Absolute defense, absolute freeze." But Lu Feng didn't want to drag things out. He decisively swung his sword down to send him on his way. Taidi couldn't defend against his power. His eyes rolled back, and his spiritual energy began to dissipate from his shocked face. But just then, Lu Feng was distracted by another voice from behind. "Human. Stop for this venerable one. The Sea Tribe's territory is no place for your insolence." Taida grabbed onto this lifeline, sweat pouring down his face as he looked up and cried for help. "Supreme High Lang Dak, save me." In the middle of the vast ocean, a whirlpool shook the entire sea, and two figures slowly rose from the deep. The two quickly stood on the water's surface, both looking at Lu Feng. "Sea Tribe Supreme High Lang Dak. Sea Tribe Supreme Ba, thank you dang." He turned to look at the two newcomers, his brow furrowing as he thought, "Why do the Sea Tribe Supremes have to show up now? If I let Taida go, wouldn't I be digging my own grave?" No sooner said than done. He didn't stop but continued to leap forward, wanting to kill the bastard in front of him. "If you don't pull out the roots, they'll become a future obstacle." Taida was locked in place, unable to move to resist, only able to use his mouth instead of his limbs in fear. "How dare you?" But before he could finish, Lu Feng's sword sent him to meet his brother Tai Hong, his head severed from his neck. Dai with Taidi dealt with Lu Feng's spiritual energy was still scattered everywhere, creating a magnificent scene. Lang Dak, seeing that his arrival and words couldn't stop Lu Feng's actions, roared in anger. "Kid, you dare." He didn't wait for Lu Feng to turn and face him, but shot forward, his hands forming claws made of seawater. "A saint-level human dares to act so violently in my Sea Tribe's territory." Lang Dak's eyes were fierce, his facial muscles tensed as he roared at Lu Feng while charging like a storm. "Then don't blame this venerable one for being merciless." He swung his arm, and the dragon-like claws magnified from a distance, lunging towards Lu Feng. But what Lang Dak didn't expect was that Lu Feng's movements were incredibly nimble. He managed to easily leap aside and successfully dodge the attack. Seeing his swift and clean movements, he had to reevaluate this human's strength. This human kid is strange. He actually escaped the spatial condensation of a supreme. Lu Feng retreated to a safe distance, standing in midair with the holy sword in hand, looking at them. "Are you the two supremes of the Sea Tribe? I was entrusted by Ba Te Dan of the North Sea to help them repel West Nya's attack." Lang Dak looked him straight in the eye, the spiritual energy on his body beginning to gather. "Kid, don't you know that saint-level beings are forbidden from participating in war?" Lu Feng fearlessly retorted. "Blame those two then. It was Tai Hong and Tai Dai who violated the treaty, trying to use saint-level power to destroy the North Sea nonsense." "Human kid, I'll make you pay for the life of my Sea Tribe's Saint Ti Dang, who hadn't acted yet," spoke up from behind to verify. "Ba, Tai Dan, is what this kid said true?" Tai Dan, with his granddaughter's help, had safely returned to the North Sea floor and immediately replied, reporting to the Supreme Lords Tai Hoang and Tai Dai, "Not only violated the treaty, but they also used the soul-numbing mist on me during our fight at the bottom of the North Sea. If not for Lu Feng's help, the North Sea would have been annihilated." Hearing the answer, Lang Dak remained stubborn and disagreed with his methods. "Even so, you shouldn't have sought help from an outsider." Tai Dan anxiously looked up at the two Sea Tribe Supremes and told the truth. "But I have already asked other Sea Tribe nations for help and no one agreed to help me. I begged the two Supreme Lords to spare Lu Feng." Dang, understanding the rights and wrongs of the situation, immediately called out to Lang Dak. Hai Lang Dak, Te Huang, and Te Day started the war themselves and used the soul-numbing mist to assassinate him. This kid only acted because he was entrusted by Ba Te Dan. Let's spare his life. Lang Dak heard him out, but being stubborn, he still refused to let it go. The death penalty may be waived, but he cannot escape punishment. He dared to kill a Sea Tribe saint in front of me. I must strip him of his saint-level cultivation as punishment. Lu Fang was shocked to hear him say that. Ha Kuang immediately stood in front of him and pleaded. What? No, you can't, my lords. Lu Fang is a prince of our dragon clan. Hearing this only made Lang Dak more furious, his angry gaze fixed on them. What? How can a human be a prince of the dragon clan? You little brat, don't try to fool me. Seeing this, Te Dan also quickly spoke up to explain for Ha Kuang. Supreme Lord, I personally invited Lu Fang from Dragon Island. He is a prince acknowledged by the Dragon Emperor himself. Tai Dang, still, with his hands behind his back, spoke up at this point, making Lang Dak glance over. Does the Dragon Clan want to interfere in the continent's conflicts again, using a human as a prince to test the waters? Ba Ka desperately tried to stop the two Supreme Elders. No matter what, if you two harm our prince, His Majesty the Dragon King will. But Lang Dak wasn't listening to threats. He shot out his claw again, grabbing Ba Ka by the throat and lifting him high into the air. So the Dragon Tribe wants to meddle in the affairs of my Sea Tribe. If the Dragon Emperor were here, I might show some fear, but you're just a puny half-dragon. What are you? Seeing Ba Ka attacked, Lu Fang quickly took a stance and roared, You bastard, let him go. But his words held no threat for Lang Dak, who just sneered. After so many years in seclusion, what gives you the right to speak to me like that, the human prince of the Dragon Tribe? I'm curious to see what you've got. With that, he increased his power, forming water arrows that pierced Ba Ka, sending blood flying. He defeated him easily, then callously tossed Ba Ka aside. Witnessing his comrade's brutal treatment, Lu Fang screamed Big Black. He then leaped forward with his sword landing right in front of the sneering Lang Dak. You can barely save yourself and you have time to worry about others. Lang Dak's words sent Lu Fang into a rage. His face darkened, his body trembling with uncontrollable rage. You bastard. Lang Dak looked at him, a provocative glint in his eyes and a smirk on his lips. What's this? A mere first-level saint ant wants to fight me. Provoked beyond his limits, Lu Fang's suppressed anger exploded. He glared at Lang Dak and charged. And why can't I? Lang Dak laughed contemptuously, his arms transforming into dragon claws as he faced Lu Fang. You reckless fool. Very well, I shall grant you your death wish. Lu Fang calmed himself, his eyes turning cold and steady as he spoke. 8 times. Power surging through him, Lu Fang leaped, swinging his sword down with all his might. Lang Dak didn't even try to dodge, simply raising a hand infused with spiritual energy to block the blade. Unable to break through, Lu Fang was stunned. How can this guy's body be so tough? In that moment of hesitation, Lang Dak swept his arm, knocking him back. Lu Fang used his feet and one arm to regain his balance, skidding a long way across the water's surface. He quickly found his footing and charged again, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He raised his sword and a powerful surge of spiritual energy took the form of a dragon aimed straight at Lang Dak. Lang Dak watched him with a slight smile, his own hands preparing the next move. You have some skill, no wonder you could handle 4 peak Saint Emperors. A pity you still underestimate the gap between a saint and a supreme. Lang Dak launched a shark-shaped attack to meet Lu Fang's dragon head-on. Frenzied Sand Assault, 16th Strike. The two attacks collided, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire sea. Being the weaker of the two, Lu Fang was hit, coughing up blood as he was thrown backward. Lang Dak sent him flying, his body and sword tumbling through the air until he slammed into a rock and finally stopped. Lu Fang's body lay on a large rock in the middle of the vast sea. The rock itself had cracked under the immense force of the attack. Lang Dak pressed his attack. Raising his hand high, he leaped into the air, aiming for the downed Lu Fang. A colossal spear formed from his spiritual energy materialized and shot downward. Sand Guardian Spear. From deep within the North Sea, Te Dan and Teen Ni looked up in horror, able to do nothing but wait anxiously. But just as the spear was about to hit the rock, a black dragon emerged and shattered it. Lu Fang stood on the dragon's back, sword in hand, ready to fight again. Seeing him get back up, Lang Dak offered a sliver of praise. Interesting. So you can release death energy to attack. A pity. An ant trying to stop a chariot. In the blink of an eye, he teleported right in front of Lu Fang. He appeared right before him. One kick sent Lu Fang flying again, crashing onto the same black rocks, shattering them on impact. Lu Fang was injured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He used his sword to prop himself up, kneeling on the ground. Images of the past flashed through his mind. The hatred of watching someone important being taken away while he was powerless. It fueled his rage. A supreme. Always a supreme. This feeling of powerlessness, of being trampled upon. He stood up, his eyes burning with defiance against his fate. No, I refuse to accept this. It won't be like last time. Lang Dak looked down from above at Lu Fang's efforts and reminded him, kids see reality for what it is, and obediently let me take your saint-level cultivation. Don't worry, I said I wouldn't take your life. He refused to be seen as weak, bravely confronting him without backing down. And I said it's possible for a saint to fight a supreme. He channeled his spiritual energy, wrapping it around his body, and causing the sea to churn. Sword ring. The sea around him began to surge, as if in a great storm with him, at the epicenter of the violent vortex. Thunder began to rumble. Lang Dak remained high and mighty, looking down at the tiny human who in his eyes didn't know his own limits. Lang Dak smiled, watching with anticipation, as Lu Fang continued to stir up the storm. Truly, ignorance is bliss. Just then, Tidong, who hadn't interfered, approached and spoke to him. Are you just going to wait for him to make his move? Lang Dak stood with his arms crossed, his expression utterly confident in his own strength. With a genius like this, the only way to truly break him is to crush him so completely that he falls into despair. Below, Lu Fang was unleashing terrifying power. The vortex grew wider and wider, but he didn't stop. His spiritual energy continued to increase with each passing moment. Not enough. Still not enough. It's not enough. Lightning crackled and swirled around Lu Fang. He gritted his teeth, pushing his power even further. The lightning spun around him, blending with the blue of the churning sea. After a moment, Lu Fang suddenly roared, his eyes resolute. Fuse, a colossal vortex rose to the sky, its power so immense it blackened the heavens with storm clouds. Only now did Lang Dak look alarmed, staring up in disbelief. This was a waterspout charging into the clouds, carrying a massive amount of water into the sky. Lu Fang's attack swept up entire armies of shrimp and crabs from the deep seabed, lifting them out of the water to spin wildly in the vortex. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Lang Dak formed a spear from his spiritual energy and yelled at Lu Fang. Damn it, I can't let him keep this up. I have to cripple this kid for good. He charged with his spear toward Lu Fang's massive vortex, approaching at incredible speed. Once he was close enough, Lang Dak hurled his spear with a furious roar. Kid, today, I'll let you taste what it's like to fall from heaven to hell. The spear pierced through Lu Fang's vortex, heading straight for him. The moment it was about to pierce his throat, Lu Fang grabbed the spearhead with his bare hand. Blood sprayed from his palm. He gritted his teeth, fighting against its force, trying to stop it from ending his life. Lang Dak watched the scene unfold, laughing triumphantly. It's over, kid. Lu Fang turned to look at him, his eyes filled with genuine confidence. I've been waiting for you, old man. With that, he crushed Lang Dak's spearhead in his hand. Countless other spears formed from the storm behind him. Tempest. They all shot towards Lang Dak at once. Lang Dak quickly mobilized the spiritual energy in his hands to defend himself. But the number of Lu Fang's spears was overwhelming. He couldn't dodge them all. Some began to cut into Lang Dak's flesh, drawing blood. White smoke rose from his wounds, and his expression grew even more grim. What is this damn thing? It's even invading my body. Realizing the situation was not in his favor, Lang Dak quickly decided to retreat and create distance from Lu Fang. I can't risk this. Seeing his opponent's move, Lu Fang swung his sword behind his head and shouted, "Don't think you can run." His target was Lang Dak, who was busy dodging the spears. He brought his sword down again. This slash carried lightning with it, forcing Lang Dak to grit his teeth and evade, but he couldn't avoid being injured in several places. Lang Dak clutched his chest, staring furiously at Lu Fang. Unbelievable. A supreme like me pushed this far by a mere saint. The shame of struggling against him only fueled his rage. He gritted his teeth. Then don't blame me for using my strength to bully the weak. His power surged again, the sea blue spiritual energy around his body expanding. Tidong, watching from the sidelines, looked on in surprise. Is he planning to use? Before he could finish, Lang Dak spread his arms, creating a circle that rapidly expanded. Hydro Domain. The Hydro Domain formed with him at its center, a perfect circle facing Lu Fang's massive vortex. Lu Fang's brow furrowed as he watched, already guessing what this attack was. So it's finally here, a Supreme's ultimate technique, the Domain. In a brief moment, a black hole appeared, swallowing everything from the water's surface. Tinyi supported her grandfather, and they both looked up in astonishment at the empty space. Why did they suddenly disappear? A domain. That kid actually forced a Supreme to use his domain. What a monster. As they were talking about the fight, Taedon turned to his granddaughter with a completely unrelated topic. My dear granddaughter, if you and my grandson-in-law just have a boy and a girl, the future of our North Sea. Hearing her grandfather's words, she blushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, lightly poking his head. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Inside Lang Dak's domain, he and Lu Fang faced off. Pulled inside, Lu Fang felt an invisible pressure and cursed a domain again. This oppressive feeling. Lu Fang grimaced, his eyes fixed on Lang Dak, but his thoughts never once considered giving up. However, this time I will fight a Supreme with the power of a saint. He reached out, concentrating his power into a white orb that grew larger and larger. 5 more measures of the void. Enough to make even gods wary. I'm also looking forward to seeing how powerful this sword ring tempest will be. Langdak formed a hand seal, causing the water to surge as he spoke. This ends here, kid. Hydro domain water separation realm. With his shout, sky-piercing columns of water shot into the air and then, as if with a mind of their own, crashed down into Lu Fang's vortex. The sound of the collision shook the entire space. Lu Fang gritted his teeth, maintaining the technique in his hands. He glanced at the water columns about to break through and grew anxious. Just a little longer. A little longer. Langdak maintained his seal, continuing to chant as he moved to the next phase. Second-level domain infinite creation water separation mystic giants. A head slowly emerged from the churning seawater, its 2 eyes glowing as they stared forward. Its massive body gradually took shape with long arms, bulging muscles, and sharp claws. 3 giants made of seawater stood on the surface, all of them glaring at Lu Fang, who was still gathering energy. They identified their target and a second later leaped in unison, bearing down on him. Lu Fang didn't flinch at the approaching pressure, still focusing on the white orb in his hand. The final step. Just one last step. Seeing his persistence, Langdak roared in fury. In my domain, I am a god. His energy fully charged, Lu Fang decisively crushed the orb in his palm and looked up. Then I'll just have to kill a god. Void Sword Ring Tempest. As Lu Fang spoke, massive white spears shot out, striking the huge bodies of the water giants. A rain of swords fell at his command, pinning all the giants and returning them to the deep sea. Lu Fang thrust his sword forward, turning the tables in an instant. Break for me. Countless sword phantoms shot through the space, tearing through the dark clouds with unstoppable force. They had only one target, the arrogant supreme-level Lang Dak. The white blades cut through his skin, leaving countless wounds on his body. Lang Dak never expected to be beaten so badly. He clutched his chest, coughing up blood repeatedly. No. Impossible. How can a saint shake the domain space of a supreme-level expert? Lu Fang, brimming with confidence, charged forward to attack, taunting him. So this is all a supreme's domain amounts to. Right after he spoke, a thunderous tremor echoed out. Back in the North Sea, Tin Yi looked up at the sky worriedly. What's happening now? He's not dead, is he? Ti Dang hadn't been pulled into Langdok's domain. He stood there looking at the grandfather and granddaughter and replied, "Don't worry." Hai Langdok said he would only cripple his cultivation, not take his life. He glanced up, unable to see the battle inside, just like everyone else. He sided with Langdak, only hoping the kid wouldn't be truly destroyed. But the result was announced quickly, as a massive crack appeared separating the domain space from the outside world. The crack grew wider and wider, tearing his domain space apart. Tidang stared in horror at the unbelievable sight, sweat pouring down his face as he yelled, "What? Hai Langdok's domain has been broken. Wait, what happened to your clothes?" Hearing his voice, Langdak turned to look, his clothes in tatters but still shouting orders. "Stop wasting time. Help me stabilize the domain." Tidang spread his hands helplessly, looking at him in disbelief. "You want 2 Supremes to team up against a single saint-level kid?" Langda clutched his wounded body, pointing a shaky finger at Lu Fang's vortex. "Do you still think you can call that kid a saint? If you don't act now, by the time his storm completely shatters my domain, this whole sea region will become a living hell." Hearing this, Tidang no longer hesitated and began to channel his spiritual energy, ready to assist his partner. When Tin He saw the 2 of them about to team up against Lu Fang, she pleaded weakly, "Supreme Sirs, please show mercy." He frowned, not looking at her as he replied, "Right now you should be saying that to the kid. He's beaten the great Hai Langdak so badly his pants have fallen off." With that, he froze the entire sea beneath his feet and slowly rose into the air. Extreme ice domain. Tidang quickly flew to reinforce his comrade, following Langdak's instructions to patch the crack in the domain. He entered Langdak's domain space, appearing beside him with a shocked expression. "Unbelievable. No wonder your domain couldn't hold. No more talk. Let's join forces and shatter his storm." Tidang immediately complied, forming a hand seal in front of his chest alongside Langdak to begin their counterattack. The 2 of them stood tall amidst the churning sea and freezing ice as thunder and lightning gathered. Their powers combined, transforming into a dragon that pierced through Lu Fang's vortex. Langdak smiled as their combined attack broke through Lu Fang's defenses, while Tidang remained silent, observing. Lu Fang was hit, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, but his eyes remained incredibly resolute. He watched the spiritual energy around him begin to dissipate, his eyes filled with panic and worry. "Damn it, my void energy is almost depleted." Tidang, watching from behind, quickly came to a conclusion, but Langdak carefully added one more blow. "It's over. Shatter." Ice pierce, countless shards of ice broke apart at his command. Lu Fang screamed in agony as his entire body was tormented. The domain retracted, and the 3 of them returned to the vast sea under a rain of ice. Tin He looked up, her hands clenched, and her face filled with worry. "They're out. Who won?" But a moment later, she quickly covered her eyes, her face turning bright red as she screamed. Lang Dak smirked at Lu Fong, his arrogant eyes sharp. Accept your fate, kid. Perhaps one day you could have stood at the pinnacle of the continent. A pity. But Lu Fong was unfazed, smiling back confidently. I have no regrets in this loss. At this point, T-Dang covered his own darkening face and stammered. Your pants. Hearing the warning, Lang Dak finally looked down and realized in horror that he was exposed for all the world to see. Lang Dak's eyes bulged with fury, his roar shaking the area. Damn you, humiliated by Lu Fong, he clenched his fists and glared. I'll kill you. T-Dang, standing beside him, could no longer maintain his serious expression. He asked wearily, did you really have to take it this far? How am I supposed to protect you now? But his companion wasn't listening, blindly charging forward to continue fighting Lu Fong for his honor. Seeing his loss of composure, Lu Fong laughed. You two don't actually think you've won, do you? Though blood still stained the corner of his mouth, his eyes held the confidence of certain victory. The dust settled, revealing Lu Fong calmly holding 4 cards. Without hesitation, he threw the 4 cards that shot forward like daggers. Both Lang Dak and T-Dang froze like stone, their eyes locked on the cards before them. T-Dang's eyes widened to their absolute limit as he screamed in panic. Get away. Lu Fong clutched his chest, his voice trembling as he called out amidst the chaos. Big Black. Bak Ka shot up, reaching out his hand in response. Lu Fong grabbed his arm. Don't just stand there, let's go. That won't be enough to kill a supreme. The sea surged like the horrific tentacles of a giant monster, reaching out and intertwining. On the other side, Lang Dak and T-Dang were struggling in the massive vortex, trapped and unable to escape. Lang Dak held T-Dang tightly, screaming in panic. Damn it, don't think you can run. Tin He gently covered her mouth, a silent smile appearing on her lips. Well done. The battle ended, leaving only the calm sea under the gentle light of dusk. Lang Dak and T-Dang struggled to the surface, their eyes filled with fury and indignation. Lang Dak screamed, T-Dang, did you lock onto that kid? If I don't kill him, it won't be enough to quell my rage. T-Dang looked at him struggling and spat out a mouthful of blood. And how do you plan to face the wrath of the Dragon Tribe? Lang Dak's voice was cold. I don't believe the Dragon Tribe would declare war on us for a single human. Even if I don't kill him, I'll seal him in the deep sea, where he'll wish for death never to escape. With a sharp gaze, T-Dang spoke decisively. He's locked on. The scene shifts to Lu Fong and Bak Ka speeding across the water's surface, the sound of splashing water on either side. A strange feeling suddenly washed over him. His eyes widened in utter shock. Lu Fong fell into the water, blood flowing from his mouth, making the air tense. Bak Ka rushed to support him, calling out worriedly. Brother Lu Fong smiled in response. My energy is depleted. I really can't run anymore. A pity we were so close. Bak Ka put Lu Fong's arm over his shoulder, his expression determined. Then let me take over from here. Suddenly Bak Ka coughed, violently spitting up a mouthful of dark red blood. They both staggered, lost their balance, and fell into the cold water. The two of them struggled in the icy waves, their ragged breaths revealing their pale faces. Bak Ka suddenly burst out laughing. I never thought we'd end up in such a miserable state. Lu Fong weakly rested his hand on his chin and spoke. Sorry, Big Black. I got you into this. He lightly pushed his shoulder. Saying that to me is treating me like an outsider. You are a prince of my dragon tribe. We dragons are fiercely protective of our own. If those 2 supremes dare to kill you, the entire dragon tribe will never forgive them. Suddenly Lang Dak's voice echoed out. Found you. Run. Keep running. Today I'll make you wish you were dead. Lu Fong laughed in reply. Hey old man, was it hard patching up your pants to be beaten like that by a saint in front of your entire tribe? If I were you, I'd have dug a hole and buried myself. And you still have the nerve to show your face and act tough. His rage exploded. He threw a punch at Lu Fong with incredible speed. You're courting death. After the blow, Lu Fong was sent flying, his body tumbling through the air. He splashed into the water, and Lang Dak rushed toward him. Kid, today not even a god can save you. I swear it. He grabbed Lu Fong by his clothes, preparing the finishing blow. First, I'll strip you of your cultivation. Then I'll let you rot in the deep sea until you die of regret. Hak Long suddenly interrupted. Stop, he made a sign, preparing to end things once and for all. Lang Dak brought his hand covered in mysterious symbols closer to Lu Fong, who was too stunned to react. His eyes widened, staring blankly as the hand approached, thinking, is this how it all ends? I can't accept this. In that moment of despair, a mysterious power suddenly surged, violently knocking the old man's hand away. Amidst the giant beasts, Hak Hyen's voice suddenly echoed, shattering the tense atmosphere. A mere child of the Sea Tribe dares to harm a citizen of my Hoa Ha. Hak Hyen frowned, his voice booming. Do you really think Hoa Ha has no one to defend it? Following his roar, a giant turtle and a giant snake under his command surged forward, launching a ferocious attack. Seeing this, T-Dang was utterly terrified, a deep fear rising in his heart. Immediately, he and Langdak formed hand seals, casting a dual-layered ice-pierced seal domain. Suddenly, green orbs of light tore through the air, blazing brightly as they shot towards the two of them. Instantly, they both coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood, expressions of extreme pain on their faces. Langdak realized in horror and screamed, It's the sea god beast run. At that moment, massive chains suddenly shattered the space, whistling eerily as they shot towards the two of them. Hakhuyan roared, Don't even think about running. The cold chains suddenly tightened around the giant turtle's neck with a metallic clang. Hakhuyan shouted in frustration, Damn you gods. He waved his hand, his voice resounding as he gave a powerful command. It's your turn now. Go Pika, I choose you. At that moment, a green object shot past with a whistle, stunning both T and Langdak. Tu Kim suddenly rushed out, his voice ringing. Lu Fong, I'll take it from here. Seeing this, Lu Fong's eyes lit up and he happily called out the boy's name. Tu Kim, Langdak and T Dang didn't hesitate. They immediately unleashed their attacks. Frenzied Sand Assault, Raging/Tu Kim, was sent flying high into the air by their powerful combined attack. The boy got angry. You two bastards trying to sneak attack a kid, I'll beat you to death. Then Tu Kim casually put his thumb in his mouth and started sucking on it. The boy struggled relentlessly, creating a brilliant golden layer of magical power around himself. Langdak and T Dang's eyes bulged, unable to believe what was happening. What Lu Fong yelled, Holy crap, is that Gear Second? It's like a one-piece crossover. Hakhuyan stood above them, his voice cold. Let me show you, children of the Sea Tribe, the results of our special training. Tu Kim slowly began to transform, a mystical golden light enveloping him. The light is too bright. Lu Fong immediately raised a hand to shield his eyes. What is this? Following that, Tu Kim's hair began to grow long, falling to his shoulders. A gleaming set of armor slowly formed on his body, encasing every muscle. Tu Kim had transformed into a powerful and handsome adult form. I can't believe it, Tu Kim, the boy pointed at his own face. That's right, it's me. Are you two ready to get beaten up by yours truly? Tu Kim moved like a flash of lightning, shaking everything with his every motion. He raised his leg, preparing a kick. Bearchild's descending fairy kick. Langdak was surprised. So fast, he quickly raised his hands to block the boy's kick. Tu Kim teleported in a flash, appearing right above Langdak, Guanyin's lotus seat. He gently sat down, leaving the old man stunned and unable to react. Tu Kim gently brought two fingers together and slipped them underneath. 1,000 years of pain. Both Lu Fong and Hakhuyan were terrified. Monkey steals the peach, old man pushes the cart, self-drawn pure, one suit, the wrath of the bear child. Not stopping there, the boy continued his assault, spitting fire. Bear child's saliva spit. Hakhuyan was proud. As expected of my personal student. He has truly inherited my legacy. T Dang and Langdak screamed in agony. If we weren't injured by the sea god beast, how could we be humiliated by you like this? A scholar can die, but cannot be disgraced. Seeing he was about to lose, Langdak decided to take everyone down with him. Let's perish together. In a panic, Lu Fong screamed, He's going to self-destruct Tu Kim. Be careful. Tu Kim looked at the man's swelling belly. Whoa, are you trying to risk it all? There, a flash of lightning appeared as the boy raised his hand, electricity roaring as it gathered in his palm. One of Tu Kim's hands became a whirlwind, the other blazed with dazzling lightning. Wind, rain, snow, and lightning domain. Langdak's stomach swelled grotesquely, his skin quivering, as if about to unleash a malevolent power. Tu Kim raised his hand to the sky, lightning gathering around it. One pillar supporting the heavens. Hearing that, Lu Fong did a spit take. Who the hell came up with that name? Hakhuyan yelled. Langdak let out a fierce blast of air, then immediately shot backward. With a flash of light, the two men turned into two streaks of lightning that tore across the sky, disappearing without a sound. T Dang. Let's go, Tu. Kim stood there, frozen with a confused look on his face. Hey, you said you were going to risk it all. The boy immediately prepared to chase after the two who had fled. Get back here. A stream of light passed over him, and in an instant the boy reverted to his tiny form. Regret was clearly written on Tu Kim's face. Aw man, I'm all out of spiritual energy. Suddenly exhausted, the boy couldn't keep his balance. Then he began to fall from the sky. Lu Fong quickly reached out to catch him before he hit the water. Tu Kim. The boy slammed into Lu Fong and both of them fell straight into the sea with no time to react. Lu Fong cursed internally. Damn it, I forgot I'm already running on empty myself. Before him was a pitch-black space that seemed to have no end. Where is this? Lu Fong recalled. I remember being chased by Hai Langdak running to Old Hak's sea territory, then Tu Kim appeared. Then his face turned pale as he realized I was knocked to death by Tu Kim. Hakhuyan appeared and punched him on the head. You still have to play cards with me. How could you die? He coughed lightly and said, This is your consciousness space. Lu Fong wondered, my consciousness space, why is it so pitch black? Hakhuyan scolded him. You have the nerve to ask. How dare you use void energy like that? You not only wrecked your meridians in Dantian, but you nearly wiped out your consciousness space too. When Lu Fang asked what would happen, Hak Huyen said he'd become a vegetable, leaving him stunned. Alright, enough scaring you. See, I managed to preserve one last sliver of spatial energy for you, Hak Huyen said, revealing a map. This is the Big Dipper star formation chart. My master passed it to me, and now it's yours. Then Hak Huyen continued, this chart will become your new Dantian. He stroked his beard. It's hard to say how much your combat power will increase by replacing your Dantian with this formation. The important thing is you won't have to worry about backlash from overusing void energy anymore. Hak Huyen wasn't done. Also, due to the unique properties of this Big Dipper star formation chart, once you unlock its seal-breaking ability, no one below the god level will be able to seal you again. Lu Fang quickly clasped his hands respectfully. Thank you, old Hak. The old man waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I've given you your reward. Now it's your turn to repay me. Lu Fang stared his eyes wide with surprise. Repay you for what? The old man suddenly rushed at him, punching Lu Fang hard in the head. Lu Fang's body suddenly split into two blurry figures. Old Hak Huyen laughed. Don't worry, it's fine. This is my family's secret technique. Three-way divine sense split. Your main body will stay here to cultivate, while this consciousness clone will come play cards with me. Lu Fang was speechless. You split me in two, just to play cards. The old man yanked off Lu Fang's shirt before he could react. Hak Huyen went to work, molding him in his hands like clay. What else? While molding Lu Fang with one hand, he casually pulled out a rabbit with the other. He pressed down on it, firmly immobilizing it. The little rabbit knelt on the ground, its round eyes pleading with Lu Fang. Help. The little rabbit suddenly felt something behind it as Hak Huyen unexpectedly lifted it up with one hand. He hugged it and immediately left. Let's go, time to play cards. Lu Fang watched the two figures walk away. Alright, as long as you're happy. Ah. He looked up at the starry sky. My mind is free of distractions, my spirit platform is clear. Lu Fang closed his eyes tightly. Qi condenses in the purple mansion body and technique become one. He closed his eyes, drawing all his spiritual energy inward, sitting peacefully in a meditative pose. A month later, Lu Fang raised his hand, chanting an ancient incantation as spiritual energy enveloped him to form the 7 stars and merge with the Tao, but the energy suddenly converged in his hand and then dissipated into thin air. His eyes shot open in shock. It failed, I'm out of energy. He gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face. Merge with the Tao. Merge for me. The spiritual energy no longer obeyed his control, leaving him stunned, his body frozen. Hak Huyen looked down from above, seeing him struggling and clutching his head. The old man was exasperated. I knew something would happen if you rushed it. Good thing I was prepared. Hak Huyen gestured to the little rabbit from before. Go help yourself. The rabbit rushed towards Lu Fang. Its tiny body touched him, and his spiritual energy immediately began to recover. Lu Fang clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, old Hak. By the way, about that money you lost to me in cards. The old man rushed over and punched Lu Fang in the mouth. Shut up, you still owe me 1.3 million. Lu Fang's spirit slowly merged with his meditating body, as if two entities were becoming one. Hak Huyen smiled in satisfaction, immediately clasping his hands together. Now merge. Lu Fang's entire body erupted in a brilliant light that spread throughout the surrounding space. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared behind the old man. So generous of you. Hak Huyen's consciousness has appeared. You're even giving him the spiritual energy you've accumulated over so many years. The old man stroked his beard. It's rare to find such a good mahjong partner. What's a little spiritual energy? Didn't you also pass on the Grandmaster's 1 Qi to him? The consciousness chuckled in reply. I was merely using him to deduce and perfect the 1 Qi becomes 3 technique. Hak Huyen stroked his beard, looking helplessly at the figure. Arrogant to the bitter end. A moment later, Lu Fang was brimming with energy, feeling power surge through every cell of his body. He realized this was the power of a peak saint. If I were to face that C-Clan Supreme again, I'd crush him. Lu Fang clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, old Hak. The old man replied. No need for formalities with me. Go on, there are people waiting for you. The old man walked silently, leading him to a massive waterfall. Lu Fang asked, where is this place? Hak Huyen answered, this place is inside me. Guarding this place for all these years has been incredibly boring, so I opened up a little grotto inside myself. Come, I'll show you around. The old man continued. If you didn't say so, who would know this was inside you? I designed this place to mirror a corner of the Bayou Palace. If you ever get the chance to visit the real Bayou Palace, you'll know what a true paradise is. He saw familiar figures in the distance, their shapes slowly materializing through the hazy mist. Ba Ka Tu Kim and Tin Yi were sitting at a stone table playing cards. Lu Fang called out loudly, Big Hak Tu Kim. Immediately, Teo Kim bounded toward Lu Fang without hesitation. Lu Fong. Tu Kim looked at Lu Fong with an expectant expression. Was my transformation last time cool, or what? He laughed and replied, it was cool. He suddenly glanced past him to Tinyi, a questioning look on his face. Why are you here? Tinyi looked at him with sparkling, sincere eyes. Husband, you're awake. Lu Fong was stunned, his face darkening as he pointed at himself and asked in a low voice, what did you just call me? Hearing this, Tinyi blushed and said softly with shy embarrassment, husband. Hak Hyen and Ba Ka held a watermelon, smiling with amusement, looking like they were enjoying the show. His face filled with frustration, he held Tu Kim in front of him and said, Damn, is there something wrong with your head? She retorted angrily. Didn't we already have an agreement? If you help the North Sea overcome its crisis, I will marry you. Lu Fong pushed Tu Kim forward, waving his hands dismissively, his eyes firm. Stop. I didn't. His face darkened and the words came out in a whisper, but the anger was palpable. I helped out of kindness. And that old man repays me by marrying you off to me. I should have known that cunning old fox had a heart of stone. Tinyi summoned magical energy into her hand, a turquoise blade slowly forming. She was furious, unable to hold back any longer, and screamed in a rage. You bastard, I'll kill you. Without thinking, Lu Fong quickly tossed Tu Kim aside and hastily dodged her ferocious attacks. Tu Kim run. Bak Ka and Tu Kim stood frozen, their eyes glued to the chaos unfolding before them, unable to look away. Sea God's trident, wrath of the Sea God, she was going for the kill. Suddenly he reached out and forcefully grabbed her wrist. Tinyi was so angry she couldn't control herself, screaming fiercely, You bastard, let go. If my grandpa hadn't forced me, who would want to be with a classless, emotionally stunted guy like you? The scene shifted to Taedon on his sickbed, instructing his granddaughter in a hoarse voice. If you dislike your fiancé that much, then I won't force you. Later, have your brother take the qualification certificate to Dragon Island. She blushed. Beet Red snatched the card from Taedon's hand and stammered, There's no need to bother my brother with such a small matter. I'll go myself. He suddenly realized what was happening, his eyes twinkling mischievously as he broke into a teasing smile. Oh, it seems our Tinyi's heart is aflutter. She denied it bashfully. No, it's not. If that bastard wasn't a potential asset to my North Sea, I wouldn't give him the time of day. Remembering the recent scene, Tinyi grew even more embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze. He crossed his arms and teased, Oh, just like how I see a cunning, capricious, harsh, and flat-chested woman. Tinyi was so enraged that she lost control and threw herself at him. Say that again? Lu Fong cried out in alarm. What are you doing? He trembled, not daring to meet her eyes, and glanced down, his voice soft. I didn't expect her to be so well endowed. He glanced at Tinyi, wondering, what does a mermaid's, feel like? She immediately turned red and screamed. What are you looking at? Lu Fong denied it. I'm not looking at your chest. Tinyi's face was crimson with embarrassment, her teeth clenched in speechless rage. Without any warning, she swung her hand and gave him a resounding slap. Hakuin, Tu Kim, and Ba Ka laughed thoroughly, enjoying the drama. Did they kiss just now? So close, what a pity. So Lu Fong is into this type. As if on cue, Lu Fong and Tinyi shouted in unison, You all shut up. They glared at each other, neither willing to back down. You shut up too, he questioned Hakuin. Old Hak, why is she here? She said you were her husband, so I let her in. Lu Fong denied it. I'm not. The old man pointed. No, you have to go now. Hak Huyen stroked his beard, avoiding his gaze. While you were healing and training, I lost you to Tinyi in a bet. He then stared right at Lu Fong and yelled, What are you looking at? I saved your life, and I helped you break through. Betting you once isn't too much to ask, is it? Lu Fong refused to give in. Even so, I still have money, my entire spatial ring, and all the holy artifacts I used before. Hak Hyen crossed his arms. Oh, those things. She won them all from me the second day she arrived. Time seemed to stop as Lu Fong stood there utterly speechless. Tinyi looked at him and teased, So what do you have to say now, husband? A voice from behind made the whole group turn around. Old Hak Kim Kwa requests an audience. Before him, Kim Kwa and his subordinates appeared in the majestic form of dragons, their bodies covered in dazzling rainbow-colored scales. Damn it, why is the Dragon King so flashy? Each of them held a blessing scroll warmly congratulating the grand wedding of the Dragon Clan's prince and the North Sea's Princess Lu Fong and Tinyi, and wishing for the swift birth of a noble son. He suddenly noticed a strange line of text, Congratulations to Old Hak on successfully escaping his predicament. Immediately after, Kim Kwa transformed into his human form and clasped his hands respectfully. Kim Kwa congratulates you on two joyous occasions, Old Hak's escape and Prince Fong's grand wedding. He quickly turned to Hak Hyen, his face full of surprise. Old Hak, you can break the seal now. Hak Hyen laughed and replied, That's right, but I'll need to borrow the power of your North Star formation diagram combined with a joint attack from Kim Kwa and his men on the seal. Lu Fong pointed at his own face, utterly bewildered. Brother Lu Fong, long time no see, the sixth elder also appeared. Congratulations, Prince Lu, on winning the fair maiden. He ran over, slinging an arm around Lu Feng's shoulder with a teasing look. Ha, Brother Lu, Adak pointed toward Lamdon. How about it? We specially designed this Hua Xia-style engagement ceremony for you. The giant dragon palanquin. No, the giant dragon bridal procession. Are you satisfied? He immediately grabbed the man and wrestled him to the ground. Satisfied my ass. Who said I wanted to get married? The man yelled. Brother, the story of the Dragon Clan's prince, single-handedly fighting two supremes to win his bride, has spread across the entire continent. Are you trying to deny responsibility now? He gritted his teeth. What kind of demonic tabloid news is this? It was definitely that old geezer Ba Te Don's doing. Kim Kwa cleared his throat lightly to get everyone's attention. He extended a hand and spoke up. Old hack Prince Fong, let us begin. Lu Feng lightly tapped his toes, his body soaring up as gently as a falling leaf. With a light tap of their toes, the entire group took to the air in unison, their robes fluttering in the wind. Lu Feng immediately shouted, his voice echoing through the space. North Star formation diagram appear. Enveloped in blue spiritual energy, he clasped his hands together. Dupe Merak, Fekta Megrez, Alioth Mizar, Alcade. Lu Feng's eyes were resolute as he shouted, everyone lend me your strength. 7 stars, take your positions. Hak Haiyan stood there, his eyes focused the spiritual energy around him, fluctuating wildly. Blood-red chains were tightly bound around the giant turtle's massive form, digging deep into its hard shell. As he raised his sword, the dragon law within Lu Feng activated, and his aura exploded. With a burst of dragon law, the crimson chains were shattered by the terrifying power. Hak Haiyan roared, damn you gods, you sealed me for over 10,000 years. Today is the day I break free. He used all his strength to shatter the red chains. So what if you are gods? So what if you are gods? I'm finally out. A brilliant light shone directly in their eyes, forcing everyone to shield their faces. Kim Kwa was astonished. Terrifying. Just a clenched fist creates a shockwave that unnerves me. Is this the power above the supreme realm? Hak Haiyan floated in midair, his gaze fixed on Lu Feng below. He gestured with his hand, signaling for him to approach. Come here. Lu Feng quickly flew up to Hak Haiyan. Old Hak, the seal is broken. How does it feel? The old man chuckled, patting Tu Kim. It's not that easy. It's just that my spiritual consciousness can finally leave my body and wander around. And even then, it can only last for half a day at most. Hearing this, Lu Feng asked in confusion. All that effort, and you can only be out for half a day. The old man pinched Tu Kim's cheek. Where there's a first time, there'll be a second. If my consciousness can get out today, maybe my real body can get out tomorrow. You have to eat a meal one bite at a time. Lu Feng gritted his teeth. One day I'll make those bastard gods taste this feeling for themselves. Hak Haiyan laughed. Your sentiment is comforting enough. But you're not strong enough yet. How about you just play more mahjong with me in the future? He was speechless. Old Hak. The old man waved goodbye to Lu Feng. Go on, Lu Feng. Weren't there 2 supremes who wanted to seal you before? I'll take you to find them. Under the cold moonlight, a gloomy castle emerged from the darkness. A hand reached out, summoning magical energy. That power caused a monster to spit blood in agony. Hong Wai grabbed the monster by the neck, her face calm as she turned. This fearsome aura, her eyes widened, and her voice held a hint of curiosity. Who could it be? Hong Wai suddenly let go and the monster fell. That seems to be the direction of Dragon Island. She was puzzled. I heard Lu Feng crashed a wedding in the North Sea near Dragon Island. What's so great about mermaids? Hong Wai closed her eyes in thought. It's been so long since I've seen Lu Feng. I miss him. She held out her hand, summoning her power. The next time we meet, when he finds out I'm even stronger, he'll definitely be surprised. A horde of hideous monsters charged toward Hong Wai. She said softly, really now? She suddenly clenched her fist and her power began to explode, blinding the monsters. I'm so looking forward to it. Deep beneath the ocean, Tidong and Langdak exerted all their strength, racing toward the bottom of the abyss. Arriving before a stone cave, Langdak suddenly let out a roar. Sea Clans High, Langdak and Batidang have come to visit. We ask for an audience. Despite his loud shout, the cave remained silent, without a single stir. With a tense expression, Tidang couldn't help but ask, Hi Langdak, are you really planning to side with the Dragon Clan? I've had enough of these days on the run. He replied, to stand up for that kid, the Dragon Clan even dispatched 5 of their supreme elders. Langdak continued, the Deep Sea Beast Clan shares roots with our Sea Clan. If we don't ask for their help, how can we possibly stand against the Dragon Clan? Seeing him grit his teeth with hatred, Tidang stammered, but suddenly the ground began to shake. Both Langdak and Tidang were alarmed, cautiously looking around. A Beast Clan member with red eyes appeared. Why would a Sea Clan Supreme have the leisure to visit the territory of our Deep Sea Beast Clan? Langdak immediately clasped his hands. I have come to ask for a favor. Amidst the rippling waves, graceful fish swam as if painting the music of the sea. Suddenly, Lu Fang's group and Ha Huyan appeared gliding gracefully through the deep blue water. Ha Huyan spoke up. Those two Sea Clan juniors are nearby. Tu Kim asked, where are we? There don't seem to be any pretty ladies here. Tin Ni held Lu Fang's arm. This seems to be the forbidden deep sea my grandpa mentioned. I heard many terrifying beast clans live here. He turned to look at her. Can you let go, or at least loosen your grip? Called out so bluntly. Tin Ni blushed and shouted, no, I won't let go. Hak Huyen immediately played matchmaker. You two kids are getting along better and better. Lu Fang's face turned beet red as he yelled at the old man. Old Hak, that's enough. Kim Kwa's voice suddenly rang out. Hai Lang, Dak Ba Ti, Lang, how much longer do you intend to hide? The two of them immediately appeared bowing with clasped hands. Your Majesty Dragon King, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come personally. He spoke coldly. You two joined forces against my Dragon Clan's prince. If I didn't show up, would others think the Dragon Clan is easy to bully? Are you going to surrender peacefully or fight us? Lang Dak immediately begged for mercy. Your Majesty Dragon King, we had no intention of making an enemy of the Dragon Clan. What happened before was our fault. We hope to make peace with the Dragon Clan. Kim Kwa looked at him with a sharp gaze. Peace, you think you're worthy. A strange noise from behind made Lu Fang's group startle and turn around. In that instant, he quickly stepped forward, acting as a shield to protect Tin Yi. Seeing this, she blushed and smiled gently. Be careful. This guy seems a little more reliable than I thought. Amidst the howling wind and the gloomy seabed, the figures of the Beast Clan suddenly emerged. Then what if you add us to the equation? Kim Kwa realized. No wonder they have the guts to stand up to us. They have so many Beast Clan Supremes as backup. The Beast looked at the group with terrifying red eyes. Dragon King Kim Kwa, long time no see. Lu Fang suddenly felt nauseous. Oh no. My crowd phobia is acting up again. Kim Kwa crossed his arms. Shadow Evil King Atan Thak II. I didn't expect you all to awaken from your slumber. The beast extended its tentacles. We had no choice. We've been resting for too long. Fresh flesh and blood delivered right to our doorstep. It hissed with pleasure, the piercing sound tearing through the space. So delicious. The Beast Clan was growing impatient. Stop wasting words with them. I can't hold back any longer. It's been thousands of years since I've tasted the fresh blood of a Supreme. Their hisses echoed like a pack of starving beasts. Eat them, eat them. Langdak held up a hand demanding they stop. Wait, we just hope to have a peaceful talk with the Dragon Clan, not to start a war. They paid him no mind. Shut up, waste any more time, and we'll eat you first. Instantly, Kim Kwa appeared, focusing all his magical power to create a radiant orb of energy. He pushed the orb into the beast's tentacle. You all are really regressing with age, actually believing the words of these animals. Have you forgotten why they're called the Beast Clan? In a flash, they formed a tight circle, closing in on Kim Kwa. At that moment, his body exploded with light, transforming into a majestic dragon. Lu Fang placed a hand on Tin He's shoulder, pulling her closer. Any one of these beasts is no weaker than Hai Long Dak. Stay close to old Hak later. Tin He reminded him, you be careful too. Hak Huyen slowly raised his hand, the gesture a powerful signal. Stop. A glint of mockery in its eyes, the beast spoke with contempt. What are you die for me? After hearing this, the old man nodded in understanding, his calm gaze falling upon them. Hak Huyen immediately raised his hand, magical power surging and gathering, then transforming into a ferocious attack that shot towards the Beast Clan. The stream of magic slammed into its body, instantly erupting into a blinding explosion. The beast let out a tragic roar, the sound echoing as if it would tear space itself apart. In the instant, the chasm exploded, billowing smoke and fire spread out in all directions. In a flash, Lu Fang, Tin Ni, and Kim Kwa were all stunned, their surprised gazes turning in unison towards the commotion. He looked towards the chasm in front of him. The deep chasm had actually been leveled. At that moment, Lang Dak realized in shock. A god tier. A legendary god tier expert. The old man calmly raised his hand. All right, the irrelevant thing has been dealt with. Now it's your turn. He looked towards Lang Dak and Tidang. Back then you wanted to seal Lu Fang. So as a courtesy, I'll seal you in return. Lang Dak was terrified. What? The two of them trembled as they knelt, clasping their hands and begging for mercy. We beg this great sir to show mercy, Lu Fang whispered into the old man's ear. Wait, old Hak. After mastering that Big Dipper star chart, I haven't had a chance to fight anyone yet. He stretched his arm, his firm muscles bulging. Why don't I use them for some practice first? The old man stroked his beard. You little rascal, you never admit defeat, do you? But I suppose that's fine. All right, you go ahead. I'll be watching anyway. Lang Nak whispered to Tidang. What are they discussing? The old man scratched his head. I have no idea. Lu Fang stepped forward. Last time I nearly lost to you. Let's have another match today. If you win, you're free to go. His voice suddenly turned cold as he warned. But if you lose, you will obediently accept being sealed. The sixth elder suddenly laughed with excitement. As expected of our Dragon Clan's Prince Regent, such courage for a battle of the century. This will be worth watching. Adak placed one foot on the betting table. Place your bets. Place your bets. Prince Regent Fong wins 1-30. C-Clan Supremes win 1-15. Old Hack trained Lu Fong for a month, but his opponents are two Supremes who work in perfect sync. Place your bets carefully, everyone. Long Dak looked awkwardly at the crowd, placing bets. Gee, great sir, is what Prince Regent Fong said. True. Hack Hyan rolled up his sleeves. What little Fong says is what I mean. Why, you don't believe me, the two of them said in unison. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Lang Dak and Tidang faced Lu Fong, a suffocating atmosphere enveloping them. Without hesitation, he spoke clearly, shattering the tense air. Come on. After hearing him, the two exchanged glances, signaling to each other. Long Dak and Tidang immediately unleashed their combined attack, the Glacial Seal Domain. In an instant, ice and fierce waves surged forth, rushing to attack Lu Fong. Teo Kim on Tin Yi's shoulder shouted encouragement for him. Go Lu Fong. In a flash, Lu Fong waved his hand and summoned his sword spirit. The sword spirit appeared alongside him with a heaven-shattering aura. Lang Dak and Tidang were instantly defeated. So powerful, we've lost. Please seal us. Hearing those words, Hack Hyen's group was dumbfounded, watching speechlessly. Lu Fong was just like them, his mouth agape, his face filled with utter shock. He rushed over to question Lang Dak and Tidang. I haven't even used my ultimate move yet. The two of them turned on their acting skills. Prince Regent Fong is just too powerful. I can't go on. The Prince Regent is both wise and courageous. We are no match for him. The two gloated inwardly. Do they take us for fools? It's better to lose fighting you. If we actually won, we might end up just like that Beast Clan member, completely obliterated. Hearing this, Hack Hyen burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing through the area. He reached out and pulled back Lu Fong's shirt as he furiously charged at them. Get up for me, Hack Hyen said gently. All right, let's end this here. They've already lost their cultivator's spirit in this round. This is as far as they'll ever go in this life. He waved his hand, signaling to Kim Kwa. I'll leave the ceiling to you. Let's go, we're going back to play landlord. As soon as the words left his mouth, he, along with Lu Fong and Tin Yi, transformed into a flash of light and vanished in an instant. The scene changes. Tin Yi, in a graceful and alluring nightgown that showed off her curves, lay gently on her side, restless. Lu Fong is leaving tomorrow, and I have to return to the North Sea. Tin Yi wondered to herself when they would be able to see each other again after this separation. Suddenly, the quiet space was broken by the sound of a knock from outside. As the door opened, Tin Yi found Lu Fong standing there. Her face flushed red as she smiled softly, happiness spreading in her eyes. Tin Yi blushed, asking him shyly, Are you looking for me? Lu Fong rubbed his head, blushing. Well, it's just. He pointed to the dragon scale on his forehead. Can you take this dragon scale off for me? She looked straight at Lu Fong's face. You came rushing over here in the middle of the night just to remove my husband's scale, he asked back, confused. Lam Nang was furious. What else would it be for? In a fit of anger, Tin Yi spun around, shouted, and slammed the door behind her. I won't remove it. Just as the door was about to slam shut, he quickly put his hand out to stop it, holding it firmly. Lu Fong pleaded, We've been together for so long. Even if we're not friends, we're at least half friends, right? I'm begging you. She questioned him. Friends? A friend who can't wait to remove my husband's scale. Don't you just hate me? Lu Fong immediately retorted. When did I ever say I hated you? Are you even being logical? Tin, he yelled. I'm going to make you wear my husband's scale forever. Suddenly, losing his balance, Lu Fong's hand flew forward uncontrollably. To his shock, his hand accidentally landed on Tin Yi's chest, causing the atmosphere to freeze. He stammered, I can explain. Tin Yi's face turned beet red as she screamed, Get your hand off me. Lu Fong raised both hands. Actually, this dragon scale of yours is quite beautiful, but I'm about to return to the mainland. It's not right for me to keep wearing it. After hearing that, she agreed, blushing as she replied, I know. Lower your head. As Lu Fong lowered his head, his face unintentionally drew close to Tin Yi's, making them both flustered and their cheeks blush. Tin Yi gently placed her hand on Lu Fong's forehead, carefully removing the tightly attached dragon scale. Once finished, she turned her face away to avoid Lu Fong's gaze. It's off. Thank you for helping my North Sea this time. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Lu Fong reached out and grabbed the dragon scale. Let me keep this as a memento. His words left Tin Yi momentarily stunned. Who knows, I might even have a use for it. With everything settled, Lu Fong quietly turned his back, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. He suddenly stopped, turned back, and pointed directly at her. You're about to be exposed. Her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Tin Yi snapped, idiot. Through a crystal ball, Hakyuan Tu Kim and Ba Ka observed the entire event. The old man was speechless. Is there something wrong with little Fong's kidneys? She was already like that, so why is he still acting like a block of wood? Tu Kim replied, because Lu Fang doesn't like flat-chested girls. The scene changes to a clear sky with light blue clouds gently drifting by. There the rhythmic sound of ocean waves was like a symphony of the sea. Hak Hyun waved his hand to shoo them away. You all, none of you are willing to stay with this old immortal. Go on, all of you get out of here. Tin Ni felt guilty. Old Hak. Lu Fang was speechless. Old Hak, this is the 7th time this month. Every time we want to leave you, pull this same trick. Can't you try something new? He said firmly. Old Hak, I really have to go. This time I'm going back to make some adjustments, then I have to prepare to go to the lost garden of the gods. The old man placed a hand on Lu Fang's shoulder. All right, go on. Young people should go out and experience the world. Then Hak Huyen shoved a pile of things at him. These are medicinal herbs and materials I've collected over the years. Take them. The old man fumbled around in his clothes. And this? This is the Black Tortoise God-Sealing Talisman. It's the only one I have left. It specifically targets soul-cultivating experts. You'll probably need it later. Hak Hyen instructed, and the soul-devouring technique I taught you before, you must study and learn it well. Don't waste the power of your sword embryo. Also, Lu Fang smiled gratefully, and knelt down clasping his hands respectfully. This humble one thanks you, old Hak. Hak Huyen reached out, and gently patted his head, reminding him, take good care of yourself. A Dak rushed in from out of nowhere, interrupting them. Brother Lu Fang, good thing you haven't left yet, there's a letter for you. He opened his hand and gently took the letter, his eyes focused intently. The letter read, Fang, come find me at Yu Hai prison immediately. To Phi. Lu Fang worried in his mind. Phi Ni is in such a hurry. Could something have happened? He quickly turned around and shouted to Bach Ka, Big Hak, let's go. Tin Ni's eyes shone with emotion. She looked towards Lu Fang. His gaze rested on Tin He as he slowly said, I'll be going first. She turned her face away, not daring to meet his eyes. I have to go back too. Goodbye. Meeting his gaze, Tin He immediately turned away and quickly jumped into the water, her legs transforming into a fishtail. He watched her figure, a silent, unspoken thought in his mind. Goodbye. Lu Fang's gaze suddenly became resolute, and he said loudly, Let's go, we're departing. Bach Ka and Tu Kim behind him echoed in unison, Let's go. He lifted his foot lightly, and his body slowly left the ground, flying high into the air. From below, a Dak looked up and shouted, Hey Hak Bach Ka, are you really not going back to Dragon Island? He smiled shyly. How could staying on Dragon Island be as much fun as following Lu Fang? There's so much more excitement. Tu Kim quickly added to Bach Ka's words, and we can meet pretty ladies. Amidst the calm water, the top half of Tin He's head gently emerged. She quietly watched everything that had just happened. A look of determination shone in her eyes. Lu Fang, wait for me. Once I've dealt with everything in the North Sea, I'll come find you. Outside, thunder rumbled as a large, majestic palace stood tall amidst the stormy rain. Among a group of armed men, Hoa Ni stood firmly in the middle with a determined gaze. What do you want? Dakba spoke, his leering eyes, showing no concern. My two young ladies, I just want to invite you to my home as guests, nothing more. The crowd began to whisper. This group is so unlucky. First they ran into the city lord, and now they've been targeted by the ruthless Viscount Dakba. I heard that the largest mercenary group in Yuhai City belongs to Dakba. That's right, falling into his hands. These girls are truly done for. Kongtu, drenched in sweat, said in a determined voice, Thui bitch, later we'll find a chance to fight with our lives. You girls take the opportunity to run. She stammered softly, but Dakba lost his patience, shouting an order to his subordinates. They don't know what's good for them. Go and capture them for me. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Amidst the lightning-filled sky, two large, cloaked figures emerged from the darkness. Dakba turned around, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked towards him and Bak Ka. Lu Fang slowly removed his cloak, his voice filled with concern as he asked Big Brother Kang Tu, Why is it that every time I see you, it's always in some kind of cliché dramatic situation? Seeing Lu Fang, he immediately broke into a bright smile. Brother Lu Fang. With an annoyed look, Dakba crossed his arms and commanded in a harsh tone, Where did you brats come from? Daring to meddle in this Viscount's affairs, break their legs and throw them out for me, the blonde-haired man whispered into his ear. Young man, run quickly. This Dakba rules Yuhai City with an iron fist. Another person also spoke up. That's right, hurry and run. Lu Fang smiled and spoke softly to reassure them. Don't worry, it's fine. On the side, Bach Ka gleefully broke one of Dakba's subordinates' arms and spoke up. This feeling of bullying the weak is great. I've had enough of being around you guys all day. In a rage, he roared in frustration. You dare to fight back, I am a Duke of the Empire. He didn't hesitate to slap him straight across the cheek, knocking out one of Dakba's teeth. I don't care if you're a Viscount or a monkey. Even if the Emperor himself came, I'd still beat him up. He clutched his cheek in anger, screaming furiously. Damn it, you just wait, I will definitely. Hoa Ni appeared out of nowhere, angrily kicking him straight in the groin before he could react, his face turning pale. Bak Ka was terrified. Li Ni looked at Dak Ba lying limp on the ground, unable to speak. So painful. Lu Fong asked Kong Tu, big brother, have you seen Tu? He quickly said, Lu Fong, brother, hurry and save her. He ran worriedly towards Lu Fong, his face anxious. Lian Diep has been taken. He was surprised. How did she get captured? He was puzzled. With her strength as a 9th-tier priestess who besides a saint tier could possibly capture her. Hoa Ni quickly replied, Diep Tu was helping the city lord Ao Din heal his wounds when he drugged her and took her away. Big brother Lu Fong, please go save her quickly. Any later and… Lu Fong's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, wondering, is this woman kind-hearted or just plain stupid? Without any hesitation, he quickly turned and left immediately. Big hack, let's go. The two of them walked out the door together and immediately shot off like a strong gust of wind. The scene changes. Outside the window, rain poured down as the wind howled, making the scene dark and chaotic. Lian Diep lay exhausted on the ground, her voice weak. Why? She grimaced, whispering to herself, why does my body have no strength? A footstep approached, and a figure appeared with a calculating and malicious smile. My little beauty, the person said, hands clasped behind their back, looking at her calmly. Have you been waiting long? Outside thunder continued to roar. In the dark room, Lu Vin looked with a sinister gaze at the person he had just captured. Did you think you hid your identity well? As long as I can control you, I can use the Church of Light to gain even greater power. Lian Diep lay helpless on the bed, trying to avoid Lu Vin's hand while threatening him. Let me go, or I will definitely not let. Before Lian Diep could finish, Lu Vin had grabbed her chin, taking out a vial of medicine with his other hand. Just 7 continuous days of this medicine, and you'll turn into an irrational beast. With that, Lu Vin forced Lian Diep's mouth open and poured the medicine straight down her throat. Lian Diep struggled out of Lu Vin's grasp, tilting her head to the side to spit out the medicine. Lu Vin pulled his hand back, seeming quite confident in his plan. Next, I will publicly treat you and control you, officially entering the sights of the Church of Light. Just as Lu Vin was lost in his daydream, the panicked voice of a soldier rang out from outside the door. City Lord, someone is attacking the gates. Hearing this, he cursed irritably. A bunch of useless trash, I have to handle everything myself. Then he turned to give instructions while looking at Lian Diep. My little beauty, wait for me a moment. Left alone in the room, a terrified Lian Diep silently prayed, who will come and save me? Father, mother, save me. Out in the hallway, Lu Vin still appeared very calm. That was until one of his subordinates fell in front of him. Seeing the subordinate about to crash into him, Lu Vin grabbed him by the collar, then violently threw him against the nearby wall, cursing angrily, useless fool. This situation was caused by Tu, Kim, Lu Fong, and Bak Ka, who had fought their way in. Tu Kim stood majestically on top of a guard. None of them can put up a fight. When Lu Vin saw that there were only 3 intruders, he showed his disdain. Bold bandits daring to break into the city lord's mansion. You must be seeking death. At this moment, Lu Fong wanted to confirm. So it's him. Hoa Ni came up behind Lu Fong, her voice full of anxiety. Where is Lian Diep? Let her go. A group of rather strong-looking guards jumped out from behind Lu Vin. He teased. So it's you. I was just lamenting that one beauty wasn't enough to satisfy me, and now you've delivered yourselves to my door. Then Lu Vin coldly commanded, a warning, kill the men, keep the women. Seeing a few ignorant fools daring to charge at him, Lu Fong calmly gripped his sword. Then he decisively raised his blade and swiftly cut them down. Lu Vin watched the battle intently, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Killing 3 7th tiers in 1 second. No wonder you're so arrogant. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and work for me now. Otherwise. As he spoke, a dense magical aura began to radiate from Lu Vin. He warned, I will make you know the terror of a peak 9th tier. But Lu Fong's face remained emotionless. After dealing with the subordinates, he quickly rushed towards Lu Vin. With astonishing speed, Lu Fong landed a fatal blow to Lu Vin's chest before he could even react. Only then did Lu Vin realize something was wrong. How can this be? Annoyed, Lu Fong struck even harder. Noisu. With that, he withdrew his hand. Lu Vin's body gradually stiffened and fell before Lu Fong. Seeing that Lu Vin was dead, the surrounding guards were like a snake without a head. They backed away in fear. The city lord is dead. Lu Fong paid them no mind. He instructed Bak Ka, Big Hawk, the rest are yours. It didn't take long for Lu Fong to easily find the room where Lian Diep was being held. At this time, Lian Diep's eyes were closed due to exhaustion. Seeing that she was still safe, Lu Fong let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Then Lu Fong waved his arm and the ropes binding Lian Diep snapped. Lu Fong gently patted Lian Diep's face, calling out loudly, Hey, if you've slept enough, wake up. You said you were a 9th tier priestess, so how? Seeing that it was Lu Fong, Lian Diep immediately shot up and hugged him. Caught in the sudden embrace, Lu Fong stood up, flustered. What are you doing? Unbeknownst to them, the scene had been witnessed by Bak Ka, who was approaching. Realizing the strange atmosphere in the room, he immediately wanted to flee. I didn't see anything. You guys continue. The most miserable one was Lu Fong. He was trying to remove Lian Diep's hands while explaining to Bach Ka, "It's not what you think." At that moment, Lian Diep suddenly jumped onto Lu Fong's back from behind her arms, wrapped tightly around his neck. Now Lian Diep was like a snake coiled around Lu Fong. Held tightly by her, Lu Fong quickly said, "Wait a minute." Lu Fong's body instinctively froze. He tried to act normal as he looked at Lian Diep, who was now circling in front of him. "Are you okay?" Seeing her lips moving towards his, Lu Fong quickly used his hand to block her. "Don't come over here." But Lian Diep seemed not to hear him, and lunged towards Lu Fong. He was so flustered that he broke out in a cold sweat. "If she was injured, I could try healing her with my vital energy, but how do I handle this situation?" Suddenly, Lu Fong's eyes turned dangerous. He said slowly, "If that's the case, then I can only..." At this point, Lu Fong sighed softly. He reached his hand towards Lian Diep, his voice carrying a hint of apology. "My apologies." At the same time, outside, Tu Kim was anxiously flying back and forth. "Why isn't Lu Fong out yet, Tu Kim?" As he was about to go inside, Bach Ka rushed over and grabbed Tu Kim tightly. He replied mysteriously, "Lord Tu, Kim brother, Lu Fong is busy saving someone. Let's wait obediently." Meanwhile, back with Lu Fong, he was now carrying Lian Diep and jumping out of the room. Arriving in front of a pool with crystal clear water, Lu Fong tossed Lian Diep straight into it. "Get in there." Submerged by the cold water, Lian Diep's head emerged a moment later. Seeing her still dazedly approaching him, Lu Fong shouted in terror, "Damn it, she's still not sober." As soon as he finished speaking, a look of determination flashed in Lu Fong's eyes. He quickly pushed Lian Diep back into the water. "Sorry about this." Realizing his actions were a bit brutal, Lu Fong partially covered his eyes. A moment later, Lian Diep began to struggle. "Let me go." Lu Fong peeked through his fingers, justifying to himself, "I just want to confirm she's safe, I'm not peeking." Hearing the noise, Bach Ka and Tu Kim came to find them. He looked nervously down at the pool. "I'd say she's probably fine now." Lu Fong thought it made sense, and removed his hand from Lian Diep's head, thinking to himself, "She should be fine now, right?" In the heavy rain, Lian Diep finally managed to pull herself up, wearily clinging to the edge of the pool. Seeing Lu Fong standing before her, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why is it you?" After speaking, Lian Diep defensively hugged herself. She questioned, "What? What did you do to me?" On the opposite side, Lu Fong, with an aggrieved expression, threw his cloak towards Lian Diep. He spoke up, "You should be trying to remember what you did to me." It seemed Lian Diep had remembered something. For a moment she was speechless. Lian Diep didn't dare to face Lu Fong anymore. Just now While Lian Diep was embarrassed, Hoa Ni and Thui Bitch ran over to ask about her. "Lian Diep, are you okay?" But Lian Diep didn't dare to turn her face, running away under Hoa Ni's astonished gaze. Although the situation was a bit embarrassing, it wasn't a bad outcome. Lu Fong sighed. Thankfully it worked. Ba Ka suddenly came over and put an arm around his shoulder, asking in a low voice, "She was already like that, and you still threw her into the water?" Lu Fong replied seriously, "Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others in their time of need?" But his words took on a different meaning in Ba Ka's ears. He covered his mouth and whispered, "Lord Tu Kim, as expected, Lu Fong's kidneys are weak." Tu Kim was bewildered. "What does weak kidneys mean?" Lu Fong quickly cut in, "Don't teach the kid bad things, you scoundrel." Just then, Lian Diep's voice came from the upper floor. "Hey, can you help me?" Lu Fong nodded and said, "Go on." Lian Diep frowned slightly, her voice filled with extreme resentment. "I don't want to see anything related to Lu Vin anymore. Help me destroy this place." Outside, the rain grew heavier. Against the gloomy sky, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down as if to tear the heavens apart. In another corner of the city, Dak Ba and his gang were aggressively heading towards the city lord's mansion. "Those damn bastards are definitely at the city lord's mansion. I want to kill them all." One of his subordinates suddenly stopped, calling out in confusion, "Lord Dak Ba." Following the subordinate's gaze, all that was left before them was a pile of ruins. The city lord's mansion is gone. Dak Ba couldn't believe his eyes. He collapsed to the ground in shock. The scene shifts to a rather large inn called the Antian Huang Inn. In a private room, Lu Fong spoke up. "So Big Brother Kang Tu met Phi Ni in Yuhai City half a month ago." Then Lu Fong offered his speculation. "Was the letter she gave you sent around that time too?" Kang Tu confirmed with a firm voice, "That's right." At that time, Tafai said she had accepted a mission from a Beastman Empire. Originally, she was supposed to wait for you there, but she suddenly changed her mind and left first. Hearing this, Lu Fong gently placed a finger on his chin, his eyes thoughtful. Did they run into any trouble at that time? Or was there some reason they were forced to leave Kang Tu? Recalled the situation, when he met Tafai and denied it. It didn't seem like it. She even said goodbye to us then. She seemed very happy. At this point, Lu Fong still hadn't found any clues. He continued to ask Big Brother Kong too, do you know what mission Feeny accepted? He didn't know either. I'm not sure about that. She just said she would give you a surprise when the time came. Lu Fang's mind was a tangled mess. Feeny urgently sought me out just to give me a surprise. What is this so-called surprise? A voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Lu Fang, can you come in for a moment? Hearing that Bach Ka, who was reading a comic book, also looked up eager for gossip. Inside the room, Lian Diep was resting on the bed looking at Lu Fang with gratitude. Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, Lu Fang casually waved his hand, cutting her off. Why be so polite? You're Big Brother Kong Tu's companion. Helping you is the right thing to do. Hearing this, Lian Diep boldly made a request. Big Brother Lu Fang, can you help me with something? Lu Fang rubbed his head. He teased, you've already called me Big Brother, so this matter must not be simple. Seeing that Lu Fang didn't seem to be refusing, Lian Diep felt relieved and continued. When I was captured by Lu Vin, the protective talisman I wore was taken. An image of a necklace with a wing-shaped pendant appeared in Lian Diep's mind. She said in a low voice, that protective talisman was given to me by my father. As soon as it's separated from me, it will immediately send out a warning. At this point, Lian Diep suddenly became agitated. That way my father's subordinates will find me. But I don't want to go back. I don't want to marry that bastard. By now, Lu Fang had almost fully understood Lian Diep's wish. So you want me to. Before he could finish his sentence, the wall behind him was smashed through from the outside. Peter entered through the hole in the wall, shouting angrily, bold commoner daring to lay a hand on Her Highness, the Holy Maiden, you must die. Then Peter quickly rushed forward to attack, launching magical swords at Lu Fang. Faced with this situation, he quickly drew his sword and used it to block Peter's magic. While the two sides were locked in a stalemate, Lian Diep spoke up to stop them. St. Peter, stop, this is my friend, but Peter refused to listen. He pointed at the two of them and commanded, Her Highness, the Holy Maiden has been threatened. Where is the Holy Knight Order? Bring Her Highness back. Lian Diep was momentarily stunned. St. Peter, you. Lu Fang retreated closer to Lian Diep, making a blunt remark. Hey, are your father's subordinates always this disrespectful? In that case, I won't be polite anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fang gripped his sword tightly. He used magic to fly straight towards Peter. Lu Fang decisively slashed at Peter, who was hit and sent flying backward. The loud noise alerted Bach Ka and Tu Kim in the living room. The man and the dragon realized something was wrong and rushed inside. Then a powerful purple magical force clashed with the yellow magical force from the enemy's side. It was Bach Ka who had arrived just in time. He looked at Lu Fang suspiciously. Lu Fang, when did you pick a fight with people from the Church of Light? Hearing this, Lu Fang leaped forward. He fought while saying the Church of Light. What does that have to do with me? Bach Ka mumbled in confusion. This group is truly strange. A dozen 7th-tier fighters managed to withstand my attack. Suddenly, Bach Ka's voice became urgent, his eyes widening in shock. Lu Fang, there's an energy fluctuation increasing in speed, and it's getting close. Lu Fang had already guessed where it was coming from and immediately rushed towards that direction. It's the guy I just knocked back. I can't believe his power could jump from 9th tier to the 2nd level of Saint tier in an instant. Just as Lu Fang had guessed, Peter, who had just been sent, flying sprouted golden wings and flew back. In midair, the two quickly clashed sword against sword. A tense battle unfolded once more. At this moment, the aura around Peter had increased significantly. He declared, I am of the seat of the God of Light, the 3rd angel of the angelic legion Thak-Fap. Then Peter violently swung his sword towards Lu Fang. He roared, Heretic, you must die. Lu Fang was forced to temporarily retreat. His mind was filled with questions. God of Light, 3rd angelic legion. So remnants of these gods still exist in this world. At this moment, Peter was raising his sword high to gather magic, shouting with authority, Holy Light Purification. Facing this situation, Hak Hyen's voice suddenly echoed in Lu Fang's ear. Lu Fang, you have a unique sword body. By combining your talent with the Big Dipper star chart and spatial energy, you can unleash the ultimate attack. The so-called Great Tao is the simplest. The way of the sword is just that. Recalling that moment, he seemed to have realized something. Lu Fang immediately channeled power into his sword. Seeing Lu Fang thinking so hard, he was motionless. Bach Ka warned loudly, Lu Fang, be careful. The space and time around Lu Fang seemed to freeze. He calmly closed his eyes. The way of the sword is simplicity, huh? After a breath, Lu Fang suddenly opened his eyes. He swung his sword horizontally, releasing a line of sword, Qi. The fierce sword strike shot straight towards Peter, but he managed to dodge it just in time. Even now, Peter still dared to threaten him. You dare attack a servant of God, you wretched heretic, I will definitely purify you. Lu Fang paid no attention to those words, focusing on something else. His dodge was truly decisive. The way of the sword is simplicity. Old Hak wasn't lying. It seems I'll have to focus on cultivating the way of the sword from now on. In the midst of his wandering thoughts, Bach Ka's voice suddenly cut in. Where did that guy run off to? Lu Fang asked him Big Hack what was with that birdman just now. He called himself the seat of the God of Lights, third angel of the Angelic Legion. Do gods really exist in this world? Baka didn't dare to speak rashly. His gaze drifted into the distance as he cautiously replied, I'm not sure. The ancient texts of the Dragon Clan record that the forces under the God of Light during the Age of Gods were human experts who called themselves angels, but they should have all gone to the God realm. Hearing this, Lu Fang came to a conclusion. It seems he used a method similar to that goddess, to descend to the mortal world. This world is truly becoming more and more interesting. The chaos finally came to an end. Lu Fang and Baka stood opposite Lian Diep, while the others were tending to the injured knights in the room. Lu Fang crossed his arms, his eyes full of suspicion. Hey, Holy Maiden right. I think you owe us some kind of explanation, don't you? But Lian Diep still had something to hide. She turned her face away in a fluster. I have nothing to say. At that moment, Kong Tu walked over. Lu Fang, I suddenly thought of something very important. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face as Kong Tu continued his story. Half a month ago, when Tafi came to Yuhai City, she also ran into Lu Vin. Luckily, the puppet she summoned made Lu Vin retreat. I remember that St. Peter was also at the scene, and he seemed to be interested in that puppet. At this point, Kong Tu frowned slightly, and continued. When Tu Fi left, St. Peter's subordinates also disappeared. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now that I know he's from the Church of Light then. Lu Fang caught the key point in Kang Tu's words and cried out in alarm, a puppet, you mean the blood sacrifice, spirit beast, this is bad. Time passed and 3 days later outside Thiat Kak City, a fierce battle between humans and wolves was raging. From atop the city wall, a soldier who looked injured spoke up. Damn it, the wolves are attacking again, another soldier shouted. Let's give them everything we've got. Charge. In the middle of the wolf pack, Tsu urged his subordinates. Run, but they no longer had a chance to escape. A loyal soldier shouted before being dragged away by a wolf. Commander behind you. Just as the hungry wolf was about to pounce on Tsu, its body was sliced in two by a sharp line of sword, Chi. Seeing this, Tsu was stunned. Who's helping me? High above, Baka unleashed scorching flames, incinerating the bloodthirsty wolves. Then Lu Fang, holding Lian Diep and Tu Kim, asked, Tsu, why are you here? Where's Tafai? Tsu immediately replied. A few days ago, Tafai took the spirit host to the Beastman grasslands. Hearing this, Lu Fang exclaimed in panic, you let her go alone. Being questioned, Tsu rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment, his voice tinged with guilt. She said she had the spirit host for protection, and that we would only be a burden if we went with her. After returning to the ground, Lian Diep spoke shyly from Lu Fang's arms. Lu Fang, you can put me down now. She gently took Teo Kim into her own arms. Lian Diep said gratefully, thank you. If I hadn't begged you to take me here to avoid the Church of Light, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Lu Fang replied shyly, don't mention it, don't mention it. Then Lu Fang got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Tsu did. Tufai tell you why she came to the Great Beastman Prairie? Tsu recalled. She told me she found a treasure that could help both Vin Yi and you. In his memory, Tufai had said that if she got that treasure, Fang would be so happy. Seeing that Tsu's clue matched his own suspicions, Lu Fang cursed inwardly, that silly girl. Just then, Tsu remembered something else. Oh right. Before she left, Tafai told me that if she wasn't back by the time you arrived, not to worry. She said she'd be fine with her vengeful spirit guardian. But this was exactly what worried Lu Fang the most. It's because she has the vengeful spirit that I'm worried the Church of Light is tracking her. His mind in turmoil, Lu Fang angrily shifted his focus to the wolf pack outside the city walls. So noisy. These wolves have to be silenced. He then raised his hand, condensing spatial magic. Lu Fang charged into the middle of the ferocious pack, quickly dispatching them one by one. But even after finishing, his heart couldn't find peace. Tafai, where in the world are you? Flashback to one day earlier. At the Moonwolf tribe's altar, Nguyet Sak and Nguyet Bak stood with their backs to Tufai. Before them loomed a giant head with mysterious red eyes. The group was blocked by a troop of powerful soldiers. That dark head belonged to Hack Saturday. He boomed, since you've trespassed here, you can stay and become my puppets. Hearing this, Tafai glanced at Nguyet Sak. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Nguyet Sak's voice was cold and distant. If it weren't for a human like you barging in. Blamed unfairly, Tafai retorted. Without me, you'd all be puppets by now. Nguyet Sak, unable to argue back, stammered. While the two were bickering, Nguyet Bak had already formed a plan. Nguyet Sak, Captain Tafai is right. We can't drag this out. I'll risk my life to open a path for you. You must take the chance to escape. No, Nguyet Sak refused. I am the king of the Moonwolf tribe. The one who risks their life should be me. A flicker of pride shone in Nguyet Bak's eyes. He patted Nguyet Sak's shoulder. That's right. In the blink of an eye, our little princess has become the king of the Moonwolf tribe. But that's exactly why you must live for our tribe, shouldn't you? Before Nguyen Sak could reply, Nguyen Bak decisively leaped in front of them. A powerful surge of magical energy enveloped him. Nguyen Bak urged them loudly, "Go!" Nguyen Sak didn't want to leave. She cried out, "Uncle Bak," but Nguyen Bak only repeated, "Go," surrounded by magic. Nguyen Bak was quickly and mercilessly attacked. From a distance, Nguyen Sak shed tears of grief, her voice choked with sobs. "Uncle Bak." Even though Nguyen Bak had sacrificed himself to block the way Hak Sat caught up to Nguyen Sak and to Phi in an instant, he growled, reaching his grotesque hand towards the two fleeing girls. "Did that old fool think self-destructing would stop me? How naive. None of you are escaping today." In the moment before being captured by Hak Sat, Phi thought in despair, "I'm sorry, Fong." Back in the present, the soldiers of Ironhorn City were cheering on the walls. The wolves had retreated, most of them bearing wounds, big and small. They cried out in joy, "We survived, we're alive, the Saint-level master saved us." Then the soldiers all knelt before Lu Fong and his group. They chanted sincerely, "Thank you, Saint-level master, for your help." Lu Fong was moved by their gratitude, thinking, "I just did it on a whim, I didn't expect this." Just then a child's voice came from behind Lu Fong's group. "I've always heard that mercenaries kill only for money, but today I learned that the ones in this city are different. They risk their lives just to protect the countless civilians inside." It was Adigao appearing unexpectedly, in a rather cool pose. Adigao takes the stage once more, idol. "We finally meet again." Seeing Atigao, Lu Fong sighed in exasperation. Bach Ka beside him asked sternly, "Hey, aren't you the prince of the Starfall Empire? What are you doing running to the Heavenly Sea Empire? Are you looking for death?" Hearing this, Atigao immediately held his head high, a strange melancholy in his eyes. "As a king, if I don't walk among my people, how can I know their suffering? If I've never set foot on the great continent, seen its rivers and mountains, or witnessed the cruelty of the beastmen with my own eyes, how can I sit on this throne?" A brilliant light shone around Adigao, his voice full of determination. "The throne of Starfall will be mine eventually anyway. I have to seize this chance to go out and see the world. Once I inherit the throne, I won't have this opportunity anymore." Understanding Adigao's noble aspirations, Bak Ka gave him a thumbs up in praise. "As expected of my fan. You've got a bright future." Before they could chat for long, Atigao was in a hurry to leave again. Before going, he left them with a promise. "All right, idol, I have to get to my next stop. See you around." But jumping down from the high city wall wasn't so easy. Atigao groaned endlessly on the ground below. "Ow, ow, ow," Bak Ka scratched his head dumbfounded. "I take back what I just said." Nearby, Lu Fong was discussing with Tu Su. Every year, the beastmen send wolves to attack Ironhorn City. Why did the Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf appear? Tu Su speculated, "I'm not sure either. Could something have happened to the Moonwolf tribe? Is this related to Tu Fi?" But Lu Fong didn't answer. He was distracted by something else. Such a strong energy fluctuation. It seemed Bak Ka also sensed something unusual. He whispered to Lu Fong, "My power level is too low, I can't feel it." Seeing their serious expressions, Tu Su asked, "What's wrong?" A sense of unease grew in Lu Fong's eyes. He guessed, "There are powerful experts fighting in the Great Beastman Prairie. This aura feels familiar." At that moment, Lu Fong's expression changed as he shockingly remembered Nguyen Sak. "It's her." Lu Fong's voice was so loud it woke Teo Kim, who was sleeping soundly on Lian Deep's chest. He complained irritably, "So noisy, I can't even sleep in peace." Seeing Teo Kim was about to fall back asleep, Lu Fong pulled him away. Teo Kim struggled, "I don't want to leave, big sis." Then Lu Fong turned to leave, carrying Teo Kim with him. "Sorry, you stay here for now. We'll be right back." She asked, puzzled, "Where are you guys going?" Lian Diep watched the two streaks of light shooting into the sky and whispered, "Be careful, everyone." They arrived very quickly. An hour later, in a place where green grass was shrouded in darkness, two figures could be faintly seen dueling within a magic orb high above. It was Nguyen Sak fighting against Nguyen Pham, but the situation didn't look good. After a while, Nguyen Sak could no longer hold on and was knocked backward. Wiping the blood from her lips, she questioned her opponent. "Old Lang, I can't believe you'd betray the Moonwolf tribe to become a lackey for the Dark Slaughter God." Nguyen Pham, now completely corrupted, laughed loudly and replied, "All I have to do is offer a human city to the Dark Slaughter God as nourishment to receive ultimate power. Why wouldn't I do it?" Pausing for a moment, greed filled Nguyen Pham's eyes as he spoke insidiously. "Not to mention, the Dark Slaughter God also promised to turn the Moonwolf tribe's little princess into my puppet." Nguyen Sak absolutely refused. She roared, "You die." Faced with Nguyen Sak's stubbornness and the surrounding blood-silver wolves, Nguyen Pham grew even more amused. A mere first-level saint wants to fight to the death, just give up peacefully. With that, Nguyen Pham unleashed his power, sending all the surrounding blood-silver wolves flying. Even Nguyen Sak couldn't resist. She was powerless as Nguyen Pham sent her flying backward. Then Nguyet Sak crashed heavily onto the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Seeing that she had no strength left to resist, Nguyet Pham spoke triumphantly. The most beautiful woman of the Moonwolf clan finally belongs to me. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from under Nguyet Sak. Seeing it, Nguyet Pham's voice immediately trailed off. He looked at the hand with curiosity. It turned out to be Lu Fong. He sat up from behind Nguyet Sak, roaring in anger. "Damn it, you scratched my face on purpose, didn't you?" Lu Fong lightly touched his blood-splattered face. He grumbled, "You just wait for me. Don't go anywhere." In a shadow of evil, Nguyet Pham charged towards Lu Fong with overwhelming killing intent, his roar threatening to tear his opponent apart. "Where did this rotten insect come from? Die for me," Lu Fong quickly reacted, throwing a powerful punch towards Nguyet Pham. Two fists carrying two streams of power collided, marking the beginning of an imminent battle. After a brief struggle, Nguyet Pham was clearly outmatched by Lu Fong and was sent flying backward. At that moment, Lu Fong retracted the chi from his leg and turned around. He looked arrogantly at Nguyet Pham. "A second-level saint, where do you get the confidence to be so arrogant?" Arriving a bit later was Tu Kim, who was enthusiastically rushing forward. Seeing Tu Kim pounce towards Nguyet Sak, Lu Fong was a bit confused. "What are you doing?" Tu Kim said eagerly. "Lu Fong, this pretty lady is injured. I have to heal her." Lu Fong knew Tu Kim's intentions all too well, and immediately grabbed him, throwing him back to Baka. He ordered Big Black watch him. But Tu Kim struggled, refusing. "Let me go, let me go, let me save her." Meanwhile, Nguyet Pham had slowly regained consciousness, his body transforming wildly. Then Nguyet Pham revealed his true form, a black wolf with strange red eyes. He roared, "I must kill you," and charged at Lu Fong. Facing someone as overconfident as Nguyet Pham, Lu Fong didn't waste any words. He directly raised his sword and slashed at his body. Slash, but surprisingly, what Lu Fong hit was just a layer of black gas lingering in the air. The real Nguyet Pham was hastily fleeing. He thought to himself, "Damn it, if it weren't for the power granted by the Black Slaughter God, I would have died just now." As he fled, Nguyet Pham glanced back, muttering, "Unforgivable, unforgivable." Before he could finish, Lu Fong had already caught up. He didn't hesitate to swing his blade at the wolf's body. Unforgivable. Once again, to Lu Fong's astonishment, all that remained was a thin layer of black gas slowly dissipating. Bak Ka from a distance immediately sensed the danger. He shouted, "Fong, kid," but it was too late. Lu Fong had been ensnared by Nguyet Pham's python-like body. He laughed triumphantly, obediently die under the killing aura of the Black Slaughter God. Despite being restrained by Nguyet Pham, Lu Fong still had enough strength to extend a magic-filled hand towards him. Next, he grabbed Nguyet Pham's neck, his face filled with panic like a dog with its tail between its legs. Red veins popped in Nguyet Pham's eyes as he screamed in despair, "How can this be?" Seeing the confused expression on Nguyet Pham's face, Lu Fong replied with satisfaction, "You have him to thank for that." His hand tightened around Nguyet Pham's neck. Lu Fong explained, "I thought the yin-yang qi in my body had completely vanished due to my damaged dantian. I never expected it to be reactivated by your killing aura." As he said this, Lu Fong clenched his fist. Nguyet Pham was now reduced to wisps of black smoke escaping from his hand. "As thanks, I'll be taking your life." A moment later, Bak Ka finally arrived. "Brother Lu Fong, are you all right?" Hearing his voice, Lu Fong turned around and said cheerfully, "It was a blessing in disguise. The Black Slaughter God this guy mentioned is no simple matter. I almost died at his hands." Just then, Teo Kim's urgent voice rang out. Lu Fong, look." Seeing him circling Nguyet Sak, Lu Fong stomped his foot in anger. "Teo Kim, have you had enough?" But Teo Kim's expression didn't seem like he was joking. He anxiously denied it. "No, it's not that." Then Teo Kim pulled a black, worm-shaped object from Nguyet Sak's body. He asked, "Haven't we seen this thing somewhere before?" Seeing it, Lu Fong exclaimed in shock. The control sigil of the Vengeful Spirit sect. The scene changes to a luxurious hotel. Inside a warm room, Nguyet Sak, still fast asleep, slowly opened her eyes. "This is..." Then Nguyet Sak shot up and jumped out of bed. "I'm awake." She lunged forward and pinned Lu Fong to the ground, her voice filled with vigilance. "Who are you?" Just then Lian heard the commotion and came over. The scene in the room made her freeze instantly. In this compromising position, even though Nguyet Sak was being defensive, it was hard for Lu Fong to deny it. After a moment of shock, Lian quickly turned and fled. "Sorry, I came at the wrong time." Lu Fong wanted to chase after her and explain, but was held back by Nguyet Sak. He shouted helplessly, "Damn it, you've misunderstood." On top of Lu Fong, Nguyet Sak tightened her grip on his neck. She questioned, "Who are you? Where is this? Why am I here? Don't think you can get the upper hand on me." Lu Fong grabbed Nguyet Sak's wrist, and with a single flip successfully reversed their positions and restrained her. Lu Fong was a little angry. "Hey, you should at least treat your savior a little better." Lying on the cold floor, Nguyet Sak was defiant. She cursed loudly. Bastard Lu Fong didn't want to waste words and directly ripped the sigil from Nguyet Sak's neck. Then Lu Fang held it in front of her face and asked in a grim voice, I don't have time to waste on you. Where did you get this sigil you were wearing? But Nguyen Sak refused to answer. She lunged forward and bit Lu Fang's neck. Lu Fang quickly turned his head to avoid Nguyen Sak's teeth. He cursed this damn vixen. Then, taking advantage of Lu Fang being distracted by the wound on his neck, Nguyen Sak immediately jumped onto the bed. On the bed, Nguyen Sak displayed the snarling posture of a beastman. Lu Fang rubbed the painful spot on his neck. He repeated, I'll ask you again, where did you get that sigil? Nguyen Sak was still on guard, making up an answer. I killed its owner and stole it. Hearing this, Lu Fang roared. What did you say? He lost his composure and rushed towards Nguyen Sak. Say that again. Lu Fang's eyes burned with boundless fury as he roared, urging her. Speak. Faced with Lu Fang's intensity, Nguyen Sak finally told the truth. A woman named Tu Fai gave this to me. Lu Fang continued to question her. This is a life-saving treasure. Why would she give it to you? At this point, Nguyen Sak hesitantly began to explain. It's because that woman barged into the forbidden land of the Bloodwolf clan. She ran into me while I was chasing clues about the Black Slaughter God. I wanted to capture her, but the Black Slaughter God suddenly appeared and hunted us down. In her mind, Nguyen Sak recalled the perilous situation she and Tu Fai were in. In that critical moment, she told me to use a support puppet to escape. Find and help. Help a person named Lu Fang, along with Tu Fai's instructions. Find Lu Fang. Pausing for a moment, Nguyen Sak turned her head, her voice still tense. Thanks to the self-destructing puppet, I barely managed to escape the Black Slaughter God's pursuit, only to be captured by that old bastard wolf. Hearing this, Lu Fang had pretty much understood the whole story, his voice suddenly choking up. So Tu Fai, fearing Lu Fang would misunderstand, Nguyen Sak quickly reassured him. You're the Lu Fang that woman mentioned, right? Don't worry, the Black Slaughter God won't do anything to her for now. But Lu Fang still couldn't fully trust her. He probed why Nguyen Sak closed her eyes slightly and explained, that woman obtained the divine aegis that the Black Slaughter God wants. Once he kills her, the divine aegis will automatically activate. That's not the outcome the Black Slaughter God wants. Hearing about that item, Lu Fang asked, what is the divine aegis? Before Nguyen Sak's eyes appeared a divine artifact with an eye-like center. She continued, the divine aegis is a divine artifact passed down in my wolf god clan. It has an effect that all gods covet resurrection, but despite its power, it also has a weakness. It originally had 3 chances for resurrection, but it has already been used twice. The Black Slaughter God will definitely not waste the last chance. Back to the present. Regarding the current situation, Nguyen Sak emphasized, but we can't delay for too long. The longer we wait, the greater the chance the Black Slaughter God will seize the divine aegis. At this, Lu Fang became even more anxious. Then what are we waiting for? Tell me where Tu Fai is now. Nguyen Sak replied coldly. Human brat, do you even know who the Black Slaughter God is? He is a divine soul resurrected from ancient times. Although his strength has weakened, he is not someone you can deal with. But Lu Fang remained unwavering, his eyes filled with absolute determination. That's not something you need to worry about. Nguyen Sak crossed her arms, carefully observing the person in front of her, before speaking probingly. Human brat, you look familiar. Have we met before? Lu Fang didn't deny it, recounting their fateful encounter. Half a year ago, on the Great Plains of the Beastmen, we met once. Back then, you were the high and mighty chief of the Bloodwolf clan, and I was just a tiny 9th-level guard. Unknowingly, a surging power had enveloped Lu Fang's body as he raised his voice. But now, at this moment, Nguyen Sak seemed to realize it. She exclaimed in astonishment, "You're that kid from back then. How is that possible? From level 9 to the peak of the saint level in half a year." Nguyen Sak gritted her teeth, seemingly swayed. Could it be that he can really deal with the Black Slaughter God, Uncle Bok's enemy? But do I really have to place my hope in a brat I've only met twice? Will he really risk his life against the Black Slaughter God? However, Nguyen Sak remembered Nguyen Bok's tragic fate. She closed her eyes as if having made a decision. But what other choice do I have? Having decided, Nguyen Sak opened her eyes. Brat, a peak, saint is still no match for the Black Slaughter God. She then made a request. Let's make a deal. If you agree to help me eliminate the Black Slaughter God, I will use my Bloodwolf clan's secret technique to raise your strength by another level. Lu Fang refused, stating his reason bluntly. I will definitely kill that Black Slaughter God, but I only want to save Tu Fai. I don't need any deal. But Nguyen Sak gave Lu Fang no chance to refuse. She clenched the hem of her dress. I hope you can do it. Next, before Lu Fang's horrified eyes. What are you doing? Nguyen Sak decisively ripped the dress off her body. She answered, repaying you. Nguyen Sak slowly approached Lu Fang. She calmly ordered, let's begin. Seeing Nguyen Sak getting closer and closer, Lu Fang backed away in fear. Don't come over here, I'm not interested in. Lu Fang fell to the ground, his face red as he spoke against his true feelings. Beast-eared women. Nguyen Sak was quickly flipped over. Bastard, what are you doing? It turned out Lu Fang had tied her up. Nguyen Sak struggled angrily. Let me go. But Lu Fang refused to comply. He tried to appeal to Nguyen Sak's conscience. Is your head full of water? What time is it for you to be thinking about that? Just then, Bah Ka was standing at the door staring intently. Brother Lu Fang, what are you doing? Tu Kim beside him was just as curious. Lu Fang, why did you tie her up? Seeing Tu Kim, an idea sparked in Lu Fang's mind. He grabbed Tu Kim. So you think my strength isn't enough, huh? Then Lu Fang threw Tu Kim in his dragon form towards Nguyen Sak. He roared, what if we add him to the mix? Seeing Tu Kim's dragon form, Nguyen Sak was utterly astonished. This little snake is a supreme. Tu Kim immediately retorted, who are you calling a little snake? I'm a dragon, a dragon. The scene changes to the great plains of the Beastmen, where only the quiet night sky and a moonlit grassland exist. Against the inky black night sky, 3 dazzling streaks of light suddenly shot past. As they flew, Nguyen Sak explained to Lu Fang and Bah Ka, the Great Plains were originally a place where 8 clans were equals. Later, due to the God War, the other 7 clans were weakened, and the Wolf clan became the rulers. Then she pointed towards the distant mountain range. Nguyen Sak continued, from this point on is the territory of the Wolf clan. Over there is the forbidden land of my Blood Wolf clan. Nguyen Sak frowned, her voice carrying a hint of caution. That girl got the divine aegis from that forbidden temple. At this point, Lu Fang seemed to have guessed it. The divine aegis the Blood Wolf King mentioned must be the pleasant surprise in Feeney's letter. But she's from the Star Blue Empire. How could she know about the divine aegis in the Moon Wolf clan's forbidden land thousands of miles away? What exactly is going on that I don't know about? Just as the 3 of them were heading towards the forbidden temple, a dark shadow appeared from nowhere and blocked their path. From that shadow, countless hidden weapons shot towards the 3 of them. Luckily, Lu Fang managed to block them in time. Being ambushed, Bah Ka angrily spewed fire towards where he thought the attacker was hiding. Where did you rats come from? Get out here for me. Through the scorching flames, a figure with the appearance of a Blood Wolf clan member flew towards them. He attacked Bah Ka with magic, forcing him to block with his hands temporarily. But this attack was truly too powerful. By the time Lu Fang caught Bah Ka, he was already severely injured. Bah Ka knew he was no match for the man. He whispered a reminder, Lu Fang, this guy is also a peak saint. Be careful. Nguyen Sak, behind them, seemed to recognize the person in front of them. She was suspicious. Elder, Nguyen, didn't you already leave the Blood Wolf clan? Why are you here? Nguyen Kwang laughed loudly, replying sinisterly. Why did I come back? If I hadn't lifted the restrictions on the Forbidden Land, how could the Black Slaughter God have escaped his seal? How else could the Blood Wolf clan fall into my hands? Nguyen Kwang's words struck a nerve with Nguyen Sak. She charged towards Nguyen Kwang in a rage. You released the Black Slaughter God. Bastard, I'll kill you. Facing Nguyen Sak's attack, Nguyen Kwang remained unfazed, lightly leaning to the side to dodge. Then he flashed a malicious smile and struck Nguyen Sak with his palm. The force was so strong that even Tu Kim, who was clinging to Nguyen Sak's shoulder, was sent flying. Tu Kim was fine, but Nguyen Sak, on the other hand, looked quite seriously injured. Seeing this, Lu Fang rushed over to catch them both. He said helplessly, "Stop being so reckless, you'll get yourself killed. I'm not dealing with this now." Nguyen Sak pushed off Lu Fang's shoulder, launching herself into the air. Suspended before the moon, the magical power gathering around her grew stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Nguyen Kwang still showed no fear. He said arrogantly, "So what if you know the celestial wolf howls at the moon? Just obediently become my puppet." His words only fueled the hatred boiling within Nguyen Sak. She screamed, "I'll kill you." At the same time, from Lu Fang's shoulder, a golden light suddenly flared up. Before Nguyen Sak could charge at Nguyen Kwang, that beam of light shot straight at him. Tu Kim, cursed bastard. After hitting Nguyen Kwang's body, the clash of 2 powers resulted in a massive explosion. Nguyen Sak was also sent flying by the shockwave. Behind her, Lu Fang hadn't even processed what was happening when he saw a round white object flying towards him. It was Nguyen Sak. More precisely, it was her butt that flew right into Lu Fang's face. Damn it. Lu Fang painfully rubbed his nose while Nguyen Sak was blushing from the embarrassing situation. After regaining her footing, Nguyen Sak angrily threw an elbow at Lu Fang. "How dare you?" Lu Fang quickly blocked it defensively, trying to clear his name. "You're the one who crashed into me. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Nguyen Sak was stubborn. "I don't care." At the same time, Tu Kim was fuming on the other side. "So noisy I was sleeping." But his anger wasn't satisfied yet. Tu Kim continued to gather a magic sphere in his hand, then mercilessly launched it at the spot where Nguyen Kwang had fallen. The magic from the sphere instantly engulfed the entire forest below. The terrifying scene made Bah Ka exclaim in admiration, "My God, Lord Tu Kim is so strong." Lu Fang, however, was worried about something else. Is it okay for him to show off his skills so blatantly? Not long after, as the tremors from Tiu Kim's power subsided, a large crater had appeared on the ground. In the crater, Nguyen Quang struggled to climb back to the surface. Seeing him, Tiu Kim slowly approached as if he wanted to do something more. Now Nguyen Quang didn't dare to act tough anymore. He backed away in fear, threatening him at the same time. You stay away. If you dare touch me, the Black Slaughter God will never forgive you. Tiu Kim only asked one question, have you submitted? But Nguyen Quang had already vanished. Only his curses remained in the air. Damn it, however, Nguyen Sak had no intention of letting Nguyen Quang go. She quickly gave chase. Don't even think about running. Just then, Haksat rushed out to block Nguyen Sak, protecting Nguyen Quang. Sensing the danger, Lu Fang quickly followed. He muttered to himself, hey, why am I so soft-hearted despite my tough words? I'll suffer for it sooner or later. Just as Nguyen Sak was about to collide with Haksat, Lu Fang managed to grab her and pull her away. Lu Fang's speed and agility caught Haksat's attention. He started to take an interest in him. What amazing movement techniques. In Lu Fang's arms, Nguyen Sak was shocked. Black Slaughter God's soul, you've managed to escape the forbidden altar. Haksat opened his pitch-black mouth and boasted. Do you think the seal left by the wolf god 10,000 years ago has any power left? It won't be long before I can completely break free from the seal. Lu Fang tightened his grip on his sword and roared, cut the crap, you bag of bones. Then he decisively slashed at Haksat. Lu Fang's terrifying magic power pierced one side of Haksat's body, but he remained defiant. I didn't expect you to be able to injure me. Too bad an ant will never understand the power of a god. Die in regret domain soul. As he spoke, his voice suddenly stopped. Haksat unexpectedly cried out, this sword sheath. Hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Lu Fang's eyes. He questioned, you know too long. Lu Fang's words struck Haksat like a bolt of lightning. He cried out in shock, Lu Kiem Ha Kuyan. As soon as he finished, Haksat quickly turned and fled before everyone's confused eyes. Tu Kim stared blankly in the direction Haksat had fled, mocking. He got scared off by a sword sheath. What a weak god. The scene shifts to the forbidden altar of the Blood Wolf clan, a place surrounded by treacherous high mountains. Haksat had returned to the altar, cursing wildly as he flew. Damn it, damn it. Then Haksat glared resentfully at the captured Tufai. He seemed quite impatient. You wretched woman, where did you hide the divine aegis? Seeing her stubbornly refuse to answer, Haksat grew frustrated and increased the magic seals around Tufai's body. Once I get the divine aegis, all of you will die. Tufai's body was slowly being corroded by the strange magic seals, but she remained surprisingly calm. In just a moment, Haksat, who seemed to have left, returned to Tufai's side. A glittering object was appearing on her chest. He used his thick tail to wrap around Tufai's body, his voice echoing with smugness. So it was here. You will all be mine soon. Seeing that the divine aegis had been discovered, Tufai shed tears her mouth, whispering in despair, Fang. Under the moonlight, the strange red eyes on the statue seemed to foreshadow something terrible was about to happen. Back with Lu Fang's group, Bak Ka was laughing loudly, taunting some Black Slaughter god. He was talking so big just now, yet he got scared off by the reputation of Lord Dragon God and Old Hack. Lu Fang was in no mood for jokes. He analyzed, the Black Slaughter god must have fled back to the Blood Wolf clan's forbidden land. We'll follow him. Then he and Bak Ka quickly chased in that direction. This time Tu Kim was unusually energetic. He called out to the two in front, wait for me. Then Tu Kim jumped straight into the soft fur on Nguyen Sak's chest. Let's go, pretty lady. At this moment, Nguyen Sak's eyes were filled with anger. She thought to herself, you little brat. If you weren't a supreme, I would definitely. Not long after, the thorny high mountains of the Forbidden Land appeared before Lu Fang's group. Inside, a group of knights and mysterious hooded figures were kneeling before a red-eyed statue. This scene was witnessed by the entire group. Nguyen Sak spoke first, we're here. At the same time, Haksat's voice rang out, filled with rage. Damn it, you dare to play me. Lu Kiem and Hak Huyen were sealed away by the gods long ago. How could they still be alive? Seeing Haksat's fury, Lu Fang mocked him. I just casually mentioned their names, and you're already this scared. And you have the nerve to call yourself a god. Release Tufai now, and I'll spare your life. Humiliated publicly, Haksat frantically shot dark projectiles at them. Die. Seeing the dark projectiles flying towards her, Nguyen Sak waved her hand to deflect them. Lu Fang nimbly used his sword to block them with a slash of sword, chi. Bak Ka directly spewed a stream of fire to incinerate the demonic energy. On the opposite side, Haksat took the opportunity to immediately summon his soul prison domain. Immediately after, a black magic spell wrapped tightly around them. The sky before them was gradually replaced by an endless darkness. Nguyen Sak said worriedly, we're surrounded. Haksat opened his mouth and countless red ghosts appeared from within. He said arrogantly, do you see these souls? When you are killed by me, your souls will become my most loyal slaves. Then he coldly ordered the souls, "Tear them to shreds for me." Following his command, the souls surrounded them. Ka exclaimed in horror, "We're done for. How are we supposed to fight this Nugiet?" Sak realized something even worse. The Black Slaughter God's power has grown stronger again. In contrast, Tu Kim on her shoulder was cheering excitedly. This is fun, but Lu Fang's expression remained unchanged. He instructed them, "Take care of yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fang swept his sword horizontally, and instantly countless magic sword blades shot out from the vortex around him. Sword ring storm, the surrounding souls were all attacked at once. Hak-Sat roared, "Where did this guy come from, my collection of thousands of years?" Lu Fang had no intention of harming those wronged souls. He said softly, "Everyone rest in peace." Wherever Lu Fang's vortex went, the souls there returned to their pure white color. They looked at him gratefully. "Thank you." And just like that, Lu Fang easily neutralized Hak-Sat's technique without much effort. He said majestically to him, "Hak-Sat, is this all you've got? You were once a god after all. Show me something." However, Hak-Sat was still very confident. He spoke in a sinister voice. "That was just the appetizer. The main course is coming now." At this moment, the crowd kneeling before him stood up. They all looked soulless, and notably all had red eyes. After that, Ka flew to Lu Fang's side. Both were shocked by the horrifying scene below. Then Ka chuckled, his voice, tinged with excitement. 3 peak saints, and so many 9th level ones. This is getting interesting. Lu Fang quickly charged towards the ones who seemed stronger. He assigned the tasks, "I'll take the 3 peak saints. You two handle the rest." Following that, another fierce battle erupted. Lu Fang, surrounded by enemies, relentlessly swung his sword. To deal with the ever-growing number of enemies, he decided to use his mirror image clone magic. Lu Fang's clones quickly spread out. He and his 2 clones dealt with them one by one. Just then Lu Fang froze. He sensed someone approaching from behind. Hak-Sat's voice boomed, "Brat, you want me to release her, don't you?" When he saw the person, clearly Lu Fang's pupils instantly dilated. He recognized Tafai, but she looked incredibly strange. As if to confirm her identity, Lu Fang even tried to call her name. Tu-Fi, and perhaps it wasn't just Lu Fang. Ka was also extremely shocked to see Tu-Fi in that state. "Oh no, what's happening?" On Nugyet-Sak's shoulder, Tu Kim called out softly, "Sister Tu-Fi." Nugyet-Sak knew immediately that something terrible had happened. She gritted her teeth. "We're too late. That woman is under control. The divine Aegis must also be." Now the Tu-Fi before them looked both familiar and strange. She tilted her head, her emotionless eyes fixed on them, then without a word immediately charged to attack Lu Fang and his clones. Lu Fang didn't fight back. He tried to awaken Tu-Fi's consciousness. "Tu-Fi, wake up." Only then did Hak-Sat arrogantly explain to them, "To get the divine Aegis, I absorbed the soul power from her body, but it also raised her from the 8th level to the peak of the saint level. Now she is my puppet." Those words made the anger in Lu Fang's heart multiply. He roared, "Black Slaughter God!" Hak-Sat was very pleased with Lu Fang's expression, his voice full of pride. "Although a peak saint is no match for you, can you bear to kill her? And while you're tied up with her, I just need to." Seeing Hak-Sat about to take advantage of the situation to attack Lu Fang, Tu Kim quickly pounced. "Hey chicken god, your opponent is me." With that, he transformed into his golden dragon form and began to tear at Hak-Sat's demonic energy. A look of surprise appeared on Hak-Sat's terrifying face. He asked, "Where did this little snake come from?" Hearing Hak-Sat dare to call him that, Tu Kim puffed his cheeks in anger, absorbing magic from his surroundings. "Bastard, I am a divine dragon, divine dragon, divine dragon." Then Tu Kim transformed into a young Dragon Clan member, with golden eyes and golden armor. He had opened his wind, rain, and lightning domain. Immediately after, Tu Kim raised his hand to the sky. A magic sphere of immense power gathered in his palm. He shouted, "Grand Spiral Sphere." At this moment, Lu Fang was holding Tu-Fi tightly, but it seemed he couldn't hold on for much longer. He urged Tu Kim hurry up. At Lu Fang's words, Tu Kim quickly threw the incredibly powerful magic sphere at Hak-Saturday. "Go." The sphere exploded instantly upon contact with Hak-Saturday. His body was also engulfed in smoke and fire. After finishing, Tu Kim stood his ground, saying contemptuously, "Just a bunch of chickens." But Tu Kim didn't realize Hak-Sat had appeared behind him until he spoke. "Your attacks are useless against me." By the time he realized it, he was already completely in Hak-Sat's grasp. Tu Kim struggled. "Damn it, let me go, let me go." Hak-Sat, however, looked at him like a plump prey. "Become my food." On the other side, Lu Fang was busy holding on to Tu-Fi and couldn't rush over. He shouted, "Tu Kim." Suddenly, the gloomy dark sky was gradually replaced by a beautiful golden color. Tu Kim calmly spread his arms as if to welcome it. "You forced my hand. Chicken God, welcome to the second layer of my domain, the Enlightened Dragonblade Amusement Park. A mischievous child's playground." Hak-Sat clearly didn't expect to end up here. He asked blankly, "Since when?" Lu Fang was also pulled into Tu Kim's domain. He was amazed. My god, is this an isekai cultural invasion? Tufai, however, was still struggling relentlessly. Let me go. While Hack-Sat was still dazed, Tu Kim charged at him on a roller coaster. Hey, chicken god, have you ever been hit at the speed of light? Without waiting for an answer, Tu Kim powerfully rammed straight into Hack-Sat's body. Feeling the pain in his body, Hack-Sat became even more confused. I can actually be hurt. How is this possible? Next, Tu Kim placed a straw hat on his head. He was more excited than ever. Because everything here is under my control, including you. While Hack-Sat was still trying to understand, Tu Kim shouted. Where's the ship? From one side of Hack-Sat, Tu Kim looked like a captain ordering his ship to set sail. He skillfully steered the ship, making it slide up Hack-Sat's body. The pirate ship continued to sail forward. At the bottom of the ship, Hack-Sat was still stuck there. Then the pirate ship landed heavily on the ground. Hack-Sat at the bottom of the ship was instantly crushed, his eyes bulging. Under the clear blue sky with warm sunlight, the giant Ferris wheel continued to turn. Tu Kim and Hack-Sat's outing was becoming more and more interesting. But things weren't going so well for Lu Fang. He tried to stop her sharp teeth. Tufai, wait, don't bite. You'll chip a tooth. Damn it, Lu Fang cried out in confusion. What am I supposed to do? Nguyen Sak, who was fighting the undead, explained anxiously. She's been invaded by the Black Slaughter, God's soul power. To save her, you have to suck his power out of her body. Hearing Nguyen Sak say there was a way, Lu Fang eagerly asked, how do I suck it out? At this, Nguyen Sak lightly touched her finger to her lips, giving Lu Fang a meaningful look. What do you think? A compromising scene between him and Tufai suddenly flashed in Lu Fang's mind. He immediately blushed, realizing, with my mouth. Seeing Lu Fang's expression, Nguyen Sak guessed it right away. A pervert, huh? Having hit a nerve, Lu Fang stomped his foot in embarrassment, speechless. Just then, Lu Fang Tu Kim's voice interrupted. Hurry up. On Tu Kim's side, he was tightly gripping Hack-Sat's head. Tu Kim shouted, I'm about to lose control of him. He has no flesh. I can only injure him, not kill him. On the other side, Ba Ka was also trying for a quick victory, but the undead were not easy to defeat at all. No matter how strong Ba Ka was, his body still grew tired. Sweat was already pouring down his forehead. Ba Ka was panicked. Damn it, are these things tireless? The current situation left Lu Fang with no more time to hesitate. He looked seriously at Tu Fi. Fini, forgive my transgression. But Ba Ka was even more impatient than him. He directly pushed their heads together until their lips met. Smack, hurry it up for me. Under the power of love's kiss, Tufai finally showed some change. She forcefully pushed Lu Fang away. Lu Fang looked at the black gas escaping from Tufai's body and thought, is the stuff coming out of Fini, the soul power of the Black Slaughter god? Outside the vortex, the black gas grew thicker and swirled faster, even sending Ba Ka flying. The situation with Hack-Sat and Tu Kim was even more perilous. It seemed he had escaped Tu Kim's control. In midair, Hack-Sat suddenly froze as if contemplating something. Then Hack-Sat decisively landed on the ground, using his power to send Tu Kim flying. Die, little snake. At this very moment, a black strip of cloth suddenly appeared in Tu Kim's hand. Then Tu Kim calmly tied the blindfold over his eyes. He said confidently, you chicken god, taste the final attraction of my amusement park. The ultimate move was called I am the clown. At some point, Hack-Sat's limbs had been bound to a spinning wooden wheel. A clown mask was forced onto his face. Hack-Sat exclaimed in shock, what is this, you little imp? Tu Kim didn't bother to reply. From the opposite side, he performed a knife-throwing act aimed at Hack-Saturday. The situation seemed to have deeply angered Hack-Sat, and his hands clenched into fists. Then, with a single flex, Hack-Sat shattered all the iron shackles on his limbs. He quickly lunged at Tu Kim, furiously punching him so hard he coughed up blood. Luckily, Tu Kim managed to regain his balance, but Hack-Sat had no intention of letting him go, continuing his assault. Seeing Hack-Sat closing in, Tu Kim panicked and yelled for Lu Fang. As if hearing his call, Lu Fang within the dark vortex opened his eyes and powerfully drew his sword. Lu Fang then leaped high, slashing a decisive wave of sword energy at Hack-Saturday. The energy wave struck Hack-Sat's body, and its force knocked him back. By now, Tufai was fully conscious. She looked at the person before her, puzzled. Fang, why are you here? Am I dreaming? Hearing Tufai's voice, Lu Fang's gaze turned unusually sweet. He answered gently, Fi, this isn't a dream. Tufai blushed and asked again. What? She shyly placed a hand on her lips. So, we just kissed. While the two were lost in their bashfulness, Tu Kim's urgent voice cut in. Stop with the PDA, Lu Fang, he's bullying me. Lu Fang quickly turned away, leaving Tufai with a single sentence. Fi, we'll talk later. Then he swiftly joined the battle. Lu Fang used the mirror image clone magic, but he quickly realized, damn, the damage is too low. Wait. While each of my sword chi slashes contains limited void energy, what if my clones continuously unleash 100 strikes on a single target? With that thought, Lu Fang decided to give it a try. He and his two clones simultaneously poured their magic into their swords, and then all three slashed at Haksat at the same time. The waves of sword energy formed a whirlwind, trapping Haksat in the center. Inside the vortex, Haksat began to feel anxious. He cried out in astonishment. "This is void energy. How is that possible?" Lu Fang calmly watched the scene, his eyes filled with confidence. "Even if you are a god, you'll be skinned alive if you don't die this time." After dealing with Haksat, Lu Fang returned to the main issue. "Oh right, Phi. Earlier I needed to absorb the Dark Slaughter God's power from your body, to break his control over you. That's why I did that. Don't misunderstand." Nguyen Sak, standing nearby, directly exposed Lu Fang's excuse. "With your power, you could have absorbed the Dark Slaughter God's energy through the air. No one told you to stick your mouths together." Realizing they'd been tricked, Lu Fang and Baka found it hard to explain. Just then, Haksat, who seemed to have been defeated, began to stir. "Damn you, you forced my hand. You wanted to kill me, right? Fine, I'll grant your wish." Haksat took out the Aegis of the Gods, screaming in fury. "The moment I am reborn will be your doomsday." Seeing that item, Nguyen Sak cried out in fear. "It's the Aegis of the Gods." Lu Fang couldn't hide his worry either. "Crap, I forgot about that." Across from them, Haksat grew more and more frenzied. A god cannot be offended. Sensing the dire situation, Lu Fang urged, "Tu Kim, get them out of here first." He quickly agreed. "Okay." Tafai called out to Fang worriedly, but Lu Fang reassured her with a pat on the head. "Be good. I'll be out in a bit." Following Lu Fang's words, Tu Kim created a sphere of power to envelop everyone. He instructed Lu Fang, "I'll be back to help you soon." Then their figures vanished into thin air while Lu Fang was left to deal with another problem. What now? How could Hak Lao's soul, separated from his body, still crush so many supremes with a point of his finger? Mentioning Hak Hai and Lu Fang suddenly remembered a true god-level being. "Wait, I think Hak Lao gave me a scroll." Lu Fang then took out a purple scroll. He asked the Dark Slaughter God, "If you know Hak Lao, then you must know what this is, right?" Haksat recognized it with a single glance. "The Xuanwu God Sealing Scroll." Lu Fang nodded. "That's right. This is something Hak Lao specifically created to deal with divine souls. Anyone whose cultivation is lower than Hak Lao's will be sealed forever." At this, Lu Fang smirked, looking very confident. "If you're so scared at the mere mention of Hak Lao's name, then your cultivation is definitely not on his level." With that, Lu Fang quickly opened the scroll and purple lightning immediately shot out from it. He growled, "Then accept your sealing." Seeing that Lu Fang wasn't joking, Haksat was so terrified he begged for mercy. "Don't. I don't want to be sealed again. Stop, don't seal me. I'll tell you a secret." Hearing this, Lu Fang became more certain. His fear of the Xuanwu God-Sealing Scroll wasn't fake. Let's see what he has to say first. He also added a condition, hand over the Aegis of the gods first, but Haksat immediately refused. "No way." Hearing that Lu Fang resumed opening the scroll, "Then you don't need to say anything." Haksat hastily spoke up, spitting out the Aegis of the gods. "Wait, I'll give it to you." Catching the Aegis of the gods, Lu Fang was satisfied. "At least you know your place." His heart fluttered slightly. So this is the Aegis that can bring someone back to life. Having lost his last trump card, Haksat could only curse in fury. "Damn it, this is infuriating." Annoyed, Lu Fang decisively flew over and kicked him in the face. He yelled irritably, "Behave yourself." Then Lu Fang commanded, "Shrink down, and then we'll talk about your secret." Seeing Haksat's tiny form, Lu Fang was taken aback. "Are you trying to be cute?" Being suspected so unreasonably, Haksat turned red with anger. "I've already done as you asked. Don't push it." Lu Fang didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Talk. If your secret isn't valuable, then I'm afraid I'll have to say sorry." Controlled by Lu Fang, Haksat had no choice but to answer, "I know where the gods went." But Lu Fang didn't seem to care much, looking at Haksat with a dark expression. "Is that all? What does where they went have to do with me? Looks like you should just accept being sealed after all." At that, Haksat flew out of Lu Fang's hand. He questioned, "Kid, do you really not get it? You'll reach the supreme level soon. When that happens, how do you plan to break through to the god level on a continent that has no celestial energy? I don't know where you're from or why you can use void energy, but this small amount isn't enough to help you break through to the god level. And without reaching the god level, you're nothing but an ant." Finally, something caught Lu Fang's attention. He ordered, "Keep talking. I'm getting interested." Seeing that Lu Fang seemed to be listening, Haksat took the chance to state his conditions. "First, give me back the Aegis of the gods. Then let me go. I'll use my soul to create a scroll. Once I've safely left this prairie, the scroll will open itself and tell you the rest of the information." To deal with someone so stubborn, Lu Fang once again held up the sealing scroll. "Then you can just take your secret with you into the seal." Haksat immediately flew into a rage. "Damn you, don't you have any sense of negotiation?" Lu Fang replied calmly. "Negotiations are for when both parties are equals. But what do you have to negotiate with me?" At this point, Haksat had to back down, forced to ask for something else. Fine, I don't need the Aegis anymore, but you have to protect me until I recover my strength. Otherwise, I'd rather we both go down together. Haksat's words surprised Lu Fang. He pointed to himself and asked me, protect you? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Aren't you afraid I'll change my mind at any moment? Fine, keep talking. Knowing that Lu Fang had tacitly accepted his request, Haksat felt relieved enough to continue. Initially, the gods started a divine war over void energy. Unexpectedly, the concentrated explosion of energy during the war opened a portal to a plane filled with void energy. So under the leadership of the god of space, the remaining gods went to that plane. Therefore, you just need to find the traces of the divine war to find the gate to the god's plane. Hearing this, Lu Fang had a guess. Traces of the divine war. You mean the lost garden of the gods? Haksat continued, and I am one of the few gods remaining on this continent, which makes me the key for you to get to that plane. An image of Floria flashed through Lu Fang's mind. The plane. Is that where that goddess is? This could be interesting. He then lifted Haksat up, secretly calculating. Anyway, the Aegis of the gods is in my hands now. Keeping this dark slaughter god around might be useful somehow. But if he tries anything funny, I'll make him wish he were dead. However, Lu Fang suddenly changed his attitude. I'm still too far from reaching the god level. Your secret doesn't seem very useful to me. Hearing that Haksat spoke up, startled, what's wrong with you? I've already compromised for the greater good. Lu Fang then held up his index finger and explained, but I'll accept your deal. You did possess Fini earlier, but it boosted her cultivation, so I'll count it as you doing one good deed. At this, Lu Fang wondered, but are you really going to follow me around in this form? Haksat immediately denied it. Of course not. Hold out your hand, and I'll reside on the back of it. Normally, you'll just need to feed me a bit of energy, and in critical moments you can borrow my power to fight your enemies. He had made his case, but Lu Fang still wasn't satisfied. He looked at Haksat suspiciously. It sounded tempting, but what if he attacked when my guard was down? What then? Feeling his suspicion, Haksat broke out in a nervous sweat. I wouldn't dare. Hearing that Lu Fang suddenly had an idea. He grinned slyly. You're a divine soul, right? A divine soul is the soul of a god. In that case. Seeing Lu Fang's expression, Haksat cautiously backed away. What are you planning to do? Without explaining, Lu Fang took out Floria's divine statue and recited. What was that incantation again? Shadow Assassination Formation activate. The moment Lu Fang finished the chant, a rich purple aura emanated from the statue. Then Floria emerged from the purple mist. She didn't look very pleased. You bastard, did you really have to summon me right now? After appearing, she warned him loudly, don't forget, a divine statue only allows for 3 summons. If you don't have a good reason, I'll make you wish you were dead. To appease her, Lu Fang placed Haksat on a golden plate and offered it to her. Your grace, the goddess your meal has arrived. With a single glance, Floria recognized the black creature before her. You're the Haksat god. I thought you died in the War of the Gods. In Floria's presence, Haksat barely dared to breathe. He cowardly hid behind Lu Fang, stammering. Floria, you. How can this be? But Lu Fang mercilessly held Haksat out to Floria. Your grace, I made a deal with this guy. I summoned you this time to ask for your help in making sure he can never harm me. Your payment will be a piece of his divine soul. Help yourself. In Lu Fang's grasp, Haksat struggled helplessly. You brat, you played me, I'll kill you. Even as Floria grabbed him, Haksat continued to struggle. Let go, let me go. Floria, however, seemed quite amused by Haksat's predicament. She taunted, to think a god tier being like you got played by a saint tier brat. In her excitement, Floria wrapped an arm around Lu Fang's neck, teasing him. You little bastard, you really surprised me. He replied awkwardly, thanks for the compliment. It's mutual support. At this, Floria readily agreed. I accept your request. Then the sharp nail, caressing Lu Fang's cheek, drew a line, taking a single drop of fresh blood. She then quickly flicked the drop of blood into Haksat's mouth. Instantly, a magical chain shot out from Lu Fang's body and latched onto the fleeing Haksaturday. Seeing the scene unfold, Lu Fang began to wonder. It seems like he and I are now deeply connected. Is this a contract? Floria answered with satisfaction. Smart boy. Your soul's cultivation is much weaker than the Haksat god, so I had to bind you with a master-slave contract. This subordinate contract will prevent him from ever harming you. With her work done, she held out her hand. Now then, it's time to collect my payment. Without hesitation, Floria sliced through Haksat's body. Lu Fang respectfully clasped his hands. Thank you, goddess. Floria cheerfully held half of Haksat's soul in her hand. You're welcome. Before leaving, Floria playfully licked the trace of blood from Lu Fang's cheek. Her voice was filled with amusement. I'm starting to look forward to meeting you in person. I'll be waiting for you in the god's domain. Then Floria's figure quickly vanished into a purple vortex, leaving only her voice behind. Thanks for the treat this time. Seeing that Floria was gone, Lu Fang turned back to Haksaturday. He extended his hand towards him. All right, you can come on up now. Hack-Sat screamed with resentment. You despicable brat. Nevertheless, he had to honor his promise to Lu Feng and transformed into a seal on the back of his hand. On Lu Feng's hand, Hack-Sat was still fuming. Damn it, that was half of my divine soul. That witch took it all. Damn it all. Hearing this, Lu Feng casually comforted him. At least you're still alive, right? Just as Lu Feng was about to leave, Ngiet An and several others from the Bloodwolf clan suddenly blocked his path. Ngiet An had a long, bizarre scar over his eye. He ordered arrogantly, human hand over the god's aegis. Assessing the situation, Lu Feng calculated inwardly, the Bloodwolf clan. Over 10 at the 9th stage, 6 saint-level experts, 2 of whom are at the peak. Just then, Hack-Sat spoke up indignantly from Lu Feng's hand. These cowards were all hiding like turtles before. The moment I vanish, they crawl right out. Brat, kill them all. Their souls belong to me. But Lu Feng, seemingly complying with their demand, held out the god's aegis. Is this what you want? Hack-Sat questioned in astonishment. Why are you giving it to them? Seeing the item in Lu Feng's hand, Ngiet An demanded loudly. The god's aegis is an heirloom from our ancestor, the wolf god. It's not for humans like you to claim. Considering the difficulty of your cultivation, hand over the aegis, and I'll let you go. The minions behind him immediately chimed in. Elder Ngiet An, stop wasting words on him, just attack another, chimed in. That's right, don't be polite. How dare a mere human trespass into our Moonwolf clan's forbidden land? Kill him. Over here, Hack-Sat was also urging Lu Feng on Brat. Kill them. Just as it seemed another life-or-death battle was about to erupt, Nguyen Sak's voice rang out. Stop. Then she stood protectively in front of Lu Feng. Nguyen Sak's voice was stern. Lu Feng, help me deal with the Hack-Sat god. He is not our enemy. All of you stand down. However, Nguyen An didn't believe her and sneered contemptuously. You say he helped us deal with the Hack-Sat god. Then where is the Hack-Sat god now? Lu Feng answered majestically. Of course I killed him. Tufai softly called his name from behind. Feng. In truth, Lu Feng was thinking, it's not like you can see the Hack-Sat god right now anyway. A simple sentence, but it struck the Bloodwolf clan members like a bolt of lightning. Nguyen VM exclaimed, what? How could a peak saint level be a match for the Hack-Sat god? The Hack-Sat god was killed by him, and Nguyen too beside him couldn't hide his shock either. Impossible. Nguyen An raised a hand to stop the other two from wavering. He refused to back down. Ridiculous human, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the god's aegis or die. Before Lu Feng could even speak, Hack-Sat's annoyed voice piped up. Brat, are you still going to tolerate this? You could kill this trash with a wave of your hand. At this point, Nguyen Sak had to rely on her authority. Elder Nguyen An, as the chieftain of the Bloodwolf clan, I order you to stand down. Unfortunately, Nguyen An completely ignored her, even threatening her back. Chieftain, what a show of authority. Too bad a chieftain is worthless in the face of the god's aegis. Nguyen Sak. If you refuse to see reason, we elders will have no choice but to strip you of your title and make you a tomb slave. Nguyen Sak could no longer hold back, angrily retorting, you bastards, where were you when the Hack-Sat god was slaughtering our people? When Uncle Bok sacrificed himself to save me, you all vanished, and now, seeing Nguyen Sak so agitated, Tufai stepped forward to calm her. Nguyen Sak, calm down. Let us handle this. From behind, Nguyen too recognized Tufai and informed Nguyen An. Elder Nguyen An, it's that woman. She's the one who stole the god's aegis. It was her. Hearing this, he surged with killing intent and charged at Tufai, roaring, then die. But before he could even touch a hair on Tufai's head, his arm was sliced clean off. Clutching his severed arm, Nguyen An finally realized, you're also a peak, saint level. How is that possible? It turned out the decisive slash had come from Tufai's sword. She explained calmly, first I didn't steal the god's aegis. Uncle Nguyet Bok entrusted it to me. Then Tufai recounted the entire story. When I entered the altar, I found the Hack-Sat god hunting down Uncle Nguyet Bok. Through Tufai's memories, the desperate situation of Nguyet Bok and Nguyet Sak was revealed. I recognized Uncle Nguyet Bok and Chieftain Nguyet Sak from a previous encounter, so I summoned my wraith spirit to help, but we were still no match for the Hack-Sat god. In that critical moment, Nguyet Bok had no choice but to entrust the god's aegis to Tufai, instructing her young human lady, the Hack-Sat. God surely thinks the aegis is with me, or Nguyet Sak. Take it and flee. With it gone, the Hack-Sat god will be hesitant to kill us. As she spoke, a hint of sadness flickered in Tufai's eyes. Unfortunately, that monster saw through his plan. As she finished, Tufai's expression changed. She pointed her sword at Nguyen An and asked, second, if a piece of trash like you can be a peak saint level, then why can't I? To the side, Lu Feng's eyes were filled with admiration. So cool. Tia Kim couldn't help but praise her too. Big sis Tufai is so awesome. Only Hack-Sat seemed inexplicably grumpy. Cool, what's so cool about it? That's all thanks to my soul power. Damn it. However, Nguyen An had no intention of giving up. He raised his hand and ordered his subordinates, Charge, kill them. Seeing this, Lu Fang frowned in annoyance. After a moment of preparation, Lu Fang and his 2 clones leaped in front of them. Infinite slash. Instantly, a storm of sword strikes rained down upon the Bloodwolf clan members. In a corner, Hak-Sat was delighted. He cheered excitedly. That's the move. Let them have a taste of the 10,000 blades sword chi. At this moment, Nuyet Sak, still feeling some kinship with them, pleaded loudly. Lu Fang, please show mercy. Hak-Sat from the side urged kill them quickly. Lu Fang snapped at him to shut up, but in the end he held back. The men were only injured, not dead. Lu Fang decided to give them one chance. I was originally going to return the god's Aegis to Chieftain Nguyet Sak, but now I've changed my mind. Anyone who wants it can come and take it. Hak-Sat pouted at his words. What a hypocritical brat. You just don't want to give it back. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Lu Fang turned to Nguyet Sak chieftain. Nguyet Sak, I'll be taking the god's Aegis then. She quickly agreed. Of course. Thank you for everything. Lu Fang replied politely, don't mention it. Nearby, Hak-Sat wouldn't stop talking. But I'm not actually dead. I wonder what her expression will be when she finds out. Lu Fang probably thought the same. He turned to look at him with a disgusted expression. From now on, you're not the Hak-Sat god. Let's call you the god of nagging. Hak-Sat sulked and made excuses. I can't go far from you now. Can't you at least let me talk a little? Just then, Tu Kim suddenly appeared. Lu Fang, what is this thing? Seeing him, Hak-Sat sighed quietly. I'm screwed. How can this snake see me? Ignoring Hak-Sat for the moment, Lu Fang humbly clasped his hands to bid farewell to Nguyet Sak. Well then, until we meet again. It seemed Nguyet Sak wanted to say something more but held back, a strange feeling stirring in her heart. After saying goodbye, Lu Fang wrapped an arm around Tu Fai's waist and flew off. Tu Kim Dai Hak, let's go. Tu Kim, following behind with Bak Ka, called out, Tu Fai, big sis, wait for me. In the air, Tu Fai suddenly put her arm around Lu Fang's shoulder excitedly. Fang, my cultivation was too low before, so you always had to carry me. Let me fly us this time. Lu Fang was stunned by her words. Huh. Before he could even say yes or no, Tu Fai sped up, leaving a dizzy Lu Fang to lament inwardly. Bad drivers are the same in every world. As for Nguyet Sak, she watched Lu Fang's departing figure with a wistful gaze. Lu Fang, thank you. Perhaps we will meet again soon. The night scene in a deserted forest. A bonfire was lit, casting a warm glow. Bak Ka delicately sprinkled salt on a large golden-brown piece of meat over the fire, with an eagerly waiting Tu Kim drooling beside him. He wiped away his drool and asked Bak Ka Dai Hak, where did Lu Fang and the others go? I'm starving. They're 2 lovebirds who haven't seen each other in ages. They're just rekindling the flame. Let's not wait for them and eat first. In the quiet depths of the forest, the gentle light from the crescent moon high above made the scenery even more poetic. Lu Fang strolled beside Tu Fai, with his hands behind his head, looking up at the moon with her. It's been so busy lately. It's been a while since I felt this relaxed. After a while, Tu Fai suddenly stopped walking and stood silently for a moment. She fell behind Lu Fang, her face hidden in the dim moonlight, and suddenly spoke. Fang, I'm sorry. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Lu Fang, and said sadly, it's all my fault. I overestimated myself and came here putting you in danger. It's all my fault. He then stepped closer to Tafi, placing a hand on her head and gently patting it with a soft voice. Silly girl, I should be the one thanking you. Hearing Lu Fang's words, tears immediately welled up in Tu Fai's beautiful eyes. Fang. She buried her head in his warm chest, closing her eyes to savor his tenderness. Thank you. Lu Fang took a small step back and gently booped her on the nose. Alright, now the Tu Fai I know isn't so melancholic. Be careful or you'll turn into a bitter old shrew. Teased by him, Tu Fai blushed, lifted her head and scolded him petulantly. You're the one who'll turn into a shrew. It must be the energy from that big-headed guy affecting me. Elsewhere, Hak-Sat suddenly let out a huge sneeze, spraying saliva as he mumbled. Why do I feel like someone's talking trash about me? That damn brat sealed me. I'm so pissed. Back in the forest, Lu Fang looked at Tu Fai and got to the important matter. Right, Phi Ni, you were in the Star Blue Empire for so long. Why did you suddenly run off to the Beastman's Great Plains to find a treasure? Her pouting ceased, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. With a serious expression, she replied, Some time ago, I was asking around for ways to cure Phi Ni. Tu Fai recalled the time she received a scroll from the Great Elder. After I came out, the Great Elder, he gave me a treasure map saying it led to an ancient ruin that might hold the cure for Phi Ni. Tu Fai honestly recounted her experience, and why she came to this place. I was going to wait for you to return so we could go together, but the Great Elder warned me that delaying could cause complications, so I left first. The treasure map ended up leading me to the Moon Wolf clan. After explaining everything, she smiled gently at Lu Fang. You know the rest. In a way, we have the Great Elder to thank for getting the god's Aegis. Hearing Tu Fai's story, Lu Fang's brows furrowed slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Then I must go to the Tu family and properly thank this great elder for sending an 8th stage junior to the Moonwolf clan to find treasure. That great elder is truly kind, isn't he? But Tafai didn't catch the hidden meaning and happily took his hand. Okay, my mother has wanted to meet you for a long time. Huh. Your mother wants to meet me. An image of a stern, elderly woman interrogating him with a dozen questions suddenly flashed in his mind. Why? In Lu Fang's imagination, what's your salary? Where do you work? Do you have a car? A house? What do your parents do for a living? Just the thought of it made his head spin, and he suffered internal injuries, so severe he passed out in a pool of blood, scaring Tafai. Fang, what's wrong? The scene shifts to a magnificent city basking in the sunlight outside the city lord's mansion of Iron Pavilion City. On the steps of the city hall, 2 groups, one in red and one in white, faced off with swords drawn. The group in red, adorned with vibrant snow patterns, was led by an old man who was pressuring the other side. Your Highness, the princess, please come back with me. His Holiness the Pope is very worried about you. Cardinal Han Dak. Hearing his words, Lian Diep lowered her head meekly. Her eyes were sad, but she still refused firmly. Cardinal Han Dak, I came out this time for training. I will return on my own once my training is complete. I hope you will not interfere. Peter beside Han Dak turned to him with a very annoyed expression and reminded him, Cardinal Han Dak, don't forget, His Holiness gave a kill order. Make your move. Then he pointed at the opposing group, determined to pin the blame on them. They are surrounding the Saintess Purge, these heretics who dare to defy our Church of Light. Pressured by him, Han Dak finally began to attack. My apologies, Your Highness the Saintess. Su and her teammates hurriedly stood in front of Lian Diep, nervously watching them charge. Suddenly, a slender foot in a high heel stepped forward, blocking the way. Lian Diep swung her arm, forcefully stepping forward and giving the stubborn men a resolute order. Saint Peter, I will not let you harm innocent people. A fire of anger blazed in her eyes, her beautiful face glowing with authority as she began to chant. In an instant, a new set of armor covered her slender frame. A golden scepter also appeared in Lian Diep's hand. She struck the scepter firmly on the ground and shouted, Don't force me to take you all down with me. The group on the opposite side saw her transformation, and their faces darkened. Each of them gnashed their teeth in anger, brandishing their weapons, ready to attack. Lian Diep didn't give them time to act. She single-handedly swung her holy scepter, sending a crowd of minions flying. Sacred light beam. Peter took the opportunity while Lian Diep was fighting the minions to rush her his hands, glowing with red magic, attempting a sneak attack. But Lian Diep reacted quickly, leaping aside to dodge. Keeping a safe distance, she pointed her scepter straight at Peter's face and shouted, unleashing a massive amount of golden magic. God's purification. He furrowed his brows, his eyes full of resentment, as he looked at Lian Diep's equipment and cursed. Damn it, the Pope gave you the white jade, holy scepter, and the crown of thorns. With a burst of fury, Peter effortlessly shattered her attack. He charged forward with a furious roar. Break, stop struggling, and come back to the Holy See with me. Lian Diep was just as resolute, flatly refusing his offer. No, I'd rather die. With those words, she closed her eyes and her body slowly ascended in a brilliant golden light. Sacred self-sacrifice. Han Dak watched in horror as Lian Diep performed the technique. He broke out in a cold sweat and screamed, This is bad. Saint Peter, stop the Saintess. Peter quickly sprouted wings as well. He leaped into the air and swooped down right in front of Lian Diep. Peter reached her in an instant, his hand clamping down on her throat. As long as I'm here, you don't have the right to throw your life away. Below, Su's group stared up at the sky, their eyes wide with fear and worry. An angel. That's an angel of the Church of Light Angels. Represent the will of God. We've offended a god. We're going to die. Lady Lian Diep. Damn it, Peter, hearing the words from the group below, grew furious. He summoned his sword, coating it in a fiery magic as he roared, You ants who dare to anger the divine. One hand still gripping Lian Diep's slender neck, he swung his sword with the other. Die, all of you. The sword strike rushed towards Su's group like a tempest, terrifying them into standing frozen, awaiting their judgment. Lian Diep's face was pale from lack of oxygen. With a pained look, she bit her lip and thought, Is this finally the end? Not only do I have to return to that cage, but I've dragged others down with me. Just then, a golden figure with shimmering scales flew in its dragon tail, whipping out to swat away the sword strike that was about to hit Su's group. Birdman, take a taste of my tail. Peter was stunned by the counterattack. His eyes blazed with fury as he leaned back to dodge the blow, but he wasn't strong enough to avoid the backlash completely. Peter coughed up blood on the spot, glaring at the newcomer and shouting, Who is it? The girl with fiery red hair and seductive lips smiled, tilting her head as she answered his question. Your granny, that's who. In the sky, Tu Fai, in her jet-black armor, held Lian Diep in mid-air, with Tu Kim in dragon form coiling protectively behind them. Lu Fang and Bak Ka had just arrived. He stared blankly at her majestic form while Bak Ka chuckled teasingly. When did Tu Fai get here? Looks like Defy isn't giving you a chance to be the hero who saves the damsel. Seeing the romantic and tender scene between the two girls, Lu Fang's world turned a shade of rosy pink. He grinned foolishly like a love-struck idiot, his thoughts so skewed that the voice of reason in his head had to hit him with a hammer to snap him out of it. Still, seeing them embrace, it looks really nice. Damn it, your thoughts are becoming very dangerous. While Lu Fang was busy enjoying the view, Haksat urgently piped up. Brat, quick, 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 a divine soul, there's a divine soul, let me devour him, devour him. The Emperor isn't worried, so why is a eunuch like you in such a hurry? Opposite them, Peter swung his sword, his face cold and merciless as he attacked. Purge all these heretics, holy light / but Defy blocked him with just one hand on her sword without even having to let go of Lian Diep. Peter retreated slightly, curling his hand into a dragon's claw, as magical energy gathered in his palm holy light cage. But before he could finish his technique, Tu Kim from out of nowhere returned to his human form and slammed his butt down on Peter's head, causing him to spurt blood for a second time. Divine Goddess Sit Peter was smashed straight into the ground, leaving only a golden streak of light and a shockwave that cracked the earth. The soldiers below saw their commander take a hit and cried out in alarm, their faces pale with shock. Lord Peter. They rushed forward to help their commander, but Peter rose as if from the grave, his rage blasting his own men away. Damn you, damn you. The angrier he got, the more his power erupted. Peter spread his wings once more, standing tall as his body exploded with powerful magic. Peter looked up at the group that had ganged up on him and declared, "For daring to offend me like this, I will make you wish you were dead." Lu Fang drew his sword and took a defensive stance, saying worriedly, "His power has broken through to the supreme level. I should step in." A four-winged seraph is a core warrior under the god of light. This means he can only display supreme-level strength here. Seeing that he was ready for a serious fight, Defy tossed Lian Deep to Lu Fang and instructed Fang, "Leave this guy to me and Tu Kim. Let me get used to my new strength. You catch Lian Deep." Lu Fang was still confused when Lian Deep landed perfectly in his arms in a princess carry. He glanced unhappily into Fi's direction and reminded the powerful girl, "Hey, be careful." As Tu Fi and Tu Kim charged, Peter began chanting a terrifying spell, gathering immense power, while Haksat cursed their recklessness, forcing Lu Fang to see the danger and shout an order. Tu Kim, get Tu Fi and Saintess Lian Diep to safety now. Tu Kim obeyed instantly, creating a brilliant golden circle of light that lifted the two girls and carried them from the battlefield. Got it, over here. Peter began his strike, a slash carrying boundless power that seemed capable of erasing everything. Lu Fang stood with his sword before the panicked crowd, yet his expression was perfectly calm, waiting for the giant fireball to reach him. The others stared at the massive object hurtling towards them, their faces pale as they stood rooted to the spot, crying out in despair. "We're done for. We're definitely dead this time. Divine punishment. The divine punishment is here. The angel lord wants to punish us." Only Lu Fang remained calm. He frowned, his gaze firm as he prepared to defend. Lu Fang swung his sword, sending out a slash of sword chi that quickly collided with Peter's giant sphere. The two streams of energy clashed, sending sparks in all directions as they fiercely battled in mid-air. A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the sky, merging both attacks into one giant sphere. Lu Fang looked up anxiously, watching the sphere in the sky, and muttering, "This is bad. The clash between my sword chi and this light sphere will create a spatial rift. Destroying it isn't hard, but all of Iron Pavilion City will be reduced to rubble. What should I do?" Haksat beside him grumbled when he saw Lu Fang worrying about others. "Why are you worried about these ants? Just kill him." Bach Ka, right behind Lu Fang, felt the power radiating from him and couldn't help but sigh. Damn it. When did he get this terrifyingly strong? I can't even help Lu Fang anymore. Damn it all. Just then, Tu Kim shot past him, soaring straight towards the light sphere, surprising Lu Fang. He stared in horror at Tu Kim's actions, his face covered in sweat as he screamed, "Tu Kim, what are you doing?" Tu Kim didn't answer. He simply reverted to his majestic original form and charged forward. Peter was just as fierce, his eyes burning as he spat out ugly words. "Go to hell." On this side, Tu Kim stopped once he was close enough. He opened his mouth wide, his eyes fixed on the light sphere directly in front of him. In a flash, the light sphere vanished without a trace. All that was left was Tu Kim's bulging cheeks, chewing relentlessly. A moment later, he patted his round belly and let out a satisfied burp. So full. Peter's expression was one of utter disbelief. His eyes bulged as if they would pop out, and a stream of snot ran from his nose as he screamed. "Impossible. How could my divine spell be? Wait, you're a dragon god." Having dealt with his full belly, Tu Kim coiled his shimmering golden body in front of Peter and corrected him. "It's divine dragon." Done joking around, he turned and spat a fireball straight at the still dazed Peter. Caught completely off guard by the sudden attack, he was hit head-on and shrieked in pain. The soldiers below saw Peter get hit and cheered in unison. We're saved. That mysterious demon clan member saved us. So incredibly strong. What kind of angel was that anyway? Before the cheers could even fade, Tu Kim had transformed back into his human form and was falling from the sky, muttering incoherently. So sleepy. He landed gently in Lu Fang's waiting arms. Lu Fang looked worriedly at the little guy in his hands. This kid never fails to give me a heart attack. Meanwhile, Haksat extended his black spectral arms, snatching the dazzling golden angel-shaped divine soul. He looked gleefully at his prize and said to a stunned Lu Fang brat, mission accomplished. So this is that angel's divine soul. Haksat acted quickly, and a stream of black smoke began to enter the divine soul's body. I've converted it into pure energy, ready for absorption any time. Let's split it 3 ways. We two will each take a share. Following Lu Fang's instructions, he chopped the divine soul into 3 pieces with his hands. All right. Haksat quickly tossed 1 piece of the soul into his mouth, but he couldn't help but wonder, why split it into 3? This little glutton and your woman can't absorb any more energy right now. Lu Fang took 1 piece and tossed the other to Bak Ka, who had been standing by. Dai Hak caught it. He held it up, observing it carefully, then assessed the small object in his hand with surprise. This is incredibly pure energy. Lu Fang turned to face Bak Ka, smiling, as he held up a golden orb. You should break through too. Thanks, brother. After sharing, they both excitedly tossed the orbs into their mouths, at the same time ignoring the greedy Haksat whining beside them. Leave some for me, I barely even got to taste it. As the pure energy entered his body, Lu Fang could feel it spreading through his every cell. He opened his eyes, quite surprised by what he had just consumed, and muttered to himself. This divine soul energy is truly extraordinary. I'm just 1 step away from breaking through to the supreme level. Then he looked down, only to be shocked to find himself in a completely white space. Where is this place? Before he could adapt to his surroundings, a dark shadow loomed up behind him. No wonder it felt familiar. So it's the weapon, the willow sword. Who are you? The shadow gradually expanded into a towering statue. The figure stood majestically before Lu Fang and introduced himself. I am the god of light. Apollo. Lu Fang looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment at the colossal figure and the extraordinary name of the newcomer. Apollo smiled benignly down at the small human facing him and slowly asked, so the willow sword wielder is not dead after all. Where is he? Why is his weapon in your possession? Lu Fang was flabbergasted, leaning back slightly from the sudden question. What? What are you talking about? I don't understand. He stared in disbelief at the self-proclaimed god before him, his mind racing. My god, the god of light, one of the most powerful main gods in legend. Why is he here? Not getting the answer he wanted, Apollo's smile vanished, his face turning to stone. You're not talking. Then he suddenly lifted his foot high, intending to stomp on Lu Fang's tiny body. Then die. He stomped down hard. Lu Fang reacted quickly and managed to dodge, but the stone statue's arm shot out and grabbed his entire body with pinpoint accuracy. I'm screwed. Lu Fang channeled his magic, struggling with all his might to escape Apollo's grasp. Let me go, let go, Sword's Edge Tempest. But the difference in power was too vast for him to escape. In fact, his grip only tightened. Die. Lu Fang's face contorted in pain as he screamed in his thoughts. It's over. This is for real this time. But midway, the hand that was about to crush him was struck by something and released its grip. Lu Fang fell like an autumn leaf. Hak Huyen appeared out of nowhere, sword in hand, eyes fixed forward as he rushed to the rescue. He swiftly appeared before Apollo, giving him a few bonus slashes to the neck. Lu Fang was safe for the moment. He looked up in astonishment at his rescuer. Hak Lao, why are you here too? Hak Hyen didn't turn around, but his consciousness angrily pointed at Lu Fang and said, Of course, it's because I was worried about you. When I taught you the Trinity clone technique, I intentionally left behind 2 wisps of my consciousness. Apollo's hand was severed by Hak Huyen's 2 wisps of consciousness. He furiously swung his arm and roared in anger. Hak Huyen, it's you again. Hak Hyen, like a descended immortal, held his sword straight and spoke to Lu Fang behind him. Kid, watch closely. This is the Immortal Executioner sword style I comprehended within the Immortal Executioner formation. His eyes were as calm as water, his face impassive as he taught Lu Fang without turning his head. After reciting the sword mantra, he flew up and unleashed a slash, deflecting Apollo's striking arm. A moment later, he circled behind the stone statue and leisurely plunged his sword straight down. Apollo's stone statue quickly crumbled. He cursed resentfully as Hak Hyen calmly stroked his beard. Damn it. The 2 wisps of consciousness stroked their beards, coolly turning to Lu Fang like a senior. Though we are just wisps of consciousness, you only crossed 1 plane, so it's nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, the real Hak Huyen looked at his consciousness, admiring himself and sighing, I'm so cool. But before the words were even out of his mouth, Apollo's crumbling head managed to launch one final attack with his glowing laser-like eyes. Hak Hyen, since you care so much for this human, then I will reverse time. Seeing Lu Fang in imminent danger, Hak Huyen shouted, his sharp eyes glaring at him. Don't you dare. He used his own body to shield Lu Fang, channeling magic into a defensive barrier. But the light from Apollo's eyes was like a fired bullet, piercing through the shield he created, bypassing Hak Hyan and flying towards the back. The speed of that thing was too fast. Lu Fang had no way to dodge in time. He just stood there, staring at the object hurtling towards him. That brilliant golden light pierced straight into him and spread throughout his body, creating a surprising effect. Hak Hyan's 2 wisps of consciousness could only stand and watch. The silver-haired one observed in shock, while the black-haired one's eyes were filled with worry. He muttered, "We're doomed." But after a moment they realized there was nothing more they could do but watch. It seems we were a step too late. The silver-haired Hak Hyan curiously stepped forward to look closely at the thing before him, stroking his beard, and remarking, "I didn't expect him to be so small." Then both of them retreated in unison, instantly turning into blurry images that gradually faded away. "Oh, well, we're just 2 wisps of consciousness. Teaching him once was good enough. We're powerless to do anything else." Back in the outside world at the site of the fierce battle, just outside the City Lord's manor in Ironhorn City, Bak-Ka was joyfully checking the power in his body and laughing loudly. "I've finally broken through to peak saint level, just half a step away from the supreme level." He turned his head to check on Lu Fang, only to find a golden circle beside him. "Brother Lu Fang, what happened to you?" Tefai, supporting Lian Diep and Su were all intently watching the golden circle. She began to explain to Bak-Ka. "I don't know. Just now, Fang suddenly turned into that." He rubbed the back of his head, smiling foolishly at the scene and thinking of something positive. Could it be that Brother Lu Fang has broken through to the supreme level? Su and Tefai, in unison with Dong Thon, asked him back in surprise. "Supreme level. He reached the supreme level so quickly. Fi, you really didn't choose the wrong person." Just then, from within the brilliant golden light, Lu Fang's black-haired head gradually emerged. Seeing this, Bak-Ka cheered happily. "Congratulations, Brother Lu Fang." Hearing everyone's voices, Lu Fang slowly opened his eyes, which were still hazy and not fully awake. Then the other 3 all widened their eyes, exclaiming in shock once again, "What is happening?" It was still Lu Fang, but a completely naked baby Lu Fang sucking on a pacifier and sitting on a pile of oversized clothes. Baby Lu Fang innocently looked at Bak-Ka's over-the-top reaction, his sparkling eyes incredibly adorable. He watched for a moment. Perhaps Bak-Ka's loud voice frightened baby Lu Fang as he opened his small mouth and began to wail. Time passed. A small scraped hand seemed to be scratching the ground resentfully. 3 days later. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? Little Lu Fang stood up wearing an adorable children's outfit and wiped the marks from his face. He pointed at the person opposite him, his round eyes wide as he cursed, "You bastard, for the humiliation and suffering you've brought me, I will pay you back tenfold today." Baby Lu Fang began to attack. A magic circle instantly formed beneath his feet, and a golden dragon appeared with his every move. "Take this heavenly dragon flash." Then he charged in, fighting Tue Kim with a flurry of kicks and punches, raising a cloud of dust. Neither side was willing to back down. Fight. Bak-Ka and Tufai's group could only stand there speechlessly, a series of giant ellipses appearing over their heads. Finally, Tufai was the first to speak. She sighed, scratching her head. "As you can see, when this happened, we were even more surprised than you. Although he doesn't remember anything, it's like he's become a completely different person." An image of Lu Fang playing on his back from 2 days ago flashed in her mind, now replaced by him crawling, standing, and fighting Tue Kim. The good news is that 2 days ago Fang seemed to age by a year, but his mind hasn't recovered, so he just messes around with Tue Kim all day. She seemed to have a headache, not wanting to look at the scene before her, only missing the crying baby Lu Fang from the beginning. It would have been better if he'd stayed a newborn. At least he was a well-behaved little angel. Now he's nothing but a lawless, mischievous brat. Bak-Ka opened his book, his face also full of sorrow as he listed the damages. That's right. Just today, Tue Kim led him to harass more than 10 girls and anger over 20 people. I've nearly spent all my money on compensation. An image appeared as the most vivid illustration. Lu Fang was perched on Tue Kim's shoulders, both wearing long cloaks, holding the hand of a beautiful young lady and flirting. "My beautiful lady, I think you'd be a perfect mother for my future son. What do you say? When will they switch roles?" After a while, Lu Fang was riding on Tue Kim's back, cheering happily. "I've finally defeated you." Seeing that Bak-Ka could only avert his eyes and plead weakly, "Wait, let me get used to this. I still can't accept this." Huo Ni seemed more positive than everyone else. She looked at Lu Fang and waved, saying to the group, "I think he's fine like this. Hey little boy, come over to Big Sis." When Lu Fang saw a pretty lady calling him over, his eyes immediately turned into hearts and he started drooling. He closed his eyes tight and excitedly leaped towards Huo Ni with a happy shout. "Big Sis," but before he could land in the beauty's arms, he was slapped to the ground by 2 Fi. Little Lu Fang was dizzy, his eyes seeing stars as she grabbed his shirt to lift him up. Tefai picked him up like a chick and stuck a pacifier in his mouth. Saintess Lian Diep, I'm afraid Fong can't recover for now. I plan to take him back to my clan for a while. The people who were trying to capture you have retreated, so you can continue your adventures. Hearing this, Lian Diep hesitated, looking at them with worry. But Tufai didn't give her time to refuse, pushing Lian Diep towards Kang Tu without a second thought. Kang Tu, I'm entrusting Saintess Lian Diep to you. Don't worry. Bach Ka looked up from his book, glanced at Tufai and sighed. Women will be women. Even with Lu Fong in this state, she still wants to play palace intrigue. After settling things with Lian, Diep Tufai breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the others. Everything's settled. Let's get going. But in a brief moment she looked down at her empty hand in a panic. Where's Fong? Unexpectedly, the little brat Lu Fong had run over to play with the three beauties, making Tufai's blood boil. Meanwhile, inside a dark space, Haksat was continuously punching the ceiling wall until it cracked, wailing, "You damn kid, let me out, let me out." The scene changes. A magnificent mansion comes into view. Half a month later, at the mercenary clan. Tufai led little Lu Fong through the city gate, with Bach Ka following their every step. She gently brushed back her windblown hair, smiling at the familiar sight. We're finally back. A group of men saw them arrive and immediately gathered to whisper among themselves. Isn't that Tufai? Didn't she leave the clan? I heard the great elder was looking for her. She's returned right during the elder council meeting. I wonder what she's up to. A woman should just obediently marry into another family and contribute to the clan. Just then, a majestic Lu Fong stood in front of them, hands on his hips, looking very fierce as he shouted, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Keep looking, and I'll beat you up." A scar-faced man stepped forward, his eyes unfriendly as he sneered. Isn't this my dear cousin Tufi? My apologies, but during the Elder Council meeting, unauthorized personnel are forbidden from entering. Tufai crossed her arms, looking down on him as she retorted, "To Kang, I am the clan chief's nominee. Do I not have the right to participate in the Elder Council meeting?" Hearing her, Tu Kang's smile became even more sarcastic, his eyes leering at Tufai. Hilarious. Your father couldn't even keep his position as chief. What does that make a nominee like you? With that, he reached his hand toward Tufai's face, his intentions unclear as he said, "However, if you're willing to be my woman, I might reconsider." But before he could finish his sentence, a flying kick distorted his face, sending blood spraying from his mouth as it connected with his right cheek. Tu Kang was sent flying, sliding across the ground in a beautiful arc. Though Lu Fong was small, his strength was not. His foot hadn't even touched the ground yet, smoke still rising from his shoe as he cursed the man Lu Fong's woman. "Is not for trash like you to touch," Tufai sighed beside him. "If only you could have said that before you turned small, I would have been so happy." Tu Kang knocked away, spat out 2 teeth that Lu Fong had broken. He furiously pointed at the boy being helped up as he cursed and ordered his lackeys to attack. "You damn little brat. Men, kill him." Lu Fong didn't waste words. He stomped his foot, and the ground immediately cracked and rumbled. The entire mob of henchmen was instantly thrown back before any of them could even touch a single hair on his head. The little demon Lu Fong stood with his hands on his hips, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "Not a single one of you knows how to fight." Hearing that, Tu Kim roared in frustration. "Hey, that's my line." Just as everyone was focused on the fight, a hand reached out from behind, about to touch Tufai's shoulder. "Fai, is that really you?" Lu Fong quickly flew over, his small fist aimed precisely at the person in white behind her. "You dare sneak attack Fai, I'll kill you." Tufai turned her head, saw who it was, and frantically shouted to stop him. "Lu Fong, stop, that's my mother." Following her scream, the attack couldn't be retracted in time and sent a small figure flying. The scene shifts to a large mansion with tea tables arranged in a spacious courtyard. Parasols are opened to block the afternoon sunday. The mercenary clan's inner residence. At the banquet table, Tu Kim was enthusiastically tearing into some meat. Bak Ka was still engrossed in his book while Tufai and another beautiful woman were having tea together. She looked at the woman, her eyes filled with concern as she asked gently, "Mother, are you okay?" Hearing Tufai's question, Lu Fong, nursing 2 huge bumps on his head, knelt on the grass and said pitifully, "At the last second, didn't I pull back my fist and punch myself in the face? How could she be hurt?" Hearing him, Tufai glared angrily, her expression hardening as she looked at him. "And you have the nerve to say that?" Tufai's mother gently touched her daughter's face, smiling kindly as she asked, "Don't be angry with a child. Aren't you going to introduce me? Is he the friend you wanted to bring home?" "Yes." She looked at the person in front of her. Although his face showed some reluctance, he still looked very happy. Even though he's wearing a strange mask, he looks like a talented individual. "My daughter has good taste in partners." Hearing her mother's comment, Tufai's cheeks turned red. But a moment later, she reacted with surprise. She quickly waved her hands, her face screaming urgent as she explained, No, it's not him." Bak Ka, who was reading, was so shocked by Tufi's mother's words that he fell off his chair. "Auntie, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I'm into dragon girls. The mother covered her mouth, feigning surprise, then glanced at Tu Kim, who was stuffing his face at the table. It's not him, then it's not the one at the table either. Then, as if remembering something, she turned to look at Lu Fang, who was sulking on the ground with his cheeks puffed out. I remember now. I remember you said he had black hair. Could it be him? Tafai's beautiful face turned pink again, and her gaze softened. Yes. Ninkyo grabbed her daughter's arms, looking at her with concern. Fai, although I don't have any objections, isn't this a bit of robbing the cradle? Tu Kim, who was happily eating meat, suddenly froze and looked up blankly after hearing her words. Then he burst out laughing, unable to close his mouth, his small hands slapping his round belly with delight. Tafai didn't know what to do. She held her forehead in frustration and said slowly, Mother, what nonsense are you talking about? Let me explain. Time passed quickly. Soon the sky darkened, and the lights in the building were turned on. Tafai let out a breath, resting her cheek on her hand as she recounted the entire story. And then Fong turned into this. After listening, Nin Q seemed to find it hard to believe. She asked her daughter blankly, did something like that really happen? Lu Fang, who had been sitting on the floor, waited for them to finish talking before eagerly raising his hand to speak. Auntie, I'll recover quickly. He carefully held out his fingers and began to count for her. The first time I aged a year, it took 2 days. The second time, 4 days. The third, 7 days. At this rate, she didn't know what to say to that, so she just coughed lightly and patted her daughter's hand. All right, I don't really understand the way you young people think. As long as you're living well, that's all that matters. Mother, you still don't believe me. Just then, several pairs of hurried footsteps were heard on the road as if there was an urgent matter. Suddenly, Tufai's courtyard was filled with people led by 3 elders who stormed in aggressively. Tufai, have you found that thing yet? Tufai stood up honestly to greet him, answering without any concealment. I found it. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up and he urgently pressed Tufai. Hand it over now. Tufai stood with her arms crossed, frowning as she delivered some shocking news. My apologies, great elder, but I don't have it. Besides, I sought the aegis of the gods for Vini, not for you. The great elder's face soured at her words, and he raised his voice to remind her. Tufai, watch your tone. The ancestor needs that item. If you hand it over, the next clan leader position is yours. But he never expected Tufai to just chuckle, her sharp gaze fixed on the great elder. A puppet controlled by the elders. What a tragic sight. It seems Fong was right. You gave me that treasure map with ill intentions. Realizing he could no longer deceive her, he dropped the act. If words won't work, then force will. Since you're being like this, don't blame us for being impolite. Men seize them. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. A horde of armed men surrounded Tufai, the rotten bunch, spewing disgusting words. Careful not to kill her later. She is the #1 beauty in our clan after all. I want a taste too. Tufai stood there listening to them plot over her body with utter contempt. So this is the mercenary clan. Truly disgusting. She immediately unleashed her power for all to see, a massive burst of energy engulfing her entire body. The crowd, including the great elder, was shaken by her oppressive aura, trembling in fear. Saint rank, how is this possible? She advanced slowly, step by step. Everywhere she went, the surrounding men collapsed. Great elder, I have you to thank for this power. Unable to withstand the force, she released. The great elder coughed up blood and pleaded weakly, Ancestor, save me, save me. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Fang dashed forward, positioning himself between Tufai and the great elder. Calling for the ancestor is useless. He stood there, his golden cloak billowing behind him, hands on his hips as he pointed at the old man and declared, from now on, the Tu family will be led by Tufi. Then Lu Fang cheekily gave a thumbs up, pointing to his own chest with sparkling eyes. What you all couldn't do before, Tufi will do. And what you could do, Tufai will still do. Act now, report later. Lu Fang has given his permission. In his little head, he imagined himself as a young master, followed by 3 servants. Seeing this, Tufai muttered, I don't think he's complimenting me. Just as Lu Fang was lost in his self-directed fantasy, another old man appeared out of nowhere. Is that so? He landed in the courtyard, followed by several mercenaries holding a sword to the neck of a red-haired man. A man named Kai Kiem smirked sinisterly, his malicious eyes beckoning her to look his way. Tufai, take a look at who this is. Following his voice, Tufai looked towards them and gasped in shock. Father. Enraged. Tufai pointed directly at the newcomers and shouted, Old ancestor. No, Tobiat, I never thought you'd be so shameless as to harm a junior. Tobiat stood there brazenly, smiling back at her with a calm expression. What's a little disgrace for the sake of the family? Tufai immediately cast a spell. In a flash, space itself seemed to freeze. Only she could move, and she charged forward. Space froze. The mercenaries behind Tobiat were all immobilized, but the old man himself could still move. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the frozen space Tufai had created. She took a deep breath, her eyes still fixed on the old man before her. Though momentarily surprised, she quickly regained her composure. Defy and It clashed head-on, launching magical attacks at each other. They fought furiously, moving from corner to corner, yet no victor emerged. Then, in a moment of carelessness from It seized the opportunity and kicked her square in the stomach, causing her to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. She slammed hard onto the ground. It hovered in the air, hands behind his back, looking down at the junior he had defeated. Defy, I don't know what fortune gave you your current strength, but your combat experience is still sorely lacking. The old man looked down on her from above, his judgmental gaze fixed on Defy. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the item. From now on, with the two of us in the Two family, we can surely dominate the continent. Defy pushed herself to one knee, wiped the blood from her mouth, and replied with a determined look. Dream on, old man. I may not be able to beat you, but I can still call for backup. Fong. She called out, but got no response, so she turned to look. The moment she did, her face turned black as the bottom of a pot. Behind her, Lu Fong was engrossed in a game of rock, paper, scissors with Tu Kim, and didn't hear her at all. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. He even cheated by tickling Tu Kim, making him laugh so hard he couldn't focus and threw paper. Lu Fong jumped for joy, celebrating his victory, while Tu Kim could only wave his hands in anger. I win, I'll take care of the old geezer, you go save the hostage you cheated. The two then clearly divided their tasks. Lu Fong flew up to fight, while Tu Kim on his command targeted the group, threatening Defy's father. A win is a win, Tu Kim go. As soon as he entered the fray, Lu Fong quickly closed the distance. He attacked, take this, old man. Although the old man leaned aside and managed to dodge Lu Fong's punch, he was still shocked, thinking so fast. The second move came quickly. Lu Fong's two small fingers aimed straight for Tubiat's eyes in a pincer strike. The old man quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes. But Lu Fong's attack patterns changed too fast. In a flash, he straightened his hand and shouted, kick. Lu Fong's final blow struck Tubiat right where it hurts. Unable to dodge, the old man could only tilt his head back and scream in agony. This was followed by a kick straight to the face, making Tubiat bleed from his mouth and nose. This kick is for Defy. He sent Tubiat flying straight into the wall of the main house, sending bricks and stones everywhere. The mercenaries who followed him witnessed the entire scene, utterly horrified. Their faces turned pale with shock. How could this be? The ancestor was defeated just like that. We're doomed. Let's get out of here. Impossible. The ancestor is a peak saint rank. How could he lose to a little devil? Down below, Tu Kim had also knocked out the entire group of lackeys. He grabbed Defy's father by the collar and flew him back to their side. Lu Fong finished his attack and immediately returned to the ground. The moment his feet touched the courtyard, Defy rushed over, lifted him up, and planted a big kiss on his cheek with words of praise. You're amazing, Fong. Lu Fong was so happy, his eyes crinkled into a smile, his small, chubby cheeks flushed with excitement. It was nothing. While they were celebrating their victory, a loud noise erupted from the house, sending rubble flying. Tubiat was surrounded by a black aura, his face contorted in madness as he clenched his fists and screamed, You forced me to do this, you forced me. Bach Ha stood behind them, staring dumbfounded at the energy surrounding the old man. This is a breakthrough to the supreme rank. Defy was also stunned. Isn't that the energy of the god of black slaughter? Seeing Tubiat rise again, the mercenaries immediately started cheering excitedly. The ancestor broke through to the supreme rank. This time, our mercenary clan can become the #1 family on the continent. The old man smirked his wicked face, looking at Tufai's group as he spoke. That's right. I once fell into the sealing place of the god of black slaughter. Though I was lucky to escape, I was still invaded by his energy. For years, I've resisted its corruption, postponing my breakthrough to the supreme rank. All for today. Now that I can kill you and get the aegis of the gods, I no longer have anything to fear. Hearing his confession, Tufai was startled. Only now did she realize she had been used. So you knew everything from the very beginning. You had the Great Elder tell me about it because you wanted me and Fong to scout the path for you. Tubiat looked down smugly, recalling his scheme. With that saint-rank brat taking the fall for me, everything was perfectly within my grasp. Lu Fong just scratched his head, completely lost. He had no idea what they were talking about. The Black Slaughter God. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Then he reached out and tapped the strange red sigil on the back of his right hand. Then Lu Fong shaped his hand like a phone, put it to his ear, and asked innocently, Hello, is this the Black Slaughter God? You rotten kid. How long have you kept me locked up? Let me out of here now. Lu Fong grabbed Haksat by the neck and pulled him out of the seal. He looked at the boy in shock and asked, How did you turn into this? I'm out. Wait, why do I feel the fluctuation of laws on you? Did you fight a god-level being? Lu Fong ignored Haksat's question, holding him up and looking towards Tubiat. You must know this old geezer, right? Reveal your true form and say hello to him. Isn't this the guy who escaped from my grasp back then? Then he crossed his arms like a thug, glanced at Haksat, and stepped aside to enjoy the show. You guys go ahead and catch up. Remember to show your true form or he won't be able to see you. With Lu Fang's permission, Haksat immediately transformed. Seeing his massive body, Tubayat was utterly shocked. He stumbled backward in fear, looking up at the black slaughter god that had just materialized before him. Then in a flash, Tubayat turned tail and fled without a word, leaving the mercenaries below completely stunned. He gritted his teeth, trying to run as fast and as far as he could, but a second later his eyes widened in terror at what was in front of him. Haksat's face had appeared right before him, blocking his escape route. "You're already here. What's the rush?" Knowing he couldn't escape, Tubayat clenched his fist and threw a punch at him. "Damn you, I'm in the Supreme Realm now. I'm not afraid of you." But his fearless declaration was met with a punch that hit nothing but air. Haksat's body dispersed like black smoke, completely unharmed. Seeing this, Tubayat was even more astonished. Haksat reformed his scattered body, reappearing behind Tubayat. The old man turned his eyes, widening in horror at the sight behind him as he heard Haksat speak. "If you didn't have my energy inside you, dealing with you might have taken a little effort." But unfortunately for him, Haksat quickly reverted to his true form, opened his massive dark maw, and swallowed the old man whole. No, Tu-Fi's entire house shook with the scream, and then everything fell silent. The mercenaries below went from one shock to another. The whole group could only wonder, did the patriarch run away because he couldn't win? Don't be ridiculous. Why would the patriarch do that? Tu-Fi turned to look at Lu Fang, who was standing behind her with his arms crossed and a grin. "Fang, didn't you kill the Black Slaughter God? Killing him is a waste. Making him my pet makes me even more powerful." Just then, having finished his business, Haksat reverted to a slightly cuter form and angrily demanded equality. "Damn it, how dare you call me a pet? Such arrogance." The boy pulled Haksat down from midair and started scratching his body, making him purr like a little cat. "Feel good. Yes, that's it right there. A little harder." Tu-Fi could only sigh helplessly at this scene. Why is it that ever since you turned small, the Black Slaughter God's whole demeanor has changed too? Meanwhile, Tubayat landed among his soldiers, his hands clasped behind his back. His appearance made the whole group gather around him joyfully. "Patriarch." He looked up, a faint black mist still lingering in the corner of his eyes. His face no longer held its cruel arrogance as he said, "I declare that from this day forward, the position of mercenary clan chief will be held by Tu-Fi. The Elder Council is hereby disbanded." The crowd immediately erupted in protest at his decision. The Great Elder was the first to object. "What, impossible? The Elder Council cannot be disbanded." "That's right, how could this happen?" But Tubayat whipped his head around his eyes, blazing with authoritative anger as he yelled, "You scoundrel! You've monopolized the family's power for so many years. Have you forgotten your place?" The Great Elder was flustered for a moment, then immediately reacted by pointing a finger. You're not the patriarch, you're a fake. A fake." Tubayat didn't waste any more words with him. He flew forward and grabbed the Great Elder by the head. "Nonsense." Without any mercy, he punched him straight in the stomach. The Great Elder immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Tubayat stood tall, looking down at the defeated man at his feet, and said grimly, "The Great Elder, in his capacity as head elder, has monopolized the council's privileges and used it for personal gain. His death today in front of everyone is simply just desserts." Tubayat and the remaining elder respectfully clasped their hands and bowed to Tu-Fi. "From now on, the mercenary clan will have no elder council. All power will be handed over to clan chief Tu-Fi." Everyone submitted, bowing their heads to welcome the new chief of the To clan. "Greetings, clan chief. Greetings, clan chief." "Greetings, clan chief." Tu-Fi smiled and glanced at Lu Fang standing beside her. He had an incredibly proud look on his face as he smiled back at her. The scene changes to another location, a massive building surrounded by lush green trees outside the Tin Lam Academy. Lu Fang and Bak Ka were leisurely sitting on a high tree branch, one reading a book, the other napping. Meanwhile, at the base of the tree, Haksat's desperate cries for help could be heard as Tu Kim used him as a toy. "Kid, save me." Tu Kim hugged Haksat tightly, happily squishing and molding him until his shape was all distorted. "Come over here. This time I'm going to mold a Gundam." Suddenly, a group of people passed by below, waking Lu Fang up. "Did you hear the East and West Blood God temples of the Beastman Empire are at war?" "I know. I heard the new master of the East Blood God Temple issued the challenge first. They say the young master is the #1 beauty of the plains. I'd love to meet her." He used his hand as a pillow, glancing down at the group below and muttering to himself, "The young master of the Blood God Temple." Suddenly, a blonde girl walked over, looked up at the branch where he was lying, and asked, "What are you muttering about, Lu Fang?" He answered unconsciously, "It's nothing." But then, reacting to the familiar voice, he immediately shot up. "Vi-Ni." He stared at the beautiful girl before him, her long golden hair and pure white dress captivatingly beautiful. Vi-Ni tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, blushing shyly as she looked at Lu Fang. "What's wrong? You don't remember me now that you're small again." Lu Fang in his child form blushed and rubbed his chest to calm himself down. "Stay calm, act cool. A real man makes women jump into his arms." But saying it was one thing and doing it was another. He didn't even last a second before bursting into tears and throwing himself into her arms. Vini. He looked around searching for someone else, tears still welling in his eyes as he asked, "Where's Tafai? I told her not to tell you I was back. It's so embarrassing for you to see me like this." Vini bent down smiling gently as she touched his face and said, "But I think it's adorable. I always thought that no matter how strong you became, you'd still be like a child." Unexpectedly, Lu Fang used his tiny hand to stop Vini's hand, his eyes avoiding hers as his heart pounded in his chest. "Don't touch my head, I won't be able to grow." She playfully hugged Lu Fang's tiny body, teasing him. "Then I'll take care of you for the rest of your life." Let me go, the two chatted happily, not noticing Tafai hiding behind a large tree secretly watching them. "Let me take you out to play." "Okay." Seeing their smiles and the happy scene between them, Tafai thought sadly to herself, "It's true, I can never compare to Vini. No matter what happens, the moment he sees her, his truest self comes out." The scene shifts again to a bustling street in the Tin Lam Academy. "Oh my god, look behind you, what's going on?" Vini was walking down the street holding the hand of a child like Lu Fang. Her beauty made every man turn their head. It's the goddess. The two of them calmly walked through the crowd, leaving a trail of gossip behind them. "So who's that kid? Could he be Goddess Vini's younger brother? The goddess is radiating maternal love. I love it." Over here, Lu Fang, wearing overalls with a cat face on them and holding a lollipop, pulled Vini and pointed in one direction. "There's delicious food over there, let's go." Suddenly, someone appeared blocking their path. In his hand was a beautiful bouquet of purple roses. The young man looked at Vini with a burning gaze, offering her the flowers as he confessed. "Classmate Vini, I first. I've liked you for a long time." Vini maintained her beautiful smile, trying to find the right words to reject him gently. "I'm sorry, classmate, I already have." But before she could finish, the guy knelt down holding the bouquet up to her. "I know you have a boyfriend who's a saint, but strength doesn't equal affection. I believe I'm the one who can bring you happiness. Please give me a chance." Lu Fang put the lollipop in his mouth, and his childish voice immediately piped up. "Mommy, let's go." Then he quickly pulled her away, leaving Vini with a strained smile, while the men in the crowd were too shocked to speak. "Sorry about that. Who the hell is this guy trying to steal Vini from me?" The guy watches them leave, his heart shattered. He collapses on the ground, sobbing his eyes out, completely missing her words. "Was I that convincing? He called me mommy." The scene shifts to a luxurious villa, nestled in the cool shade of the surrounding trees. Lam Ditch is comfortably sipping tea and sunbathing, humming in a state of pure relaxation. Another perfect day. Just as he finishes, Vini arrives with Lu Fang to greet him. She waves to Lam Dick, "Master, I'm back. Your wounds just started healing, why are you out so early in the morning?" Before he can finish, he spits out his tea, staring in disbelief at the person she brought with her. Lam Dick scrambles to his feet, rushes over to Lu Fang and points a finger in his face. "I was only asleep for one night, and you already have a son." Vini laughs cheerfully, hugging his arm, and quickly explaining much to Lu Fang's disdain. "Oh, master, what nonsense are you talking about? This has to be some stupid illusion." He points at the boy, angered by his appearance and his defiant attitude. "I'm not talking nonsense. Look at those eyebrows, that posture, that attitude. He's definitely the son of that bastard Lu Fang." Lu Fang crosses his arms. He may be small, but his voice is loud as he argues back. "Hey, who are you calling a bastard? You're the real bastard here." Hearing this, Lam Ditch becomes even more enraged. He stomps his feet furiously. "Just as arrogant as him, master, that is Lu Fang." After hearing Vini's explanation, he carefully pokes Lu Fang's cheek. And then he turned into this. "Stop poking me. There's nothing to poke." Seeing him so tiny, Lam Dick is overjoyed and pinches his chubby cheeks, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "You little brat, you finally got what was coming to you. Let's see how you'll harm Vini now." Lu Fang angrily slaps his hand away, furious and ready to fight him. "Keep provoking me and see if I don't beat you up. I may be small, but I'm just as strong as ever." Lam Dick doesn't take his threat seriously, laughing so hard he cries. Clutching his stomach, he says, "It's fine, just seeing you like this is satisfying enough. Where's my recording stone I have to capture this moment?" "All right, master, stop laughing." At the words of his beloved disciple, he clears his throat and regains his serious demeanor. "The fact that you'd risk your life for Vini means you haven't disappointed me. Now that her problem is solved, what are your plans?" Lu Fang looks up, replying in his childish voice and face. "The divine protection requires death before rebirth. I couldn't let Vini die just to heal her, so I had to take this path as a precaution." Lam Dick smiles at him, his eyes no longer filled with the previous anger. "That makes sense. But the Continental Tournament is still some time away. Do you want to stay at the Star Orchid Academy and be a combat instructor?" Lu Fang strokes his chin deep in thought. Vini squats down beside him, looking at him eagerly. Just say yes." While he's still hesitating, a green blur suddenly rushes towards them at incredible speed. Teo Kim crashes into Lu Fang, sending him flying backward and coughing up blood. Ba Ka hurries after him. Lu Fong. He clutches his head, glaring at Tu Kim angrily. What was that for Tu Kim? I just heard that the West and East Blood God temples of the Beastman Empire are at war. He quickly recounts the information he gathered about the war between the two Beastman clans. Both sides have suffered heavy losses and are about to face off in a final decisive battle. Lu Fong rubs the back of his neck, looking at Tu Kim with a blank expression. I think I heard something about that. But what does it have to do with me? Tu Kim's eyes sparkle with excitement as he mentions a name. Hong Wai. Have you forgotten that Hong Wai is in the East Blood God Temple? Hearing that name, Lu Fong freezes for a moment. An image of a small girl in a vibrant red dress flashes in his mind. Brother Fong. Lu Fong lowers his head, finally remembering her, and speaks with sadness. I've been so busy with Vini's situation that I haven't been able to visit that little girl. I wonder how she's doing. He turns to Vini, his body that of a child but his expression deadly serious. Vini, I'm sorry. I have to go to the Beastman Empire. Lamdick overhears this and frowns in disapproval. To say you're going after another woman right in front of Vini. You little brat, you've gone too far. Lu Fong doesn't flinch or make excuses. Vini kneels down, stroking his head, and says, seriously, Hong Wai is his person. Master, this is the first time I've seen him this serious since he became small. Zo, let him go. The scene shifts to the bustling main gate of the Beastman Empire. Suddenly, Haksat leaps towards a group of beastmen, startling them all. Lu Fong and Tu Kim excitedly rush forward, their eyes sparkling as they look down at Hack Saturday. Lu Fong grins mischievously, his eyes fixed on his target. Watch my bicycle kick. Then he treats Haksat like a soccer ball. A powerful kick sends him flying into the air. Tu Kim laughs playfully and leaps up after him. He intercepts him midair and delivers a decisive kick, sending Haksat soaring. Dragon Tornado, shoot, I'll kill you, you motherf. Now Lu Fong runs to intercept. Before Haksat can even land, he sees Lu Fong smiling, ready to catch him. But before he can, he slams into something huge, blocking his path. The impact is so strong it distorts his face. A tall pig-like beastman carrying a wooden club on his shoulder. He looks down at Lu Fong. What's a kid doing here, Tu Kim? Look. Fat pighead. At Lu Fong's call, Tu Kim rushes forward and excitedly pokes the beastman's nose with his tiny finger. It's so big, is it real? A golden-furred fox-like beastman whispers to the pighead who is picking his nose. Boss, this little devil just called you a fat pighead, but I am a fat pighead. He leans close to his boss's ear to explain. When humans call someone a pighead, it's an insult like calling them a low-class beast. Hearing this, the pighead's blood boils. He grabs his spiked club and glares furiously at the two little devils before him. What? You damned brats, I'm going to swallow you whole. Just as the enraged beastman is about to attack them, a voice rings out, stopping him. Hold on. An old man carrying a large barrel on his shoulder speaks up from behind the beastman. That dat show, old thank you saw some respect. Don't bother with these children. Hey, old thank you saw, it's obvious these two brats challenged us first. Thank you, CA sets the wooden barrel down, slaps the lid and tells them, this barrel of wine is on me. The beastmen take the wine. That dat hefts it onto his shoulder, and the whole group leaves. What a phony nice guy. Fine for your sake. Brothers, let's go drink. Thank you. Ka bends down to look at Lu Fong's group and asks in a low voice. Why have you two come here? Don't you know, beastmen hate humans. You should leave quickly. We're not afraid. Excuse me, old uncle, I have a question. Which way is it to the East Blood God, Temple of the Beastman Empire? That dat, who hadn't gone far, overhears Lu Fong's question and stops in his tracks. That dat, still carrying the barrel of wine, turns around and glares fiercely at them. Hearing the question thank you saw is startled, sweat breaking out on his weathered face. Kid, do you have a death wish? Asking about the East Blood God Temple, in the territory of the West Blood God Temple. That dat slings the barrel onto his back and returns with his gang. Old thank you saw, I am the most loyal follower of the West Blood God Temple. I can't show you face anymore. Thank you. Ka shields Lu Fong and Tu Kim behind him, turning to face that dat's group. That dat, are you really taking the words of a child seriously? Spare them and I'll treat you to 3 days of wine. The beastman ignores him, shoves thank you SA, and arrogantly charges forward. Get out of my way. Just as he's about to deal with Lu Fong's group, another crowd of beastmen runs past, screaming in terror. It's bad. The people from the East Blood God Temple are attacking. Run, run. As if to prove their words, another group of beastmen on giant wolves charges in. The leader raises a red flag with a spiral symbol before the crowd, shouting their slogan, follow the East Blood God Temple and live. Oppose us and die. Fools will die. Cowards will die. That dat and his gang fall to their knees, trembling in fear. I surrender. I'll be the first to surrender. I, that dat, am the most loyal follower of the East Blood God Temple. At that moment, Lu Fong and Tu Kim immediately step forward to expose him. Don't believe him. A second ago, that's not what he said. Most loyal follower, my foot. Suddenly a hand grabs Lu Fong by the collar and lifts him into the air, leaving him stunned and confused. The beastman points at him, turning to his leader. Lord Langvu, there's a human child here. Should we kill him? The one called Lord Langvu snatches Lu Fong and immediately kicks the other beastman. Idiot, the young mistress has ordered us not to kill indiscriminately. Do you want to anger her? Besides, the young master has been complaining about wanting to go back to the human world. Let's bring these kids back as a gift for her. Lu Fong, being carried like a chick, heard this and flared up, snapping back. Who's a gift? You want me to beat you to death? Langvu couldn't stand his noise, chopping him on the back of the neck and shouting, shut up. But Lu Fong didn't pass out as expected, leaving Langvu and even his mount stunned. What's going on? Was that too weak? What did he just do? Just as Langvu was trying to figure out the problem, Ka flew down from the sky, his voice booming, Lu Fong to Kim. Where did you run off to get out here? Lu Fong looks up at the sound of Ka's voice and panics internally. Big Black is here. No way, if he catches me, I'll have to listen to his nagging again. He immediately stops messing around and gives Teo Kim a serious look, issuing a command. Teo Kim now, but to Lu Fong's surprise, when he turns back, Teo Kim has already vanished. Damn it, that guy has no loyalty at all. He immediately pretends to faint in Langvu's arms, a sudden move that startles the beastman. Well, might as well play along. I've fainted. Just as he pretends to pass out, a cold-looking young girl approaches and questions the beastman. Langvu, what are you doing? Hongwei floats in the air, arms crossed, looking down on them from above. Her expression is cold and emotionless, her large round eyes silently waiting for Langvu's answer. Hongwei lands and the surrounding subordinates shout in unison, greetings, young mistress. Hongwei's face remains impassive as she gives a cold command. Rise. Seeing Hongwei, Langvu presents the childlike Lu Fong to her. Young mistress, this is a gift from your humble subordinate. His action infuriates Hongwei, and she angrily walks towards Langvu. Where did you capture this child? I told you it wasn't allowed. Hongwei's steps suddenly slow. She reaches out to touch Lu Fong's face but then hesitates. Why does this child look so much like Brother Fong, she thinks. Meanwhile, Lu Fong is in a difficult position, breaking out in a cold sweat from anxiety. Should I wake up now or keep pretending? If I wake up looking like this, it'll be so embarrassing in front of Hongwei. Just then, a strange object flies towards them from the sky. Hongwei quickly senses it and blocks it with her magic. Who's there? Just a step away from them, the object explodes against a wall. Fortunately, Hongwei's magic shield protected everyone from harm. Seeing this, Hongwei becomes suspicious. An unidentified peak, saint-level expert. Could it be an agent from the West Blood, God Temple? Then she quickly takes the lead, giving the order, back to Suba City. Langvu and his men bow respectfully. As you command. Hongwei's steps halt and her voice rings out, bring that child with us. High above, Ka stares at the aftermath of the explosion, stunned. Isn't that little girl the one who was with my brother Lu Fong back then? A flicker of fear appears in his eyes. Ka exclaims, it hasn't been that long and she's already this terrifying. Truly a monster. Teo Kim, in Ka's arms, is struggling relentlessly. Big Black, why did you only catch me and not Lu Fong? Hearing this, Ka grins slyly. Stop ruining Lu Fong's fun. He's playing a role-playing game, you just don't know it. Teo Kim asks blankly, who's role-playing who? The scene shifts to the majestic palace gates of Suba City. Inside a luxurious bathtub, Lu Fong is soaking while outside. Langvu urges him on, human brat. You've been bathing for half a day, aren't you done yet? But Lu Fong is worried about something else. This damned law. I must break it and return to normal so I can face Hongwei properly. He sighs, visualizing the sealed acupoints in his body. This law is a type of seal. With the help of the Big Dipper 7 Stars formation, I can definitely do it. Just as Lu Fong is lost in thought, a hairy hand lifts him up from behind. It turns out Langvu had gotten too impatient and barged in. The young mistress has waited long enough. Let's go. Being lifted up completely naked, Lu Fong is so furious he could roll his eyes back. This bastard Langvu works quickly, and soon Lu Fong is presented before Hongwei. He reports respectfully, I've brought him young mistress. Hongwei looks at Lu Fong with satisfaction. This is much better. He looks so much like him. But he bluntly complains. Not as good looking as before. Lu Fong casually asks Haksat beside him, am I right? Of course Haksat doesn't dare to deny it. You are absolutely right. While Lu Fong is busy chatting with Sat Hongwei has already come over and pinched his cheek. She looks at Lu Fong cheerfully. You're a good kid. Annoyed at being treated and teased like a child, Lu Fong pushes her hand away. Hey Hongwei, who taught you to be so disrespectful? Hearing this, Hongwei flicks him squarely on the forehead and orders, you have to call me Big Sis Hongyu. Then her eyes turn sad and she murmurs to herself, I just wish Brother Fong was as cute as you. If only you were really Brother Fong. Lu Fong hears this and puffs out his chest, his voice full of conviction. Let me tell you I am. Before he can finish, Hongwei cuts him off. When I meet Brother Fong, I'll ask him to adopt you as his son. Lu Fang is stunned, feeling as if he's been struck by lightning. He tries to explain "Hey Hongwei," but this time someone else interrupts. "Hongwei, young mistress, you've returned." The newcomer is the Beastman Empire's Prince Sutieu. He asks curiously, what did the young mistress gain this time? Facing Sutieu, Hongwei replies coldly, the 32 eastern towns of Suba City have surrendered to our East Blood God Temple. It's time for the final battle, with the West Blood God Temple. Sutieu continues to probe, I wonder when and where this battle with the West Blood God Temple will take place. Hearing this, a determined look flashes in Hongwei's eyes. She replies, Blood God Mountain. That's where the Blood God Temple was split apart years ago. Now we will reunite the East and West temples at that very same place. Hong Yi's gaze drifts into the distance, her voice growing somber. This time Master will also take part in the battle. After a brief pause, Hong Yi's eyes harden with determination. She growls, the Skyblood Venerable must die. Sutieu is slightly intimidated by her gaze, and quickly declares, if the young mistress has such spirit, I Sutieu will definitely help you eliminate all remnants of the West Temple. Lu Fang, standing beside Hongwei, scoffs at Sutieu's words. Talk is cheap. If you're so capable, go kill that Blood Venerable yourself. Angered that a mere kid dares to doubt his strength, Sutieu shouts, who are you? Of course Lu Fang pays him no mind, taunting. This young master isn't telling you. What are you gonna do about it, little kitty? If you've got a problem, come and bite me. At this point, Sutieu can no longer maintain his composure. He roars and lunges at Lu Fang. You're asking to die. But before Sutieu can do anything, a powerful force knocks him back, causing him to cough up blood. He is forced to retreat, his voice filled with confusion. Young Mistress Hongwei stands resolutely beside Lu Fang, threatening, if you touch him, I will kill you. Sutieu, not expecting this, shouts in astonishment. Lady Hongwei, what is the meaning of this? Seeing Hongwei's unwavering stance, Sutieu deliberately emphasizes, don't forget we are allies. Lu Fang can't help but mock him. An ant wants to be allies with a dragon. Seeing him asking for a beating, Hongwei decides to teach him a lesson. Lu Fang grumbles, clutching his aching head. Just as the tension escalates, the Beast Emperor speaks up. This little friend of young Mistress Hongwei certainly has an interesting way with words. Unlike with Sutieu, Hongwei shows some deference to the Beast Emperor. Your Majesty jests. He's just a child who doesn't know any better. The Beast Emperor, not wanting to escalate the situation, walks over and pats Sutieu on the shoulder. That's right, just a child who doesn't know any better. Seeing the Beast Emperor, he calls out softly, Father. Suddenly a Beastman figure appears beside Hongwei and Lu Fang, and they both turn in surprise. It's Mu Luke. She uses her long tongue to greedily lick Lu Fang's face. It's been so long since I've seen such a delicious human. Your flesh must be exquisite. Seeing Mu Luke's audacity, Hongwei shoves her hand into her face to stop her. In the next moment, Mu Luke's head is crushed in her grip. Hongwei's voice rings out. A fool from the West Temple dares to walk into a trap. Using the blood still on her hand, Hongwei quickly launches an attack into a dark corner. From that spot, two dark figures immediately leap out and flee. Lu Fang knows instantly what's happening and gives chase. You vile green-haired monster. How dare you lick me? I'll beat you to death. But Hongwei doesn't give him the chance, decisively tossing him backward. Langvu, take him away. As you command. Lu Fang, of course, refuses and struggles. Damn it, let me go. Langvu has to obey the order to retreat while also being careful not to hurt Lu Fang. Would you please be quiet? Back in the hall, the Beast Emperor sees the two intruders and puts on a respectful facade. So it is the two great archbishops, Ho Lang and Mu Luke. I was not aware of your arrival. Forgive my rudeness. He is inwardly surprised. Since when were they following me? Now Mu Luke and Ho Lang reveal their true forms. He speaks, if we hadn't come, we would never have known your majesty was planning to switch allies. I wonder if Lord Thuong Kung, the Blood Venerable, would come personally to speak with you if he heard the news. The Beast Emperor dares not confront them directly, and quickly explains, Archbishops, you misunderstand. The Empire will absolutely not interfere in the war between your two temples. Please report this back to Lord Thuong Kung. But Hongwei wastes no words on them. She immediately charges, there's no need to report back. Since you're here, you can stay for good. Seeing this, Ho Lang and Mu Luke quickly use their magic to defend themselves. In the air, two streams of Hongwei's red magic clash fiercely with her two opponents. Unfazed Hongwei continues to concentrate her power. You can block that, but if this is all you've got, then you can die. Then a terrifyingly powerful sphere of magic rushes towards Ho Lang and Mu Luke. Blood condensation. However, despite the clash of powers, nothing seems to happen. Just then, Hongwei's power suddenly rebounds, throwing her backward. The Beast Emperor and Sutieu, watching from the side, realize something. The Skyblood Venerable. A sinister voice echoes through the space. Little girl, I've finally found you alone. Today I will deal with you. Knowing she is facing Thuong Hongwei remains remarkably calm. You shameless old thief. Dream on. Next, two streams of red magic collide, releasing a terrifying power that threatens to crush the very space around them. Though she's holding her own for now, Hong Wai can't hide the strain. Damn it, suddenly countless rays of red magic shoot toward Hong Wai. She freezes for a moment. What's happening? Hong Wai's eyes widen. Before her, Lu Fang is using his sword to block the magic rays. Hong Wai whispers, "Brother." Fang. Lu Fang is now surrounded by a brilliant aura. He says, "It's been a long time, Hong Wai." Memories long buried deep in Hong Wai's heart come rushing back. Since she was a child, everyone had called her a cursed being, a sewer rat, a disgusting half-breed. Not only that, but since childhood, Hong Wai had always been oppressed. They considered her a bad omen, bullied her, trampled on her, until one day he appeared. Fortunately, in the darkest moment of her life, Lu Fang extended a hand to her. "Come with me." He always treated Hong Wai with sincerity. For her, those were the most beautiful memories. He bought her new clothes, took her to eat delicious food, cared for her, protected her, gave her a family, and became her pillar of support. But after that day, it all disappeared. That was when Thuong Kung appeared. Seeing him try to take Hong Wai away, Lu Fang fiercely blocked his path. Hong Wai, since their separation, she had only one thought: she had lost him, lost the family she had fought so hard to find. She had imagined their reunion countless times. She told herself she had to learn to grow up, that she couldn't rely on him like before. Back to the present. But when Lu Fang truly appeared, he was just as radiant as the first time they met. And once again, that same hand reached out to her. It's been a long time. At this, tears well up in Hong Wai's eyes. Meanwhile, Thuong Kung, hit by the backlash, is cursing. "Damn it, who is that?" Lu Fang turns back to the fight, declaring fiercely, "You bastard, today I will." Lu Fang's voice suddenly stops. It's because Hong Wai is hugging him tightly from behind. "Brother, Fang." At this moment, she cares about nothing else in the world. Hong Wai sobs, "I missed you so much. I missed you so much." She can no longer hold back her tears, which fall like rain. Sensing her emotions, Lu Fang gently kneels down and wipes the tears from her face. He pulls her into an embrace, softly comforting her. "I missed you too." Hong Wai clings to Lu Fang, crying as she speaks, "I'm so scared. I'm scared this is all just a dream." The tears stream down her face even faster. She pleads weakly, "Brother Fang, please. Please don't leave me again, okay?" Hearing this, Lu Fang replies softly, "Okay." Stubbornly, Hong Wai insists, "Swear it." He indulges her, "I swear." At the same time, Hong Wai makes a vow in her heart. "This time I will never leave his side again." Just then, Tian Kung appears through a magic circle. She demands angrily, "Thuong Kung is sneak attacking juniors. All you're good for now. If you have any guts, fight me." Seeing Tian Kung, Thuong Kung laughs loudly, then grabs Mu Luke and Ho Lang and leaves. "Don't be hasty. We'll meet again in 3 days on Blood God Mountain." Lu Fang watches them leave with contempt. He runs fast. Then he gently strokes Hong Wai's head. "Well, then we'll let that bastard live for 3 more days." Just as they are about to leave, an angry Su Tu blocks their path. "You lowly human, who gave you permission to stand so close to Lady Hong Wai?" Facing him, Hong Wai doesn't waste words, immediately gathering magic in her palm. "Su Tu, are you looking for death?" But Lu Fang stops her, his eyes full of affection. "Leave this to me. From now on, as long as I'm here, you just need to stand back and watch." Hong Wai obediently replies, "Okay." Then Lu Fang, brimming with power, slowly advances towards Su Tu. "Little kitty, I'm quite curious how you plan to teach me a lesson." At the critical moment, Lu Fang suddenly freezes. He realizes with dread, "Oh no, have I already used up all the sealed power from the Big Dipper formation?" The unexpected situation leaves him unable to react, and he watches helplessly as he slowly shrinks back down. "Damn it, I don't want to turn back into that goofy little kid." Before everyone's eyes, the small, innocent-looking Lu Fang reappears. Hong Wai exclaims in shock, "Brother Fang." At the same time, Tian Kung approaches them. She asks Hong Wai, "Who was it that blocked old man Thuong Kung's attack just now? Introduce me." "Master." Hong Wai stammers. Then she points at Lu Fang, her voice a little flustered. "It was him." Seeing Lu Fang in his child form, Tian Kung freezes. He quickly speaks up to diffuse the awkward situation. "Why is such a beautiful big sister looking at me like that? Are you captivated by my cool and handsome face?" Hearing Lu Fang's words, a hint of interest appears on Tian Kung's face. "Little brat, what did you just say?" Just then, Hong Wai rushes over to confirm. You're that child. What on earth happened to you?" Faced with her questioning gaze, Lu Fang quickly explains, "I've been meaning to tell you, but you never gave me the chance. Someone named Apollo did this to me. Don't worry, I'll recover soon." Then Lu Fang opens his arms again. He looks at Hong Wai sweetly. "Come on, give your brother Fang a hug." But Tian Kung scoops him up instead. She looks at him doubtfully. This is the one who blocked Thuong Kung's attack. Held high in the air, Lu Fang struggles relentlessly. He yells, let me go, damn it. If I weren't small, I'd never suffer this humiliation. If you don't let go, I won't be polite anymore." Getting a headache from Lu Fang's racket, Tian Kung, not knowing what else to do, presses his face into her chest to muffle him. Just then, the sound of a door being smashed open draws everyone's attention. Seeing this, the Beast Emperor roars with authority. "Who dares to be so bold? Are you looking to die?" Bak Ka calmly appears in midair, laughing loudly. "It's just a broken door. What's the rush?" The Beast Emperor quickly recognizes Bak Ka and looks at him with suspicion. "You're Mr. Hack. Didn't you already leave the Empire? Why have you returned?" Bak Ka ignores the Beast Emperor and approaches Tian Kung, bowing. "If I didn't come, who would help you resolve this situation?" Hack Bak Ka of the Black Dragon clan pays his respects to the Supreme Tian Kung. Hearing his voice, Hong Wai finally recognizes him. "You're the half-dragon man from the last Beastman Grand Tournament." Bak Ka replies, "That's me. Did Lu Fang ever mention me?" Upon his confirmation, Hong Wai charges without hesitation. "Then go die." Bak Ka quickly blocks her with magic. "What's this? So ruthless upon our first meeting." After a brief, evenly matched clash, they both retreat. From the warm embrace of Tian Kung, Lu Fang finally speaks up. "Wait, it's him." Before he can finish, Tian Kung tosses Lu Fang over to Hong Wai. "Leave this to me." Realizing she intends to fight him, Bak Ka panics and waves his hands. Hey, it's a misunderstanding. I'm Lu Fang's brother. Tu Kim, stop sleeping, save me." The loud noise awakens the sleeping Tu Kim, who excitedly rushes forward. "Damn it, waking me up again." "Ooh, a beautiful big sister." Seeing Tu Kim in his glorious golden dragon form, Tian Kung scoffs. "It's just a worm." Being ridiculed like this, Tu Kim's eyes bulge with anger. "I'm a divine dragon. Don't think you can say whatever you want just because you have a big chest." In a flash, he turns to Hong Wai and sweetly calls out, "Little sis, Hong Wai." Hong Wai seems to recognize him, but his current form makes her double check. Hearing her, Tu Kim happily confirms, "It's me." Only then does Hong Wai turn to Tian Kung. "Master, I think it's a misunderstanding." She hears her, but doesn't reply, her eyes still wary. Nevertheless, Tian Kung finally signals to the group. "Let's return to the temple and sort this out. We're leaving." Beast Emperor. Hearing this, the Beast Emperor clasps his hands together and respectfully sees them off. "Farewell, Blood Venerable." A while later, when only the Beast Emperor and Su Tu remain, he speaks up. "Father, in 3 days, no matter who wins the Blood God Temple will surely be united. At that time But the Beast Emperor doesn't answer, instead, looking towards a dark corner and speaking. "Two Venerables of Slaughter, since you're here, please show yourselves." Knowing they've been discovered, the two Venerables of Slaughter emerge from their hiding spot. The more eager-looking one speaks first. "Beast Emperor, why didn't you kill that woman just now?" The Beast Emperor growls in response. "I told you, the elder who lives in seclusion behind the mountain is that Tian Kung Hag. Killing her would take a lot of effort. Why not wait 3 days until both she and Thuong Kung are injured, then make our move?" The other Venerable then speaks, his voice filled with resentment. "Every time I think of my poor nephew who died at the hands of the Blood God Temple, I can't bear to wait any longer." A ruthless ambition appears on the Beast Emperor's face as he reassures them. "Rest assured, the Blood God Temple will soon be annihilated by the Beastman Empire. Tian Kung, Thuong Kung, and even this Hong Wai. They will all die." Meanwhile, at the East Blood God Temple under Tian Kung's rule. Inside, Bak Ka's angry voice echoes, "I can't believe my brother Lu Fang was tricked by that birdman." Hong Wai beside Lu Fang says, "The Radiant Church. I will definitely get revenge for Brother Fang." Then Hong Wai turns to Lu Fang, her eyes filled with determination. "Brother Fang, no matter what you become, you will always be my Brother Fang." He replies while eating, "Of course, I'm your Brother Fang." On the other side, Tian Kung clearly has many questions. "What exactly is this seal? You can obviously break it, so why did you shrink back down?" Hearing this, Lu Fang stops eating and discusses seriously while Hong Wai helps wipe his mouth. "The seal's power is too strong. How do you plan to deal with that old man Thuong Kung? Should we just charge in and destroy him?" Tian Kung didn't seem to agree. She explained, "My strength is on par with Thuong Kung's, but the two temples have 12 divine guardians. The West Temple has someone who can manipulate all 12 to fight together with power equivalent to a supreme." Then Tian Kung looked down at Hong Wai, who had come to her side, her voice filled with regret. "We don't have anyone who knows how to control them. Hong Wai has tried several times without success, but it's fine now. With a supreme-level dragon god from the Dragon Clan and myself fighting, Thuong Kung will now be a 2-on-2 battle." Seeing Lu Fang and Tu Kim busy rubbing their full bellies after the feast, Tian Kung continued, "If your strength can truly stand against a supreme, then we'll definitely win this battle. Of course, you have to return to normal first." Looking up at Tian Kung from below, Lu Fang got a nosebleed and retorted, "Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you have a nice body. I'm perfectly normal right now." Tian Kung placed a hand on Lu Fang's shoulder and stressed, "Focus and cooperate. Let me try to help you break the seal." In an instant, Thien Kung entered the inner space where Lu Fang's true form was sealed. Thien Kung approached the glowing chains surprised. So this is the seal. I just need to destroy them. Before she could finish her sentence, Thien Kung was thrown backward by a powerful force. How can this be? Outside, her physical body suffered the same impact. Hong Wai rushed forward to support her master. Seeing that even Thien Kung was helpless, Lu Fang timidly raised a finger. So, it's a 1-on-2 fight now, right? Across from them, Thien Kung was unexpectedly injured to the point of coughing up blood. She spoke, I never expected this seal to be so powerful. Just a single glance. Good thing we have 3 days to recover. Seeing Thien Kung's condition, Hong Wai suggested, Master, I think we should risk trying to control the Divine Guardians again. A wary look appeared in the girl's eyes as she expressed her unease. I'm worried Thuong Kung has another ace up his sleeve. Not long after the group led by Thien Kung arrived beneath the temple. They walked along the corridor, and as they did, Thien Kung explained, ahead is the entrance to the Divine Guardian's chambers. Beside Lu Fang Hak, Sat was excitedly absorbing the surrounding energy. I love the dark energy around this place. I can recover a little. Thien Kung's steps suddenly halted. She quickly activated the formation. We're here. Immediately, a magic circle appeared before them, covered in incomprehensible symbols. After opening the formation, they finally witnessed the true sight of the Divine Guardian's forbidden ground. Thien Kung's eyes were fixed on the fluctuating magical currents as she spoke. These are the 12 Supreme Temple Masters of the East Temple. After their passing, they voluntarily became Divine Guardians. Baka seemed to sense it too, exclaiming in admiration, is this a different dimension? Amazing. But Tiu Kim felt the opposite. I don't like this place. It's just like the Dragon Clan's sacrificial altar. There's nothing here. Next, Thien Kung handed the object in her hand to Hong Wai. Hong Wai used the power of the Blood Vein Jade Pendant to try and communicate with the Divine Guardians. The girl replied, understood. Immediately after, Hong Wai raised the Blood Vein Jade Pendant with both hands. She closed her eyes and began to chant an incantation. As the light from the pendant grew stronger, streams of red energy emerged from the doorways. They quickly wrapped around Hong Wai, and the entire space was suddenly painted a strange crimson color. Seeing the girl's face grow paler, Thien Kung quickly encouraged her, Hong Wai, hang in there. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange foot appeared on the ground. The person's face was hidden by a mask. Then from that single foot, more figures gradually appeared within the red mist. Seeing them appear, the tension in Thien Kung's face finally eased. It worked. Behind them, Bak Ka was utterly astonished, shouting, 6 level 1, Saints 4 level 2, 2 at peak level. This power is terrifying. Hearing the commotion, Hong Wai opened her eyes. She looked blankly at the pendant in her hand. But I still haven't succeeded. At this moment, Lu Fang, with a puzzled look on his face, spoke up. That was me. Didn't you say these Divine Guardians were hard to control? It doesn't seem that hard. His words struck Tiu Kim, Bak Ka, and Hong Wai like a bolt of lightning. The three of them exclaimed almost in unison, what? But it was true. The Divine Guardians were indeed surrounding Lu Fang's small body. Thien Kung's expression was grim as she looked cautiously at Lu Fang. Are you saying you were the one who activated the Divine Guardians? In front of Thien Kung, the small Lu Fang confidently pointed behind him. That's right. I saw Hong Wai was struggling, so I gave it a try, and then it worked. This was hard for Thien Kung to believe. She questioned impossible. Communicating with the Divine Guardians requires our Blood God Temple's techniques as a medium. How could you? Seeing Thien Kung's expression, Lu Fang had to prove it. He just shouted, attention, and the Divine Guardians immediately stood straight. Fearing Thien Kung still had doubts, Lu Fang then shouted, at ease, and the Divine Guardians followed the order. Only then did Lu Fang shrug, saying with a bored tone, see, even when the truth is right in front of you. Doubt still lingered in Thien Kung's eyes. The Divine Guardians exist to protect the Blood God Temple. Hearing this, Haksat spoke in a voice only Lu Fang could hear to show off. They're just 12 saint-level puppets with energy. As long as your consciousness is strong enough, you can control them in minutes. Hong Wai praised him. Brother Fang is so amazing. Being praised, Lu Fang beamed. Of course, even Tiu Kim had to come over and ask quietly. Lu Fang controlling 12 people at once. How did you do that? Lu Fang replied proudly. What's so hard about it? Back when I played Red Alert, I could control 100 units at once. Hearing this, Tiu Kim exclaimed so amazing. Then Lu Fang turned to Hong Wai. Hong Wai, here, take my hand. I'll help you control these Divine Guardians. You don't need to use that jade thing. The girl quickly agreed. Okay. Then, Hong Wai took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The red streams of energy from the Divine Guardians once again wrapped around her. A moment later, Hong Wai opened her eyes happily and cheered. It worked. I can control them now. Only then did Thien Kung truly acknowledge Lu Fang's abilities. This little boyfriend of yours is truly full of surprises. I'm confident about the battle in 3 days. The moment she finished, Lu Fang, having been praised, wanted to show off more. He majestically ordered 12 gold saints assemble. Seeing the divine guardians treated like a puzzle game by Lu Fang, Tian Kung's face paled. I take back what I just said. In a flash, the sky was painted with the colors of sunset. On the balcony of the magnificent temple, Lu Fang seemed to be saying something to Hong Wai. The girl looked gently at Lu Fang. I never thought I'd have the chance to go through childhood with you, Brother Fang. Hearing this, he pouted, feigning grievance. You've changed, Hong Wai. You don't love me at all anymore. I'm already this pathetic and you're still making fun of me. Then Hong Wai, with a curious expression, asked, So what about you, Brother Fang? Lu Fang didn't seem to understand, so he asked, What about me? Hong Wai explained, I heard that this past year you got to know some sea tribe princess, some holy maiden and the chief of the Moonwolf tribe. Then her expression suddenly turned serious as she held Lu Fang's hand and asked a difficult question. Brother Fang, if you had to choose between me and them, who would you choose? Seeing Lu Fang's silence as if he wanted to avoid the question, Hong Wai's face darkened. If you can't choose Brother Fang, then I'll just make them disappear, okay? You only need to look at me. Before Lu Fang could even think, Hong Wai's expression changed again. She cheerfully patted his head. Brother Fang, don't be so tense. I was just kidding. I would never do anything to trouble or hurt you. Only then did Lu Fang dare to breathe properly. You scared me to death. Next, Hong Wai hugged Lu Fang, her voice softening. At least for now. From an angle, Lu Fang couldn't see a flash of insane possessiveness cross the girl's eyes. Brother Fang belongs only to me. But the emotion was fleeting, and Hong Wai's expression returned to normal. Brother Fang, I've been thinking for a long time today. Pausing for a moment, Hong Wei's face flushed red and she spoke in a gentle voice. If only time could stop at this very moment, how wonderful would that be? Hearing this, Lu Fang cut her off. Wouldn't that mean I'd never grow up? That's not good at all. Seeing that he didn't understand what she meant, Hong Wai scolded him in frustration. When you're small, Brother Fang, you're a real idiot. Of course, Lu Fang wouldn't back down and retorted. You're the idiot, have you hugged me enough? However, Hong Wai still wouldn't let him go. Not yet. After an unknown amount of time, the voice of a guard suddenly rang out. Do you guys know who that human child is? The other guard asked back, Who that black-haired kid? Speak of the devil. At the corner, the guards ran into Lu Fang and Hong Wai. Realizing their slip of the tongue, the guards' faces paled and they hurriedly knelt. Greetings, Your Highness, Hong Wai. But Hong Wai wasn't going to let them off easily. She said in a harsh tone. What were you just saying? The guards immediately stammered, We. Hong Wai bluntly raised the hand that was tightly clasped with Lu Fang's. She warned them with her eyes. Do you see this? Seeing this, the quick-witted guards immediately shouted, Greetings, Your Grace. Lu Fang, standing to the side, didn't understand a thing. He was bewildered. What? Your Grace, what? But Hong Wai had already hurriedly pulled Lu Fang's hand and started running. He called out to Hong Wai in confusion. To distract Lu Fang from what just happened, Hong Wai enticed him. Don't pay attention to them. I'll take you to eat something delicious. The mention of delicious food was something Lu Fang couldn't resist. Delicious food. Okay. The night sky was quiet. The entire temple stood silently in the darkness. Suddenly, Lu Fang dashed across the rooftops, then jumped down in front of a room. Then, with swift agility, Lu Fang entered the room without any difficulty. At this moment, Hong Wai was sleeping on the bed. Though her eyes were closed, she could still sense it was Brother Fang. She blushed to herself. It's so late, what is he sneaking around? For Lu Fang quickly came to Hong Wai's bedside and shook her vigorously. Hong Wai, wake up. But Hong Wai stubbornly refused to open her eyes, thinking to herself, I'm not waking up. I want to see what you plan to do, sneaking into a girl's room. After a while of not being able to wake Hong Wai, Lu Fang stopped. He stood there silently, his voice tinged with sadness. Forget it. I can't believe that in the blink of an eye, the little girl from back then has grown up. A flash of guilt crossed Lu Fang's eyes. If I hadn't tried to break the seal again and regain some of my senses, I'm afraid I would have continued to be so heartless. As he said this, he gently stroked Hong Wai's head. I'm sorry, little girl. This past year I've been running around for Vini and Fini while always making you suffer here. Tian Kung's words from their private meeting suddenly echoed in Lu Fang's ear. Ever since this child Hong Wai arrived, there hasn't been a single day or night. She hasn't been training, pushing herself to the brink of death countless times. She's too stubborn. His voice grew quieter. You've suffered so much. Pausing for a moment, Lu Fang sighed. I blame myself. As your older brother, I have truly failed in my duty. At this point, Hong Wai could no longer pretend. She sat up abruptly and said firmly to Lu Fang, That's not true, Brother Fang. Because of you, I found my reason for existing. I live for you, Brother Fang. Seeing her wake up so conveniently, Lu Fang was stunned. You? When did you wake up? Have you been pretending to be asleep all this time? But he quickly dismissed the issue. Lu Fang pulled Hong Wai's hand. Come with me. I have a gift for you. The two of them went to a cliffside. Lu Fang gazed into the distance. This is the place. Hong Wai was surprised. Huh. In response to her curiosity, Lu Fang put his fingers to his mouth and whistled. After the signal, countless streaks of light shot into the sky. Hongwei stared in a daze. Brother Fang. When they reached the sky, the streaks of light bloomed like flowers, their light reflecting on Hongwei's beautiful face. Only then did Lu Fang introduce them. This is one of the specialties from my hometown. Fireworks. We set them off on grand, precious days. Lu Fang watched the fireworks with Hongwei, his voice suddenly becoming deep. Hongwei life is often full of countless hardships. Instead of wallowing in those hardships and not moving forward, it's better to be like a firework in the dark night, using the passion of a lifetime to illuminate your own existence. At this point, Lu Fang looked directly at Hongwei and said, seriously, Hongwei, you have your own life. Promise me, don't say you're living for me anymore, okay? Those words seemed to have touched Hongwei's emotions. She was so moved that her eyes welled up with tears. Hongwei closed her eyes and hugged Lu Fang tightly, tears streaming down her face one after another. Brother Fang. A moment later, Hongwei opened her eyes, a small spark shining within them. She spoke gently, meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened in my life. And so the two of them quietly hugged under the light of the sky full of fireworks. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Tu Kimba Ka and the Divine Guardians were on an unwilling mission. Even Hak Sat had to join in. He cursed in frustration. Why hasn't that brat Lu Fang stopped yelling yet? I can't hold on much longer. Tu Kim also seemed exhausted and spoke up. I'm about to give out too. I'm getting dizzy. I can't shoot anymore. Beside him, someone narrated the human-powered firework machine. From under the mountain peak, which was bathed in golden light, a flock of red-eyed black crows suddenly flew down as if heralding something unfortunate. Indeed, at the foot of the mountain, an army of bizarre-looking individuals was advancing menacingly. They chanted, kill, kill, kill. Today is the day the two temples unite. Thuong Kung, along with Ho Lang and Mu Luk, appeared in the sky. He snarled, today the East Blood God Temple should be destroyed. Lu Fang, from above, had noticed something was wrong. He yelled angrily. That old geezer, Thuong Kung, actually launched a surprise attack. How shameless. He turned to look for Hongwei, but she had disappeared. Hongwei. At that moment, Hongwei had also spotted them. She charged forward in a rage. Die, you old dog, Thuong Kung. In midair, Hongwei repeatedly fired magical blasts at the three of them. Ho Lang and Mu Luk saw this and used their power to block the attacks. Thuong Kung watched calmly from behind. The magical energies collided and instantly exploded. Ho Lang and Mu Luk were caught in the blast and thrown backward. Thuong Kung quickly moved forward to support them both. Hongwei also seemed to have sustained considerable injuries. Fortunately, Thien Kung arrived in time. Hongwei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She insisted, Master, that old geezer Thuong Kung must be killed by my own hands. But Thien Kung didn't seem very confident. Hongwei, we don't know who will win or lose yet. Over with Tu Kim's group, he still hadn't figured out what was happening. Did Lu Fang find someone else to shoot fireworks? The commotion is too big. Baka immediately entered a combat stance and warned Lord Tu Kim, this is an enemy attack. At the same time, the warning bells also rang out. Defend, defend. On the opposing side, Thuong Kung spoke arrogantly. Thien Kung, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender. Hearing him, Thien Kung's face grew serious as she quietly instructed Hongwei. Hongwei, if I can't defeat Thuong Kung later, I will drag him down with me in an explosion. You all must escape immediately. Hearing this, the girl immediately reassured her. Master, with Brother Fang and Tu Kim here, we can definitely deal with Thuong Kung. Thien Kung smiled faintly, as if she had already made up her mind. Silly girl, Thuong Kung has been a supreme for so many years. Do you really think those two can handle him? Fortunately, it's enough to protect you while you escape. At this point, Thien Kung's eyes became resolute. She decisively shifted her gaze, then quickly charged towards Thuong Kung. She roared, come at me, Thuong Kung. Faced with Thien Kung's momentum, Thuong Kung was not only fearless but strangely calm. Thien Kung, I have comprehended that threshold one step ahead of you. The you of now is no match for me at all. But Thien Kung did not back down. She coldly commanded, then let's settle this in our domains. Then they both leaped up at the same time, turned, and unleashed their supreme domain power. In the blink of an eye, the crimson color of the domains enveloped the dark space. The battle between the two sides was about to begin. Mu Luk ordered the entire army, West Blood God Temple, hear my command, eradicate all the heretics before you, kill any who resist without mercy. Seeing Ho Lang and Mu Luk Hongwei charged forward. Ho Lang, Mu Luk, your opponent is me. They deftly dodged her attack. Ho Lang sneered. Your Highness Hongwei, we are no match for you. Let them play with you instead. Kill her for me. Facing the enemy's black-robed divine guardians, Hongwei immediately created a magic circle, blood ring, sweep, but they charged forward fearlessly. The two sides clashed, sending sparks flying. Peerless strike. Just then, Lu Fang jumped out simultaneously, summoning the red-robed divine guardians. Hongwei, I'm here to help. Brothers, charge for me. Following his command, the divine guardians from both sides quickly clashed. The battle between red and black was fierce. The sight before them left Mu Luke and Ho Lang utterly astonished. He exclaimed, impossible. Didn't they say Hongwei couldn't control the divine guardians yet? While they were still stunned, Lu Fang charged at them. With me here, anything is possible, die you damn bastards. However, his decisive kick was blocked. Ho Lang retreated without a single scratch. Lu Fang winced, pulling back his aching leg. He complained, Hongwei, your master didn't tell me the opposing divine guardians have 4 at peak, saint level. This thing is too tough, I can't even dent it. Hearing this, Hongwei came over and advised Brother Fong the divine guardian's weak spot is the back of their head. You just need to break through their physical defense and destroy the corpse core to destroy them. Knowing this, Lu Fang's eyes regained their confidence. Why didn't you say so earlier? He then leaped high into the air, aiming his bright sun sword at the back of one's neck. Watch me. The tip of the sword aimed straight for the neck of the divine guardian in front of him, moving so fast he didn't have time to react. But Lu Fang also ran into a little trouble. Even though the sword tip struck with enough force to create sparks, it didn't do a thing. Even the dragon lock can't pierce it in one go. Just then 2 more divine guardians approached from behind. Lu Fang quickly called out, Little Black, help me out. He didn't manage to summon Haksat, but luckily Baka intercepted one of them. He was excited. Let me play too. Then Baka used his strength to slam the 2 divine guardians into each other. Finally, a worthy opponent, awesome. Meanwhile, Haksat was screaming, Who are you calling Little Black? Taking advantage of the divine guardian's stunned state, Lu Fang thrust his sword towards it. Sword chi. After finishing one off, the battle seemed to have gotten easier. Lu Fang felt a surge of strength. Easy. Next up, the second one. At the same time, in another corner of the domain, the battle between Thian Kung and Thuong Kung was also underway. It seemed Thian Kung was seriously injured. Thuong Kung laughed arrogantly, his voice filled with pride. Surrender, Thian Kung, otherwise I'll make you wish you were dead. Thian Kung wiped the blood from her mouth, her voice firm. I still haven't used a supreme self-destruction. As soon as she finished speaking, Thian Kung gathered her momentum, leaped up, and then charged towards Thuong Kung. She snarled, Thuong Kung, perish with me. Hearing this, Hongwei panicked and tried to stop her. Master, don't. Beside Lu Fang, Haksat scoffed. She can't even tell that's an afterimage and she wants to perish together with it. Foolish. Lu Fang was watching the battle above, his voice filled with worry. Does that mean she's out of luck? Just as Haksat said, the thing Thian Kung had struck was merely an afterimage of Thuong Kung. Only then did Thian Kung realize it, her face showing clear panic. An afterimage, but it seemed it was too late. Her body had already begun to be ravaged by magic from within. Seeing this, Thuong Kung laughed triumphantly simultaneously, creating a magical vortex in his hand. I knew you would do this, since you refused to see reason. Then he raised his hand high, seemingly about to deliver a fatal blow to Thian Kung. Farewell. Just as Thuong Kung was about to strike, a powerful stream of white energy shot past, forcing Thuong Kung to retreat. Who's there? Lu Fang advanced, holding his sword high. It is I, your grandpa. Seeing him, Thuong Kung was stunned. A little brat. No, a peak, saint-level little brat. Even in his child form, the aura radiating from Lu Fang was no joke. He said in a loud voice, Old man, are you blind? You don't even recognize me. Was all your high cultivation for nothing? Thian Kung, who was being treated, had to cover her mouth. The way you look now, it'd be a miracle if Thuong Kung recognized you. She was so agitated that Hongwei had to remind her sternly, Master, don't move. Only then did Thuong Kung recognize Lu Fang. He was suspicious. You're that human brat from before. Why do you look like this? However, Thuong Kung quickly regained his sinister demeanor. He snarled, I deeply regret not killing you last time. Let's see you run today. Then Thuong Kung raised his hands to the sky, and a terrifying magical power instantly erupted around him. Blood Domain Sea of Blood Heavenly Tao, Thuong Kung resolved that he absolutely could not let this kid grow any stronger. Feeling the familiarity of the domain before him, Lu Fang's gaze grew even more determined. The Blood Domain again. Last time I couldn't beat you, but this time I'll kill you inside your own domain. Hearing this, Thuong Kung praised him. Big words, but he continued to release magic power relentlessly. Domain Sea of Blood, devouring serpents. Immediately, the streams of magic transformed into a swarm of red, devouring serpents. They bared their sharp fangs and charged toward Lu Fang in unison. Facing them, Lu Fang rolled his eyes. If we're gonna fight, we fight. Why bring these disgusting things into it? My trypophobia is acting up again. He then quickly regained his composure and swung his sword. Under Lu Fang's sharp blade, most of the devouring serpents were decapitated, but their heads grew back instantly, seemingly even faster than before. Even Lu Fang had to temporarily retreat. They were unkillable. Seeing this, Thian Kung made her move. Domain Zone of Absolute Immunity. As she spoke, a force field immediately formed around Lu Fang. Wherever it went, the snakes dissolved. He stood perfectly still. Standing amidst their remains, Lu Fang taunted, "Come on, you stupid mutt, keep biting. If I so much as flinch, I'll call you Grandpa." Just as he wished, Thuong Kung charged forward, unleashing another move. "Thien Kung, even with you here, you're no match for me." Domain myriad serpents devour themselves. Then the remaining serpents began to devour each other. The vortex they created grew longer and longer. A moment later, from within the mass of serpents, a colossal one emerged. It immediately lunged, coiling around Lu Fang, its mouth gaping as if to swallow him whole. At that moment, the force field around Lu Fang could no longer hold, and the giant serpent pierced right through it. In this situation, Lu Fang was forced to constantly dodge its attacks. On the other side, the broken technique caused Thien Kung considerable pain. She slumped over helplessly. "Hong Wai, your master might not be able to help your little boyfriend anymore." Hong Wai looked at Thien Kung with concern. "Master." But Hong Wai always had faith in Lu Fang. She reassured her, "Don't worry, master. Brother Fang will definitely take care of that old man." In her heart, Hong Wai had already made a decision. "Worst case, I'll sacrifice my own spirit pearl to help Brother Fang break through." At the same time, Lu Fang was struggling to defend against the giant serpent's assault. Standing on its head, Thuong Kung, brimming with killing intent, screamed, "Da!" But that wasn't enough. He raised his hand to the sky, summoning another technique. Domain blood-devouring demon arrows. Instantly, myriads of blood-red arrows shot towards Lu Fang. Caught in the middle of the arrow storm, he was momentarily stunned. Then, from Lu Fang's position, only the red glow of magic power could be seen as he was completely engulfed by it. On the opposite side, Thuong Kung laughed triumphantly. "To go from an ant to the peak of the Saint Realm in just 1 year, truly a genius. Too bad you'll just become food for my devouring serpent." Seeing this, Hong Wai called out softly in worry, "Fang. Brother Fang." Then her eyes suddenly blazed with indignation. Hong Wai screamed, "You old geezer, I'll kill you," but before she could act, the red magic was torn apart by a slash of sword energy. Lu Fang appeared before them, completely unharmed. Not only that, but when had the sword in his hand already sliced through the giant serpent's mouth. Then, looking incredibly cool, Lu Fang landed in front of Hong Wai. Seeing him, she cheered with joy, "Brother Fang." Seeing Lu Fang escape so easily, Thuong Kung exclaimed in shock, "What?" At this moment, Lu Fang spoke, his voice filled with contempt. "It's just a worthless snake that has barely reached the supreme level. If it wasn't so disgusting, I would have killed it in a heartbeat, you hear me?" Meanwhile, Haksat was busy benefiting from the serpent's remains. "This sea of blood contains a lot of dark energy. I like it." Thuong Kung narrowed his cunning eyes and unexpectedly retorted, "Is that so?" As he finished speaking, the giant serpent rose once more. Thuong Kung shouted, "The serpent is born from the sea of blood. As long as the sea does not dry up, it can fight forever." Lu Fang was slightly surprised. "You're kidding me, this thing can revive without a cooldown." Despite his words, he quickly advanced and finished it off with a single sword stroke. Yet the giant serpent was reborn once again, roaring madly. On the other side, Lu Fang signaled for Hong Wai to stay back, his eyes still fixed on the serpent before him. "This immortal race is truly disgusting. One day I'll definitely have to train as a holy knight." Then Lu Fang carefully turned to instruct Hong Wai, "Go hide first." He kept repeating to himself, "As long as the sea of blood isn't dry, it won't die." At this point, Lu Fang released, "Hack Saturday, I choose you. Little Hack, go drink that sea of blood dry." He wailed, "Like hell I will." Tu Kim jumped up from behind, curious. "Lu Fang, what is this sticky red stuff? It's so ugly." Seeing Tu Kim, Lu Fang immediately assigned him a task. "Tu Kim, you're just in time. This ugly snake is all yours." But he, with tired eyes, immediately refused. "But I'm so tired. Didn't you promise me a big meal after the fireworks?" Hearing that, Lu Fang pointed behind him. "A meal, more than just a meal. Later, a sexy big sister will personally spoon-feed you." Tu Kim's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really?" He quickly imagined the sweet scene in his head, the voluptuous Thien Kung feeding him cake, spoonful by spoonful. Just the thought of it made him unable to wait, and he instantly transformed into his dragon form. "It's a deal." Watching from behind, Thien Kung spoke with tension. The aura of that divine dragon. Is it that terrifying Hong Wai couldn't hide her curious gaze either? When did Tu Kim become so strong? Even Thuong Kung couldn't help but be astonished. This is. He was clearly so weak before. Nevertheless, he still gave the order, "Devouring serpent, swallow it for me." Meanwhile, Tu Kim in his dragon form faced the devouring serpent. He opened his mouth and began gathering immense magical power. When the power reached its peak, Tu Kim unleashed a torrent of flames that incinerated the serpent's body. Beside him, Lu Fang gave a thumbs up in praise. "Tu Kim, I'm willing to call you the strongest." Tu Kim tried to hide his pride and replied modestly, "It was nothing." But Thuong Kung was not happy at all. His voice hissed through his gritted teeth. "How can this be? My blood domain was actually broken." In such a short time, its strength has actually surpassed my own. Thuong Kung calculated in his mind, I must leave immediately. As long as I'm alive, I can always get my revenge. Thinking this, he immediately turned to mock Thian Kung. You bitch, you brought in an outsider to help in a dispute between our two sects. I will definitely make this public and ruin the reputation of the East Blood God Temple, but she quickly saw through Thuong Kung's intentions. Your domain is broken. Did you really think you could escape? Knowing Thian Kung wouldn't let him leave, Thuong Kung ordered his men to block them. Domain Crimson Defense. Faced with these divine guardians, Lu Feng had only a look of disgust. What a pain. These things are too tough. I can't deal with them quickly. Just then, Hongwei ran over, bringing her own group of divine guardians. Brother Feng, I'm here to help, and so the two sides of divine guardians clashed. Lu Feng was suddenly freed, looking bewildered. Seeing him still dazed, Hongwei reached out her hand towards him and urged Brother Feng hurry. At this moment, Thuong Kung was abandoning his subordinates and fleeing alone. Still, he had the nerve to mutter to himself, Damn you all, the next time we meet I will eat you alive. The moment he finished speaking, a voice replied. Is that so? It was Lu Feng who had used swift wind steps to catch up to Thuong Kung. A year ago you used your supreme power to push me into a desperate situation. As he spoke, he raised the sword in his hand high. Lu Feng roared, Today I will use the power of a saint. Lu Feng screamed with all the hatred he had accumulated for so long to wash away the shame. Eightfold attack Lu Feng continued to chase Thuong Kung across the sky, unaware that this scene had been witnessed by someone hiding in the shadows. The Beast Emperor clenched his fist, looking very agitated. I never expected that human brat to be so powerful. Thian Kung was defeated so quickly. He then turned to the person beside him, his voice tinged with anxiety. Elder Bai Kao, you are the protector of our Beastman Empire. If you don't intervene soon, once Thuong Kung unifies the two temples, I fear our Beastman Empire will belong to the Blood God Temple. Hearing this, Elder Bai Kao remained as calm as ever. He analyzed calmly, a mere Blood God Temple cannot cause any major waves. It's not a threat. At this, the Beast Emperor respectfully clasped his hands and pleaded in a low voice. In that case, I ask the Elder to save the blood-venerable Thuong Kung to prevent our Beastman Empire from losing a supreme expert. Elder Bikao quickly agreed. All right. Hearing this, the Beast Emperor relaxed his gaze, then suddenly spoke to the person kneeling behind him. Whether your family lives or dies depends on whether what you say next is true. Lang Vu immediately replied, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, after a long chase, Lu Feng seemed to have grown bored. He swung his sword forcefully, and a powerful slash of sword energy sent Thuong Kung flying. He cried out in pain, No! Lu Feng had no intention of sparing Thuong Kung. He launched a continuous barrage of attacks at him. Die. But before the sword could touch Thuong Kung, it was blocked by a layer of magic. A voice echoed through the space, Please show mercy. Thuong Kung was secretly overjoyed that someone had come to his rescue. He shamelessly spoke up. Elder Bai Kao, this human wants to harm the Empire. Kill him. That unfamiliar name immediately caught Hong Wei's attention. Elder Bai Kao, who is he? Thian Kung explained from the side, he is the prophet of the Beastman Empire and also its divine protector. He won't easily appear unless it's a matter of great importance to the Empire. However, Lu Feng didn't listen. He directly shattered the magic layer protecting Thuong Kung. Seeing this, Elder Bai Kao had no choice but to show himself. He shouted loudly to stop him, Kid, stop, but it seemed it was too late. Thuong Kung was struck by Lu Feng's sword. I am not resigned. After dealing with him, Lu Feng feigned an accident and said to Elder Bai Kao, Oops, my bad. He's dead. You were too slow. At this moment, a dark expression appeared on the Elder's face. How dare you? Immediately after Elder, Bikao raised the scepter in his hand and chanted lightning chain. In the dark night sky, a bright blue object appeared surrounded by lightning. Faced with this technique, Lu Feng was completely unfazed. He quickly rushed in front of Elder Bai Kao. Idiot, you hit my clone. However, the Elder's strength was not to be underestimated. Elder Bai Kao had created a lightning shield around himself. Sensing danger, Hongwei intended to command the divine guardians to help Brother Feng, but before she could take a few steps, her face turned pale and she coughed up blood. Seeing this, Thian Kung rushed to support her. Hongwei, you've exhausted yourself too much. Don't force it. Trust him, he'll be fine. Tia Kim also flew over to advise. That's right, that old geezer is no match for Lu Feng. Hongwei ignored her injured body, her eyes never leaving Lu Feng. But just then Baka jumped out shouting powerfully, Lu Feng, I'll help you. Then Baka threw a punch, but it was blocked by another fist. Baka was stunned when he recognized the person before him, breaking into a cold sweat. Beast Emperor, when did you? You're actually at the peak of the saint stage. The Beast Emperor didn't bother to answer. In a flash he had snatched Hongwei from Thian Kung's grasp. Then the Beast Emperor sinisterly held a blade to Hongwei's neck, his other hand holding her tightly to prevent escape. Tian Kung shouted in anger, "Beast Emperor, do you know what you're doing?" Tu Kim beside her was just as furious. "Let Sister Hong Wai go now." Yet the Beast Emperor put on an innocent act and replied, "Lady Tian Kung, I am merely following Elder Bai Cao's orders. My apologies." Held tightly in his arm, Hong Wai kindly advised Beast Emperor, "If you play with fire, you'll get burned." On Lu Feng's side, the situation was not much better. He was constantly pressed by the friction net to the point where he had to exclaim, "Damn it." As soon as he broke free, Lu Feng turned and threatened Old Man release. "Hong Wai now, or once I'm done with Bai Cao, I'll make sure you die without a grave." At this moment, Elder Bai Cao was strangely quiet, seemingly plotting something. Lu Feng quickly realized this. This time, he took the initiative to attack first. Infinite kill. Just as Lu Feng predicted, the Elder suddenly retreated and roared. Domain wolves roam the world. Then countless wolves made of magic power charged towards Lu Feng. As soon as they reached him, they immediately exploded. A strange green magical energy enveloped the space. Under the assault of that technique, Lu Feng couldn't avoid being injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Seeing that Lu Feng was temporarily no threat, Elder Bikao flew to the Beast Emperor's side. He asked Prophet, "Are you all right?" The Elder calmly replied, "I won't die." At this point, Elder Bikao urged the Beast Emperor, "That kid is as heavily injured as I am. Now is the best time to eliminate him. Beast Emperor, have your men make their move." But he didn't know that the Beast Emperor's expression had changed long ago. He said slowly, "Thank you for your help, Prophet. In that case, this junior will." And then he sent Elder Bikao flying with a punch. Caught off guard and already severely injured, the Elder immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground. Only now did he realize the Beast Emperor's ambition. Elder Bikao growled, "Beast Emperor, you." At this moment, the Beast Emperor still held Hong Wai tightly by the neck, laughing loudly. "How many years has it been? How many years have I inherited this empire?" The Beast Emperor's eyes were dark, as he revealed the darkness in his heart. "In name, I am the emperor of this empire, but whether it's your blood god temple or you, Elder Bai Cao, none of you have ever respected me. From that moment on, I swore I would destroy all of you." On the ground, Elder Bai Cao used his staff to support his body. He tried to explain, "Beast Emperor, the Prophet's existence is to protect the empire. I have never thought of competing with you for power." But the Beast Emperor didn't want to listen. He shouted, cutting him off, "I will not let others usurp my power. Prophet, you stand in my way. Today I will kill you all, then take the spirit pearl of the Huyen, Msat Kui Tin, and become a supreme." Seeing that the Beast Emperor wasn't joking, Elder Bai Cao replied coldly, "It must have been hard for you biding your time for so many years. However, even though I'm heavily injured, are you sure you can defeat me?" Just then the figures of Sat Luke and Niton appeared. They had chosen the Beast Emperor's side. What if you add us to the mix? At this point, there was no longer any mercy in Elder Bai Cao's eyes. "So it was you, Sat Luke Niton. If that's the case." He then held his scepter horizontally and shouted, "Make your move." The moment he spoke, the Beast Emperor vigilantly turned around as Lu Feng had recovered his strength and was charging at him. But the Beast Emperor quickly dodged his body completely unharmed. Then the Beast Emperor shouted, "Die for me." He raised his claws, preparing to attack. Taking advantage of the Beast Emperor's slightly loosened grip, Hong Wai suddenly spoke, "Beast Emperor, have you forgotten? I am also at the Saint stage." Then she unleashed a technique directly at the Beast Emperor. Writhing in pain, he was forced to release Hong Wai. Although she escaped his grasp, the last move was too much for her. She immediately coughed up blood and began to fall freely. Fortunately, Lu Feng caught her in time. He worriedly asked Sister Hong Wai, "Are you all right?" Hearing his voice, Hong Wai opened her eyes. She slowly licked the blood from her lips and replied, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, the Beast Emperor was furious, clutching his body in pain. "You." Over here, Lu Feng had safely landed with Hong Wai. Hong Wai asked Brother Feng, "Did that old man Bai Cao hurt you?" He reassured her, "I'm fine." Just then, Lu Feng recalled the recent scene. Elder Bai Cao had sent him a telepathic message. "Kid threatening Hong Wai was not my instruction. The Beast Emperor is just using this to make us fight to the death. You and I will put on a show to see what he's really up to." What followed was the scene of the two of them clashing. Lu Feng explained, "That's why I put on an act of mutual destruction with this old fellow." At this point, Lu Feng turned to look at Elder Bai Cao, speaking with suspicion. "Isn't the Beast Emperor's plot a bit too flawed?" Before he could answer Bach, Ka stepped forward to tease him. "And you still almost fell for it." Lu Feng's face turned red with embarrassment from the teasing. Hong Wai beside him defended him. Brother Feng fell for it because his mind became smaller, along with his body right. At this point, Lu Feng had to use that as an excuse. Of course. The Beast Emperor must have known that my personality becomes impulsive when I'm small, so he used this ploy. Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression turned serious. She said in a low voice, "It was Lang Vu. I just saw him beside the Beast Emperor. He betrayed me." On the Beast Emperor's side, Niton and Sat Luke approached. Satluk complained, Beast Emperor, I told you before, don't overcomplicate things. Just kill them directly and be done with it. The Beast Emperor scowled and retorted, at least now Thuong Kung is dead and Thien Kung is crippled. Otherwise, even with your help, would you be confident in dealing with all of them? At the same time, Elder Bikao's powerful voice rang out. Beast Emperor, where did you get this delusion? Do you think you can deal with me just by relying on Satluk and Nitone? Seeing him approach, Satluk and Nitone didn't hesitate to charge down. The Prophet is a peak supreme. We are naturally no match for him. However, as he finished speaking, a strange purple magic power erupted around Elder Bikao, and his figure instantly vanished into thin air. Lu Fang was shocked. Where did he go? What kind of sorcery is this? At this moment, the Beast Emperor explained loudly, this is a teleportation array I specially prepared for the Prophet. He is now 100 miles away. By the time he returns, the situation will be decided. Hearing this, Lu Fang whispered to Tu Kim, are you rested enough? He quickly replied, no problem. Then, as if understanding each other, they both leaped forward at the same time. Then let's finish them all in one go. In response to Lu Fang's words, Tu Kim transformed back into his dragon form. He charged forward excitedly, but before he could fly far, his body collided with a fist filled with magic power. It turned out to be 3 beastmen from the enemy side. One of them roared, leave this magical beast to us. Dealing with them would likely take Tu Kim some time. Where did these 3 supremes come from? Seeing Tu Kim surrounded, Lu Fang wanted to rush to his rescue. Tu Kim, but he was ambushed by Satluk, who shouted, kid, worry about yourself first. Thanks to his agility, Lu Fang easily dodged. He turned to face Satluk and Nitone. Trying to ambush me, not a chance. In front of Lu Fang, Satluk and Nitone coordinated to activate their technique. Dual combination domain slaughter zone, Lu Fang didn't hesitate to swing his sword, shouting 8-fold attack. However, before the sword energy could even leave the blade, it instantly vanished. Lu Fang was stunned. What's going on? My attack disappeared. Just as he was bewildered, the vanished sword energy reappeared and struck him. Hit by the unexpected blow, he lost his balance and fell downwards. Satluk laughed triumphantly. In our domain, all of your attacks are absorbed, then amplified and reflected back at you. Nitone then opened his sinister black eyes. Prepare to die, little brat. Below, Lu Fang was on one knee. He panted while thinking to himself, so this is how powerful my sword chi is. That really hurt. Thinking this, Lu Fang grinned. He seemed quite intrigued by this opponent. I've met all kinds of powerful opponents on my journey, but in the end, they were all defeated by me. Now my opponent is myself. The thought alone is exciting. Then Lu Fang stood up straight, unleashing a sky-high magical aura. He spoke calmly, my attacks are reflected right. Then let's see if your domain can reflect absolutely everything. Big Dipper star formation break for me. Subsequently, the golden chains wrapped around Lu Fang's inner self snapped, and the seal was temporarily broken. Accordingly, Lu Fang's external body began to grow back to its normal size. He let out a breath, his eyes filled with more confidence. Looks like I'm temporarily back to normal. I have to finish them before I shrink again. Sat saw this and cursed, are you trying to get yourself killed? On the opposite side, Satluk and Nitone quickly sensed the danger. He said anxiously, something's not right. Finish him quickly. On Lu Fang's side, he was negotiating with Saturday. God Sat, if you don't want to die with me, then lend me all of your energy. Knowing he couldn't refuse, he could only cry. That's the energy I worked so hard to gather. Then Lu Fang looked at the sword in his hand, the energy emanating from it growing stronger and stronger. At that moment, Lu Fang's gaze suddenly became sharp. He swung his sword decisively. Sword Ring Storm, the terrifying power radiating from the sword strike immediately made Satluk wary. What is this technique? I can feel the domain shaking. Then the energy formed a vortex around Lu Fang. From that vortex, countless swords were launched. Then the sword shot towards the 2 in front of him at the speed of light. Faced with its power, Satluk cried out in fear. This is bad. The attack frequency is too high. We'll be injured by the reflected attacks too. Retreat quickly. In the center of the energy vortex, Lu Fang's expression remained unusually calm. Seeing that the time was right, he let out a decisive shout. Ha! Immediately cracks appeared on the barrier surrounding the domain. At this moment, Satluk and Nitone screamed almost in unison. The domain. The domain is shattering. Then with the collapse of the domain, a massive explosion occurred. Satluk and Nitone were caught in the blast and sent flying. Let's play back to black. Lu Fang stood proudly in the air looking down. Your domain is nothing special. After speaking, he seemed to be unwell. Then Lu Fang lost his balance and fell. Realizing this, Hong Wai screamed in worry. Brother Fang. Fortunately, she quickly used her magic to catch Lu Fang. He had fainted from overexerting his power. Seeing the pained expression on Lu Fang's face, Hong Wai whispered worriedly. Brother Fang, Satluk, and Nitone quickly regained their senses. Satluk said, a mere saint forced the 2 of us into this state. Truly remarkable. Nitone beside him growled directly, "A pity you must die today." Hongwei gently caressed Lu Feng's face, her voice filled with determination. "Brother Feng, I will absolutely not let you die." As she finished speaking, their bodies began to float in mid-air. A glowing orb emerged from Hongwei's chest. Then she held the orb in her mouth and brought it to Lu Feng's lips. When the object was passed from Hong Yi's mouth to Lu Feng's, he finally woke up. "Hongwei, what are you doing?" The moment Lu Feng regained consciousness was the moment Hongwei lost all her strength and passed out. Her beautiful face was still close to his cheek. Seeing the object, Haksat quickly recognized it. "This is a spirit pearl. This girl is a Huyan Msat Kui Tin." As he finished speaking, the spirit pearl truly began to take effect. A layer of red magic power quickly enveloped Lu Feng and Hongwei. On the other side, Satluk and Nitone were stunned by the strange phenomenon. Satluk's lips moved. "What's happening?" Only the Beast Emperor guessed the situation. He shouted an order. "Stop them quickly. That girl is a Huyan Msat Kui Tin. Don't let her offer up her spirit pearl." Knowing this, Satluk and Nitone rushed forward with tense expressions. Just then, Teo Kim successfully defeated the enemies holding him back. He quickly rushed to intercept. In your dreams, then Teo Kim transformed into his human form. He powerfully held his weapon horizontally. "With me here, you won't take another step." But Satluk and Nitone didn't care. They charged forward fiercely. "Die!" Teo Kim parried Satluk's blow with his spear. At the same time, Nitone tried to sneak attack from behind. Forced into a corner, Teo Kim had to knock Satluk's sword away to block Nitone's attack. This was exactly what Satluk wanted. He slammed his palm into Teo Kim's chest. The blow sent Teo Kim flying backward, the force so strong it shattered a large boulder behind him. With Teo Kim out of the way, Satluk and Nitone charged towards Lu Feng again. "Kill him." At that moment, despite his injuries, Teo Kim gathered all his energy into his hands. This was truly too much for Teo Kim now. He even coughed up blood, but that couldn't stop him. "Get back here." Just as Satluk and Nitone were about to reach Lu Feng, the powerful energy he unleashed managed to block them in time. After the attack, Teo Kim wearily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He boasted, "Your grandpa took on two at once." How awesome is that? While Teo Kim was being smug, the three beastmen had recovered their strength. "We're still here, Die Kid." Taking a concentrated blow from one side, Teo Kim cried out helplessly, "No!" In the next moment, only a desolate pile of rubble remained before them, the aftermath of Teo Kim's impact. Satluk exclaimed in shock, "What in the world is this magical beast? How can it be so terrifying?" Nitone quickly dismissed it. "Who cares what he is? He's definitely dead." Next up. However, before he could finish, a hand covered in golden armor emerged from the rubble. It was Teo Kim. He appeared injured, but stood firm, blocking their path. This scene made Nitone and Satluk break out in a cold sweat. They were so shocked, they spoke in unison. "What facing them?" Teo Kim shouted with determination. "Today, even if I die, I won't let you touch a single hair on Lu Feng's head." Then a golden energy radiated from Teo Kim's body. Domain wind, rain lightning, and thunder. But Satluk was unfazed. He spoke as if victory was already his. "A little interesting. If you weren't injured, you might have been a bit difficult to deal with. Too bad you're already a spent arrow." Just as Satluk said, Teo Kim in midair suddenly coughed up blood and fell backward. He was once again met by the hard, broken ground. Teo Kim seemed to have stopped moving. Satluk clutched his stomach, looking warily in that direction. He must be dead this time, right? Yet Teo Kim still managed to struggle to his feet. Nitone looked on in horror. "I've seen a ghost. Why won't this thing die?" The five of us attacked him together. Even a peak supreme couldn't withstand that right. How can he still be standing? At this point, the three beastmen masters approached, smiling cruelly. "No, he's just holding on by a thread. Let me send him on his final journey." Teo Kim heard this, but showed no reaction. He knew it himself. "Lu Feng, I'm sorry. I did my best." Thinking this, Teo Kim closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. In front of him were the sharp claws of the enemy. Die. Time seemed to slow down. The hairy hand of the beastman cast a shadow over Teo Kim's face. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Infinite kill." Then his entire body was quickly sliced by streams of sword energy. At this moment, Satluk and Nitone behind him felt a true sense of pressure. What? Who could kill a supreme in an instant with a single move? Recognizing the familiar voice, Teo Kim closed his eyes in relief. He transformed back into his dragon form, Lu Feng, and fell right into Lu Feng's arms. Catching Teo Kim with one hand, Lu Feng held Hong Wei with the other and roared in fury. "Today, none of you will leave this place alive." Nitone spoke worriedly. Damn it, this kid absorbed the spirit pearl and advanced to the supreme level. But Satluk was still fearless and even contemptuous. So what, he's just a brat who hasn't even comprehended a domain. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Feng then decided to take the initiative. He gripped his sword and swept it forward. The terrifying power immediately made the three beastmen taste bitter pain while Sat Luke and Niton could barely defend themselves. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the two remaining beastman masters fled first. "This kid is too strong. We're not taking this job anymore. Retreat." Lu Fang saw this and sneered. Trying to run, he decisively sent them to their graves. Standing to the side, Sat Luke and Niton angrily cursed the two fools. At this moment, Lu Fang let go of Hong Wai. He calmly said to them, "Don't rush. You'll be joining them on their journey soon enough." Hearing this, Sat Luke and Niton were so scared, their faces turned white. Is he a monster? He just killed 3 Supremes in a row. Sat Luke only managed to utter run before quickly pulling Niton along to flee. But of course, Lu Fang wouldn't let them go. He immediately unleashed Infinite Kill. With Lu Fang's incredible skill and speed, the two fugitives couldn't escape their fate. They were so heavily injured that they spat blood, but they managed to use a smokescreen to escape. Meanwhile, Lu Fang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hong Wai, holding Tu Kim, asked worriedly, "Brother Fang, are you okay?" Hearing this, Lu Fang quickly regained his composure. He explained, "Although the Spirit Pearl helped me break through to the Supreme level, it seems to be related to the Light God's seal. I still can't heal my injuries." Hearing this, Hong Wai reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of Lu Fang's lips. She comforted him, "Don't worry, Brother Fang. They won't live for long. I will definitely catch them and make them wish they were dead." Just then, Lu Fang was startled by a strange realization. He looked at Hong Wai with confusion. "Wait, Hong Wai, why has your aura become so weak? Your cultivation, it's almost gone. It's because you gave me the Spirit Pearl." But Hong Wai didn't see it that way. She looked at Lu Fang with resilience. "It's all right, Brother Fang. It's just a bit of cultivation. As long as I could help you, it's all good." Hong Wai's devotion moved Lu Fang deeply. He whispered her name, Hong Wai, and gently hugged her. "Thank you. I'm being hugged." Hong Wai's cheeks flushed slightly. She replied happily, "No need to thank me, Brother Fang." A moment later, Lu Fang let her go. He placed his hand on her head. "There's still a little of your Spirit Pearl's energy left. Brother Fang will return it to you. But you're not allowed to be so impulsive again. I don't want you to get hurt." Hong Wai obediently replied, "Okay." But in her heart she thought the opposite. "Brother Fang, if there's a next time, I would definitely do it again." Suddenly, remembering something else, Hong Wai held out Tu Kim, who was curled up in her arms. "Oh right, Brother Fang, quick check on Tu Kim." Catching his body, Lu Fang quickly channeled a bit of golden energy into him. Tu Kim's body gradually healed, and in his sleep he unconsciously let out a sigh of comfort. After a moment of examination and healing, Lu Fang announced, "He's fine, nothing's wrong. If something really happened to Tu Kim, I honestly don't know what I would have done." Just then, Bah Ka arrived, throwing the kneeling Beast King to the ground. "Brother Lu Fang, what should we do with him?" Lu Fang looked at the man with disgust and said calmly, "Wait for the senior prophet to return and let him handle it." In response, the Beast King actually burst out laughing. He spat out crazed words. "To the victor go the spoils. I accept my defeat, but soon it will be time for the continent's grand assembly of heroes. I've already spread the word. Everyone knows the East Blood God Temple has the proof of qualification. Let's see how you'll handle that." Hearing this, Hong Wai stepped forward. Instead of replying, she placed her foot on his chest, her voice growing colder by the second. "I'm more curious about what you'll do when I wipe out your entire clan." Hitting his weak spot, the Beast King immediately lost all his dignity and begged, "No, you can't do that. This has nothing to do with my clan." But Hong Wai didn't waste another word, raising her hand in front of the Beast King. She pulled a stream of red energy out of his body. As the red energy left him, the Beast King quickly lost his life force. The sight stunned Lu Fang, and he stammered as if to confirm what he was seeing. Hong Wai had already finished her work. She casually held up her hand and explained, "The technique the Beast King cultivates has the same source as mine. After refining his blood essence, I might be able to advance another level." At that moment, Elder Baikao returned. He knelt before Hong Wai, pleading earnestly, "Hong Wai, please spare the life of the Beast King and his clansmen." In exchange, Elder Baikao offered a very tempting condition. "I will help you rightfully become the Pope of the Blood God cult, the first Pope since the cult was divided 10,000 years ago." Time flew by. 3 days later, though it was late at night, Lu Fang's room was still lit. In the quiet room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, a stream of purple energy swirling around him. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Fang opened his eyes, looking none too pleased. It had been 3 days since his breakthrough to the supreme level, yet he still couldn't comprehend his domain. At the same time, in his sea of consciousness, Lu Fang stood before a giant vortex. He figured this purple vortex was the entrance, the spatial domain that Mr. Baikao had mentioned. Elder Baikao's instructions echoed in his ears. To comprehend a domain, one must let their divine sense enter the spatial domain and absorb its power. The size and intensity of one's domain were related to the power within that spatial domain. With that in mind, Lu Fang decided to test it by reaching his hand inside. Arcs of lightning flashed out from it as if trying to devour his hand. Instantly, Lu Fang's hand shot back. He rubbed his wrist, crying out, "That really hurts." Outside, Lu Fang frowned, guessing the time wasn't right for him to comprehend it yet. He couldn't even get past the entrance. Hack sat beside him, seemed to have expected this, and said loudly, "You just broke through to the supreme level 3 days ago, and you want to comprehend a domain. Dream on." However, that infinite annihilation technique you created does have a bit of a domain's flavor to it. Just then, the tightly shut door to the room opened, and a pair of red shoes appeared in their line of sight. Hongwei stood obediently at the door. She asked delicately before entering, "Brother Fang, am I disturbing you?" Seeing Hongwei, Lu Fang immediately changed his expression. He put on a gentle look and replied, "No, I was just resting my mind." "What's wrong?" Meanwhile, the trapped hack sat was screaming his head off. "You rotten brat, you locked me up again." At this, Hongwei suddenly lowered her eyes, a hint of worry showing. "Brother Fang, I'm a little nervous." Lu Fang gently stroked her head and asked softly, "Is it because of the ceremony tomorrow?" Hongwei replied, "Yes." Then Hongwei looked straight at Lu Fang and confessed honestly, "Even though Thuong Kung is dead, I'm afraid I won't be able to unite the East and West Blood God temples into one." Hearing this, Lu Fang seemed to ponder, placing a hand on his chin. He unexpectedly suggested, "How about you just don't become the Pope?" But Hongwei didn't want that. She revealed her purpose. "I can't. The power of faith enhances the profound yin-killing qi in my body, which can help me quickly recover my cultivation. If I become the Pope, I can quickly recover to the saint stage and maybe even become stronger." Lu Fang continued to stroke Hongwei's head, his eyes full of affection. "Hongwei, with Brother Fang here, you really don't need to push yourself so hard." After a slight pause, Hongwei's whole body tensed up. She began, I want to always be by Brother Fang's side, but this time Brother Fang faced so much danger." Hongwei then turned to look at Lu Fang, determination flashing in her eyes. "I want to have more power to protect Brother Fang in the future." Comforted by Lu Fang's gentle pats, Hongwei's resolve grew even stronger. "I want power. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, Brother Fang." Seeing that look in Hongwei's eyes, Lu Fang couldn't help but smile lightly. Silly girl, he thought to himself, this girl is so determined. In the end, he decided to respect Hongwei's wishes. Lu Fang rested his forehead against hers and encouraged her. "All right then, we'll do as Hongwei says. I'll be looking forward to the day you surpass me." As if suddenly remembering something, Lu Fang exclaimed, "Oh right, tomorrow I'll have Big Black save a bunch of communication crystals for you." Hongwei smiled in response. By now it was past midnight. Lu Fang gently urged Hongwei, "All right, you should get some rest. Hurry back to bed." She didn't leave. "Brother Fang, I want to." Playfully pushing Lu Fang backward, she said, "I want to sleep with you." The night passed quickly. The next day in the temple square, crowds had gathered on both sides since early morning. In the distance, the defeated and wounded soldiers from Thuong Kung's faction were kneeling. In front of the magnificent temple doors, Elder Bikao stepped out beside Thian Kung. As soon as he appeared, his authoritative voice commanded the crowd below silence. Without much delay, Thian Kung's voice rang out. "The time has come. The inheritance ceremony for the Pope of the Blood God Temple will now officially begin." Below, the beastmen of various strange shapes immediately raised their hands in response. The ceremony officially began with Thian Kung speaking first. 10,000 years ago, the Blood God cult was at its peak across the continent. Later, due to conflicting ideologies, it split into 2 temples, East and in contrast to the solemn atmosphere outside, Lu Fang was helping Hongwei get ready in a private room. "Are you ready? You look beautiful today, Hongwei." Outside, Tian Kung's voice continued to echo across the square. After which we were plagued by internal strife and our strength waned. Inside the room, as Lu Fang pulled his hand back, Hongwei immediately grabbed it, her voice laced with anxiety. "Brother Fang, I'm still a little nervous." At that moment, the speech outside was nearing its end. "And now we finally welcome our unification." Seeing Hongwei like this, Lu Fang looked at her with gentle eyes and reassured her. "Just think of everyone below as cats and dogs. After all, they all have ears and fur. That way you won't be nervous anymore." Through the window, the voice drifted inside. "The glory of our predecessors is once again being magnified through our efforts." Comforted by Lu Fang, Hongwei covered her mouth and giggled. She felt much less nervous. At this, Lu Fang affectionately stroked Hongwei's head. "It's your turn to go on stage." "Hongwei." She replied obediently. "Yes." Just then, Thian Kung outside also made a loud announcement. "Next, please welcome the new Pope of the Blood God Temple, the Blood Saintess Hongwei." Immediately after, a pair of exquisitely decorated red shoes appeared at the temple doors. Hongwei walked amidst thunderous cheers. "Blood God Cult, Blood God Cult, Blood God Cult." She slowly ascended the high platform, where Elder Bai, Cao, and Thian Kung were waiting holding up the crown. "Supreme Thian Kung, if you please." Next, Hongwei bowed slightly to allow Thian Kung to place the crown on her head. Receiving the crown, Hongwei stood up straight, turning majestically to face the crowd. Blending in with the crowd below, Lu Fang was deeply moved by this scene. Hongwei has finally grown up. I'm so touched. Next, the newly appointed Hongwei spoke her first words. She introduced herself, I am Hongwei, and today I ascend to the papacy. Then Hongwei held her head high, her voice filled with dignity and solemnity. The blood god cult has been divided for a long time. Today it is unified. Her eyes radiated with a steely resolve. With an overwhelming aura, Hongwei declared, I Hongwei, swear an oath here to revive the divine might of the blood god cult. As her words fell, the beastmen below seemed to be empowered, all chanting in unison, May the divine cult prosper, may the divine cult prosper, may the divine cult prosper. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, Elder Bai Cao's voice rose. According to the 10,000-year-old agreement between the sages of the Empire and the Blood God cult, I declare that from this day forward, the Blood God cult will become the state religion of the Beastman Empire, sharing its glory and its burdens. But as soon as he finished speaking, a group of fierce-looking beastmen approached. The lion-headed beastman in the lead spoke up, Hold on, Elder Bai Cao. Isn't your decision a bit too hasty? His eyes were dark, his voice tinged with unwillingness. We've only been in seclusion for a few years. A little girl with low cultivation becoming the pope of the blood god cult, and it can become the state religion of our Beastman Empire. Isn't this a child's game? On Lu Fang's shoulder, Hak Sat sneered. A bunch of trash dare to look down on the profound yin-killing chi. Weak in strength and even weaker in judgment. Lu Fang, however, remained calm, observing the situation. Elder Bai Cao, 1 is a first-level supreme, and 3 are at the peak of the saint stage. The foundation of your Beastman Empire is quite strong. Unfortunately, it seems they don't respect you. Facing the Beastman, Elder Bai Cao tried to emphasize, this is the 10,000-year-old agreement between the Blood God Temple and the Beastman Empire. At this point, the elephant-headed beastman behind him quickly retorted, a 10,000-year-old agreement, who knows if it's real or fake. The beastman with green skin added with a sneer, the elder deposed the Beast King's lineage to install a new king with no foundation, and now you're backing a little girl. I seriously doubt the elder's true intentions. Hearing this, Elder Bai Cao no longer bothered to save face for them. He exposed them directly. So after all these years of ignoring worldly affairs and focusing on secluded cultivation, your appearance now. Is it out of genuine concern for the Empire, or for the certificate to enter the Lost Garden? Their secret exposed, the boastful beastman fell silent. But the lion-headed beastman quickly regained his composure, hissing, no matter what, the Beastman Empire respects strength. Thien Kung, whether your blood god cult can be the state religion. We'll know after a test of skill. Sensing the escalating tension, Thien Kung was about to say something, everyone, but was stopped by the tap of a staff. It was Hongwei. She calmly faced the group of beastmen. 5 seniors, with my humble cultivation, I shall seek your guidance. Just then a loud laugh echoed. As expected of the Xuanamsat Kui Tin, truly majestic. It turned out to be a red dragon flying over. It introduced itself, I am Hongkoba of the Dragon Clan. Ningan Kuanglan Fi Luk Ningan, congratulations to Pope Hongwei. Following it were several other Dragon Clan elders. With that, the red dragon lowered its head, and on it was none other than Tu Kim. Hongwei Lu Fang, I'm back. Elsewhere, the appearance of the Dragon Clan instantly stunned the beastmen. Besides the Dragon Emperor, all the elders of the Dragon Clans were here. What is this girl's relationship with the Dragon Clan? Hongwei raised her sparkling eyes, looking at Tu Kim with curiosity. Tu Kim, did you invite them? Hearing this, Tu Kim raised a dragon claw. He replied excitedly, That's right, Lu Fang told me to go 2 days ago. At this, Hongwei understood Lu Fang's intention. She respectfully bowed to the Dragon Clan elders. Junior Hongwei, thanks the Dragon Clan seniors for gracing us with your presence. However, the red dragon was even more courteous. Hongwei is our Prince Fang's little sister, which makes her our little sister too. Of course we had to come and congratulate her. As he said this, he turned to the disgruntled beastman. Oh right, I heard you say you were unconvinced by little Hongwei and wanted to challenge her. Then the Dragon Clan elders all opened their mouths, looking incredibly fierce. How about you challenge us first? Facing the Dragon Clan elders, the lion-headed beastman had no choice but to back down. Everyone, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We came this time to congratulate Hongwei on her ascension to the papacy. With the blood god cult becoming the state religion of the Beastman Empire, the others wisely followed suit. That's right, that's exactly it. Congratulations, Pope Hongwei. Congratulations, Venerable Thien Kung. Cold sweat was already beading on his forehead. The lion-headed beastman cautiously asked for leave. Well, then we shall take our leave. With that, the group of beastmen turned to leave in unison. But Lu Fang stopped them. Hold on. He crossed his arms, his eyes sharp, and got straight to the point. Since you all came to congratulate Hongwei on her ascension as seniors, shouldn't you offer some gifts? The lion-headed beastman, not knowing Lu Fang's identity, glanced at him contemptuously. Where did this human come from? Who do you think you are? Hearing this, the red dragon personally stepped forward with an attitude of utmost respect. This is the prince of our dragon clan. His status is equal to the dragon emperor's. Realizing his mistake, the lion-headed beastman knelt down and offered up a short blade. This was the personal sword of a god-level senior from my beastman clan 10,000 years ago. Please accept it, Pope Hongwei. With him setting the example, the others didn't dare to refuse. One knelt down. This is my clan's divine arrow. Another had to offer something up. This is a golden silk armor, impenetrable by blades or spears. The elephant-headed beastman even broke off his own tusk. This is my tusk. At this point, Hongwei didn't stand on ceremony. She accepted them all directly. Thank you all for your generous gifts. On the day I break through to the supreme level, I will invite you all to visit again. But the beastman had already fled. One was in such a hurry, he said. No need, we have matters at home. Another quickly added, my grandson's wife is about to give birth. Farewell. Seeing the situation stabilized, Thien Kung observed with satisfaction. It seems the blood god cult is truly on the rise. Elder Cow overheard and corrected him. No, it's the Beastman Empire that's on the rise. Soon 5 days had passed. In the warm sunlight, Lu Feng Ka and Hongwei stood quietly before the palace gate. Hongwei regretfully held onto Lu Feng's hand, her voice filled with reluctance. Brother Feng, are you leaving so soon? Seeing Lu Feng's silent affirmation, tears welled up in Hongwei's eyes. Can't you stay with me for one more day? Lu Feng didn't want to leave so early either, but he still had things to do. Hongwei, the solar eclipse is not far off. I have to go back and prepare. At this moment, the perceptive Ka picked up Tiu Kim and ran off into the distance. Your Highness, Tiu Kim, let's go wait over there. But he refused. Why should I let go of me, Big Black? Standing before Lu Feng, Hongwei lowered her head, sadly expressing her feelings. But the thought of not seeing Brother Feng for a long time makes me very sad. Lu Feng stepped forward and cupped Hongwei's face, promising her. All right, didn't we agree a few days ago? Brother Feng will definitely. No, I'll send you a message every 3 days. Don't be sad anymore, okay? In response, Hongwei looked at Lu Feng with determination in her eyes. Don't worry, Brother Feng. By the time of the Assembly of Heroes during the eclipse, I will definitely break through to the supreme level and come back in time to help you. Hearing this, Lu Feng gently touched his forehead to hers. He instructed her, promise me, Brother Feng, that you won't force yourself and you won't get hurt. Remember, she obediently replied. Yes. With that, the two shared a reluctant embrace in the early morning Sunday. Hongwei thought to herself, we will meet again very soon, Brother Feng. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Tinlam City, where 2 streaks of light are streaking across the sky. Flying beside Lu Feng, Ka was excitedly recounting Brother Lu Feng during our journey back. Many long-hidden masters could no longer hold back and have emerged. But Lu Feng replied with a worried expression, they are all heading towards the solar eclipse. That's not exactly good news for us. A cryptic smile appeared on Ka's face. The continent has been like a stagnant pond for many years. At least now things are getting lively. Haksat quite agreed. Little Black Dragon is right. Before a mere saint was considered the pinnacle of the continent, far worse than 10,000 years ago. Now this is where it gets interesting. Only Lu Feng noticed the movement in his hand and looked down curiously. Tiu Kim, you seemed so happy just now. What's up? Hearing his name, he showed a love-struck expression with heart-shaped eyes. We're almost at Tinlam City. Then I can see Sister Tafai, Sister Mi Ni, and also Sister Tayet. I really miss their warm, gentle hugs. Not only that, Tiu Kim frankly dealt Lu Feng a blow. Unlike you, you're so flat. At the same time, a terrifying explosion was happening in the sky above Tin Lam Academy. Standing in the middle of the courtyard was a man with immense energy blazing around his body. He roared, Lam Dick, you old pretender, our battle from 100 years ago is still not over. Back then, Master's inheritance should have been mine, not a waste like you. Being cursed at Lam Ditch couldn't hold back and retorted. Jich VM, don't go too far. Master didn't choose you back then precisely because your personality is too extreme. But Jich VM wasn't listening. He quickly charged towards Lam Ditch. Bullshit. He was biased. Today I will destroy you and this detestable academy you created. Knowing words couldn't sway him, Lam Dick had to unleash an attack. Thon Si Fa Huyen, yet Shich VM blocked the sword strike with his bare hands. Furthermore, with just a bit more force, he managed to punch Lam Dick straight in the stomach. Taking a blow of such terrifying power, Lam Dick immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The students below, who had been watching nervously, burst into an uproar. What? The headmaster was defeated. How is that possible? Isn't the headmaster a peak saint-level expert? Just as everyone was in shock, Vini quickly leaped up. She caught the free-falling Lam Dick. From her expression, it was clear Vini was very worried. Seeing Lam Dick motionless, Vini cried out in panic, Master, are you all right? Hearing her voice, Lam Ditch opened his eyes, regretfully wiping the blood from his lips. If I hadn't been injured by Sich VM's men 2 days ago, how could I? Below, Tayet had brought a few people for support. she called out loudly. Headmaster Vigny, I've notified my grandfather, he'll be here soon. You two get away first. But Shichvium had no intention of letting them. He jumped in front of Lamditch with a sinister smile. You won't live to see that moment. At this point, a wicked glint flashed in Shichvium's eyes as he licked his lips greedily. Lamdick, she's your most precious student, isn't she? Today I'm going to have some fun with her right in front of you. Seeing Zichvium's expression, Lamdick struggled to his feet, standing protectively in front of Vigny. Zichvium, you dare. But there was no reply from Shichvium. Even his figure had vanished. Then Shichvium suddenly appeared in front of Vigny, reaching his greedy hand towards her. Just at that moment, Lu Feng arrived in time, delivering a powerful kick to Shichvium's vile face. Get the hell away from her. Hit by the surprise attack, he was immediately knocked to the ground with a painful crash. After dealing with Shichvium, Lu Feng turned to Vigny and checked on her thoroughly. Vigny, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Is it your arm, your leg, or… In response to Lu Feng's worried gaze, tears streamed from Vigny's eyes as she whimpered Brother Feng. Seeing Vigny's tears, Lu Feng suddenly felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Vigny. It's all my fault for being late. Vigny stepped forward, letting Lu Feng put his arm around her shoulder and gently denied it. No, it's not. I'm fine. A female student behind Tuyet asked curiously. Sister Tuyet, is that the instructor you always talk about? A male student peeked out curiously. Who is that kid? How dare he hug our goddess Tuyet was also very surprised. Instructor. Someone in the crowd recognized him. I think he's Senior Vigny's legendary boyfriend. Back with Lu Feng after a brief chat with Vigny, Tu Kim pounced over. Vigny, little sis, I'm back too, let me hug you. But Lu Feng sent Tu Kim flying with a single punch, clearly not wanting him near Vigny. Just then Shichvium managed to sit up. He roared angrily. Where did this brat come from? How dare you interfere in the feud between me and Lamditch? Before Lu Feng could answer, Tu Kim replied with a disdainful look. A mere peek, saying a single spit from me would be enough to drown him. These words directly enraged Shichvium. He roared, you little unfledged brat, I'll kill you. At the same time, he swung the blade in his hand fiercely towards Lu Feng. Die-faced with such an overwhelming display of energy, Vigny worriedly called out Lu Feng's name. Tuyet was just as anxious. Instructor, however, Lu Feng showed no sign of fear, even smiling confidently. Then Lu Feng just gently waved his arm, releasing a small amount of power, and coldly uttered slash. With just that small gesture, Shichvium's eyes widened in terror. Before him, that little bit of power instantly transformed into a fatal blow. Shichvium screamed in resentment, no. Witnessing the scene, even Lamdick had to exclaim, this kid, he's gotten stronger again. The students below were once again abuzz with discussion. How is this possible? The expert who heavily injured the headmaster was defeated in a single move, as expected of the man Senior Vigny chose. Sister Tuyet's instructor is so amazing, only Tuyet remained frozen in place. She thought to herself, the gap between him and me has grown even wider. Beside Lu Feng Ni's eyes were filled with admiration. Brother Feng, you've broken through to the supreme level, Lu Feng replied happily. Yes. At this moment, Ba Ka approached, his voice coming from behind the two. Brother Lu Feng, you were too fast. I wanted to stretch my muscles a bit. Hearing this, Lu Feng directed his gaze towards Zichvium. He pointed out nonchalantly, you still have a chance. He's not completely dead yet. Even Ba Ka hadn't sensed this. He exclaimed in shock. What? Meanwhile, Zichvium lay on the ground, not daring to move. He felt a sense of unease. Damn it, he actually saw that I'm not dead. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Zichvium had no choice but to open his eyes. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Shichvium's gaze was fixed on Tuyet, a plan forming in his mind. They definitely won't let me go. What should I do? My only chance is to grab her. Then I can survive. With that thought, Shichvium immediately rushed towards Tuyet at his fastest speed. Lu Feng had already guessed his intention. He frowned and cursed, you're asking for death. At that moment, Zichvium's evil hand was about to grab Tuyet. Facing him, Tuyet was so scared she couldn't move. She could only raise her hands to cover her face. In that perilous moment, Lu Feng's sword appeared. He thrust it straight into Zichvium's chest while wrapping his other arm around Tuyet. After waiting for a moment with no movement, Tuyet slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Lu Feng's handsome face so close to hers, Tuyet subconsciously whispered instructor. Opposite them, Shichvium's body was slowly disintegrating as he screamed, no. But in Tuyet's eyes, there was only Lu Feng. She thought to herself, he saved me again. Seeing Tuyet staring at him in a daze, Lu Feng turned to her with concern. Tuyet, are you okay? But there was no reply from her. Seeing this, Lu Feng raised his voice. Tuyet, did you get scared silly? Only then did Tuyet snap back to reality. She shyly avoided Lu Feng's gaze. No, I was just shocked to see you kill a saint-level expert in a single blow. Hearing this, Lu Feng gave a slight smile and replied calmly, it's just the saint stage. Once you reach the supreme level, you'll understand. Just as the two were lost in their own world, Vini walked over calling out. Brother Fong. Interrupted both of them turned away at the same time. Lu Fong coughed awkwardly. Then Vini intimately hugged Lu Fong's arm, her voice full of concern. Are you all right? Lu Fong awkwardly rubbed his head. I'm fine. Just then a hand suddenly intervened, slapping their hands apart. Lam Ditch, clutching his injured body, shouted. Why are you two standing so close? I just went through the pain of losing a senior brother. Can't you two be considerate of an old man's feelings? This ill-timed interruption left Vini speechless with anger. Master. Lu Fong quickly pushed Lam Ditch aside. Old man, you really have no sense of the atmosphere. Move aside, I'm going on a date with Vini. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly swept Vini up and flew into the air. Lu Fong politely bid farewell. Lam Ditch angrily yelled after them. You rotten kid, you just wait, even Tu Kim was left behind. Lu Fong, me too, you forgot to take me, Lu Fong. Behind Tuyet, the female student watched with an admiring gaze. Sister Tuyet's instructor is so handsome and powerful, if only I could. Before she could finish, Tuyet bonked her on the head. Stop dreaming. It's not your turn. The female student rubbed her aching head resentfully and asked suspiciously, why not? Could it be that Sister Tuyet also has feelings for her instructor? Her words hitting the mark, Tuyet blushed and turned away but still denied it. Nonsense, no way. The scene shifts to a wooden house nestled quietly in a forest, its paint faded by time. On the main path through the forest, Lu Fong walked quietly with Vini. After a moment he asked her, during the time I was away, how were your injuries? In response to Lu Fong's concerned gaze, Vini smiled brightly and replied, every once in a while Master lets me soak in the water of life for a few days to recuperate. So as long as I'm not seriously injured, I'll be fine. At this, Vini placed a hand on her chest, took out the god's protection and added, besides. Vini's face flushed slightly as she used it as proof for Lu Fong. I've been wearing it all this time. You can rest assured. Lu Fong's gaze focused on Vini's hand, a smile flashing across his face. Noticing Lu Fong's strange look, Vini subconsciously looked down. Only then did she realize her outfit was a bit busty. Vini shyly covered her chest and turned away. Pervert. Lu Fong was stunned by the accusation, then asked innocently, what did I do? Realizing she had misunderstood him, Vini stubbornly quickened her pace. I'm ignoring you now. Seeing Vini suddenly speed up, Lu Fong had no choice but to pull her back by the hand. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Vini slowed down. Then without a word, Lu Fong hugged Vini from behind. He lazily closed his eyes. At that moment, a breeze rustled through the forest, blowing a few fallen leaves, adding to the sweetness of the atmosphere. Lu Fong rested his head on Vini's neck, his voice soft. Vini, just let me hold you. They stood like that for a long time. Vini asked Lu Fong, didn't we just see each other not long ago? Hearing this, Lu Fong's eyes fluttered open, a distant hazy look in them. The last time I was small and my consciousness was always in chaos. So for me it feels like I haven't seen you in a very long time. Vini shifted slightly, their faces now almost touching. Vini spoke, so how long do you want to hug me? But Lu Fong showed no reaction, his lips moving. A very long time. How long is a very long time? A very long time is. While the two were lost in their own world, Tufai had arrived. Seeing her, Lu Fong was startled and let go of Vini. Facing Tufai's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Fong stammered Vini. Seeing a figure in the distance, Vini quickly ran over, clinging to Lu Fong's arm and speaking up. Vini, you're here. It was none other than Tufai who appeared before them. If I didn't come looking for you, someone would have forgotten about me soon enough. Her presence made him extremely flustered. He rubbed his head lightly. Vini, I was just about to go find you. The two girls shot daggers at each other, their words dripping with sarcasm. Is that so? Aren't you afraid? Little sister Vini will be unhappy. Aren't you just meeting an old friend? Why would I be unhappy? Or, is Brother Fong thinking something else? Seeing Vini's expression, an idea sparked in Tufai's mind. She asked innocently, so little sister Vini thought Fong and I were just old friends. Fong, you haven't been honest, have you? This made her furious. She glanced at Lu Fong demandingly. Brother Fong, why don't you tell me what kind of relationship you and President? To have that I don't know about V. Ni hugged his arm tightly, shaking it insistently. Brother Fong, tell us. On the other side, Tufai also grabbed Lu Fong's hand, demanding he tell the truth. Tell us. Their actions made Lu Fong extremely nervous, his face pale, unsure of what to do. He fearfully glanced between the two girls whose eyes were sparking with confrontation. What am I supposed to do now? Can anyone save me? Seeing Lu Fong's continued silence, both girls in a fit of anger punched him hard in the stomach. Their anger seemed to have subsided a bit. Tufi turned and waved her hand. All right, I won't make it difficult for you anymore. Stay here with your Vini. I'm leaving. Hearing her words, Vini was very pleased and even taunted her. Good that you know your place. Seeing that Lu Fang seemed to want to stop her, she became very annoyed, putting her hands on her hips and puffing her cheeks. Fang. Seeing Vini's expression, he immediately turned back to apologize. I'm sorry, Vini. It's just that she wouldn't even look at Lu Fang. She closed her eyes and turned away. Forget it. Since you came back to find me first, I'll let you go have dinner with Vini. When she mentioned the next part, Vini's eyes widened with anticipation. However, you must come back to sleep here tonight. Seeing her blushing face, he became extremely excited, his eyes turning into hearts. Sleep here tonight. With everything settled, Vini turned to leave, but her hand was held tightly by Lu Fang. With heart-shaped eyes and drool dripping from his mouth, he looked at her blushing face. Vini, I'll be back soon. Wait for me. In another location at a luxurious white building, the Tufi Villa, she walked alone in the vast courtyard filled with loneliness. She lowered her head and sighed deeply, her voice filled with emotion. I was clearly going to fight for my man, so why did I retreat? As soon as the battle started, where did your initial courage go? Unable to control her emotions, Tufi clenched her fists and punched a tree by the roadside. So stupid, the moment she did, pain shot through her hand, making her grimace. Ouch. Tufi clutched her injured hand, tears welling in her eyes, her thoughts racing. When I first met him, I could abandon everything to tease him. But why, now that I truly like him, have I become so awkward? By now, the sun was setting outside her villa's gate. The doorbell rang. Tufi, seeming to have no mood for guests, closed her eyes and commanded, if you have something, report it tomorrow. Don't bother me today. It was none other than Lu Fang who had come to bother her. He used a movement technique to appear behind her. So, Fini is busy. I was hoping to ask you to dinner. Hearing that familiar voice, Tufi's face lit up, her eyes wide as she turned to look at Fang. That evening, looking in from the window of the villa, the two were sitting at a dinner table. Holding a knife and fork, she looked at the plate of meat on the table and asked, Aren't you with Vini? How do you have time to have dinner with me? Without a second thought, Lu Fang lifted his head and answered Tufi. Well, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, right? Hearing his words, her sad eyes brightened as she asked further, and then seeing Tufi's expression, Lu Fang became flustered, rubbing his chin, his face blushing. And, I'm grateful you took care of Vini while I was away. Thank you. His words didn't surprise her much. She looked up and continued, so you're actually inviting me to dinner because of Vini? Tufi vented her anger on the piece of meat with her fork and knife, complaining, It seems I'm just an old friend in your heart. Seeing her expression, Lu Fang froze for a few seconds. It's not like that. Tufi couldn't hide her thoughts, looking at him and sighing. Sometimes I wish you were more of a playboy. As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed her hand on the table as if about to stand up. In an instant, Tufi's soft lips pressed against Lu Fang's bewildered face. Breaking the kiss, she faced him with a blush and declared, Go back to Vini and tell her, I won't give up. Having said her piece, Tufi quietly turned and left, leaving Lu Fang to watch her go. His face was full of indecision as he gently touched his cheek, his exhaustion evident. What should I do now? That night outside the window, the light from within Vini's bedroom softly shone through the glass. Lamdick stood with his arms crossed, looking up at Lu Fang and Vini sitting side by side on the bed. After a glance, he looked down at the ground, making Lu Fang, who was silent, extremely annoyed. Lu Fang's expression had completely changed, 2 words written on his face, not happy. Headmaster Lamditch, do you plan to sit here and watch us all night? After hearing him out, Lamditch quickly shook his head and retorted, No. As soon as he finished speaking, both she and Lu Fang sitting opposite him breathed a sigh of relief. Lamditch, without hesitation, crossed his arms again and stated his intention. I plan to sit here and watch you two from today until the day you leave. His decisive answer made Lu Fang lose all control and scream, Master Lamdick, you're being a little too controlling. Lamdick paid no attention to Lu Fang's expression and continued with his hands open. Think what you will. Last time the 7 gods almost let you succeed in your wicked plan. This time I won't give you another chance. Vini, seeming to understand her master's implications, spoke up to defuse the situation. Master Brother Fang, he wouldn't do anything to me. But he didn't stop there, his gaze becoming sharper than ever. He lowered his voice innocently. The 3 biggest lies a man tells are, I love you, I only love you, and I'll just touch you gently. Lu Fang, as if prepared, went rigid, as if his soul had left his body. This shameless old man. Good thing I was prepared. A wisp of black smoke shot out from his body, heading straight for the window. Lamdick, sensing it, looked behind him. Did something just flash by? On the roof, Baha and Tu Kim were waiting. Seeing the black smoke, he jumped up. Big Black Lu Fang has given us the signal. The signal received, he pulled out a pre-prepared costume and threw it on to take action. After a moment, Baha was ready. He leaped into the air. He had transformed into Sun Wukong while Tu Kim had become a gourd baby. Lamditch, come out and face your death, otherwise we'll destroy your Tin Lam Academy. Back inside, Lamditch was furious, his body radiating a red aura. Does everyone think they can just come to my Teen Lam Academy and act so atrociously now? Without another word, he acted, leaping out of Vini's window. Brother Fong, quick, go help Master. Seeing Vini's panicked expression, Lu Fong quickly approached and whispered to her. Don't worry, it's all part of my plan. Now let's enjoy our time together. His words made Vini's cheeks turn bright red. She hesitated for a moment. Brother Fong, you. The sky had grown darker. The warm yellow light from her room shone through the window. Vini, do you know? Lu Fong placed a gentle hand on her cheek, his eyes full of affection. From the very first moment I saw you. Vini closed her eyes, listening to his words with a shy expression. I swore that I would be with you. Though she appeared calm, her heart was racing, her head steaming with embarrassment. Opening her eyes, Vini and Lu Fong were face to face. But fate did not allow it. We were always separated for various reasons. Quick as a rabbit, he pulled down the collar of her robe from her shoulder. And with each separation, my feelings for you grew stronger. A look of pure bliss appeared on Vini's face. Now I can finally truly have you. And so they fell into each other's arms, sharing passionate kisses after so many days apart. Vini, I love you. With no clothes to cover them, they held each other tightly. She pressed close to Lu Fong's ear. Vini whispered, Brother Fong, I love you too. Their harmony grew with the rhythm as they acted as one. Vini was gently laid on the bed by Lu Fong. Brother Fong, don't. The sound of their whispers echoed through the house in the quiet dead of night. Don't worry, I'll just touch you gently. The sky began to brighten, sunlight illuminating the building, a beautiful sight. Standing outside the building's door was Tuyet, knocking incessantly. Instructor Vini, are you awake yet? Someone coming to find them so early in the morning sent the two of them upstairs into a panic. Brother Fong, go open the door. You're on my hair. Lu Fong quickly threw on a shirt and ran down the stairs. Coming. What's the matter so early in the morning? Tuyet's voice echoed with an announcement. Instructor, my grandfather invites you to the Magic Guild. President Fat VM has something to discuss with you. He rushed to the door, hiding to one side and peeking his head out at her. Vini's not feeling well these past few days. I have to stay and take care of her. Hearing that Vini was unwell, Tuyet immediately pushed the door open, wanting to come inside. What's wrong with Vini? Let me in to see. Upstairs in the room, she was wrapped in a white sheet, her face blushing. I'm fine, don't listen to Brother Fong's nonsense, he's just tricking you. Brother Fong, hurry up and go to the Magic Guild with Tuyet. Lu Fong stood beside her, stunned for a few seconds. But aren't you very? Vini, frustrated that he wasn't getting her hints, threw a pillow towards the door. Just go already. Leaving that place behind, a completely new location appeared, the headquarters of the Magic Guild, the Magic Tower. Tuyet led Lu Fong to the door and announced, Instructor President Fat VM is waiting for you inside. He nodded in thanks. Thank you. Without hesitation, he spread his arms and the door before him slowly opened. Inside was a space that seemed like a sea of stars surrounding Lu Fong's body. Not far away, a dark figure appeared, wearing a hood, looking very mysterious. A man with white hair and beard appeared, holding a staff with a magic orb. Fat VM, the president of the Magic Guild. He held his head high, looking at the young man and greeting him. Venerable Lu Fong, welcome. Lu Fong was also quite polite, clasping his hands and bowing slightly as he asked about Fat VM's identity. Senior, you are the guild president. Hearing the question, he nodded in confirmation. That's right. I had little Tuyet invite Venerable Lu Fong here today because there is a matter to discuss. Standing tall, holding his magic staff, Fat VM got straight to the point. I wonder if Venerable Lu Fong is interested in the matter of ascending to godhood. Lu Fong was startled by this news, his mind racing. Ascending to godhood, what does he mean? Could it be that he knows I can enter the Void Realm? Seeing his expression, he quickly turned his head and gestured behind him. Brother Tin Lam, it seems this news has surprised Venerable Lu Fong. As he finished speaking, a misty white smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a man with white hair and beard. The old man slowly walked towards Fat VM. Well, it is about ascending to godhood. Weren't we the same at first? A day Tin Lam seemed to hold Lu Fong in high regard, clasping his hands and bowing to introduce himself. I am Aide de Tin Lam, the founder of the Tin Lam Nation. To have fortunately lived until now is an embarrassment before Venerable Lu Fong. The old man's identity greatly surprised him, his eyes widening. The founder of Tin Lam, he's still alive. This is a truly hidden ancient relic. A de Tin Lam stood surrounded by the white mist and slowly added, after many years of research, I finally learned that the reason no one can ascend to godhood now is because the world lacks a special energy, the void energy. Hearing those words, Lu Fong frowned slightly. He lowered his voice and replied cautiously, to be honest, I have also heard of this from the Dragon Emperor. The old man stroked his long white beard and continued. Due to the lack of void energy, breaking through to the god level has gradually become impossible. But we have accidentally found another way to ascend to godhood. The information he was given shocked him. He couldn't believe his ears. What? Standing next to Fap Wiem, who was holding a magic staff, a Datin Lam extended his hand towards Lu Fang and assured him, although the boundless energy is gone, ancient divine souls still exist on the continent. Perhaps we can refine boundless energy from those souls. He didn't answer lightly, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. So they're not targeting me. But for these two to be after a divine soul, that's terrifying enough. Still in the same posture, but this time, Lu Fang raised his head and looked at them with certainty. If you two sought me out today, you must have already scouted out where to find a divine soul, right? The old man didn't hide anything, nodding slightly in agreement with Lu Fang's words. Correct. One of the continent's 4 great forbidden areas, the Fang Lam Forbidden Area, has a rather powerful divine soul sealed within, protected by the Tien Vien clan. An image appeared of a monster-like person being sealed by a group of winged people with shining golden chains. According to the records, this person was sealed by the Church of the Light God. Hearing this, his face suddenly turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The Light God. Lu Fang suddenly turned and walked away in silence, as if he was trying to escape something from them both. Not wanting to lose a talent like Lu Fang, a Datin Lam raised his hand and called out, "Venerable Lu Fang, the soul has been sealed for 10,000 years. Its power and the seal must have weakened greatly. If we join forces, there will surely be no problem." But from afar, Lu Fang closed his eyes and replied decisively uninterested. "The moment I hear Light God, I get PTSD. Isn't it better to just train hard to the peak of the supreme level, enter the boundless realm, and smoothly ascend to God tier?" Seeing Lu Fang's stubbornness, Haksat appeared from nowhere and whispered in his ear, "Kid, even if you don't need boundless energy, that divine soul can help you comprehend a domain ahead of time, greatly boosting your power." Hearing his tone, Lu Fang seemed to have him figured out, turning back with contempt. "I think you just want to devour that soul for yourself." Haksat, his face full of schemes, touched his cheek and said, "You can't put it like that. You've always wanted to go to the lost garden of the gods. It's highly likely there are still many god-tier soul monsters there. Are you sure you want to face them without comprehending a domain first?" Hearing his analysis, Lu Fang suddenly froze, thinking to himself, he has a point. My previous fights with Supremes were already a struggle. If I were to face a god tier, over here Fap Wiem was extremely dejected, bowing his head and lamenting. "I can't believe he's such a coward." The old man also looked disappointed, stroking his beard. "I, however, feel that his ability to resist temptation and avoid reckless adventures is a valuable trait." Then a surprise. The stubborn Lu Fang turned back and asked about the plan. "So how do we split the divine soul?" This sudden action left both of them stunned, frozen for a few seconds. Not wanting to miss the opportunity again, a Datin Lam spoke with a serious gaze. "As long as Venerable Lu Fang helps us obtain the soul, how about we split it evenly?" After hearing the plan and the division of the soul, Lu Fang crossed his arms and nodded in acceptance. "No problem." Haksat, as if sensing something, shouted from behind him, "Lu Fang, Tufai is under attack." The latest news sent him into a panic. What? Back at Tufai's residence, spears with fluttering purple banners were erected high. The courtyard in front of her house was now a wreck, with rubble and shattered stones scattered everywhere. Suddenly, from high above, a stream of purple spiritual energy shot forward like a meteor. It was none other than Lu Fang who had arrived after hearing of Tufai's danger. Whoever dared to hurt Tufai is courting death. But before he could do anything, the scene before him left him stunned for a few seconds. Bakka and Vini were not only unharmed, but they were also furiously beating up the enemies. As for Tufai, she was fighting Anmo, the leader of the group, all by herself. Tufai's eyes couldn't hide her emotions, her teeth clenched tightly. With no wasted motion, she bent her knee and kicked straight forward with absolute fury. The sharp point of Tufai's shoe slammed into Anmo's chest. Blood sprayed from his mouth as her kick sent him flying into a nearby wall. Lu Fang, observing from the outside, immediately recognized the gray clothes. "That's Anmo. Didn't I already take care of him last time?" His familiar voice startled the two girls, who whipped their heads around to find him. Quick as an arrow, both beauties ran straight towards Lu Fang, their voices turning coy. "Fang, brother Fang, we were so scared they wanted to kill us." Back with the old man, his trembling hand pressed against the ground as he used his last bit of strength to get up. Anmo was now pale, his hand on his chest. "Please just kill us. I'm begging you, kill us. Let me die." Lu Fang, now hugging the two girls, looked at the old man's expression with suspicion. "What is going on here?" It was now noon outside. The sun grew harsher, shining on the luxurious building Tufai's villa. In Tufai's living room, Lu Fang's group was gathered around the coffee table. Tue Kim sat perched on Bakka's shoulder, honestly recounting the story. "Originally, I went out with Sister Vini to buy medicine for her injuries," she said last night. At this point, Vini quickly covered his mouth, pretending to remind him, "Tue Kim, you can skip this part." And Tue Kim, being quite obedient, skipped that part and continued. "Then we met Sister Fini, and the two sisters were chatting happily on the road. Suddenly from ahead, Anmo and another guy came rushing over. Then those two villains suddenly appeared, saying they had been reborn through a bloodbath, endured the torment of losing their souls, and wanted revenge on the mercenary guild. Before he could do anything, the two beautiful ladies' hands were itching for a fight, and they rushed forward to attack ferociously. Right then, I was about to step in and deal with them, but the sisters were even faster than me. Listening to Tu Kim's every word, Vini and Tufi both blushed while sipping their drinks. They were beaten so badly. Lu Fong didn't think much of it and ran over to ask Vini. Vini, about that. Is your body okay? She was still a bit shy, looking down as she answered. No, I'm fine. Seeing their expressions, Tafai had a guess in her heart. She pinched his cheek, probing. You two last night. The question made Lu Fong flustered, his face turning bright red. We. Tafai wasn't angry at all, even smiling as she stated with certainty. It's fine. Then the day after tomorrow, you belong to me. Vini gripped her glass tightly, eyes shut, shaking her head. No way. Her statement made him so angry steam came out of his ears. What did you just say? With his face still slightly flushed from before, Lu Fong lifted his head and announced something to Fai. About that. In 2 days I have to make a trip to the Fong Lam Forbidden Area. She was completely shocked by the news, her eyes wide with disbelief. The Fong Lam Forbidden Area, one of the continent's 4 great forbidden areas. With his arms crossed, he raised his head and continued explaining the reason for the trip. That's right. Guildmaster Fat VM found a method to ascend to God tier. I have to go with them and see. Teo Kim and Daihak will stay here. I'm afraid more dangerous elements might show up. Outwardly, Lu Fong tried to stay calm, but inwardly he was breathing a sigh of relief. Finally changed the subject. Hearing this, Vini shot up and walked over to him, gently requesting. A method to ascend to God tier. That sounds anything but simple. Brother Fong, you need Teo Kim and the others more. We'll be safe at the Tin Lam Academy. Lu Fong knew she was worried about him. He just smiled softly and touched her cheek to reassure her. The lunar eclipse is getting closer. This time it was Saint-tier enemies. Next time it might be a supreme. Even knowing that she couldn't stop worrying. But Tafai had appeared behind Vini at some point. Little sister Vini, do you not understand, Fong? Once he's made a decision, not even 9 dragons can pull him back. She put her arm around Vini, pulling her into a gentle embrace to reassure her. Don't worry. I'll be here to watch over things at home. Bach Ka watched Tafi's tenderness towards her and sighed. In this palace drama, Vini has lost. Teo Kim, I feel like we've forgotten something. Teo Kim, lying on his shoulder, was certain. No way. How could someone as smart as me forget anything? It turned out Bach Ka's premonition was correct. Lamdik was still locked in the mountain cave. Lu Fong, you bastard, let me out. 2 days later in the Fong Lam Forbidden Area. Inside a forest, the leaves on the trees had turned to the characteristic colors of autumn. A group of powerful warriors surrounded a massive, ferocious ape from the Tien Vien clan. Without hesitation, all the warriors charged forward with their weapons, attacking it madly. Not far away on a giant tree branch stood Lu Fong Fop Viem and a De Tin Lam. He took a few steps forward, crossed his arms and looked down. Just a fake rumor about a divine artifact suddenly appearing in the Fong Lam Forbidden Area, and in 3 days it attracted so many powerful warriors to help us deal with the Tien Vien clan. Venerable Tin Lam, you truly are formidable. The old man stroked his beard, continuing Lu Fong's thought. I was forced into it. I had no other choice. Who could have known the Tien Vien clan had 8 peak saint tier and 5 supreme level members? Over here, he looked down. The 4 remaining apes were moving away from the forest. He quickly announced, the other 4 supreme Tien Vien have left. It's time for us to act. Seizing the golden opportunity, the 3 of them channeled their internal energy and shot up into the air, flying forward like arrows. A moment later, before them was an area with floating stone pillars and a tall platform in the center. The location was correct. A De Tin Lam floated in the air and said, this is the place. Let's make this quick. The 3 had just landed when a stream of golden spiritual energy shot down from above to attack them. Be careful. They quickly launched themselves into the air, dodging the dangerous attack that sent rock and debris flying everywhere. Floating in mid-air, a De Tin Lam stroked his beard, confused. What is that, Throne Angel? A subordinate of the Light God. Lu Fong, observing from the front, explained, a 4-winged Throne Angel, must be God tier. The old man was startled by the answer. God tier, hasn't all the boundless energy already disappeared? Beside him, Fat Viem's expression was no different. How can it still maintain its God tier power? Lu Fong now looked forward, unafraid, and guessed. Perhaps the Light God used some trick to keep it here. It turned out the source of the golden spiritual energy was the sword held high by the angel. Humans, leave this sealed land at once. Otherwise, my next sword strike will purify you all. Seeing how it was talking so much made Lu Fong even more suspicious. He furrowed his brows. Something's not right. If it were truly God tier comparable to Old Man Hack's power, the 3 of us would be dead or severely injured by now. Why would it waste time talking to us? With a sixth sense, he glanced back and saw Fap Wiem and a Datin Lam signaling each other. Just a few seconds later, the old man clasped his hands, bowed respectfully to the angel, and declared, "Honorable sir, we stumbled in here by mistake. Our sincerest apologies. We will leave immediately." And just like that, the three of them turned their backs to leave the sealed land. Seeing this, the angel began to descend its feet, touching the ground. But then a surprise. Gripping his saber tightly, the old man spun around and urged Lu Feng. Venerable Lu Feng, now caught off guard by Datin Lam's action, the angel radiating golden spiritual energy roared in anger. "You're courting death." It was focused on Fap Wiem, and the old man not noticing Lu Feng appearing behind it with his saber. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, weapon in hand, and lunged straight forward. In an instant, the sharp blade pierced through the angel's chest, startling it. Not stopping there, he twisted the blade inside its chest, causing it extreme pain. "You despicable human." With an expressionless face, Lu Feng lowered his voice and gave a decisive command. "Explode." As soon as the words left his mouth, a terrifying explosion occurred. The angel was obliterated. He quickly pulled his saber back. With the job done, Lu Feng landed one hand, holding his saber the other, holding a stream of spiritual energy that resembled a divine soul. This throne angel was just an illusion. Luckily, we had Senior Tin Lam's diversionary tactic. Hearing Lu Feng praise him, a Datin Lam stroked his beard modestly. "Venerable Lu Feng, you praise me too much. I'm just old and cunning, full of dirty tricks. Now the seal has been revealed. Fap Wiem, it's your turn now." Receiving the order, Fap Wiem gripped the staff with the magic orb in his hand and began to channel his internal energy. Above the floor of the sealed land, a fragrant spiritual energy radiated while a magic circle appeared at his feet. Suddenly, the seal formation that had been in place for so long began to crack. Seeing this, a Datin Lam immediately shouted to Fap Wiem, "Be careful, the seal formation is about to be broken." Hearing this, Lu Feng, standing beside him, requested, "If a divine soul truly exists, then that thing definitely has consciousness. Don't let it escape." "Understood." A Datin Lam acknowledged immediately. The seal formation gradually vanished. Below the floor, the ground cracked, and a stream of green spiritual energy was released. That stream of spiritual energy escaped, bringing with it the appearance of the soul god. "Finally, I'm finally out. After 10,000 years, I'm finally out." The time had come. He raised his saber high and slashed forward, signaling the old man at the same time. Now, the spiritual power from Lu Feng's slash shot straight towards its chest. Quadruple attack. Having just left the seal, it was immediately attacked. The soul god's eyes widened in anger. Who dares to sneak attack this god? Moving behind it, a Datin Lam began to unleash his power, slashing at the soul god with his saber. It dodged by dropping to the ground, only to be attacked by Fap Wiem from above, who used his magic staff to create a rain of sharp ice spikes that pierced its body. With sharp ice shards sticking out of its back, the soul god now looked like a porcupine screaming wildly. Damn it, damn it. It raised its head mouth, agape its fury erupting and boiling throughout its body. Suddenly, the soul god's body began to change size, its calves growing larger and larger. In just a few short seconds, it transformed into a giant, sending Fap Wiem and Datin Lam flying. Holding his saber, Lu Feng floated in the air, observing the soul god's state and thinking, "This thing only has the power of a sub-peak supreme. I can take it." With its giant body, it looked down at the three of them, its tone full of contempt. "Just 3 supreme-level insects. I want you all to die." As soon as it finished speaking, the soul god spread its arms wide, its body radiating black spiritual energy. Domain undead. The moment the words were spoken, a sharp axe made of green spiritual energy appeared. The soul god's form had now changed, transforming into a knight riding a horse holding a scythe-like axe, while countless skeletal hands emerged from the ground below. From the muddy earth, human skeletons gradually appeared under its control. It wasn't just one skeleton, but an entire army of them surrounding the three. A Datin Lam immediately swung his saber, attacking the skeletons in front of him. "Don't let these things injure us. It'll be troublesome if their death chi enters our bodies." Over here, Lu Feng and Fap Wiem were also frantically attacking them, sending bones flying everywhere. Seeing the situation wasn't improving, he frowned and suggested, "This isn't working. We can't kill all of them. Cover me while I cast a forbidden spell." Not far away, the soul god sat on its horse, weapon in hand, slowly approaching. "That god is coming. I'll block him." It raised the death scythe in its hand, aiming straight for him. "Die." Lu Feng quickly used his saber to block the dangerous attack from the soul god. Seeing his attack blocked in an instant, its expression immediately changed. "What is this weapon?" It was actually able to block a strike from the undead scythe. Lu Feng, with 3 clones, attacked with his saber. "You're the one who wants to die." The purple spiritual energy from his saber strike shot towards the soul god on its horse. It seemed the spiritual power from Lu Feng's slash was nothing to it. It was time for the soul god to counterattack. Insect, a massive slash of green spiritual energy from it rushed towards him. The soul, God's green spiritual energy, now looked like a giant monster getting closer and closer to Lu Fang. The Reaper's fury. Seeing him in danger, a Datin lamb risked his life and charged forward with his saber. Don't underestimate me, I'll destroy you. Seeing this, it swung its death scythe fiercely towards a Datin lamb. The old man immediately dodged backward. Seizing the opportunity while the soul god was distracted, a Datin lamb attacked, slashing down at the leg of its mount. The surprise attack left Lu Fang stunned for a few seconds, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. With a smug look on his face, the old man gripped his saber tightly, a grin on his face. Didn't I tell you I'm a cunning old fox? Not far away, the atmosphere turned fiery red, a circle of fire surrounding them. Forbidden fire spell, world-burning karma flames. It was none other than Fap Wiem, using his staff to create the flames. Get out of the way. In a flash, a small flame transformed into a massive inferno moving forward. The soul god was stunned by the sight, frozen for a few seconds. In an instant, it and its skeleton army were engulfed in flames, crawling and writhing in agony. In just a few short seconds, the flames erupted, followed by a huge explosion. Smoke billowed into the sky. The three quickly landed, looking towards the explosion as the smoke gradually cleared. Before them, a patch of land had turned into a sea of fire like scorching hot lava. A Datin lamb placed a hand on Fap Viem's shoulder, trying to comfort his dispirited state. So, is it dead? Lu Fang looked ahead, and immediately reported the latest news to them both. Still alive. And just as he predicted, from within the lava-filled ground, the soul god emerged, its body battered and crawling. Excellent, just excellent. I will suck out your souls and make you suffer my torment for all eternity. It raised its death scythe and charged at the three of them. Reapers, slash. With nothing left to lose, he decided to use his ultimate move. Everyone, let's risk it all. Mirror image clones. On one side, a Datin lamb raised his saber high. Tin lamb slash. On the other side was Fap Wiem holding his staff with its magic orb radiating red fire. Meteor fire rain. The three united, using all their strength to aim straight at the soul god for one final attack. Suddenly the attack stopped. Both Fap Wiem and a Datin lamb looked at Lu Fang beside them. The two of them cooperated with incredible chemistry, simultaneously pointing towards the soul god before them. The divine artifact is in the hands of that black-robed man. Ludia was stunned for a few seconds by their cooperative attitude. Why are these two old men so easy to talk to today? The one being attacked by the Tien Vien was the soul god. He quickly led his soldiers towards the soul god, who was being surrounded by the entire Tien Vien clan of apes. Its power grew, and the continuous attacks from the soldiers and the Tien Vien clan rained down on it relentlessly. The soul god was furious, its teeth clenched, its voice low. You lowly bastards. In an instant, it used its scythe to unleash an attack that sent the Tien Vien clan flying. Get out of my way. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Fap Wiem looked at Ada Tinlam and suggested they intervene. The two of them immediately flew up, weapons in hand, looking down at the soul god. Without a second thought, the old man swung his saber, sending a slash of golden spiritual energy straight at it. Enraged, the soul god spun around with its weapon and slashed back at Ada Tinlam. Damn you. After watching for a while, seeing his two teammates being relentlessly attacked, he became extremely annoyed. Without hesitation, Lu Fang gripped his saber and charged forward, piercing through its chest. Unable to react, the soul god could only turn its head slightly to look at him and declare in a low voice, "You again. If this god recovers his strength, I will definitely eat you alive." Lu Fang listened to its probing words, gripping the hilt of his saber tightly and enunciating each word. "You won't live to see that day." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his most powerful slash at the soul god, causing its body to shatter. Octuple attack. But then something unexpected happened. Streams of green spiritual energy emerged from the soul god's body. Thanks to those streams of energy, its body reconnected, making it an immortal being. "Brat, I am protected by death chi. You can't kill me." But Lu Fang was no pushover. In an instant, he created countless copies of himself. Mirror image clones. Is that so? An army of his clones appeared, surrounding the soul god with no escape, and they all charged at it. The attack left the soul god stunned. Once again, its body was completely shattered, and green spiritual energy radiated everywhere. No, the time had come. From the ring on his finger, Haksat appeared and flew out. My turn. He opened his mouth wide and devoured all the green spiritual energy, the so-called death key that made the soul god immortal. Ludia's entire army looked up at Lu Fang, who was floating in the air with the soul god's death scythe beside him. There were so many of us plus the Tien Vien, and we still couldn't kill that monster yet. He finished it in 2 moves. A Datin lamb found his actions amusing, stroking his beard. So this kid likes to hide his true strength and bully others. I like it. Seeing the old man's expression, Fap Wiem understood. You are one deep and calculating man. Haksat, now hidden, held the soul god's scythe and sighed to him. The divine soul is ours, and we even got the death scythe. A pity it's broken. Luckily, I managed to suck up a mouthful just now. Otherwise, this trip would have been for nothing. Lu Fang seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and took the scythe in his hand. Perfect, I can make use of this scrap. But the unthinkable happened. Ludia's soldiers teleported and surrounded him. How did the divine artifact end up in this kid's hands? Hey, you're not planning to take the divine artifact for yourself, are you? Seeing so many people surrounding him, Lu Fang was quite clever and threw the scythe to them. If you want it so badly, then it's all yours. Then ignoring their scramble for it, he quickly teleported to Fap VM and a Datin Lam not far away and urged them. Seniors, let's go, it's mine, mine. 2 days later in Lam Tin City at night, the three of them floated in the sky, observing the city below. A Datin Lam stood next to Lu Fang, stroking his beard. Fortunately, the Tien Vien clan cannot leave the Fang Lam forbidden area. Fap VM, as if remembering something, reminded him. Venerable Lu Fang, the divine soul. Lu Fang didn't waste time and immediately took out 3 soul orbs from his pocket, placing them in his palm. Seeing the appearance of those pure soul orbs, both of their eyes lit up. I can't believe it went so smoothly this time. It was all thanks to Venerable Lu Fang. Quickly, of the 3 soul orbs, 2 were evenly distributed to the 2 men. Seniors, you have what you came for. We shall part ways here. Holding the soul orb in one hand, a Datin Lam spoke. Very well. Brother Lu Fang, you are welcome to visit me at the Imperial Palace any time. Fap VM beside him also bid farewell. I must also return to the Magic Guild first. Goodbye. Watching them leave now alone with the soul orb in his hand, Lu Fang thought, next I need to properly comprehend my domain. But suddenly his face turned red and he scratched his head in embarrassment. First I have to find Vini. In the dead of night, the window to Vini's bedroom suddenly swung open. From outside, Lu Fang leaped inside his feet, landing on the ground. Vini, I'm back. He quickly launched himself like a starved wolf towards her bed. It's only been a few days, but I missed you to death. Lying on the bed next to the person he had longed for, Lu Fang felt a very strange sensation. Why does this hand feel wrong? The light in the room turned on. The person on the bed was not Vini but another girl. Tuyet. He held his face, which had just been slapped by Tuyet, completely bewildered. Why are you here? She pulled the blanket up, covering her very alluring body, her face bright red. I. Suddenly a familiar voice came from the bathroom door. Tuyet, what's wrong? Seeing the situation was not good, Tuyet quickly pushed Lu Fang off the bed to avoid a misunderstanding. You have to get out of here. Huh. From behind the door, Vini, wrapped in a towel after just finishing her shower, stepped out. What's wrong, Tuyet? He was pushed face down onto her fair thighs and she covered him with the blanket, whispering, don't make a sound. Trying to stay calm, Tuyet's face was still full of anxiety as she spoke. Nothing, I just had a nightmare. Hearing that Vini was somewhat relieved, she stretched and walked towards the bed. That's good. After a busy day, I can finally lie down. As her hand pressed down on Lu Fang's head under the blanket, her face turned red and she shouted. Wait, this made the girl opposite her confused. What's wrong? Tuyet tried to come up with an excuse, pointing at Vini's wet hair and demanding. You haven't dried your hair yet, don't get the blanket wet. Seeing her strange expression, she leaned in and teased. Is that so? I feel like something's a bit strange. Tuyet was terrified, her mouth stuttering. What do you mean? Yes. Hearing that without hesitation, Vini moved to kneel on the bed facing her. Really face to face with her, an indescribable emotion welled up inside Tuyet, making her face blush. What's wrong? Tuyet had no other choice. She grabbed both of Vini's arms. Vini, about that. Can you tell me about Teacher Kwang huddled under the soft blanket? Lu Fang's face was bright red. See no evil, see no evil. Hearing that, she quickly pulled her hands back. Tuyet, what? This surprised Tuyet, who quickly asked, what's wrong? Is it inconvenient? Once again she grabbed her arms, her eyes full of suspicion. As I thought you liked Brother Fang too. He, currently lying between Tuyet's thighs, was startled. Frozen for a few seconds. What Vini said. Tuyet likes me. As soon as the words were spoken, her face turned red, her heart turning to stone. It's over, he heard me. Tuyet raised her hands, shaking them vigorously as if to signal. That's not it, I don't. Lu Fang's heart immediately swelled with pride because so many beauties liked him. Well, it's true. I'm so handsome, it's only natural for her to like me. Back to the two beauties' conversation. Kneeling on the bed, Vini slowly moved closer to her. Tuyet. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider than ever, staring intently in one direction. It turned out Lu Fang had a dark look in his eyes, aimed straight at her full round chest. So big. With wide eyes, she looked at Tuyet opposite her. Actually, I think your liking for Brother Fang is more like admiration for a powerful person. As soon as she heard those words, Tuyet nodded her head like a woodpecker. Yes, that's right, Vini continued. This is a common misjudgment of feelings among girls. She didn't keep her distance, even moving closer to her face and whispering. Actually, you don't understand Brother Fang's true nature. Lu Fang slightly lifted the blanket that had been covering his face, his eyes looking up at the pair of ripe peaches of the beauty above him. Unable to control his emotions, his eyes widened, his mouth hung open, and blood streamed from his nose. Sensing something was wrong, Vini immediately looked down at the blanket. "What are you doing?" She was immediately startled by Tuyet calling her name, making her look forward. "Vini." Suddenly she raised her hand, grabbed Vini's arm, pulled her close, and then the two of them shared a kiss to the utter confusion of Lu Fang, who was lying under the blanket looking up. The sight before him made Lu Fang's jealousy flare, freezing him for a few seconds. Didn't she say Tuyet likes me? Why did she suddenly kiss Vini? Wait a minute, I've been cuckolded. After the kiss, both girls covered their blushing faces with their hands. Tuyet, you. Hearing Vini's reproachful words, Tuyet quickly covered her mouth and shook her body, signaling I didn't mean to. Under the blanket he covered half of his blushing face, his heart-shaped eyes, thinking, so does Tuyet like me, or Vini, or both? If it's both, then in the future could it be possible? Seeing Lu Fang lying still in the blanket, she became furious, reached inside and pinched his ear hard. Get out of here already. Receiving the signal, Lu Fang immediately slipped out from under the blanket as carefully as possible. In the dark room, the two hot-bodied women looked at each other, neither saying a word. The window in Vini's room was wide open, and through it he quickly leaped out. After leaving, Lu Fang placed a hand on his chest, letting out a long, fearful sigh. I just wanted to give Vini a quiet surprise. How did it turn into this? Not stopping there, he raised his head, touched his chin, and thought with much confusion. So in the end, does Tuyet like me? Or Vini wait? Don't tell me she's using the pretense of liking me to get close to Vini. But what she really wants is to snatch Vini away. As he walked back to his own room, Lu Fang recalled the scene of the two girls kissing with dissatisfaction. The situation is too complicated. It's better to focus on comprehending my domain first. In Lu Fang's bedroom, Hak Sat was wrapped tightly around his arm, complaining angrily. You rotten kid. Locking me in a dark room every few days, are you doing this on purpose? Lu Fang was quite calm, glancing at him with half-closed eyes, and said something that pierced Hak Sat's heart like an arrow. What's wrong? Did I interrupt your time peeping at me? Speaking of which, you've lived for so many years. Don't tell me you've been single this whole time. Hearing the insulting words, he became quite angry. He flexed one arm. Bullshit, I've been with more goddesses than you've ever met, women understand. A woman holding a good person card appeared. Sorry, you're a good person. Not wanting his emotions to be controlled by Lu Fang, Hak Sat let out a long sigh, releasing the black spiritual energy of the divine soul. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Later, just directly absorb the soul's energy. Use this energy to break through the domain's gate and enter the domain space. Holding the black soul orb, he was a bit skeptical. The energy of this divine soul is mostly death chi. Can it really help me comprehend a domain? Hearing this, he put his hands on his hips and reassured Lu Fang, don't worry. Wind, water, fire, or earth would work, and death chi is fine too. They are just a type of rule-based energy, which is exactly what you need. Hearing this, he decided to take the risk, raising the black divine soul towards his face. I'll trust you this one time. Quickly, the spiritual energy turned into a wisp of smoke and was inhaled directly through Lu Fang's nose. Having obtained the power of the divine soul, he quickly entered a meditative state surrounded by a purple spiritual aura. Then Lu Fang leaped to his feet. Opposite him, a spiritual energy pit appeared. A gate opened, and the consciousness of Hak Sat demanded he channel the soul's energy into the domain's entrance. Immediately following its instructions, he projected the divine soul into that space of consciousness. In just a few short seconds, Lu Fang's entire arm was sucked into the consciousness space. Not just his arm, but his entire body was now floating inside that space. Lu Fang shifted slightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This is my domain space. Next is to absorb the power of this purple domain. Filled with curiosity, he reached out and gently poked a purple sphere in front of him. These are domains I have come into contact with before. Lu Fang looked around, a thought forming in his mind. The Blood Sea domain of Thuong Hung Huyet, Tan the Endless Sea domain of Hailang Dak, the Wind Spirit domain of Palmers. But why are all these domains only for support to enhance one's combat power without any active offensive capabilities? After a long moment, he frowned slightly, gazing into the distance and guessing to himself, could it be that the greatest use of a domain is just for support? Above his waist, right at his abdomen, a series of connected spheres appeared. No, I want my domain to be a primary offensive force with terrifying destructive power. A massive surge of power slammed into Lu Fang's body, making him grit his teeth and tilt his head back to feel it. Lu Fang stood straight, his eyes shut tight, sensing the power swirling around him. My greatest strength is the sword. My domain will be called the domain of the sword. He tensed his body slightly, and a stream of spiritual energy, sharp as a sword, shot straight up into the sky. Lu Fang watched as the spiritual energy gradually vanished from sight. He never expected that absorbing power through the Big Dipper array would condense a purple spirit. But it wasn't over yet. He once again closed his eyes and declared that this was not the end. In a flash, a multitude of spiritual energies gathered and shot upwards like arrows. But in the end, when the power was released, only 3 spiritual energy orbs returned to him. Lu Fang was stunned by this reality, turning his head in bewilderment. No way. The domain's power is gone. Logically, it should have condensed 7 spirit orbs, right? With a hint of disappointment in his eyes, he let out a long, frustrated sigh, not knowing if he could ever restore the domain's power. 3 orbs it is. This is the purple star sword aura of the first layer of my domain, the domain of the sword. I just don't know how powerful this domain is. Back at Tufi's mansion, it was now midnight, the stars twinkling high above. An unbelievable event occurred. From the sky, a straight beam of green, spiritual energy slammed into the ground. It was none other than Ludia. He pointed a finger forward, demanding arrogantly, "Brat, hand over the soul." 30 minutes earlier, Ludia was furious. He lowered his voice and ordered the 2 Fat VM Adatin Lam. "I'll ask you one more time. Will you lend me the soul or not?" Hearing the demand, Adatin Lam stroked his beard and asked in return, "Ludia, if the roles were reversed, would you lend it to me for research?" Enraged by the old man's question, Ludia grabbed him by the collar. "If I hadn't lured them to steal that tattered sickle in the Fong Lam Forbidden Temple, would you have escaped so easily?" "Adatin Lam, I've been stuck at this realm for 100 years. 100 years of stagnation is enough to drive anyone mad." Adatin Lam, his face showing no fear, even ventured a guess, "So that's why you're trying to steal it." Hearing every word the old man uttered, he became absolutely furious. "Are you forcing my hand?" Seeing the situation escalating, Fat VM, holding a staff with a magic orb, gave a command. "Ludia, stand down." Ludia could only obey, retracting his hand and stepping back silently. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down and speak properly to the 2. The divine soul was split into 3. Where are the other parts? In the hands of that brat from before. Seeing this, the old man lowered his head, his eyes sharp, as he gave Ludia one last piece of advice. "Sorry, I can't say, but I will advise you." Before he could finish, all 3 of them looked forward. Something unexpected had happened. He has successfully comprehended a domain. He sensed the spiritual energy released by Lu Fang and smirked triumphantly. "That is the aura of the divine soul. It's him. The soul is mine." Fat VM took his staff with the magic orb and deliberately held it out, trying to block Ludia's path. But it was no use. "Ludia, Venerable Lu Fang is my friend. Please do not disturb him." His obstruction made Ludia extremely annoyed. He radiated a green spiritual aura. "If you 2 won't lend me the soul, and you stop me from using other means, then don't force me into a battle where we all go down together." Seeing Ludia's stubbornness, Fat VM was about to charge forward. But he was stopped by Adatin Lam, who raised a hand. "Fine. I hope you don't regret this." Watching him leave, Fat VM, feeling helpless and annoyed, questioned the old man. "Tin Lam, why did you stop me?" Adatin Lam remained calm, stroking his beard as he stated confidently. Does he really think he can be Venerable Lu Fang's opponent? The old man quickly leaped away, urging Fat VM from behind. "Let's go. We'll watch the show. We might even have to collect his corpse. Weren't you always obsessed with that gem of his anyway?" Back at Tufai's mansion, hearing the loud noise, Vini and Baha immediately used a movement technique to fly outside and observe. He frowned slightly, looking into the distance with worry. "This is bad. It's a supreme expert. Brother Lu Fang is cultivating, and Tu Kim has snuck out to play again." She showed no fear, frowning slightly with a powerful tone. "Didn't Master say the strongest human experts on the continent were the 4 saints and 3 tos? But lately, so many supremes and saints have shown up. Was he lying to me?" Baka stood beside her, listening. He was utterly shocked. "My dear lady, is this really the time to be dissing your master?" He tried to stay calm, looking at the approaching Ludia, and politely warning him, "I don't know what business Senior has here, but please retract your aura." Hearing Baka's words, the man chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "A little mongrel dragon is nothing." Ludia just had to raise his arm and wave it lightly to send him flying, spitting blood. "Get lost." While Baka was still down, he channeled his internal energy, leaped into the air, and flew straight towards Lu Fang's room. Ludia used his power to shatter the wall in an instant, then peered inside. At that moment, Lu Fang was sitting in meditation, seemingly unconcerned. Without hesitation, Ludia opened his palm and a ball of green spiritual energy formed. He was about to attack. "Brat, hand over the soul," but before he could, Vini appeared before the broken wall, sword in hand, and spoke. "Senior, please leave." Hearing her demand, he became enraged, a green spiritual aura appearing before him. "You're courting death." Vini was strong and fearless, raising her sword to launch an attack. Chunks of ice flew forward. Extreme ice annihilation. In an instant, a chain of explosions occurred, sending smoke and fire billowing into the sky. As the smoke cleared, Ludia appeared from within, covered in spiritual energy, completely unscathed. Once I have the divine soul, I can definitely break through to the legendary realm. Suddenly from behind him a familiar voice emerged. You deserve to die, Ludia turned his head. It was none other than Lufang, who was now supporting Vinyi. Domain of the sword. With an emotionless face, Lufang put 2 fingers together and pointed forward. A stream of spiritual energy appeared. Purple star sword aura. In a flash, Ludia's entire body was engulfed in raging flames, blood continuously spewing from his mouth. Just like that, Ludia was helplessly burned to ashes by the flames, with no way to escape. Lufang, holding Vinyi by his side, smiled faintly as he watched the man meet his end. Fap Viem's eyes widened at Lufang's power, unable to hide his shock and disbelief. He was killed, in a single move. So this is the domain he comprehended. Beside him, a Datin Lam stroked his beard and added, I thought I had already overestimated him, but I never expected him to comprehend a purely offensive domain like this. He truly is a monster. With the problem solved, he held her by the waist, descended from the sky, and walked towards Bak Ka. Are you okay? Dai Hak. He grabbed Lufang's hand and pulled himself up, reassuring him, I'm fine. I've got thick skin anyway. Bak Ka wiped the scratches on his face and lamented to him, Brother Lufang, I'm finding it harder and harder to keep up with you. Hearing this out of concern for his comrade, Lufang took out a soul fragment from his hand and offered it to him. This is a remnant soul I obtained after killing the seated angel in the Fong Lam forbidden area. Take it, absorb it, and ascend to the supreme level. Ba Ka was moved to tears by his action. Brother Lufang. Unable to contain his emotions, he ran up and hugged Lufang tightly. Brother Lufang, thank you so much. This time I'll definitely break through to the supreme level in my seclusion, and then I'll personally draw a manga series for you. Lufang frantically tried to dodge him, shouting non-stop, Let go of me, you're making me sick. From a distance, a Datin Lam and Fop Viem approached, congratulating Lufang on his achievement. Venerable Lufang, congratulations on comprehending such a terrifying domain. He faced them with a confused expression. Seniors, shouldn't you be explaining this to me? Hearing this, the man bowed his head sadly in apology. The old man in front stroked his beard, stating firmly that Ludia brought this upon himself. He originally wanted to turn on us and steal our soul fragment, but then he detected your aura and thought you'd be an easy target. A Datin Lam seemed to remember something, and with an open palm, a purple gem appeared. Oh right, this magic pearl is your spoil of war. Take it. Vinyi saw the object and clamped her mouth shut, looking like she was about to be sick. Isn't that? His eyeball. Beside her, Lufang sighed and declined. No need. If something like this happens again, I hope you 2 seniors will inform me in advance. Seeing this, the old man put the magic pearl away, a new idea sparking in his mind. All right, another day we'll invite you to Bak Feng Lao, the grandest brothel in Tin Lam City, to make it up to you. There are many beautiful, helpless women there. Hearing this, Fap Viem's expression immediately changed to one of extreme anger. He dragged Ada Tin Lam away. Shut your mouth, let's go. But I'm not finished yet. Standing next to Lufang and hearing the whole conversation, she asked suspiciously, Brother Fong, you're not actually going to Bak Feng Lao with them, are you? Hearing this, Lufang became flustered. Who's going with who? Don't listen to their nonsense. Vinyi crossed her arms and spoke her mind. Something's not right with you. Ever since you came back from the Fong Lam forbidden area, you haven't come to see me. Before, you would have already snuck into my bed by now. As she spoke, her gaze became more serious than ever. Instead, you ran off to comprehend a domain without a word. That's not like you at all. Hearing this, his heart screamed in turmoil. I did sneak into bed the moment I got back. But on the outside, Lufang maintained a righteous expression. That was when I touched the wrong person by mistake. Vinyi, in your heart. Am I really that kind of person? This is what you call an upright gentleman. Vinyi's expression changed instantly, her cheeks blushing. So, you're not planning on coming back to the room with me later. He heard her but pretended to be righteous, clenching his fist and raising his head resolutely. Later, I still need to go consolidate my domain. I won't disturb you and Tuyet's rest. Hearing this, she covered her mouth with her hand and added a few details. All right then. Tuyet just said something came up and went home. I was just thinking your room must be a mess. Listening to Vinyi's words, Lufang immediately changed his mind, scooped her up and rushed forward. In Vinyi's bedroom, he gently placed her on the bed with great affection. Vinyi's tone was slightly reproachful as she turned to the side, avoiding his gaze. Didn't you just say you needed to go consolidate your domain? He began to use his mischievous hands to untie the strap of her dress on her shoulder. Next time, definitely. With a sultry look in her eyes, Vinyi whispered, Didn't you say you were an upright gentleman? Lufang pressed his body down on hers, gently caressing her lovely face as he spoke. I am even more of a man who shoulders his responsibilities. Vinyi suddenly sat up, leaning close to his ear, and whispered, Is Tuyet's body soft? Lufang immediately understood the implication in her words, but he still teased her. Not bad, you know. Vinyi gently touched his blushing face with a finger and confessed everything. I didn't think much of it at first until Tuyet accidentally kissed me. That's when I got suspicious. Hearing her words, he lowered his head, his face full of guilt. I'm sorry. At that time, I thought it was you in the bed. And then I was afraid you'd misunderstand. Seeing Lufeng blaming himself, Vini's heart ached, and she wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. I figured as much. However, lying beneath him, she looked up at his stunned, petrified expression. Brother Fong, I hope you'll tell me the truth. You and Tuyet. Listening to the beauty beneath him interrogate him, Lufeng raised 3 fingers, a silent gesture of sincerity. Honestly, I truly have no improper thoughts about her. Besides, it's obvious she hates me. After speaking, still afraid Vini wouldn't believe him, he turned his head and suggested, if you don't believe me, we can go find her right now. But before he could move, she unconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him down. Brother Fong, you really are an idiot. Just like that, they fell upon each other, trading passionate kisses that spoke more than words. Kiss me, Brother Fong. The next day, Lufeng was walking alone through the city crowds, his hands clasped behind his head. Daihak was in seclusion, Teo Kim was still sleeping off a hangover, and Vini was busy placating Lam Ditch. He let out a long sigh, recalling how Lam Dick had furiously attacked with her weapon. Luckily, Vini had been there to protect him. Lufeng, I'll take you down with me. Now that I'm all alone, being idle is actually kind of boring. In the distance, a group of women watched Lufeng, unable to contain themselves, and shouted wildly. Lord Lufeng, good morning, you're so handsome. Being quite polite, he raised his hand and returned the greeting with a bright smile. Good morning. As soon as he finished, Lufeng's expression turned smug, proud of his own appearance. Turns out I'm quite charming after all. Suddenly from afar, a foot lifted off the ground, launching a small figure high into the air. A young boy zipped past him. Unfortunately, the two of them collided. Due to inertia, with nothing to grab onto, Tam Fong fell backward. Looking at the boy's appearance, Lufeng was captivated by his eyes, and couldn't help but marvel. What an adorable little girl, and her eyes are different colors. Tam Fong was quickly helped up by him, who offered a sincere apology and a suggestion. I'm sorry, are you okay? Sitting on the ground, the boy began to speak in a blaming tone, demanding non-stop. Hey, you injured my leg. Hurry up and pay for my medical bills. Hearing Tam Fong's voice, Lufeng was slightly startled. You're a boy. The boy's face was still furious as he loudly repeated his demand. What did you think? Hurry up, pay me. Seeing Tam Fong's act, he wasn't flustered at all, calmly crossing his arms. Trying to scam me. I don't have money, but I have one life to give. Seeing Lufeng refuse to pay, Tam Fong went into full scam mode, wailing and making up stories for the whole city to hear. You heartless man, how could you treat me like this? Not only did you cheat me of my love, you also swindled my entire family fortune. How am I supposed to live now? This unforeseen act made him furious, and he pointed a finger straight at the boy's face. You've completely abandoned your dignity just to pull a scam. Tam Fong kept up his fearful act. You can't do this to me. Very quickly, a crowd of city guards surrounded Lufeng, saying things that put him in a difficult position. Bullying even a little girl. He probably despises the little girl's unlucky eyes. Scumbag bastard, pay the girl what you owe her. Lufeng could only remain silent, staring at the cunning Tam Fong. It's hard to do anything about him. Suddenly something surprising happened. Tam Fong's heterochromatic eyes shot wide open, his head tilted up as if he'd discovered something. Quick as an arrow, he dashed away from Lufeng without a moment's delay. I'll settle the score with you next time. Lufeng was once again startled by Tam Fong's sudden actions, unable to react in time. Stop. The swift turn of events left him standing there, dejectedly, tears of anger streaming down his face. What the hell? How can he change faces so many times in just a few minutes? My lifelong reputation was almost ruined by that brat. Not far away by a fence inside the city gate, hurried footsteps were heard, along with an important announcement. Someone's causing trouble at the Mercenary Guild Hall. I heard it's a mercenary group made up of 3 saint-level experts. Let's go check it out. The news piqued Lufeng's curiosity. He stroked his chin, thinking, a saint-level mercenary group. Must be some reclusive experts who've come out because of the lunar eclipse. Following the news, he went alone into the Grand Hall, where the saint-level members of the Mercenary Guild had gathered in a large crowd. Vuong Dong, followed by his soldiers, had a fierce look on his face as he slammed his hand on the table. Why aren't there any quests related to magic metal? What kind of garbage guild is this? Mai, acting as the Mercenary Guild's receptionist, frantically explained the reason. I'm very sorry, sirs. The quest related to magic metal was accepted by someone else not long ago. But her words didn't seem to make Vuong Dang reconsider. He stubbornly insisted, then add another one for me, or I'll smash this place to pieces. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, he appeared out of nowhere. He spoke up to help Mai. Gentlemen, the Mercenary Guild is just a place that issues quests. If there's no one posting a quest, what's the use of pressuring the guild? Lufeng showed no signs of backing down, his voice clear and emphatic. Besides, is it appropriate for 3 saint-level experts to bully a young lady? Vuong Dang was infuriated by his words. Kid, are you looking to die? Lu Fong saw his expression and didn't flinch. Instead, he frowned and continued, Gentlemen, this is Tin Lam City. Being saint level doesn't make you invincible. His arrogance drove Wang Dong mad. He charged at Lu Fong like an arrow. Dying is good enough for you. Seeing Wang Dong lose control, one of his group members rushed over and grabbed his arm to hold him back. My apologies, my friend is too hot-headed. But we urgently need magic metal to de-escalate a situation. The man looked at the others and suggested, how about this? We don't know which friend accepted the magic metal quest, but we are willing to buy it back at a high price. One of the men in the crowd suddenly grabbed Tam Fong's arm and explained, I accepted the quest. But as soon as I left, this kid stole the quest scroll with the exact coordinates of the magic metal. But he won't tell me where the scroll is. Let me go. Hearing this, Wang Dang immediately bent down, looking straight into the boy's face and demanding, Kid, tell me where the quest scroll is. The unexpected question made Tam Fong shake his head in terror. Suddenly, his eyes met the familiar figure of Lu Fong just a few meters away. Tam Fong covered the lower half of his face with his hand and called out to him in an affectionate tone, My love, didn't I already give you the scroll? Hurry and save me. A new disaster struck unexpectedly. Lu Fong was petrified, his jaw hanging open. Damn it, not again. From the hall's entrance, a pair of feet appeared, followed by the loud thud of a red gourd hitting the ground. To Phi appeared a black spiritual aura, swirling behind her, forming a giant ox. My love. Once again, Lu Fong was caught in another surprise, this one brought by Tu Phi herself. Phi Ni's face was dark with jealousy as she strode forward. Fong, where did you pick up this little sister? Introduce me. Seeing Tu Phi's unstable expression, he frantically tried to explain in detail. Ni, don't listen to his nonsense, he's a boy. But the more he explained, the more suspicious she looked at him. What, you won't even spare a boy? Not far away, standing next to Tam Fong, the group of powerful soldiers started chattering excitedly. So cute, but he's actually a boy. Actually, I think a boy could be acceptable too. Their words struck his spirit so hard that he clenched his hands into fists. What is this chaotic mess? With 3 fires of rage burning on his head, Lu Fong marched straight towards Tam Fong. This is all your fault, you brat. First you scammed me, and now you're framing me. Let's see how I peel your skin off. He was held back by the hand of a powerful soldier, and he screamed his guarantee. My love, dearest master, I really did give you the quest scroll just now. Didn't you put it in your chest pocket? Enraged, he shoved a hand into his inner breast pocket, searching as he frowned. You're about to die, and you still dare to spout nonsense. Suddenly, Lu Fong's expression changed from fury to astonishment in a few short seconds. Just as the boy had claimed, the quest scroll was held neatly in his hand. It really is on me. How could a tier 3 kid like him manage that? Having confirmed who had the scroll, Wang Dang and the soldier from before raised a clamor. Well now, so you two teamed up to play us for fools. He leaped into the air, cocking his fist as he shot towards him. Die for me? Tam Fong saw the situation worsening, not going according to his plan, and he screamed out a demand. Wait, I was just kidding, he's not. But on this side, Wang Dang's fist was already upon Lu Fong, who silently responded with a single finger. This mindless act made the attacker even more confused. What, he blocked it with just one finger. Above Lu Fong, 2 more fearless men held their weapons, aiming straight down at him with soulless eyes. Lu Fong's voice dropped to a cold command. Get lost. The moment the command was given, a purple spiritual aura erupted around him, sending the surrounding men flying, spitting blood. Tam Fong was terrified by the sight, his mind racing. It's over, I'm in deep trouble. I actually tricked a saint-level expert who can kill in an instant. If I'd known he was this much of a beast, I would have knelt down and called him Dad right away. I hope he doesn't beat me to death later, right? The 3 battered men finally understood Lu Fong's terrifying background. A supreme expert. He didn't hide it, standing tall and looking down at the men crawling on the ground as he continued. I told you, whether you're saint level or supreme, you must follow the rules. Understand? Yes, you are right, my lord. Standing behind, he gazed at Lu Fong's back, filled with admiration. A supreme expert. Is that the closest one can get to being a god? If I could become his disciple. No, why would he ever take notice of me? With the matter settled, he looked at them, an idea sparking in his mind. Saint level, right. How about you work here for free for 3 years and we'll call this matter even? Hearing the demand, Wang Dang couldn't stop himself from blurting out. No, but his mouth was quickly covered by a soldier next to him who spoke for him. Yes, Tu Phi was overjoyed to get free labor. Fong, thank you for finding me 3 more helpers. Overcome with gratitude, she ran over and linked her arm with his, then addressed the men behind them. All right, everyone, you can disperse. Seeing a glimmer of opportunity, Tam Fong schemed with a triumphant smile. Perfect. They're not paying attention to me now. Time to make a run for it. He crouched low, moving on all 4s, blending in with the crowd of experts beside him. You can't see me. A moment later, after struggling in the darkness near the ground, Tam Fong eagerly shielded his eyes from the Sunday I'm out, but he was one step too slow. Lu Fong and Tu Fi had been waiting outside for a while. "My dear disciple, where do you think you're going?" At that moment, all the blood and color drained from Tam Fong's face, his body trembling uncontrollably. As a last resort, he ran over, pressed himself against Tu Fi, and hugged her leg, begging for help. "Mistress, save me." Hearing how Tam Fong addressed her, Tu Fi's eyes widened and she asked again, "What did you just call me?" Tam Fong clung to her leg, tears welling in his eyes as he stammered, "Mistress. Isn't that right?" Hearing this, Tu Fi put a hand on her hip, looking at him with an affectionate gaze as she asked again, "Call me that again." Tam Fong was very obedient and repeated it exactly, "Mistress." And so the two of them went back and forth. Tu Fi blushed at Tam Fong's address. "Call me that again, mistress." Again, "Mistress, mistress." She stood before him and looked at Lu Fong, asking loudly, "Fong, your disciple, what's his name?" Tam Fong quickly chimed in, "I not Tam Fong." Tu Fi immediately waved her hand. "Your disciple, Tam Fong, is so sensible. Let him go." Hearing her, he could only lower his head, a troubled expression on his face. He found it hard to argue with Tu Fi. "He's clearly not my disciple, all right." Seeing this, the boy hid behind her and spoke with a wronged tone. "Mistress, stand up for me. Master is denying everything and refusing to acknowledge me." Hearing this, Lu Fong's anger surged and he lunged towards Tam Fong. "Keep spouting nonsense." Fortunately, Tu Fi blocked him in time. All right. Calm down." With a serious gaze and tone, Lu Fong asked loudly about what had just happened. "Kid, how did you hide the scroll on my person?" Tam Fong listened to the question and smugly recounted his past as a master thief. "This is a talent I've had since I was young. I can erase all traces of my existence for a short period of time. Where's my big bed? Wasn't it right in front of me just a moment ago?" Seeing his incredible talent, the man opposite him raised an eyebrow and whispered, "Can you sneak into a bathroom without being discovered? Good. Can you teach me?" But Tam Fong replied with a look of disinterest, "No." Tu Fi was drawn into their mysterious conversation and spoke up angrily. "What are you two talking about?" Lu Fong moved to the side, stroking his chin in thought, analyzing the situation. "So it's a bloodline talent. I thought I could learn it. Never mind then." Behind him, Tam Fong looked at Fini with a sad expression and voiced his own wish. "Wait, sir, can you accept me as your disciple?" Lu Fong, who was walking ahead, heard his purpose, turned his head slightly and smiled. "I'm not even sure what I'm cultivating myself, let alone have the ability to teach others." Tu Fi appeared from nowhere, striding beside him and sharing her thoughts. Fong, a child with the Ae near surname and different colored eyes. He might be a descendant of the ancient wind god. "Are you sure you won't reconsider?" Lu Fong stuck to his decision. "But I really don't know how to teach others." Seeing his expression, she seemed to remember something and smiled with a suggestion. "All right then, come back with me for a bit. I have a gift I want to give you." Seeing the two of them gradually leaving, Tam Fong immediately raised his arm and rushed after them. "Master," but something unexpected happened. He was completely frozen, unable to move. "No, I can't move, don't follow us." At Tu Fi's estate, the morning sun illuminated the magnificent white building. Tu Fi and Lu Fong entered a room, and she placed her hand gently on the table. She confided in him, "Fong, ever since you got with Vini, you don't even look at me anymore." Hearing this, he felt flustered, clenching his fists and coughing a few times to ease the embarrassment. "Well, haven't I been busy with the Fong Lam forbidden area lately?" She didn't beat around the bush, crossing her arms and closing her eyes as she stated, "I didn't see you in the days before you went to the Fong Lam forbidden area, either." Seeing Lu Fong remain silent, Tu Fi put her hands on the table, letting the past go. "Forget it. You rest here for a bit. I need to handle some guild matters. I'll be done soon." She quickly moved to sit in the empty chair not far from him. "Then I'll give you your gift." Lu Fong listened in silence, now happy to continue the conversation with Tu Fi. "All right." His gaze was entirely fixed on her as she engrossed herself in her work. "I never realized. This brave and heroic girl is also very charming when she's serious about her work." His eyes were truly filled with affection, not leaving Tu Fi for a second. Time flew by. 2 hours later, she had diligently finished the tall stack of documents. Tu Fi stretched her back. Finally done. With pleading eyes and a coquettish voice, she begged Lu Fong, "Fong, I'm so tired. Can you carry me to bed to rest?" Lu Fong found her expression amusing and stood up from his chair. "You're already saint level. How can processing a few documents make you tired?" Hearing Lu Fong's playful scolding, she was ready to mess up the pile of documents on the table. "Is this a saint-level issue?" This dense man didn't want to drag it out. Spreading her arms wide, Tu Fi urged him on. "Hurry up." Seeing her attitude and expression, Lu Fong suddenly hesitated, but in the end, he couldn't win against the beautiful woman. He had no choice but to lift Tu Fi into his arms. "Let's go to the bedroom." Her request left Lu Fong stunned for a few seconds, but he silently complied. and so carried tenderly in his arms. Tafai returned to her own room. Rubbing his head, Lu Fang's eyes widened, his face flushing. He thought non-stop. Why do I feel like the atmosphere isn't quite right? Without hesitation, Lu Fang placed her on the bed, constantly reminding her, well, you get some good rest. I'll be going first. But then something dramatic happened. Tafai's hands grabbed his shirt at the waist. Before he could react, Lu Fang was pulled down by her strength, his body pressed against hers, face to face. At this moment, his entire face turned bright red, his heart pounding. Fi Ni, what are you trying to do beneath him? Tafai chuckled, her voice filled with hidden intentions. Fang, remember when I said I had a gift for you? Lu Fang was once again bewildered. Whoa, what is it? Without any wasted movement. Tafai pulled him close to her face. It's me. The moment she finished speaking, she gently touched Lu Fang's lips with her own full ones. A kiss, the gift from Tafai, was revealed. They quickly broke the kiss, their soft lips parting. I was kissed by Fi Ni. Lu Fang was still in shock, his face blushing. So soft. Is this really the time to be thinking about that? Another surprise occurred. Tafai gently relaxed her hands, letting go of his shirt, but she didn't stop there. She suddenly raised her leg, forcing Lu Fang's body down. Fi Ni, you. In a flash, his entire body was completely on the bed. He was pinned down by 2 feet. And she didn't stop there. She slowly moved her face, bringing it closer to Lu Fang's. Fang. This flustered him completely. Don't come any closer, or I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. But what Tafai did next was something Lu Fang never could have predicted. She pressed her face against his chest. Fang, let me lean on you like this for a moment, okay? He tried to calm himself, but his eyes still showed a hint of shock as he spoke. Okay. Pressing her face against Lu Fang's rapidly beating chest, Tafai confided in him, the eclipse is coming soon. I just want to be alone with you for a bit before you leave. Hearing this, he gently wrapped his arms around her body, as if to comfort her. I'll be back soon. Tafai playfully ran her hand over Lu Fang's chest and continued, even if you come back quickly, how long can you be alone with me? As if remembering something, she straightened up, looked up at him, and announced, Fang, my mother has been urging me to get married again recently. This sudden news startled Lu Fang, and he couldn't control his emotions, jumping to his feet. Marry who? No way. Seeing his strange reaction, Tafai immediately moved closer and asked loudly, why not? Her question made Lu Fang's face turn bright red, and he stammered out an explanation. Because you're mine. Without hesitation, Tafai gently wrapped her arms around his shoulders. My heart. It's beating so fast. And so the two of them were on the bed once again. But this time, in a completely different position, her chest pressed directly against his heart. Realizing she might have gone a bit too far, Tafai chuckled and reassured Lu Fang. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Men really are all the same. Always looking for more, yet never willing to give a clear answer. Although his face was flushed from staring at her full chest, he still tried to deny it. I'm not like that. I didn't. Seeing this, she immediately placed her hand on his racing heart and chuckled. Your heart is about to jump out of your chest. You say one thing but feel another. As she finished, they both looked towards the window where the full moon had reached its zenith. Just then, with a very serious look, Tafai looked up and asked unconsciously, do you think? My life will never have a proper ending. Her words saddened Lu Fang, and he thought to himself, Fi Ni, am I being too greedy? He faced the girl who made his heart flutter. He suggested, wait until I return from the lost garden of the gods, but Tafai gently placed a finger on his lips. Don't make promises to a girl so easily. She then leaned in close to Lu Fang, took a deep breath, and proposed, let the future be the future. For now, I want you to stay with me tonight. The two of them fell asleep together, as the wind blew relentlessly outside the window in the dead of night. The next day, Lu Fang and Tu Fi stood together in the courtyard of the villa. She used both hands to gently adjust his collar as she reminded him. Remember, you must tell me before you leave Tin Lam City. Lu Fang agreed immediately. Okay. With everything settled, the two of them hurried to the front gate of the villa only to find Tam Fong sitting there motionlessly. Seeing that the boy refused to leave, Lu Fang became furious and shouted, how did this kid find his way here? And he even cut his hair. Tafai was moved by Tam Fong's determination while Lu Fang sighed in exasperation. This disciple of yours is certainly persistent. Maybe you should reconsider. He quickly used his foot to gently nudge the boy, trying to wake him up this way. As expected, the method was very effective. The sleeping boy was startled awake, his eyes wide as he looked around. In front of him, the two of them stood watching in silence. With hearts in his eyes, Tam Fong immediately ran towards them. He spread his arms to hug him, but Lu Fang dodged away. Master, what are you babbling about? Are you some kind of flypaper? Once you stick, you never want to leave. Unafraid, the boy immediately slammed his head against the hard tiles, pleading earnestly. Please, master, please give me a chance. Seeing Tam Fong's actions, Lu Fang's eyes filled with exasperation. Tell me, why are you in such a hurry to make me your master, to find a supreme being to back you up? The boy stopped banging his forehead on the ground, raised his head, and stated his reason. No. I want to become stronger. Then Tam Fong's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened and he clenched his teeth. To kill a god. His words made the two people opposite him listen in stunned silence. It startled them, freezing them for a few seconds. Kill a god. Suddenly from Lu Fong's arm, Haksat appeared, crossing his arms and speaking, I must be behind the times. Is everyone this bold now, opening their mouths and talking about killing gods, trying to remain as calm as possible? Lu Fong lowered his head slightly and asked again, did I hear wrong or did you misspeak? Tam Fong's attitude remained the same. He slammed his hand on the ground and recounted hatefully, I want to kill the one who killed my mother and even wanted to eat me. He calls himself a god, but in reality he's a beast. Tam Fong's expression changed abruptly. From anger it turned to sadness. He is also my father. Tafai was shocked by the information coming from his own mouth, covering her mouth in disbelief. Your father is a god. I thought you were just a descendant of the ancient wind god. Why would he want to eat you? With a look of deep sorrow, Tam Fong swallowed his pain and continued, my mother was the descendant of the ancient wind god. I took her surname. Haksat listened to the story, his mind racing quickly, understanding the situation. I see. This kid's father is in existence from tens of thousands of years ago, who just awakened during the Battle of the Gods. After meeting his mother, he planned to devour her divine energy, and that of their future child to heal himself. Lu Fong, seeing this, had some questions and immediately looked at him. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cub. After ascending to the god realm, do they lose all humanity? Haksat crossed his arms, chuckled, and nodded in response. Humanity, that's right. For someone who has lived too long, it no longer has any meaning. Just as he finished his answer, Lu Fong was utterly bewildered with Tafai urging him on from the side. Fong. Without another word, Lu Fong ran over and helped Tam Fong, who was still kneeling on the ground. Get up first. I'm only a supreme. For you to ask me to be your master to kill a god. You really overestimate me, don't you? The boy's eyes widened as he declared with a confident voice, no. In the future, you will definitely become the most powerful person. Hearing this, Lu Fong immediately slapped Tam Fong across the face and reminded him, tell the truth. The boy rubbed his face, which had just taken a hit, and confessed honestly. I feel that you are a good person. If I miss this chance, I probably won't have another opportunity in my lifetime to find a supreme expert to be my master. Tam Fong, falling back into his old habits, had a scheming look in his eyes. He ran forward, intending to hug Lu Fong. Besides, I really think you're handsome and cool, master. Wise and mighty. But Lu Fong blocked him with his hand, pushing him away. Stay away from me. I told you I really don't know how to teach others. But after thinking for a moment, Lu Fong spoke up. However, seeing as you're so sincere, I have a more suitable choice to be your master. As soon as he finished speaking, Tam Fong was startled, frozen for a few seconds. Lu Fong looked at Tufai, who was still by the villa's door, and said his farewell. Fini, I'm heading back to Tin Lam Academy first. She didn't forget to remind him of the promise they had made earlier. Don't forget what you promised me. Nodding his head in assurance to Tufi, Lu Fong immediately grabbed Tam Fong's shirt and flew into the air. We're off. A while later, the two of them arrived at their destination, Tin Lam Academy. He strode along the path leading inside, and all the students around him bowed their heads respectfully. Greetings, Lord Lu Fong. Lord Lu Fong. Seeing the respect everyone around him had for Lu Fong, Tam Fong was filled with admiration. Master is so majestic. It's nothing. An unexpected person appeared. Vini stood with her arms crossed and asked loudly, so you've finally remembered the way back. Just moments ago, he was a respected figure among the students, but now he had turned into a panting puppy in front of her. Vini, what are you doing here? Tam Fong was startled by Lu Fong's demeanor towards Vini, freezing for a few seconds. Who is she? She paid him no mind, pointing directly at the boy and questioning Lu Fong. Haven't seen you for a day, and you've already found a new plaything. Were you with her last night? He knew immediately that Vini was misunderstanding and gently touched his nose as he proposed. Vini, he's a boy. You could say he's my new disciple reluctantly. Tam Fong's gender left her utterly astonished. Her jaw dropped. Such a delicate-looking child. Brother Fong, you won't even spare boys. Hearing this, Lu Fong, with a face full of grievance, used his finger to draw a circle on the ground. So this is the image you all have of me. Paying no attention to his feelings at the moment, Vini walked over to introduce herself to Tam Fong. Hello, I'm Vini, brother, Fong's girlfriend. What's your name? He was also very polite, extending his hand for a handshake as he greeted her back. Hello, second master's wife. My name is Tam Fong. Hearing how Tam Fong addressed her, Vini's expression changed instantly. She looked at Lu Fong. Second master's wife. He once again fell into a state of confusion, his face pale as he stammered, Vini, listen to my lame excuse. No, listen to my explanation. With the sword in her hand, she began to shoot sharp ice shards towards Lu Fong. Lu Fang, go to hell. Seeing him leap high into the air, the boy was full of admiration. As expected of Master, he can jump so high. A while later, his body completely battered, he tried to calm the beautiful Vini down. But Vini paid him no mind, throwing the frozen sword to the ground. Go find your first master's wife then. And just like that, she ignored Lu Fang, completely turning her back and walking away coldly. Vini. With his face covered in wounds from Vini's attack, he could only console himself hoping that Vini had vented all her anger. Filled with frustration, Lu Fang lifted Tam Fong's entire body and dragged him away. This is all your fault. If you don't know how to talk, then keep your mouth shut. After I solve your problem, I'll go back and appease her. Back in another part of Tin Lam Academy, sunlight shone through the nearby towers. In a garden full of flowers and grass, Lam Ditch was relaxing, reading a book comfortably. Suddenly, from a distance, Lu Fang and the boy appeared, shouting a greeting to him. Teacher Lam Ditch. Seeing Lu Fang's presence, Lam Ditch immediately became agitated, knocking over the tea table. You bastard. You still dare to show your face in front of me. Seeing him lose control and attack with his sword, Lu Fang ran while shouting, Teacher Lam Dick, I have something to tell you. Lam Ditch was still furious about the past incident, and refused to listen, chasing him relentlessly. Tell me what? Do you know how many days I was locked up? Do you have any idea what I went through during those days? And so one attacked while the other dodged, repeating endlessly. Do you know how miserable it is to go days without a bath? You bastard, you know nothing. Tam Fong still didn't understand what was happening, completely mesmerized by the techniques the two were using. So amazing. I can't follow their movements at all. After running for a while this time, Lu Fang stood still, ignoring the sharp blade next to him, and asked Lam Ditch, Teacher Lam Ditch, I need to participate in the Continental Heroes Assembly. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Lam Dick raised his head and reminded Lu Fang of one thing. Are you sure? There's a very high chance you'll die. But he didn't hesitate in the slightest, running his hand along the sharp edge of the blade as he vowed, to heal Vini's damaged soul, I must enter the lost garden of the gods to find a way. Lam Dick was amused by Lu Fang's attitude. He sheathed his sword. I guess you do have a conscience. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands behind his back, and ordered him. All right, you can scram now. Out of sight, out of mind. Lu Fang suddenly had an idea. He pulled Tam Fong close and introduced him. Before I go, I want to introduce a student to you. A student whose goal is to kill a god. Lam Ditch was stunned by the boy's background and goal, his eyes wide. Kill a god. Different colored eyes. This kid seems anything but simple. Tam Fong was about to say something, but Lu Fang quickly covered his mouth. Master. Hearing how they addressed each other, Lam Dick's expression changed, becoming angry. He just called you master. You want your disciple to be my student. Lu Fang chuckled, bowing slightly to teach the boy how to address him. So from now on we go our separate ways. I'll call you teacher and you'll call me old bro. The moment he finished speaking, Lam Ditch couldn't hold back his emotions, and sent both master and student flying with a single kick. Who's your old bro? Get lost. Seeing that being forceful wasn't working, the two began to put on an emotional play. There's nothing we can do about his grudge. Who told our teacher Lam Dick to be so hard-hearted? With teary eyes, Tam Fong lowered his head. It's because I'm not worthy. Although Lam Ditch had already turned his back to leave, he still showed a bit of compassion and spoke. Tell him to come by himself tomorrow. Don't bother me today. The plan worked perfectly, causing both of them to raise their hands high in a joyous celebration. Done. How about that? Being taught by one of the four saints should be enough for you, right? Yes, you're the best master. Lu Fang. He moved to sit on a chair by the tea table and made a suggestion. Come back alive. Lu Fang accepted the command, raising his hand to his forehead in a salute of assurance. Yes, sir. With one problem solved, the two immediately went to Vini's residence to soothe her emotions. The two of them still didn't dare to enter through the main door, hiding by the window to observe. Master, I feel like we're being really pathetic right now. Shut up. Did you remember what I told you? Just as he finished speaking, a teacup came flying out from inside. Luckily, they both dodged in time. Come in. Having received her permission, the two entered. Lu Fang scratched his head in embarrassment. Vini, what happened earlier was a complete misunderstanding. Over here, Tam Fong, with a remorseful expression, bowed his head and greeted her again. Hello, master's wife. Vini seemed to be someone who holds a grudge for a long time. She crossed her arms and brought up the old issue. Isn't it second master's wife? If you're so capable, go find his first master's wife. Seeing how things were going, Lu Fang pretended to cough and moved on to the next plan. Seeing this, the boy immediately ran over and clung to her leg, refusing to let go. Master's wife, it was my fault for not thinking before I spoke. If you're angry, take it out on me. Don't blame Master Lu Fang. With a slightly hesitant look, chuckled and pleaded with Vini to accept Tam Fong. He's just a kid who doesn't know any better. Master's wife is just a random title he came up with. No matter how much she struggled, the boy clung to her like glue, even starting to share his sob story. I lost my mother when I was young, and my father wanted to kill me. Luckily, Master gave me hope. Master is the best, wisest, kindest, and bravest person in the world. Master's wife. After a while, Vini had tried everything, but Tam Fong still clung to her like a limpet. She could only sigh in resignation. Fine. Looking at the two of them standing in a neat line, she was no longer angry and spoke up. Brother Fong, you want to go to the Lost Garden of the Gods, right? Lu Fong was startled by Vini's sudden question. So you knew. At that moment, she lowered her head with a sad look, blaming herself. You're willing to risk danger for my sake. How could I not know? But thankfully, he quickly ran over, grasped her hand tightly, and reassured her. Vini, I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry? Lu Fong's expression suddenly changed, his eyes becoming serious. I can't take you with me. It's too dangerous there. Seeing his expression, Vini could only continue. Sadly, I know I'm not that unreasonable. But you shouldn't have hidden it from me, Brother Fong. To reassure the beauty by his side, Lu Fong immediately pulled her into his arms. I've only been back with you for a few days, and now I have to leave again. I didn't know how to bring it up. Hearing this, Vini was no longer sad. She looked up, smiled, and said to him, It's okay, Brother Fong. We're the closest people to each other. Promise me from now on, no matter what happens, you have to tell me. Without hesitation, Lu Fong hugged her and gently stroked her head in agreement. Okay. But Vini still held a grudge about the past. She looked up at him and demanded, As your punishment, I want you to agree to one condition. She quickly came up with a bold idea for Lu Fong to carry out. This time I want you to leave without saying goodbye to Fi. Hearing Vini's request, Lu Fong froze like a statue for a few seconds. This. Seeing his expression, she immediately guessed the problem and pinched his stomach lightly. What you can't bear to... He was extremely flustered, clutching his aching stomach as he nodded in agreement. No, I promise to complete the mission. But how am I supposed to explain this to Fi? Seeing this as if giving both a carrot and a stick, Vini moved closer, snuggled into Lu Fong's arms and gave him a kiss. I knew Brother Fong is the best to me. The next morning at Fap Viem's residence, sunlight filled the entrance. Lu Fong, in high spirits, pushed open the door and walked inside. A surprise awaited him. Next to the man was A de Tin Lam, holding a cup of water and sitting comfortably on a chair. Brother Lu Fong, you've arrived. Have a seat over here. Seeing the old man's presence, he widened his eyes in astonishment and asked curiously, Seniors, you're here today because... Seeing that Lu Fong had arrived, a de Tin Lam clapped his hands together and signaled, Supreme Lu Fong is here. Everyone come on out. A group of long-legged, curvaceous beauties appeared. Hey, handsome, here to play. Pick me handsome. They swarmed him like a pack of spiders, leaving him no room to escape. Where did you all come from? What do you want? Let me go. Seeing Lu Fong's reaction to the beautiful women, a de Tin Lam lamented. Brother Lu Fong is still so young. He can't even handle a little situation like this. Beside him, Fap Viem covered his face, bewildered by the old man's methods. Truly old and shameless. Lu Fong curled up, using all his strength to escape from those deadly beauties. A de Tin Lam, tell them to get out now. Seeing Lu Fong's state, a de Tin Lam didn't force it. He clapped his hands and ordered them away. All right, everyone, out for now. Brother Lu Fong, are you satisfied with my apology this time? Wiping the sweat from his face, Lu Fong angrily cursed the old man. You shameless old bastard. He quickly sat down at the table and began his conversation with the two seniors before him. Let's get to business. In a few days, I'll be leaving Tin Lam City to participate in the Heroes Assembly. A de Tin Lam looked at Lu Fong with a strangely serious expression. The Heroes Assembly, I heard that many people die there every time. Why are you going to join the fun? Seeing this, Lu Fong rubbed his head, a slightly embarrassed look on his face. Just consider it youthful recklessness. I want to challenge myself. Lu Fong took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and with a look of respect asked a favor of them both. I came today to ask you two to help look after my friends after I leave. When I return, I will definitely thank you handsomely. A de Tin Lam listened carefully to every word he said, then chuckled and stroked his white beard. What's this talk of thanks? To have a young man with a limitless future owe us a favor. This is a worthwhile deal. As if understanding the old man's character, Lu Fong put an arm around his shoulder and whispered in his ear. Then when I get back, I'll invite all the girls in the city to serve you. A de Tin Lam's eyes lit up. He high-fived Lu Fong to seal the deal. It's a promise, and make sure to arrange more for Fap Viem. Only Fap Viem was annoyed, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. I really have you all to thank for this. Back in the courtyard of Tin Lam Academy, Lu Fong slapped the place where Hack sat was sealed and proposed. Old Hack, I hope you can stay this time to protect Vini and the others. He appeared with a furious expression, shouting in annoyance. Hey kid, you just finished ordering those two youngsters around, and now you want me to be your workhorse. Have you forgotten that I was forced to follow you? How can you be so sure you can trust me? Lu Fong didn't hesitate, looking at Hack Sat with a serious gaze as he replied. Hack Senior, during the time we've spent together, you must know what kind of person I am. I've long since considered you a true friend. Hearing this, his heart wavered slightly. He lowered his head and thought, I never expected that after tens of thousands of years someone would be willing to be my friend. Seeing that Haksat was moved, Lu Fang continued, Besides, we're in this together now. You wouldn't want to turn against me, would you? Hearing this, his expression immediately changed, and he roared in frustration. Would it kill you not to say that last part? To soothe Haksat's unstable mood, Lu Fang opened his arms and hugged him. Don't worry, I won't make you work for free. When the time comes, I'll bring back some divine soul to help you recover your strength and then break the contract. How does that sound? Suddenly in the distance, Tuyet and Lo Na were walking over, looking like they were about to see him. The sight of the two of them startled Lu Fang, and he frantically looked for a place to hide. Why is she here? If she sees this, I'm a dead man. He quickly leaped into a nearby flower bush, a hiding spot that was hard to detect. Good thing I was fast. Lo Na, walking beside her, asked curiously, By the way, Sister Tuyet, how are things between you and your instructor now? Hearing that title, Lu Fang, hiding among the flowers, peeked out. Instructor, is she talking about me? A sudden question made Tuyet's cheeks blush, and she stammered. How are? What? Over here, she relentlessly bombarded her with questions from all sides. Don't you like him? Has there been any progress recently? You know what I mean, right? She didn't want to reveal her emotions. She closed her eyes tightly and asserted word by word, Shut up. Who? Who likes him? Lo Na didn't hesitate. She brought up a past incident. When you got angry at that soldier in the academy, you didn't admit it. A few days ago, I even heard you mention his name in your dreams. And another thing, that time someone touched the stone you brought back from the Beastman Empire, you almost killed him. Having her true feelings exposed, she felt uncomfortable, a sad look in her eyes. Tuyet decided not to hide her emotions anymore, her voice tinged with sadness. Even if I do like him, so what? It's impossible between us. Hiding behind the bush, Lu Fang was stunned to hear her confession. Tuyet, she really likes me. How can that be? Seeing the sadness on Tuyet's face, Lo Na quickly stood in front of her and suggested, If you like him, go for it. What's with all this impossible talk? Suddenly from behind him, the two demonic women in the form of beauties rushed over. Young master, so you're here, come here. They worked together quite well, each one clinging to one of Lu Fang's arms, making it hard for him to escape. Hearing the loud noise, Tuyet looked up towards the bush in confusion. The two of them met unexpectedly, their eyes locking, and the atmosphere became tense. Lu Fang, his face flushed from facing her, smiled sheepishly and tried to explain, if I said this was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Trying to suppress the fire of anger within her, Tuyet lowered her voice and demanded of Lu Fang, Is that so? Then wipe the lipstick marks off your face. Seeing this, Lu Fang immediately shook the two demonic women off and wiped his face repeatedly. The two let go, and the scene before her made her eyes fill with sadness. She could only stand and watch in silence. Without hesitating, she turned to leave. Beside her, Lo Na followed along. Tuyet declared, I'm going to tell Vini the truth. Hearing what Tuyet was about to do, Lu Fang's eyes widened in panic. Tuyet, he quickly ran after her, reached out and grabbed her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. This unexpected action from Lu Fang left her stunned. He tried to calm down and explained the situation to the furious Tuyet. These women were brought here by Lam. I was really set up by him. Even if I had any wicked thoughts, I wouldn't dare. Her face was already bright red. She avoided Lu Fang's gaze and hurriedly requested, Let go of my hand. I believe you now. But he only moved closer, holding onto Tuyet's hand and not letting go. Tuyet, listen to me. This action made her freeze even more, her heart filled with anticipation. What? What does he want to say? Lo Na watched from behind, excited for her. It's coming, it's coming. With a very serious look in his eyes, Lu Fang made a request to Tuyet. Please don't tell Vini about this, okay? I don't want to make her unhappy. The moment he finished speaking, Tuyet's spirits sank. She fell into a deep thought. Hiding her own feelings, Tuyet asked again just to be sure. This is what you wanted to say. Lu Fang's face was quite calm and he continued nonchalantly. That's right. What else? Only Lo Na was holding her head in frustration for her friend. What kind of dense idiot is he? Unwilling to hide her feelings any longer, Tuyet gathered all her courage and confessed to Lu Fang. Instructor, Lu Fang, did you hear what I said to Lo Na earlier? What she said is true. He was like a statue, frozen by what he had just heard with his own ears and seen with his own eyes. What, before he could do anything, Tuyet rushed over. She threw herself into Lu Fang's arms, hugging him and confiding, I'm truly happy to have met you. While hugging the man she loved, Tuyet thought sadly, Instructor, I really like you so much. Unfortunately, that hug would be their one and only. She turned around and said her final goodbye. Seeing Tuyet leave, Lo Na quickly ran after her, not forgetting to throw a reproachful word at him from behind. You idiot, Lu Fang was stunned. He didn't move, just silently watching her back as she walked further away. Haksat appeared unbidden. He was smug, crossing his arms with an arrogant tone. Isn't it just a woman, kid? Do you need to be so scared? Lu Fong immediately corrected Hack Saturday. This isn't fear, it's responsibility. I don't think I can handle it. Forget it, talking to you is useless. Not wanting his feelings to get in the way, he pushed them aside and turned to leave. I've met who I needed to meet. It's time to set off. 3 days later, at Tin Lam Academy, inside the residence of the leaders, Lu Fong looked at the seniors before him and said his final words. It's time to say goodbye. Teacher Landi, please tell Big Black for me. His goodbyes said, Lu Fong didn't forget to turn to his beloved and speak. Vi Ni, I'm leaving now. She couldn't hide her sadness, holding his arms and asking Brother Fong, you must come back soon. Lu Fong knew Vi Ni was worried. He immediately reassured her and gave her an affectionate kiss on the forehead. I will. Lu Fong didn't forget to remind Vi Ni about her health. Take good care of yourself. With everything settled, he leaped into the air, looking down one last time before disappearing. Everyone take care. Not far away though, she didn't come to see Lu Fong off too yet, still hid behind a tree watching him leave. On another part of the villa's building, Tu Fai stood with Hack Sat watching Lu Fong depart. He crossed his arms and grumbled, that kid is too much. He says he considers me a friend, but then he transfers the contract to you. I spit on that. She chuckled beside him. Senior Hack, this is the only way to make you stay. The past came flooding back. It was the middle of the night. Lu Fong had handed Hacksat over to Defy. Fi Ni, I have to leave tomorrow. I'm leaving Hacksat with you. I'm counting on you. Holding him in her arms with a look of affection, she looked up at him and declared, Fong, when you come back, I will definitely resolve the relationship between Vi Ni and me so you won't be in a difficult position. A week later, in a land of mountains covered in thick, bone-chilling snow and ice. After many long days, Lu Fong had finally arrived, landing safely on the ground. The city was bustling with people, each one bundled up in thick, warm clothes. He and Tu Kim looked around and he scratched his head. It's been 2 days. We finally see people. Isn't it because you got lost? His companion complained nonstop. I'm so hungry, I want to eat roasted chicken and drink beer. Teo Kim thrashed around like a child. Luckily, Lu Fong held him tight. No roasted chicken and no beer. He ran a hand through his hair, continuing to scan his surroundings. I don't even know what city this is or how far we are from Fallen City, where the Heroes' Assembly is being held. Suddenly, Tu Kim saw something and rushed towards it. Such big chicken wings. It turned out to be a large statue of a guardian in front of the city, with wings that he mistook for chicken wings. Lu Fong roughly counted the wings on the statue, his eyes filled with awe. 12 wings. Even a seraph only has 4 wings. What level is that being? With his perspective broadened, he berated himself for being so proud of breaking through to the supreme level. Thinking back now, he was truly a frog in a well. Lu Fong stared at the statue with its 12 wings holding his sword. Finally, a memory surfaced in his mind and his eyes widened. Wait, an angel. So this must be the holy city of the Church of Light. Suddenly, Lu Fong couldn't hide his feelings, running his hands through his hair in frustration. How did I end up here? As expected, 2 people with no sense of direction shouldn't travel together. You're the one with no sense of direction. If we had followed my shoe-tossing method, we would have been there long ago. Unexpectedly, a group of people in white hooded cloaks walked past them in a single file line. The Saintess's succession ceremony is about to begin. Hurry up, I heard that this time the Saintess has received the blessing of the North Wing Angel. Hearing how those men referred to the Saintess, he searched his memories. He immediately recognized her. The Saintess. They're talking about Saintess Lian Diep. Teo Kim was also quite surprised. He drooled, looking rather hungry. Is it that big-chested sister? Lu Fong immediately grabbed Teo Kim and bonked him on the head a few times to snap him out of it. Shut up. Since we have an acquaintance here, let's go find her. He looked towards the snow-covered buildings in the city. However, the Pope in this church is one of the continent's peak supremes. I should still be discreet. An idea flashed in Lu Fong's mind. Like a bolt of lightning, he zipped past the group, snatching a set of robes from one of them. I'll just borrow these clothes for now. Just like that, with his masterful disguise skills, Lu Fong successfully blended into their ranks. Suddenly, his eyes shifted, glancing at something nearby. Lu Fong couldn't hide his excited expression, stroking his chin and muttering, "There's actually the aura of the undead inside here, which the Church of Light hates the most. Could it be targeting Lian Deep? Interesting." And so, blending in with the white-hooded crowd, he entered the tall building before him. The space inside the church shocked Lu Fong even more. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. As expected of the continent's largest religion, it's even more magnificent than the Blood God sect. Seeing their devoutness, he hesitated for a long time. If he didn't want to be exposed, he could only kneel with them. But not wanting to kneel like them, Lu Fong chose another way, waiting for the right moment to slip to the side. Hiding behind a pillar in the main hall, he let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, everyone has gone to the main hall. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to hide. Seeing the vast space, unsure of his location, Lu Fong wondered, damn, why is the inside built so complicatedly? Which way should I go? Tu Kim, perched on his shoulder, suggested old rules. Toss a shoe. Wherever it points we go. Before he could act, not far away, 2 pairs of feet were approaching. Kahu, how are Diep2's preparations coming along? At Kodak's question, Kahu at his side assured him. Rest assured, Great Pontiff Kodak, the Saintess, has arranged everything. The invading heretics seem to have a sixth sense. Just as they passed the wall, Lu Fong was hiding behind the old man, shouted, "Who's over there?" When the two turned to look, he had completely vanished, leaving only a white cloak on the ground. Kodak didn't seem to care much. He smirked with immense satisfaction. "Don't worry, it's just a little rat." Sticking to the plan, Kodak took a step forward and glanced back to order the men behind him. "You lot split up and search. Kahu and I will go see the Saintess first." Fortunately, Lu Fong had reacted quickly, escaping danger by leaping high into the air. As expected of the church, even random guards are masters. Good thing they didn't spot me. He quickly flew out of the main hall, landing outside the city walls a few minutes later. A strange space appeared before him, a house surrounded by fragrant flowers, a stark contrast to the icy atmosphere from before. So extravagant. I wonder how many magic crystals it cost to maintain this small garden for a year. Lu Fong used his senses, turning his head slightly as he felt the arrival of those men. They caught up so fast. I need to hide now. Without hesitation, he immediately jumped through the house's window, seeking temporary refuge. Stepping inside the mystical atmosphere left him slightly bewildered. What is this place? Something feels strange. Hearing that familiar singing voice, Lu Fong's eyes lit up. He was certain it was Lian Deep's voice. Without delay, Lu Fong moved forward, pushed aside the curtain, and called out a greeting. Diep2 Kim followed suit. "Hello, big sister." She was sitting by a hot spring and had just scooped up some water when she froze, staring at the two of them. Lian Deep's face was now filled with absolute terror. Her mouth flew open, ready to scream. Instantly understanding her next move, Lu Fong kicked off the ground and flew into the air. He clamped a hand over her mouth, constantly trying to calm her down. "Diep2, it's me, Lu Fong." Hearing Lu Fong state his identity, Lian Diep's face turned beet red as she stammered incoherently. Fearing she couldn't breathe, he quickly let go and backed away. "I'm letting go. Don't make a sound." Freed Lian Deep dove into the pool like a fish, splashing hot water all over the room. She submerged herself, hiding in the steaming water. She demanded of Lu Fong, You stop looking." Hearing this, he acted without a word, picking up a white cloth and holding it high. Lu Fong wrapped the cloth around his eyes several times and said to Lian Diep, "Sorry, I didn't mean to barge in. I got lost." Hearing this, she no longer suspected him and reached for her clothes. I know. Wait a moment, I'm getting dressed." Lu Fong's face flushed bright red. Even with the blindfold, he politely turned his head away. "Okay." Suddenly, a voice called out from outside her bathroom. "Little Deep, are you in there?" Hearing the voice, Lian Deep jumped. I'm in here." "What is it?" the voice from outside continued. "It's me, Grandpa Kahu. The inheritance ceremony is about to begin. I had a handmaiden bring your robes for you to try on." Hearing Kahu's words, Lian Diep grew anxious and quickly called out, "Wait." But before she could finish, the person outside was already pushing the door open. "Your Holiness, the Saintess, I'm coming in." Lian Diep was of course terrified that Lu Fong would be discovered. She cried out in a panic, "Don't," but as soon as she stood up, Lian Diep froze. She glanced at Lu Fong, who still had the blindfold over his eyes. She let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he can't see. And now the handmaiden had entered, respectfully holding Lian Diep's ceremonial attire. She fearfully whispered to Lu Fong, "Someone's coming in. Get in the tub and hide." Immediately, without waiting for him to react, Lian Diep used her inner energy to pull Lu Fong over. Despite his struggles, she forcefully pushed his head underwater. Though it was uncomfortable in this urgent situation, he had no choice but to comply. But while blindfolded, Lu Fong's hand accidentally grabbed onto her plump rear end. Feeling a man's hand on her, Lian Diep's face flushed red in shock. Meanwhile, the servant had brought the clothes inside and looked at Lian Diep reverently. "Your Holiness, the Saintess, your robes." Lian Diep tried to appear calm. She said, "All right, just leave them there. You may go first, I want to soak a little longer." Obeying the Saintess's command, the handmaiden replied respectfully, "Yes." Then she quickly set the clothes down. Watching the retreating figure, Lian Diep silently prayed, "Please, just get out of here quickly." At the same time, a loud splash erupted from the water, startling Lian Diep. Lu Fong emerged from beneath the surface, gasping for air. "I held my breath for way too long." Now Lian Diep quickly stepped out of the water. She said, "Stay put for now." Then Lian Diep swiftly removed the thin garment she was wearing and put on her proper clothes. With his sight restricted, his hearing was incredibly sharp. Lu Fong said to himself, "That sound is..." At that moment, he jumped, unable to hold back a cry. Diep 2 was changing clothes. Tu Kim couldn't resist popping out. Let me see, over here. Lian Diep had quickly finished dressing. Her purity returned as she donned the pristine white outfit. Her ample chest, partially visible through the fabric, only added to Lian Diep's alluring charm. Sitting down closer to him, she said softly, "Brother Lu Fong, you can take off the blindfold now." Quickly removing the cloth, he gave a mischievous grin. "Diep too, my apologies. I swear I didn't see a thing." Hearing this, she blushed and scolded him. "You would have been better off saying nothing at all." In the following moments, Lian Diep grew curious and asked Brother Lu Fong, "Why did you come to the peak of the Church of Light?" He answered honestly, "I want to participate in the upcoming Tournament of Heroes to compete for a spot in the Lost Garden of the Gods." Hearing this, Lian Diep hesitated and said, "But that's not in the same direction as the Church of Light." Lu Fong paused. At this, Tu Kim immediately flew into a rage. "It's because he got lost. You bastard, Lu Fong. There was something beautiful to see, and you didn't let me look." Hearing him say that, Lian Diep was momentarily speechless. Her face turned crimson with embarrassment as she sighed. Once again, Lu Fong's face froze. He gave a bitter smile. "He's just a kid, don't mind him." To ease the awkward atmosphere, Lu Fong changed the subject. "This room of yours is quite special." Lian Diep quickly played along. "Yes, that's right. Brother Lu Fong, don't stay in the tub any longer. Come up and sit." And then a platter of fresh, delicious fruit was brought out to treat Tu Kim and Lu Fong. The moment Tu Kim saw the tasty food, his eyes couldn't help but light up. At the same time, Lian Diep continued, "Oh right, Brother Lu Fong just said he wants to go to the Lost Garden of the Gods." Channeling his inner energy, he replied, "That's right." She hesitated, then, "Brother Lu Fong, can you not go to the Lost Garden of the Gods?" Hearing Lian Diep ask this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Lu Fong immediately asked back why. Lian Diep answered honestly, "The Church of Light has always been under the rule of the God of Light. Not long ago, the God of Light issued a divine decree ordering the church to dispatch troops to capture a black-haired man." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "That person is you." This revelation shocked Lu Fong even more. He immediately shouted, "What? The God of Light wants to capture me?" Lu Fong screamed internally. "Isn't this nephew of mine a bit too petty? Does he want to hunt me to the ends of the earth?" He then asked Lian Diep, "So when does your church plan to make a move?" To his question, she quickly replied, "We're not going to do anything." And this surprised Lu Fong. "Huh." Lian Diep explained, "Although the God of Light and the church have a relationship, it's more like a business transaction. He only needs the power of faith, and the church needs the remnant souls of angels. The price to capture you is too high. When it comes to these divine decrees, we only pay them lip service." A troubled look appeared in his eyes. "Is it really okay for you to describe your own church as paying lip service?" Lian Diep playfully stuck out her tongue, replying with resignation, "I'm just calling it as I see it." But Lu Fong was still confused. "That's not right. If you don't plan on capturing me, then why did you advise me not to go to the Lost Garden of the Gods?" Lian Diep continued. Because within the Lost Garden there are still remnant angel souls who follow the prophecy. If you go there, they will surely hunt you down." He cheerfully reassured her, "Don't worry, I've fought with angels twice already. As long as they're not at the God tier, I can handle them." Lian Diep quickly refuted him. "It's not the same. The angels we met before were just puppets my grandpa refined from angel souls. They're nothing like real angels." A thought struck Lu Fong. He suddenly leaned in close to her and asked, "You just said, refined?" Lian Diep's heart skipped a beat. She thought shyly, he's too close. But she quickly replied, "Yes, that's right." Lu Fong frowned. "The Church of Light. Not only do you not worship the God of Light, you even refine his angels." Lian Diep then retorted, "Why should we bow down and worship him? The so-called God of Light is just a powerful human. In essence, we are no different. Besides, the gods left over 10,000 years ago and have never returned." Lu Fong couldn't help but reply, "I never expected the saintess of the Church of Light to hold such an attitude." With an air of pride, Lian Diep said, "Grandpa once told me that humans worship gods ultimately to gain benefits from them. If the gods truly protected humanity, then they would naturally deserve respect. But in reality, the God of Light rules over humans only to obtain the power of faith while treating them like insects. What's the point of relying on a god like that?" Lu Fong also grew pensive. If the believers found out their pope viewed the God of Light this way, they would surely go insane. Lian Diep replied, "That's why you can't leave this room." At that moment, he sensed a strange presence outside. Lu Fong immediately shouted, "Who's there?" In an instant, he felt a murderous intent from outside and quickly dove, pushing Lian Diep to the ground. Just as he predicted, that source of power shot straight inside, hitting Lu Fong squarely in the back. The door to Lian Diep's room couldn't withstand the force and exploded into pieces. Lu Fong's hand was still wrapped around Lian Diep. Looking at the person before them, she cried out pitifully. Than Han Nuok Dak glared at him angrily. "You damn brat, let her go this instant. Are you looking to die?" Lu Fong held Lian Diep, tightly drew his weapon and faced his opponent. And who are you? Were you trying to kill Diep too just now? The old man pointed at him furiously. Do you think I, a Supreme Peak Master, would accidentally harm my own granddaughter? You were just using the opportunity to take advantage of her. Lu Fong was stunned. Granddaughter, he cried out in misery. Oh no, I was in a bath with her right in front of her grandpa. No wonder. He immediately shoved Lian Diep away and forced a friendly smile. Ah, my apologies. A misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Thrown to the ground, Lian Diep sat up, pouting and rubbing her bottom, her face contorted in pain. But immediately Than Han Nuok Dak flew over and slapped him hard across the face. How dare you push Diep 2 like that? He roared and charged at Lu Fong, shouting, I'll kill you. But just as he was about to give him a beating, Lian Diep quickly stepped in to stop him. Grandpa brother Lu Fong is my friend. Please don't hurt him. Although furious, the old man deeply loved his granddaughter. The precious cabbage I worked so hard to raise is being handed over to some pig on a silver platter. Lian Diep looked at Lu Fong and asked with concern, Brother Lu Fong, are you okay? He clutched his body and reassured her, I'm fine. Then Lian Diep scolded her grandfather, Grandpa, how could you attack without distinguishing right from wrong? Than Han Nuok Dak's heart felt like it was breaking into 1,000 pieces. My sweet granddaughter is actually scolding me. At that moment, a loud noise erupted from outside. Seize the peak of the church, capture the Saintess of Light. Hearing such a commotion, everyone quickly ran outside to assess the situation, which had already descended into chaos. The leader, sitting atop a fierce beast, shouted, Our target is the remnant angel's soul within the Saintess of Light. No need to get entangled, just grab the Saintess and go. At that moment, Than Han Nuok Dak quickly stood in front of his granddaughter, summoning a powerful energy circle. Tu Kim looked on in frustration, shouting, You bastards, how dare you treat my kin like this? Than Han Nuok Dak's voice was cold. Daring to cause trouble in the church, you're courting death. The one who had arrived was none other than Du Niet. He raised his scepter and shouted, Domain of the Undead Scourge. Immediately, skeletons began to claw their way out of the ground, a truly grotesque sight. Than Han Nuok Dak scoffed. I thought after ambushing us for so long you'd have more up your sleeve than this cheap trick. With that, he channeled his inner energy and launched a direct attack at Du Niet. Light of Judgment. Watching the events unfold, Lu Fong couldn't help but be impressed. The power of light is terrifying. A direct hit from that would leave you dead or crippled. Tu Kim chimed in, It looks like ice cream. It must be delicious. But at that moment, something was rising from the ground. It was powerful and incredibly fast. And the terrifying part was there wasn't just one. They targeted Lian Diep and attacked, catching her completely off guard. In just a moment, Lian Diep's entire body was tightly bound by those black things. No matter how much she struggled, it was useless. As she was